Su Ping once thought that being transmigrated was a lucky gift from the heavens. But the moment he opened the package, he realized it was just a pile of expired, leftover junk. In this new world, where people ride dragons to the market and take phoenixes for walks, he was a certified, grade A loser. His sister looked at him with more contempt than one would show a slug. His records clearly stated dropout. The only thing he owned was a pet store that had such terrible feng shui, it scared away both the god of wealth and actual customers. The day he decided to take over the family business, he pushed open the door, and a thick, pungent, raw stench blasted straight into his brain. Oh my god. This wasn't a pet store. It was more like a crime scene of a mass digestive disaster. Just as Su Ping was torn between fainting and turning around to run away, a voice rang out. Ding! The All-Worlds pet store system has been activated and bound to the host. Newbie reward. The host is invincible within the store's premises. Special feature. Pet nurturing allows you to open portals to other worlds for training. Su Ping was stunned. Invincibility? Transmigrating to other worlds? Nice. But hey, system, before I become a legendary powerhouse, could you at least hook me up with a face mask and a broom to clean up this welcome gift? And thus, the journey of Su Ping, the future powerhouse of the beast-taming world, officially began. A journey from a humble pet poop scooper to a supreme overlord that thousands would revere. The scene cut back to a few days ago, when he woke up from his dream. He sat there, lost in thought, recalling that fateful moment and realizing he had been transmigrated. He was shocked to his core looking at a completely unfamiliar face in his hand mirror. His digital ID screen displayed clear information. Su Ping, 18 years old, a citizen of the Longjiang Base. Just like any other transmigrator, he sat there contemplating his new identity in this world. He started exploring, finding that this world was quite similar to Earth, just with much more advanced technology. It had entered an interstellar era, but technology was only secondary. He realized the core truth. Pets were the central existence here. There were many types of pets, all deeply linked to human society. For example, utility pets were responsible for daily chores, work, and so on. Then there was exploration and warfare, and beast tamers were the ones in charge of these battle beasts. The status of every nation was determined by the power of its battle beasts. This meant it was a world entirely reliant on the combat power of spirit beasts. If might made right, he clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening. To survive, he had to become strong. Standing in the middle of the messy room, he made up his mind to plan everything out to become powerful. First, he needed to understand his own situation. From now on, he was Su Ping, and everything that belonged to Su Ping was now his. Family background was also crucial. The door suddenly opened, and a beautiful young girl appeared, catching him off guard. Huh? She sneered sarcastically. Awake already? How rare. My lazy big brother, Su Ping. So, this is the sister of this body's original owner? He thought, glancing at her. She's actually pretty cute. His eyes landed on the shimmering silver badge on her chest, and he wondered to himself, what is that silver badge? The girl immediately blushed and snapped. Stop staring at my chest. Are you plotting something dirty again? She swung at him. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. Su Ping hurriedly raised his hand to block, but he immediately took a punch and staggered back, panicked by the immense force. Is that Su Lingyue? Why is she so strong? His sister, Su Lingyue, held her head high and proudly declared, I'm already a professional beast tamer. Don't you try any of your nasty tricks. Su Ping realized, it seemed the relationship between the original owner of this body and his sister wasn't exactly great. I'm your brother. Why would I ever do anything bad to you? He forced a smile, sweat dripping down as his brain raced. Could the original brother of this body have been such a piece of trash? A menacing glint flashed in Su Lingyue's eyes. She gritted her teeth. Oh, Su Ping, have you forgotten everything you've done? She began listing his crimes. Putting caterpillars in my bed, stealing my snacks, putting glue on the toilet seat, swapping my toothpaste with mustard. You even hid my shoes. Hearing his sister rattle off a long list, Su Ping was speechless, screaming internally, what kind of scumbag persona is this? Still fuming, she continued to yell, go check on your pet store. Your customers are even calling me to complain. You have to go fix this today, or you'll regret it. Su Lingyue slammed the door shut, leaving her reluctant brother behind. Su Ping stood there, stunned, his head still spinning. So, the owner of this body wasn't just a loser, he also had a shop to run. He rubbed his chin, a glimmer of hope appearing. This starting point didn't seem entirely useless. Afterward, he followed the address his sister gave him to find the shop. The city view appeared before him. Welcome to the bustling Longjiang Base city. The navigation device on his wrist guided him. Straight ahead, turn left. Finally, he arrived. Before him was a dilapidated store with a sign that read, Naughty Beast, Pet Shop. System notification, destination reached. Please rate 5 stars. Beep. Navigation ended. Su Ping looked at the crumbling property, his lip twitching. This style is definitely the original owner's. Whatever, it's a store after all. Clean it up a bit and it'll be ready for business. Heh, that's not a big deal. He reassured himself and placed his hand on the fingerprint scanner to confirm. He pressed the button, and the old metal shutter let out a groan. Stuck halfway? Even the door doesn't work properly? Frustrated, he used all his strength to push the door up, but when he looked inside, he immediately turned to stone. Inside was a chaotic mess, and the thing that made him explode was a beast relieving itself right inside the cage. You stupid dog, don't you dare do that in my store. The ice-blue wolf-like beast didn't seem to care. It just glanced at him and sighed with utter contempt. That attitude made Su Ping absolutely furious. He pointed at it and roared, Huh, you dare look down on me, you stupid dog? Do you believe I'll make a meal out of you tonight? But before he could finish his sentence, a heavy kick from behind sent him flying into the shop. He rolled a few times on the dirty floor before stopping. Who is it? He immediately jumped up, taking a defensive stance. Before him stood a guy with green mohawk hair, dressed like a thug. Beside him was a massive black panther. The guy sneered mockingly. Mohawk? Forgotten your customers? I've been waiting for you all week. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. Treat the enemy with caution. Contrary to the aggression of its owner, the black panther looked haggard and exhausted. It just kept looping in his head. 3 whole days. The mohawk guy was starting to lose it. I left my dark panther here for you to look after. And yet, you stuffed it in with 10 lionesses for 3 whole days. Do you have any idea how vicious they are? Do you even know what it went through during those 3 days? Realizing he was stuck with the mess left behind by his predecessor, Su Ping quickly put on a friendly smile. My apologies. I'll personally take care of your beast's future training from now on. Free of charge, too. Under his breath, he cursed the previous owner of this body for being such a jerk. The mohawk guy shot him a look of contempt. Do you think I'm short on cash, you idiot? Get him. Dark Panther, he commanded. The panther let out a roar. Teach him a lesson. Use raging wind claws. The black panther was suddenly engulfed in a red aura as it lunged straight at Su Ping. Hey, what are you doing? The beast's razor-sharp claws stopped just inches from his throat. Su Ping broke into a cold sweat, his heart pounding. Too fast. Damn it. Does everyone in this world solve their problems with violence? He hurriedly raised his hands, trying to negotiate. Whoa, take it easy. Can't we talk this out? Look, I'll pay you triple the fee, he shouted, while screaming internally. Damn it. Why did the previous owner go and mess with a guy like this? The mohawk guy picked at his ear and sneered. Pay me? My battle pet is already exhausted like this. How exactly do you plan on paying for that? Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea and smirked deviously. He looked at the Dark Panther with a sinister glint in his eyes. I got it. I just thought of something fun. Dark Panther, try out your new skill. The mohawk guy yelled in excitement. Let's wreck this pathetic shop. Show them who's boss. Don't forget, Dark Panther. You carry the bloodline of the White Dragon. On command, the panther opened its jaws wide, and a brilliant blue energy orb began to form. Damn it, that light is blinding. Su Ping panicked and covered his eyes, his mind going blank. Why is this crazy beast so strong? And why does a black dog thing have a white dragon bloodline? Destructive bomb. Destroy everything, the owner roared, signaling the attack. What the hell is this? Am I really going to die? Su Ping screamed in despair. As a transmigrator, why am I the only weak one? I don't even have a single battle pet. Damn it. The destructive energy orb shot toward him like a lightning bolt. But at that exact moment, a divine flash of lightning descended from the sky, wrapping Su Ping's entire body in a cyan glow. The energy from the Dark Panther collided with the lightning and vanished into thin air. Both the owner and his pet froze, stunned by the incredible sight. At the same time, right before Su Ping's eyes, a virtual screen popped up. Target found. Initiating contract binding. He was stunned for a second, then immediately went crazy with joy. Ha, my golden finger has finally arrived. Now this is how a transmigrator's life should be. As it was binding with the mischievous shop, a new line of text appeared. What the hell? Su Ping shouted in shock. Binding to this shop? Despite his protests, a stream of data wrapped around his body like a web. Super pet system successfully bound. Wait, Su Ping, what is this? He asked, bewildered. The system explained robotically. Within the shop's premises, the user bound to the Super God system is immune to all damage. Another notification popped up. All forms of attack will be negated. He stared at his glowing hands, realizing the earth-shattering truth. Doesn't that mean I'm invincible? Wait, he suddenly realized. Wasn't the binding target supposed to be the shop itself? The robotic voice replied, "Forgot to mention, the shop owner gets bound as well." Su Ping was speechless. "Hey, can you be a bit more professional?" Time resumed its flow. "Dark Panther, destroy this place for me." The Mohawk guy was still screaming. The panther roared, and the energy orb fired once more. But this time, Su Ping calmly reached out and grabbed its snout, catching the beast completely off guard. "Grr, what are you doing?" "My shop," he asked coldly. His hand squeezed the beast's snout as it struggled. The panther's saliva dripped onto his hand. He glared at it menacingly. "Swallow it." The poor beast could only whimper, helplessly swallowing its own attack. Su Ping dusted off his hands, turned to the stone-cold owner, and asked, "So, any more complaints about our shop's service?" Seeing that, the Mohawk guy stuttered, pale with fear. "No, none at all." His mind was a chaotic mess. This guy blocked a Dark Panther's attack with his bare hands. I've never heard of an expert like this before. That's good. Su Ping walked closer, wearing a friendly smile. "Just leave the Dark Panther at our shop for a few more days. I'll take great care of it." He said it in such a gentle tone, but to the other guy, Su Ping's smile looked like a demon from hell. The next second, "Ah, he wants to kill us. Run!" He screamed at the top of his lungs, scrambling away with his pet as fast as his legs could carry him. Su Ping stood there, scratching his head in confusion. Why are they running? Am I really that scary? Just then, the system screen popped up again. Shop crisis resolved. Reward: 1 full refresh of the shop's status. Oh, the system is pretty generous. Su Ping smiled and hit the use button. A blue light enveloped the entire shop, sweeping away all the old junk. When the light faded, a brand new, clean, and modern shop appeared before him. "Whoa, this is a refresh? That's awesome," he marveled. The system is so overpowered. He noticed a new door had appeared. What's this room for? Curiously, he opened the door to find high-tech incubators, where 2 pets were sound asleep. So, these are incubators for beasts? He suddenly realized something. Why do they look smaller? The system screen immediately explained, "This is the beast nursing area. Size will adjust according to the beast. Capacity: 2. Tier 1 effects. Pets can train and receive certain healing benefits." Is that so? Su Ping looked skeptical. But what if that stupid dog makes a mess? The system replied, "Don't worry. Pets in the nursing area are in a training state. They won't get hungry, thirsty, or need to use the bathroom." He rubbed his chin, thinking, these 2 must be customers' pets left for care. System: to prevent a situation like earlier from happening again, what should I do? Just as Su Ping was feeling smug about his upcoming career, the system screen popped up out of nowhere. "Congratulations, host has triggered the main quest. Select 1 pet and nurture it to tier 3 or higher." Below were 2 options, the hunting hound and the thunder rat. Su Ping muttered with a dissatisfied look. A main quest that needs to be triggered? This system really isn't reliable, is it? I'll make a decisive choice. I'll go with the lightning rat. That tracking hound doesn't really fit my vibe. The lightning rat's info popped up. Level 1. Lightning type pet. Combat power. Rank 1. Current skill. Acting cute. Su Ping froze, mouth agape. What the hell? Acting cute is a skill? Where's the lightning move? Where's my lightning ability? Meanwhile, the mouse in his hand let out a weak little squeak. The system displayed a line of explanation. Depending on the master's training methods, pets can learn various skills. Hearing that, the little mouse playfully winked, looking absolutely adorable. Pet selected. Please proceed to the training ground. The Thundercloud Sea World appeared, and a loading bar popped up on the screen. Before Su Ping could even react, a vortex of energy suddenly opened beneath his feet, dragging both him and the mouse inside. He screamed in panic. What the hell is this? The 2 of them were in free fall through a chaotic spatial tunnel. Su Ping's frantic yelling and the mouse's panicked squeaks echoed endlessly. After a bone-jarring impact against hard ground, Su Ping dizzily lifted his head, eyes wide with shock. Is this the training ground? Before him lay a magnificent yet terrifying scene of the Thundercloud Sea. With giant, withered trees and lightning webbing across the sky, he approached an ancient tree that was unbelievably massive, where blue energy crystals were glowing. Su Ping swallowed hard, marveling, what kind of tree is this big? How tall must the people who lived here have been? The mouse on his shoulder squeaked in fear. A system window appeared to explain. The Thundercloud Sea is the resting place for many giant ancient beasts, filled with dense lightning elements, perfect for lightning-type pets to train. The encounter rate for beasts under 100 meters is high. For beasts under 1,000 meters, it's low. And for beasts under 10,000 meters, it's extremely low. Su Ping broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "This newbie village is terrifying. The rate for beasts under 100 meters is high? Doesn't that mean monsters are everywhere?" The mouse in his hands was shaking violently. Suddenly, a giant monster, resembling a jellyfish, emerged from the cloud sea, a 10,000-meter class beast king, the lightning abyss thunder king whale. Su Ping's eyes bulged as he screamed in despair. "Oh my god, I've never seen anything like this!" The beast king unleashed a streak of crimson lightning, obliterating everything in its path. The screen went pitch black, and cold pink text appeared. "Host has died." Su Ping jolted awake in an empty void, coughing and gasping for air. Cough. What the hell? Am I dead? The system announced robotically. The host was annihilated by a Beast King 0.73 seconds ago, currently in the resurrection space, waiting to respawn. A menacing red warning flashed. Warning. If the mission is not completed within the allotted time, the host's evaluation score will be lowered. Leaving the training ground ahead of schedule counts as a failure. If the host score drops below 60, you will be erased. Su Ping panicked and stammered. Hey, you didn't say any of this when I took the mission. What's my current score? The screen displayed. Mission reward. Basic level pet analysis. Time limit. 3 days. Failure results in a score reduction. Note: host's evaluation score is too low. You do not have permission to check it. Su Ping snapped, screaming, "Damn it, you damn system. Are you trying to kill me? Why is there a Beast King in the newbie village?" The system replied coldly. The probability of encountering a Beast King is extremely low. The host may find suitable prey to hunt and kill. The host's senses are too weak. It is recommended to sign a temporary contract with the pet. Oh. Su Ping gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, then put on a bitter, strained smile. Fine. Just hurry up and let's go. A resurrecting bar appeared, and shortly after, Su Ping reappeared in the thundercloud sea with the lightning rat by his side. A beam of light connected the two. Ethereal marks shimmered on their foreheads. Temporary contract formed. The system announced, "The host's sensations and the lightning rat's senses are now connected. If you feel unwell, adapt yourself. Good luck exploring." With that, Su Ping and the little mouse began climbing a slope. From a distance, he spotted a creature that looked like a horse, a herbivorous beast. It doesn't seem like a big threat, and it's alone. This is our chance. But the lightning rat beside him squeaked in sheer terror. Su Ping cautiously approached, then froze as he sensed extreme panic from the mouse. He frowned after signing the contract. He could feel the lightning rat's fear. Something dangerous was definitely ahead. Just then, the horse turned around and let out a savage whinny as it was snapped up by a giant mouth full of sharp teeth. A juvenile giant sandworm emerged from the ground, swallowing the horse whole. Su Ping peeked out from cover, his eyes lighting up. It's a trap, as expected. The lightning rat. Beside him also bared its teeth and squeaked, filled with vigilance. Seeing the monster exposed, he didn't flinch, instead, pointing forward triumphantly. It's not 100 meters tall. This is our chance. Go, lightning rat, kill it right now. The little mouse launched itself forward. Su Ping clenched his fists, shouting instructions from behind. Bite its neck with everything you've got. The mouse opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 giant front teeth, charging the enemy with a fierce expression. But the moment the mouse slammed its head into the sandworm's hardened shell, it bounced right off, flying backward with little stars circling its head from the shock. The sandworm tilted its head in confusion, as if a giant question mark appeared over it. It didn't have a single scratch on its scales. Meanwhile, a black skull icon appeared, signaling the little mouse's tragic fate. Instantly, the cold system screen popped up. Lightning rat has died from cerebral trauma, but it has learned a new skill. Impact. Do you wish to resurrect it? Su Ping broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly tapping the virtual screen, muttering, "The lightning rat's combat power is seriously too weak. Good thing there's infinite resurrection here. No matter how much HP this monster has, we can slowly wear it down. We'll use the hit-and-run tactic to take it out." A blue light flashed, signaling a successful resurrection with infinite uses remaining. The battle continued, and he kept calling out instructions. Keep your speed up, get close, and use the size difference to dodge. Then attack, move around it, and aim for the flanks. The little mouse nimbly weaved around, dodging the sandworm's lethal lashes. Seeing an opening, Su Ping waved his hand and shouted, "Now, Lightning rat, use all your strength. Impact on the gap between its back shell and its belly. Taking the order, the lightning rat let out a resounding squeak. Its whole body glowed, transforming into an arrow piercing through the wind. It slammed into the worm's vulnerable, unarmored spot, creating a blinding flash from the sheer force of the impact. Seeing the strike land true, the corner of Su Ping's mouth curled into a confident smirk. It worked, but the joy didn't last long, as the giant sandworm suddenly opened its massive maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, and lunged forward aggressively. With one snap, it ruthlessly devoured the small lightning rat. The system interface flashed death again. The lightning rat has died due to internal organ destruction. Do you want to revive it? Su Ping gritted his teeth, slamming his fist down on the virtual revive button. Revive the lightning rat. Stand your ground. The sandworm thrashed its body frantically, tearing up the surrounding ground. Su Ping's eyes were bloodshot. He roared, his hands smashing the revive button over and over. Time and again, the poor mouse was scorched by lightning, crushed, and bitten in two. But every single time, the screen flashed bright red to the relentless shouts of its heartless owner. Revive! 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 Amidst countless brushes with death, the lightning rat was reborn once more. But this time, its entire body radiated blue lightning, surging with ultimate power. Su Ping's voice still echoed. Revive! The system board suddenly flashed good news. Due to the high concentration of lightning elements in the environment, the lightning rat has comprehended a fraction of lightning power. It can now integrate lightning into its dash, gaining the evolved skill, Lightning Dash. Su Ping clenched his fist in excitement. The skill quality upgraded? Awesome. Elemental attacks can completely pierce this worm's armor. Looking at his pet, which was growling with a blinding accumulation of electrical energy, Su Ping gave a firm command. End this fight with that skill. A stream of lightning surged into a giant, roaring thunderstorm tornado, tearing through space and landing a critical blow on the enemy. The dust settled. The sandworm was now nothing but a severed carcass collapsing on the cliff. Meanwhile, the lightning rat sat slumped, covered in scratches, panting heavily, yet radiating a prideful victory. The mission board appeared. Lightning rat has successfully eliminated the target. Combat power increased. Rank 1. Mission progress at 2%. Su Ping praised it triumphantly. Well done, lightning rat. It seemed the lightning rat could only use lightning dash once with its current stamina. Let it rest for now, then we'll find new prey. Before he could even finish, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked and shook violently, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Huh? An earthquake? Rocks and dirt shattered, erupting into the air as if gravity had vanished, triggered by a terrifying tremor rising from deep underground. Through the haze of dust, dozens of giant heads bristling with fangs emerged, blocking out the sky. A rank 10 beast, an adult sandworm. Su Ping stood frozen, his small back dwarfed by the pack of monsters. He stuttered, "Oh my god, there are so many of them." Before he could regain his senses, a massive tail lashed out ruthlessly, sending both Su Ping and the mouse flying into the air. The impact was horrific, causing him to spin through the wind, blood spewing from his mouth, his desperate screams echoing across the sky. Su Ping clutched his battered body, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted in pain. The adult worms are way stronger than the young ones. Damn it, that hit just broke 5 or 6 of my ribs. Is it really worth risking my life to keep fighting? Seeing the giant pack of worms surrounding him with absolute ferocity, he gritted his teeth, feeling helpless against such a massive gap in combat power. Glancing over, the lightning rat was also sprawled on the ground, covered in blood and injuries. The lightning rat was severely wounded, and it hadn't even had time to recover its energy from the previous fight. Surrounded by death, Su Ping let his hands drop and said bitterly, "Guess I should just give up." When the enemy overwhelms you with sheer numbers, even infinite revives can't guarantee a win. Better to choose a random revive and slip away to farm levels elsewhere. That's the wise choice. But before he could click the escape button, a pair of jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth and dripping with slime lunged straight at him, obscuring the sky. In that moment of despair, the little lightning rat suddenly struggled to its feet, blue sparks flashing again, along with a courageous cry. Squeak! Squeak! That tragic sight struck Su Ping, leaving him stunned. With hesitant eyes, he called out the pet's name. Awakened by the mouse's tenacious fighting spirit, Su Ping cast aside his cowardice. He waved his hand, ordering an attack, and at the same time, the lightning rat unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning, slapping it right in the face of the giant monster. Su Ping's eyes reflected the brilliant flash, burning with a frantic fire. It's using lightning dash again, and it's doing it entirely on its own will. The lightning rat tore up the ground and lunged forward with a piercing, intimidating shriek. A savage smile curled on Su Ping's lips. I can feel your fighting spirit now. So, what if the situation is like this? We can just treat this as a training session. He bent down, grabbing a sharp piece of the young sandworm's tail that had fallen nearby. He muttered, "If you aren't giving up." Gripping his makeshift weapon, he stood proudly behind his pet, which was surging with killing intent. He loudly declared, "Then I can't just stand there and watch. Come on, let's fight." The figures of one human and one mouse, valiant and heroic, charged straight into the giant black shadow of the monster pack, leaving behind the words, "Even if we have to die here." Both screamed at the top of their lungs, pouring our lives into one last desperate attack. At the very least, we'll die while fighting. The next second, a cold text box appeared. Random revive, selected. Su Ping and the lightning rat tumbled hard onto a barren plain filled with volcanic rock formations. Su Ping leaned his head back, panting like a dog in the summer heat, drenched in sweat. Huff, huff, that's strange. I revived with 100% health, so why do I feel so exhausted? The system board immediately popped up to lecture him. The revival function places a certain burden on the host's spirit. Because the host's mental energy is too low, repeated revivals in a short period will cause the host to feel drained. The host should increase combat power and focus on training mental energy. He laughed bitterly and nodded as if he had grasped a life lesson. So that's how it is. No matter how fancy the engine is, without gas, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Looks like I need to train this pathetic body of mine too. As he was muttering, the lightning rat suddenly froze, its fur standing on end, squeaking in panicked, continuous alarm. Sensing danger, Su Ping jumped up, taking a defensive stance amidst the jagged rocks. Is there a dangerous enemy nearby? He cautiously touched the edge of a crater-like hole in front of him, frowning in suspicion. This thing looks different from the sandworm before. He hadn't even finished his sentence when the ground shook violently. A monster burst from the earth, sending dust flying right where he stood. The system scanned it. Rank 10 monster, rock snake. Looking at the hideous pockmarked shell of the bug, Su Ping let out a smug, arrogant smirk. Pfft, is that it? Just a measly 10-meter bug? You think you're hot stuff? Suddenly, the rock beetle's jagged maw swung wide, spraying a thick, revolting glob of green acid. Su Ping panicked and scrambled for his life, jumping backward to dodge as the acid splattered onto the ground, sizzling and melting the rock into smoke. Even the lightning mouse squealed in terror, darting away. Regaining his composure, he pointed forward like a true beastmaster and shouted, "Lightning mouse, give it everything you've got. Show them how much you've grown." Time slipped by. Under the deep blue sky of the desolate plains, the corpses of countless armored monsters lay piled up like mountains. In one corner, Su Ping was back to facing life and death again, his own body torn and tattered, being chewed up by massive, gnashing jaws. Until the screen of the system flashed brilliantly with a message of salvation. "Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished." Su Ping stood there, dazed, looking like a lost soul, his clothes hanging in tatters, while the lightning mouse lay on its back, completely passed out. A mocking stat sheet appeared. Host used resurrection 69 times. Lightning mouse used resurrection 847 times. In exchange for that brutal torture, they had created a mountain of corpses and racked up 472 kills. A massive rewards board slammed right into Su Ping's face. Lightning Mouse's skills evolved. Thunder Strike and Thunder Flash. The Lightning Mouse learned a new skill. Thunder Afterimage. Reward item. Pet Analyzer. Beginner grade. Su Ping's eyes went wide, his pupils trembling in shock. Thunder Flash and Thunder Afterimage. The Lightning Mouse actually learned legendary top 10 lightning-type secret techniques. A pyramid chart appeared, explaining that pet skills are divided into 6 tiers. The higher the quality, the more powerful the skill. Among them are ancient secret techniques that have long been lost, only learnable by pets with exceptional talent. The next line of text made him feel great. The Thundercloud Sea World has an extremely pure density of lightning elements. The Lightning Mouse has gone through countless life-or-death battles and fully awakened its potential. Learning these secret techniques is no surprise. Hearing such sweet praise, Su Ping grinned cunningly. Huh, I get it now. Hurry up and send me back to the shop. Data flickered instantly. Cultivation board closing, disconnecting from the cultivation realm, temporary contract voided. While returning, Su Ping kept his eyes shut tight, peacefully savoring the soothing sensation of teleportation after days of being beaten to a pulp. The system's encyclopedia automatically updated with data on the rock beetle. Meanwhile, in the real world, on a massive virtual screen, an MC was screaming into a microphone with excitement. The time has come. The annual event of the Phoenix Mountain Academy, in the lower district of Longjiang Base City, has officially begun. The final qualifiers for the pet tournament are underway. How many students will achieve a glorious victory this year? Standing beneath the massive phoenix statue, the crowd buzzed with gossip. Who will be the first to make it into the vanguard team? Will it be Ye Hao or Jiang Shuihan? Among the crowd was a red-haired girl with a tense expression. Or Zhang Xiao? The red-haired girl, Su Yannying, a third-year student in the battle department of Phoenix Mountain Academy, let out a weary sigh. I thought the qualifiers would go smoothly. Painful memories flooded back, stabbing at her heart. The referee clearly declared Jiang Shuihan the winner. She bit her lip in frustration. But why did I have to suffer such a crushing defeat in the first 2 rounds? Yi Hao wins. Clenching her fists, she thought bitterly. Why did I have to run into the seeded championship candidates right away? I've already lost 2 matches in a row. Back in reality, the pressure weighed heavily on the young girl's shoulders. Going into this final round, I have to face Zhang Xiao. Right now, I only have the saber-toothed tiger, which just finished recovering, left to fight. Su Yunying's eyes suddenly flashed with stubborn determination. I have no choice but to go and get the lightning mouse, even if it doesn't have any combat power at all. She turned and dashed away, her hurried figure blurring past the arena. At least it's enough to satisfy the tournament rule requiring 2 pets. That's all I need, and then my saber-toothed tiger will be allowed to compete. I absolutely cannot give up now. A while later, Su Yunying stood before the shop with the sign Pixiu Pet Store. She peered inside. Is anyone here? Stepping in, she looked around in surprise at the empty, sparkling clean space. The shop is so empty. Is it closing down and moving? Thank goodness. I made it just in time. She clasped her hands and called out toward the reception area. Boss, are you there? Su Ping walked out, moving sluggishly, his face haggard with dark circles under his eyes after days of being tortured in the cultivation realm. He murmured lethargically, Hello. Su Yunying gave a friendly smile. Hello, boss. How is the lightning mouse I left in your care doing? I wanted to pick it up earlier than expected. Su Ping shot a glance at her. You're the owner of the lightning mouse? Closing his tired eyes, Su Ping let out a long, heavy sigh, though his tone was incredibly confident. It's doing great, better than ever, actually. Just make sure to pay the full fee. Hearing his money-grubbing tone, Su Yunying broke into a cold sweat. She thought to herself, why is this boss so weird? Is he worried I'm going to flake on the payment because I'm picking it up early? Throughout the process, Su Ping avoided her gaze, clearing his throat with beads of sweat. Don't worry, customer. Even though you're here earlier than scheduled, he added pragmatically, the care fees will still be charged according to the original agreement. Not a single cent less. Hearing this, Su Yunying could only force an awkward smile. Looking at Su Ping's cold, aloof attitude, the red-haired girl felt deeply confused. Did I make him angry or something? Switching scenes to the back room, on a nesting bed scattered with magical light, the lightning mouse was curled up in a deep sleep, breathing peacefully. Su Ping's gaze suddenly softened significantly. He gently picked up the little white fluff ball and whispered, Hey little one, wake up, time to go home. The lightning mouse woke up with a start, chirping and nuzzling against his finger, acting all spoiled. Its eyes were filled with lingering attachment. As he saw the pet out to the door, Su Ping's back was cast in a glaring light. He looked back and muttered a bittersweet farewell. Now that you're back with your owner, don't go forgetting about me. As soon as the customer disappeared, the system screen chimed. Payment confirmed, funds received. Shop unlocked. Currency will be converted into energy. The chaos spirit pool used for hatching has been constructed. Please nurture a pet of your own. You have 7 days. The reward is a random Beast Master skill book. If you fail, you'll be penalized with a deduction from your rating. If your score drops below the safety threshold, you will be erased. Below are some tips. You can purchase an awakening potion to become a Beast Master. Su Ping's eyes widened. Sweat poured down his face, but his extreme excitement chased away all traces of sleepiness. Me? I can actually become a Beast Master? The system store opened instantly, displaying glowing items. Awakening Potion, 100 energy. Beginner Pet Capture Ring, 100 energy. Beginner Pet Food, 10 energy. A helpful notification chimed in. That's right, host. You just need to use the Awakening Potion. Also, this store is connected to your consciousness. From now on, just think about what you want to buy. His eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold. Su Ping pointed directly at the Awakening Potion icon and shouted decisively, Buy it now. But life isn't a dream. A bright red panel popped up, slapping him right in the face. Cannot purchase. Insufficient energy. Accompanying it was a bitter note. Note: energy obtained from converting cash has a rate of 100 to 1. He stared blankly at the final line. Current energy, 1 point. Refusing to believe his eyes, Su Ping tremblingly held up his Dongming Song smartwatch to check. Sweat poured like a river. It couldn't be. The smartwatch screen clearly displayed a payment history from the girl earlier, plus 108 yuan. A single transaction total, the big number 108, slapped him in the face, equivalent to a measly 1 point of energy. The fire of rage inside Su Ping finally erupted. His body seemed to burn with intense red anger, his eyes bloodshot and ferocious. Damn it! I raised a pet to learn a top 10 legendary secret technique, and all of that is only worth 108 yuan? Back at the massive arena, the virtual host floated in midair, waving its arms and shouting passionately, driving the crowd into a frenzy. It's so dramatic, folks. Zhang Xiao's magic dragon hound used just one move to severely injure Su Yanying's sword-toothed tiger on the field. The majestic tiger from moments ago was now face down in the dirt, its body covered in tattered claw marks, creating long, deep furrows in the arena floor. The host continued rambling. No wonder he's known as Zhang Xiao, the elite destroyer. His power is simply overwhelming. Down on the field, Zhang Xiao smirked arrogantly, tilting his chin in a challenge. Do you still want to continue? As a third-year student in the Beastmaster department, the scene on the arena made the massive gap between the two sides painfully clear. The audience began to whisper and gossip. This match was already decided. There was nothing left to be excited about. In the VIP seats, a judge stroked his beard, analyzing with scholarly flair. Su Yanying faced seeded contestants in both of her first 2 rounds. This girl's luck is terrible, and now she has to fight 2 of our academy's trump cards. Her pet is too badly injured. There's no chance of winning anymore. Nearby, a red-headed female rival rested her chin on her hand, delivering a cold critique. She's still too naive. If she knows she's going to lose, she should protect her remaining strength, instead of being stubborn and fighting head-on, leaving herself no way out. How foolish. A muscular guy holding a bunch of grapes flicked his lips and retorted to the person next to him. You say that because you aren't in her shoes. The result of this match is crucial. It determines whether or not she makes it into the vanguard team. Even if she has no chance of winning, she obviously has to give it her all. Now, let's see how Su Yanying handles this. At the center of attention, Su Yanying's small back stood hidden behind the battered body of the sword-toothed tiger. A flaming message appeared like a life-or-death question. Accept defeat, or fight to the end? Su Yanying's face was pale, sweat pouring down in despair. Why did I lose so quickly? After that crushing defeat, the sword-toothed tiger was ripped to shreds. Although it had been treated, it hadn't fully recovered. The memory of that useless lightning rat from the pet store flashed through her mind. She lowered her head and muttered in despair. With these fatal injuries, the match is hopeless. Was her third-year academy career really going to end so miserably? Standing on the other side of the battlefield, Zhang Xiao brushed his hair and sneered with contempt. So this is all your power amounts to? He coldly raised his hand to give the order. Magic Dragon Hound, end this joke. The Magic Dragon Hound opened its massive maw, filled with jagged fangs, condensing a brilliant, blinding fireball. Fire Dragon Blast, the host shouted shrilly. Zhang Xiao is attacking. He intends to finish the fight before the sword-toothed tiger can regain its mobility. Seeing the fireball of death roaring toward her, Su Yanying's pupils constricted in extreme fear. She couldn't just stand by and watch her pet get incinerated. Desperate, she threw her arms out, rushing to shield the tiger, and screamed at the top of her lungs, "I surrender." A blinding explosion shook the entire arena. The fierce fire, slamming into a giant hexagonal energy shield that had just materialized, blocking all the devastating damage. In the stands, the students jumped, clutching their chests in terror. Scared the life out of me. I thought that attack was going to explode and hit us. The guy sitting next to him chuckled, reassuring him. Haha, don't worry. The senior judge is personally controlling the spirit shield protecting the arena. He added with a proud look. There aren't many students in this school with the level of skill to break through that defensive wall. Down on the field, Su Yanying slowly opened her eyes, letting out a sigh of relief when she realized she was still safe. The majestic judge stepped forward to retract the spirit shield. The virtual host immediately seized the opportunity to announce, "The judge has intervened. Contestant Su Yanying has surrendered. Let us congratulate Zhang Xiao on winning the first round." Zhang Xiao clicked his tongue in annoyance at missing the kill, flicking his chin playfully. That was close. You're lucky. Let's start the next round quickly. Su Yanying's heart tightened as she anxiously glanced at the little creature sitting at her feet, nibbling on melon seeds. What should I do? I only have the lightning rat left, but ever since I came back from that pet store, it's only been eating snacks. Did that shop ruin it? What's its condition right now? Can I really let it fight? Her eyes dropped in sorrow. No, even the sword-toothed tiger wasn't a match. How can I let you get hurt for nothing? The host's voice rang out again. According to the competition rules, Su Lingyue only has the lightning rat left to fight for her. The audience looked down at the field with disappointed expressions. Analyzing. Does she really want to let that thing fight? Even if it has a third-rate Beastmaster secret technique, at best, it would only help a first-rate lightning rat climb to the second rank. It was an obvious fact. The third-rank demonic dragon hound against the first-rank lightning rat. This is going to be a total blowout. The male students in the stands started jeering and laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Su Lingyue, don't be a coward, just throw that rat out there. Ha ha ha. Another guy mocked even more viciously. Just surrender and get lost. Ha ha ha. Watch out. Zhang Xiao's dog might just swallow that rat whole. The chants of get lost, echoed endlessly. Under that suffocating pressure, the lightning rat suddenly fluffed up its fur, bared its front teeth, and hissed furiously at the crowd. Su Lingyue's face was swallowed by the shadows of helplessness. She gave up all hope. The gap in power was just too huge. She couldn't let her lightning rat die in vain. It looked like it was all over. She raised her hand with great difficulty, voice choked with emotion, ready to announce, I surrender. But before the words could leave her lips, a bolt of azure lightning suddenly tore through the wind, whistling past her face with a piercing roar. The tiny lightning rat stood tall, blocking the path of the giant demonic dragon hound. The virtual MC yelled excitedly, Oh! The lightning rat has decided to fight! It looks like Su Lingyue is ready to go through with this pointless battle. Let the countdown begin. Su Lingyue stood there as if frozen, staring blankly at her pet's back. You went out? On your own? The clear countdown echoed. Zhang Xiao smirked wickedly, a cruel glint in his eyes. Lucky for me, this little thing decided to show up, or this match would have been boring. The system continued. 2, 1, start. As soon as the word was spoken, Zhang Xiao immediately roared, Burn that piece of trash to ashes. Instantly, the demonic dragon hound opened its maw, spewing a series of fiery, swirling fireballs, heading straight for the lightning rat, intending to incinerate it. The lightning rat darted away, its entire body crackling with blinding blue electricity, tearing up the ground beneath it. Su Lingyue's eyes widened in shock, sweat trickling down as she muttered, Wait, that stance? Could it be? It's not missing a chance? She clenched her fists and shouted urgently, Lightning rat, use lightning flash to dodge the attack. Hearing that, a confused question mark appeared over the lightning rat's head as it cried out, Chit! The massive fireballs rained down like meteors, exploding in clouds of smoke. The lightning rat panicked, squeaking chit, chit, and ran for its life. One giant fireball was right on its heels. The lightning rat shrieked in terror. At the same time, Su Lingyue desperately kept calling out for it. Seeing that, her eyes dimmed with heartache, and she sighed, self-mocking, I guess I was just overthinking it. The MC commented enthusiastically. The lightning rat is being bullied by the demonic dragon hound. It's definitely going to lose. But there's a saying, running away is shameful, but it works. Just don't run too slowly. Zhang Xiao smirked cruelly and pointed. Demonic dragon hound. Take your time torturing it. Bite it to pieces. The MC screamed. The demonic dragon hound is planning to engage in melee combat. The MC continued his analysis. It seems Zhang Xiao doesn't want this match to end too quickly. He wants to torment this little mouse and teach it a lesson it'll never forget. Seeing the critical situation, Su Lingyue gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it. She crossed her hands, channeling her Beast Tamer skills to boost its power to the third rank. She screamed until her voice was hoarse. Lightning flash. Dodge it. The demonic dragon hound lunged into the air, missing completely, and hung there, confused, with a giant question mark appearing over it. In the VIP box, Vice Principal Dong raised his eyebrows in shock. Huh? How is that lightning rat so fast? Heh, this is getting interesting. The MC stammered, unable to believe his eyes. The lightning rat! It dodged it. Seeing the opening, Su Lingyue punched the air and yelled, Now, attack! With a crash that shattered the tiles, the lightning rat hissed with a deafening chit, and blue lightning energy exploded, swirling around its body. Su Lingyue's eyes went wide with terror, sweat pouring down. Am I dreaming? That move, the MC screamed at the top of his lungs, is a 7th rank lightning skill that's been fully charged. Lightning flash. A giant blade of lightning tore through space, carrying destructive power as it surged forward. It slammed into the protective wall with a blinding flash, shaking the entire arena. The audience shielded their eyes in shock, gasping, "What the hell was that?" The MC screamed, "A first-rank lightning rat just used a 7th-rank lightning flash skill." The muscular judge turned and laughed heartily. "Kids these days are truly talented, aren't they, Vice Principal Dong?" As the dust settled, the once arrogant demonic dragon hound was now lying flat on the ground, its body smoking and twitching uncontrollably. Zhang Xiao's arrogant face turned pale in an instant. He stumbled back, trembling, sweat pouring off him like rain. How? This is impossible. Overwhelming shock took hold, and the massive arena fell into dead silence. The audience stared wide-eyed at the floor. Dongming Song swallowed hard, sweat beads the size of beans rolling down his face. The virtual MC broke the silence with a fiery shout. It was Lightning Flash. Su Yanying's Lightning Rat has mastered a 7th-rank skill. This is absolutely unbelievable. Let's congratulate the winner of this match. The bright stage lights shone directly on the girl sitting on the ground with a look of utter confusion. Su Yanying. The whole arena erupted like a hornet's nest. Wait, wasn't that Lightning Rat only 1st rank? How on earth did it learn such a high-level skill? There was an uproar of shouts. My God, I can't believe it. Others were jealous, tearing at their hair. What kind of garbage luck is this? That's a 7th-rank skill. That's not something you can just buy at the market. One guy cursed bitterly. Damn it. Such a badass skill wasted on a piece of trash rat. What a waste. Sitting dazed on the ground, Su Yanying stared blankly at the snow-white puffball wagging its tail at her feet, murmuring unconsciously. What? What the hell is happening? Lightning flash? How did my lightning rat suddenly become this overpowered? Just a few days ago, it was still. A flash of realization crossed her mind. Dongming Song's eyes widened, his heart pounding. Wait a minute. Could it be? He looked closely at the mouse, which was tilting its head in confusion. Is it because of that pet shop? The image of the shop owner with dark, weary circles under his eyes appeared in her mind, and she swallowed in shock. Could that shop owner be a hidden master, even though he doesn't look like a master at all? At the same time, in the shabby shop, Su Ping let out a huge sneeze. Achoo! He was busy scooping up poop while pointing his finger right at the black dog, scolding, "You stupid dog. Stop pooping everywhere." He wiped his nose, looking at the steaming pile of waste with a grimace. Su Ping frowned and muttered unluckily, "That's strange. Is someone talking trash about me? Or are they missing me?" Back at the arena, the MC was still burning with passion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a match that will surely be written in the Academy's Hall of Fame. And all of you sitting here are living witnesses. Witnesses to history. A low-tier rank 1 beast actually mastered a rank 7 skill at the Phoenix Mountain Academy. Not just in this entire Longjiang Base city. This is something that has never happened before. On the edge of the ring, Zhang Xiao clutched his face, seething with anger, his eyes bloodshot with bitter resentment. Damn it, I should have guessed sooner. In a life-or-death deciding match like this, how could she send out a piece of trash pet just to get itself killed? The MC loudly announced the final round. The current score is 1-1, and both sides are entering the final showdown. What card will Zhang Xiao use to defeat the Lightning Rat? Will Su Yanying and her beast pull off a historic comeback and win 2 matches in a row? In the middle of the arena, Zhang Xiao waved his hand, tearing through space as a glowing summoning vortex appeared. He growled coldly, "Su Yanying, you're pretty strong, but wake up. This is as far as you go." He roared in fury, and as it appeared, the ground shook with every step. The Earth Origin Rhino, a giant monster covered in sharp rocks and glowing crystals, stepped out majestically. Zhang Xiao's face was shrouded in an evil shadow, a murderous smirk curling his lips. That lightning flash move is useless now. Seeing this, cold sweat drenched Su Yanying's forehead. She stepped back, biting her lip in desperation. Damn it, it's an Earth-type beast, and I've never seen him use it before. This is definitely his hidden trump card. The MC panicked. Oh my God, that's a rank 4 Earth Origin Rhino. That's a 3-rank gap in combat power, and it has an attribute that completely counters the lightning type. This fight, the Lightning Rat is at a huge disadvantage, but it didn't flinch. It growled in defiance, its 4 paws gripping the ground, its whole body crackling with aggressive blue electricity. The MC gasped in disbelief. My God, the Lightning Rat has chosen to fight. It's not scared of an opponent that outclasses it in every way. The match continues. In the stands, a red-haired girl crossed her arms and remarked, "Looks like Zhang Xiao has played his trump card." The muscular guy next to her smirked confidently. Even though that little rat doesn't look scared at all, this match is pretty much over. Zhang Xiao is definitely going to win. The red-haired girl squinted coldly, analyzing seriously. Don't assume he's won just because of the attribute advantage. If it really only had rank 1 power, it wouldn't have been able to stand its ground after using that rank 7 skill earlier. Look at that fighting spirit. I don't think it's used its full power yet. On the field, the hexagonal energy barrier lit up again, covering the ring. The MC waved his hands, shouting to break the tension. Let the match begin. Zhang Xiao sneered, his eyes flashing with evil blue light. He frantically gestured, casting his spells. Rank 2 Power Blessing. Rank 2 Wind Blessing. A green light enveloped the monster's rocky armor as he cast Rank 3 Fossilization. The MC shouted in shock. It's a skill from the Beastmaster. Zhang Xiao has stacked countless buffs onto the Earth Origin Rhino. Its combat power must be at least at the rank 5 standard now. The invisible pressure radiating from the beast was so strong it created a gale that pinned Su Lingyue down. She gritted her teeth, drenched in sweat. The pressure is terrifying. I have to buff the lightning rat, fast. But before she could finish casting, the lightning rat let out a piercing screech and turned into a streak of lightning, shooting forward. Su Lingyue reached out in a panic, choking up. Damn it, the distance is too far. I can't reach it with my buff skills. The Earth Origin Rhino raised its giant claws, roaring to intimidate the tiny mouse charging at it. The MC grabbed his head in shock. Oh, did Su Lingyue make a mistake? The lightning rat just charged straight at the Earth Origin Rhino without any buffs. Zhang Xiao's face twisted into a crazed grin in the blinding light, and he bellowed, "You stupid rat. Get crushed into dust by my Earth Origin Rhino." Instantly, a massive stone foot with the force of 1,000 pounds slammed down, aiming straight for the lightning rat's tiny shadow. A streak of blue lightning instantly slid through the wind. The MC's eyes popped out, and he screamed, losing all composure. Oh my god! The lightning rat suddenly split into two and leaped out. In the VIP stands, the 3 judges, including Dongming Song, all stood up in shock. The muscular guy broke into a cold sweat. Lightning afterimage. The old dean stroked his beard, stuttering. Impossible. The red-haired girl added in horror. It really is the lightning afterimage. The MC shouted until his throat was raw. Oh lord. Another rank 7 skill. Getting over the shock, the red-haired girl suddenly burst into a thrilled laugh, her eyes shining with a hunger for talent. Ha ha ha. How interesting. Our team is definitely recruiting Su Lingyue. On the field, the cunning lightning rat completely ignored the slow monster. The MC reported closely. The lightning rat isn't fighting the Earth Origin Rhino head-on. It's changing direction, heading straight. For Zhang Xiao. Is it deciding to take out the Beastmaster to win? At that exact moment, the lightning rat heard its owner, Su Ping's pragmatic teachings echoing in its head. When attacking, you have to be tactical. Don't be afraid to fight dirty. Observe who is the weakest and prioritize taking them out first to drain their forces. Back in reality, the little mouse gnashed its teeth and lunged with killing intent. Zhang Xiao was so scared his face went pale, his hands fumbling to defend himself. Don't come over here. Rank 3 Spirit Shield. A layer of energy shielding immediately surrounded him. But it was too late. The lightning rat pivoted in midair, concentrating all the fury of its lightning into a lethal strike. Lightning flash. A blinding blue streak of lightning struck down, piercing and shattering the arrogant Beastmaster's spirit shield. Amidst the blinding explosion, the MC screamed. The lightning rat used both the afterimage and lightning flash. At the same time, contestant Zhang Xiao's spirit shield seems to have been crushed instantly. Will Zhang Xiao survive that devastating attack? The dust slowly cleared, revealing a deep, cracked crater on the arena floor. Smoke rising mixed with countless pitch-black feathers drifting down. In midair, the judge's giant wind god bird had already swooped in, using its talons to grab the unconscious body of Zhang Xiao. The MC sighed in relief. The judge's wind god bird has intervened. Contestant Zhang Xiao seems to have been completely knocked out after that hit. The mysterious hooded judge spoke in a cold voice to announce the result. In the 3rd round, Zhang Xiao loses. The MC waved his hands, losing all restraint. Su Lingyue has won the final match. Let's have a round of applause for Su Lingyue. The entire stadium erupted, with students chanting wildly, Rat Queen Su Lingyue, Trial Master Su Lingyue. Standing in the center of the arena, Su Lingyue still stood there blankly, clutching her flushed cheeks, her mind reeling in a state of stunned happiness. Am I dreaming? Not only the lightning flash, but it even learned the lightning afterimage? Her eyes suddenly sharpened as her logic began to piece things together. It definitely had something to do with that pet shop. The expert at that shop is truly profound, no doubt about it. But on the surface, he looks so utterly disheveled and ordinary. Who would have guessed he's actually a hidden master? The scene shifts to the quiet night, with the bright moon casting its light over a dilapidated, towering apartment complex, sitting silently in the bustling city. Inside a cramped room, the hidden master Su Ping is sprawled out on his bed, arm over his forehead, sighing heavily in misery. I have to make over 10,000 yuan in just 3 days? Good grief. How can I even feed myself relying on those scraps from pet sitting? He recalled the flashing system board from earlier that morning, which had explained everything in detail. Currently, the shop only offered 3 services: care, rental, and selling food. System detected that the host has not purchased a care slot. The 2 slots currently in use are free, junk-tier gifts from the system. Consequently, the care fee is 10 yuan per hour. He asked back, exasperated. What about the rental and food sales services? The system coldly delivered another fatal blow. Pet rental service is evaluated based on the pet's level, combat power, and quality. The host currently has no pets of their own, so calculations cannot be made. As for selling food, the host must personally collect it, and the sale price depends on the quality. Su Ping's face twisted in agony as he muttered, "The first way will take a lifetime to make any real money, and I don't even have the credentials to participate in the second way. So, is the third option my only way out?" Su Ping's expression suddenly turned abnormally serious, his eyes flashing with the cunning of a cornered man who has just found a lifeline. Can pet food be found in cultivation grounds? Or is it only available in death-defying places, like the Thundercloud Sea, where you have to scavenge for items? The system's board coldly appeared, shattering his hopes. All cultivation grounds contain food. The Thundercloud Sea is just one of many high-level cultivation grounds. Note: the higher the level of the cultivation ground, the more valuable the food collected. After reading that, the corners of Su Ping's mouth twitched, his face turning as dark as a pot bottom. He clutched his chest, spat blood, and wailed bitterly, "Damn it, the first 3 days I spent in the cultivation ground, I was just busy playing around with that mouse. I wasted 3 whole days just picking up trash. Instead of collecting high-level food, oh my heart, it hurts so much, man." Collapsing back onto the bed, Su Ping's eyes shone with the intense determination of someone desperate for cash. "This won't do. In the next 3 days, I absolutely must become a beastmaster." Jumping up in front of the shop's rolling door, he declared loudly, "System, open the list of cultivation grounds." Brilliant blue energy panels displaying information about the cultivation grounds soared into the air, forming an endless staircase of light before Su Ping. The list was categorized from peak level 1000 energy points, high level 100 energy points, mid-level 10 energy points, all the way down to beginner level 1 energy point. Looking at his empty wallet with only a single energy point, Su Ping muttered dejectedly, "That's brutal. I can only go to a beginner-level cultivation ground. If I just picked a few more blades of grass last time, I wouldn't be in this miserable state." Immediately, the system displayed a snarky message. "As a qualified host, you should proactively search for everything related to your spirit beasts." Su Ping was speechless. At the same time, the glowing system board had successfully matched a suitable cultivation ground for the host. "Do you wish to enter?" Shaking off his fatigue, Su Ping puffed out his chest, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, as a surge of teleportation energy swirled violently around him. "A qualified host? Huh. Fine then. I can't miss any opportunity to make my spirit beasts stronger." He stepped into the space-tearing scene that transported him to a new horizon. The sound of wind rustled through the grass. The system notified him that the host had connected to the outer space meteorite region, 1002. Before him was a beautiful planet with radiant rings in the sky, and ancient dinosaurs slowly walking through the marsh. A deep blue space cube appeared in front of him, along with a notification that he had received a beginner space storage cube containing 3 temporary grass and flower identification techniques that could be summoned at any time with a thought. The fatal reminder popped up again. Exploration time is limited to 1 day, and there are 30 free revives. Good luck. Su Ping touched the spinning cube, thinking quickly. I just need to use my thoughts? Then let's get that identification technique out. The magic scroll shattered in his palm, turning into countless glowing firefly-like spots that dissolved into the void. Use. Instantly, the pupil of Su Ping's left eye flared with a brilliant blue light. Energy currents rushed through his mind at breakneck speed. Looking at the meadow, his vision immediately displayed detailed specs for every type of plant. Stoneflower, common rarity. Function, mild healing for earth-type spirit beasts. Bubblegrass, common rarity, function, bedding. Phoenix tail plant, common rarity, function, energy restoration. Su Ping rubbed his hair in frustration, sighing with obvious disappointment. Everything in safe areas is just cheap healing grass that's easy to pick. I feel like I just wasted my identification technique. While he was muttering, he suddenly froze, his pupils constricting, and he hurriedly hid behind a bush. In front of him was a giant beast, its entire body covered in rock slabs. A red notification box appeared. Rock snake, attribute, earth, level, 8th rank, early stage, combat power, 8.1, aptitude, poor, skills, constriction, devour, explosive tackle, stone quarry, earth guardian. Su Ping broke into a cold sweat in terror. What the hell is that? His gaze accidentally drifted right next to the giant, huffing snout of the stone snake. The data scan reported back. Glowing red berry cluster, cinnabar stone fruit, rarity, rare, function. Long-term consumption can increase fire-type damage. Favorite food for fire-type pets. His eyes immediately lit up with greed. Casting aside all fear, Su Ping gritted his teeth and lunged forward like a madman, desperately charging straight at the 8th rank monster. Sure enough, expensive pet food always grows in death-defying places, and my storage space is limited, so I'm only picking the expensive stuff. He lunged forward, grabbed the cluster, and yanked it out by the root. At the same time, the old stone beast woke up, opening its giant, crimson, fang-filled maw to snap down at the head of the reckless thief. Fresh blood splattered, tearing through space. Su Ping's body was crushed to pieces, but his hand still managed to toss the prize into the space cube. The cold system deducted a life, remaining revives. 29. The scene cut sharply to a river. Su Ping had just picked. A flower bud was snapped in two by the massive jaws of a crocodile, its blood staining the foam of the water red. Shredded to pieces, he let out a wild primal roar. No matter how many respawns it took, he told himself, it was all worth it. The scene shifted to a volcanic crater bubbling with molten lava. In another instance, he reached out to snatch a clump of rare medicinal roots, only to be impaled by the massive, four-eyed beak of a predatory bird, or forced to dive deep into the freezing, pitch-black ocean. The final, chilling notification rang out. All respawn chances had been exhausted, and now, it was time to leave the cultivation plane. Back in the shop, Su Ping collapsed onto the tile floor, clothes disheveled and drenched in sweat. He panted heavily. Huff. Huff. 30 respawns in one day. That really drains every bit of energy you've got. But then, lifting his dirt-streaked face, the corners of his mouth curled into a cunning, deeply satisfied grin. But there's no need to worry anymore, because I finally got them. The spatial cube opened, shimmering with mystical light, revealing dozens of rare herbs and fruits packed inside, all glowing with a soft, ethereal aura. A reflection of immense wealth danced in Su Ping's eyes. He smirked, thinking it was finally time to put this premium loot on the shelves. At the same time, in a luxurious, grand apartment complex, a giant bird beast with gray-red feathers lay slumped on the floor, looking utterly listless and depressed. An elderly man with hair as white as snow knelt beside it, his face etched with deep sorrow. My poor pet. It's been a whole week since you last touched a thing. What am I supposed to do? The muscular Fan Wujing, a member of the Black Wolf warrior team, confidently swung open a dazzling suitcase, revealing neat rows of crystal jars filled with vibrant, colorful pet food. Smugly, he said, "Grandpa, this is the most expensive bird feed in the entire city. Let it have a taste. I promise its appetite will be back in no time." The rich, potent aroma of the high-end feed wafted through the air. The giant bird, previously lifeless, suddenly caught the scent. Its eyes snapped wide open. But then, the bird suddenly lashed out, letting out a piercing, screeching cry, and flapped its wings wildly, sending the expensive feed flying across the floor. His sister hurried over, gently holding out a dried centipede to the bird, trying to coax it. "Is it really that bad? Here, quick, let it taste this first. Come on, little fire. Open up." Grandpa stood nearby, smiling hopefully. But contrary to their expectations, Little Fire suddenly retracted its neck, squeezed its eyes shut, and began to retch violently, vomiting all over the floor. "Cough! Cough!" Fan Wujing's eyes bulged in horror, cold sweat pouring down his face as he stared at the slimy mess on the ground. It was black blood. In the center of the puddle lay a blackened centipede emitting a faint, purple smoke. The sister turned pale, shouting in a panic, "Big brother! Little Fire won't even eat a rare hell centipede." Little Fire must be suffering from a heart-devouring parasite. You need to contact the high-end pet hospital in the upper district right now. We can't wait any longer. If we're late, its heart will be eaten away, and it'll die. Grandpa hugged the gasping bird tightly, his aged face wrinkled with overwhelming terror as he stuttered, Right, right. Quickly, call a doctor. Just as the family was in a total frenzy, the door swung open. Grandma stepped in, beaming, holding a glass jar as she shouted, Old Fang, our Little Fire can be saved. The granddaughter frowned in confusion, looking at the bright red berry on the grandma's hand. Grandma, Little Fire is seriously ill. Shouldn't we be rushing it to the upper district? What's going on? It's so sick. Before she could finish, Little Fire, which had just been gasping for air, suddenly snapped to life, lunging forward to snatch the red berry from Grandma's hand, chirping with desperate hunger. Swallowing the berry whole, Little Fire tilted its head to the sky, its feathers glowing with a brilliant golden luster, and let out a joyful, melodic cry. Grandpa's eyes went wide, watching the miracle unfold. What is Little Fire eating? It's exactly as that shop owner said. At the same time, analysis lines about the vermilion fruit flashed through his mind. The vermilion bird's attributes are extremely pure and rigid. If it eats messy food, it'll lose its appetite at best, or experience blood reflux at worst. Memories of the mysterious shop owner flooded back. If the vermilion bird eats the vermilion fruit for a while, its condition will improve. If there are still issues, come find me. Seeing this, Fan Wujing clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, Sister, don't tell me we've been feeding it the wrong thing all this time. Don't listen to that store owner's nonsense. Pet food is supposed to be based on the beast's attributes. He had never heard of such ridiculous things before. Still seething, he turned to Grandma and asked, Grandma, how much did you pay for this junk? Grandma calmly grabbed a scoop of feed to give to Little Fire, who was happily pecking away. 130 credits per seed. Fan Wujing's jaw dropped, his eyes bulging as he screamed in shock. 130 credits a seed? There are 12 seeds here. That's 1,500 credits. This isn't even the upper district. How could feed be this expensive? This is definitely a scam shop, right? His sister's mind began to conjure up horrifying images of toxic chemical mixtures, her face darkening with fear. I've heard that some scam shops mix special chemicals into pet food. They make the food taste incredibly good, making the pets addicted to it. Once they stop getting it, they'll go berserk and lose their minds. Her dark train of thought ended with a devastating conclusion. After a while, if they don't get that feed, the pet beast will die. Hearing that terrifying theory, Grandpa jumped, exclaiming in horror, What? Meanwhile, Little Fire was still happily swallowing the food. Burning with rage, Fan Wujing rolled up his sleeves, his face twisting with murderous intent. Grandma, where is that shop? What's it called? I'm going to go settle the score with him. Grandma, looking pale and trembling, replied, I think it's called the Little Apple Pet Shop. Very quickly, the whole group stormed up to the storefront. Fan Wujing pointed directly into the shop, shouting with an aggressive air, Hey, you scamming merchant. He barged inside, slammed his hand down on Su Ping's counter, and snarled, What kind of devilish additives did you put into that pet food, huh? Contrary to his aggression, Su Ping just glanced at the group calmly and replied indifferently, Pet food? The only thing I sell is this. So, I assume you are talking about the vermilion fruit? Is there a problem with food grown in cultivation plains? Welcome to our shop, where the food is harvested directly from the source without any additives. Has your vermilion bird's condition improved after eating our fruit? Fan Wujing gritted his teeth, his neck veins popping as he argued, still trying to lie? How can a pet that had completely lost its appetite? How can you be so addicted to consuming something like that? You'd better come clean about your shady business practices. The curious crowd began whispering, pointing fingers, and egging each other on. A whisperer chimed in, I told you this shop was trouble. It used to be full of animal droppings. And now it's trying to sell food at these extortionate prices? Another added, I've never even heard of the food he's selling. What a fraud. At the very least, he should consider the health of our beast pets instead of using these dirty tricks to sell fake goods. Standing before the sea of insults and false accusations, Su Ping's eyes sank into shadow, his murderous, bone-chilling glare sharp enough to draw blood. Fan Wujing turned to his sister. Little sister, don't waste your breath trying to reason with this merchant. Just call your friends at the Pet Food Quality Association and have them investigate this illegal shop. The crowd roared in agreement. We're with you, Dongming Song. Suddenly, a suffocating, lethal darkness washed over Su Ping's face. He spat out every word, cold as a tomb. You're calling my business illegal? The air turned stifling and terrifyingly heavy. Su Ping stepped out from behind the counter, his eyes glowing with a menacing, eerie blue light. What an unfounded accusation. Do you have any proof for that? The sudden pressure overwhelmed the girl. She shrieked and fell flat on her rear. Why did the atmosphere just change so drastically? It's terrifying. Seeing his sister frightened, Fan Wujing charged forward like a madman, swinging a punch that whistled through the air. You dare lay a finger on my sister? Fan Wujing's sinewy hand clamped around Su Ping's throat, his voice a furious hiss. You want to die? Suddenly, blinding blue electrical energy surged around Su Ping's body. Su Ping reached out, grabbing his attacker's wrist with a crushing grip, the bones snapping instantly. Agonizing, bone-deep pain sent Fan Wujing flying backward. He clutched his arm, wailing in misery. Ah, how is he this strong? Right then, the system panel flashed. A sudden mission triggered due to the shop being under fire. The host is required to prove the shop's credibility. Ensure that the pet food is truly safe for consumption. Protect the shop's reputation at all costs. The mission details appeared. Reward for completion is 1 free entry ticket to any cultivation dimension, with countless opportunities for revival. Exploration time is 5 days. Penalty for failure: 10 points deducted from the host's score. Finishing the read, Su Ping rubbed his chin in thought. The crowd, seeing the violence, shrunk back in fear, looking for a way to escape. He used force, because my words weren't getting through. Let's go. We're never coming back to this shop again, Su Ping thought. If I don't clear this up, I'll lose points, and no customer will ever step foot in here again. Closing his eyes, Su Ping took a deep breath, letting out a long sigh to suppress his rising fury. Opening his eyes, he raised his hands, signaling for calm, returning to his usual composed demeanor. All right, please, just listen to me. I can guarantee that there is absolutely nothing wrong with our pet food. Since it seems everyone has plenty of questions, I'll take you all on a tour to see my products. But the aggressive crowd immediately cut him off with a wave of their hands. A tour? We've seen more than enough. Just shut this place down. That's right. Pack up and get out of here, you illegal merchant. His limit reached. A terrifying blast of spirit energy exploded around Su Ping. He glared and roared, shaking the entire room into silence. The crowd fell instantly silent, stunned and breaking into a cold sweat. Su Ping calmly reached out and took a glowing blue orb from the shelf. With a smirk, he asked, "Is anyone here carrying a low-level water-type pet?" Next to his hand was a tag labeled A8700. The girl jumped, stammering and backing away, but she answered obediently, I do." Su Ping's voice rang out, clear and firm, leaving no room for refusal. "Bring it out." The girl hastily activated her summoning space. Okay. A radiant blue whirlpool appeared. A chubby pet, looking like a cross between a seal and a puppy, hopped out playfully. It tilted its head, letting out a confused cry. The status board popped up. Jet Seal, Water Type, Rank 1, Combat Level 1. Very low potential. Skill: Water Gun, Bubble Bomb. Fan Wujing saw Su Ping walking straight toward them with the glowing orb in hand and panicked, reaching out to stop him. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" But Su Ping ignored him, calmly walking past as if no one were there. Su Ping knelt down to eye level with the little beast, smiled softly, and held out the deep blue orb. This is an A orb. As you can see, this is absolutely not your average pet food. The chubby seal's eyes went round, drooling with hunger. Without a second's hesitation, the seal opened its tiny mouth and hungrily inhaled the energy-packed orb from the young owner's hand. The crowd behind started to stir, whispering sarcastically, "A orb? This is the first time I've ever heard that name." Another squinted and scoffed. "It looks exactly like those green-skinned fruits they sell at the lower-tier shops. But people only use those to treat constipation in pets. Ha, ha, ha." The laughter suddenly died out as a brilliant, vibrant blue energy erupted, forming swirling waves that tightly wrapped around the seal's chubby body. A blinding light shone violently, a pillar of energy surging upward, casting the shadow of a massive, majestic water-type beast over the small creature. The light exploded like a flashbang, scorching their retinas and forcing everyone nearby to squeeze their eyes shut, raising their hands to shield their faces while wailing in pain. Ah! In the blinding light, the girl clutched her brother's arm, her face dazed and filled with hope. "Is my jet seal okay with this bright light? Could this be an evolutionary breakthrough?" The light softened, and shimmering energy particles fell like a meteor shower. The seal appeared with a sleeker, sharper, and much more agile form, chirping happily. The status board changed dramatically. Rank 2, Combat Level 1, Swarm Type. Crossing his arms to watch the result, Su Ping analyzed it in his mind, his expression tinged with a hint of subtle regret. A single A orb can promote a low-level water pet, so the food harvested from the cultivation space works exactly as advertised. However, it only boosted this seal by 1 rank and half a combat level, and its garbage potential didn't change at all. Illustrations of pet structures flashed through his mind. When a pet's rank increases, its combat power rises too, but the level of growth still depends on its base potential. A pet's bloodline plays the deciding role. For example, a jet seal with a rank 3 bloodline, even without any training, will automatically reach rank 3 combat power as it grows. Of course, with enough training, it could still break past that limit. The crowd that was just mocking him moments ago now stood with their jaws on the floor, pointing and stammering. It actually just ranked up? Since when did ranking up become as easy as eating candy? The jet seal kept waving its tail, completely oblivious. Fan Wujing was breaking into a cold sweat, his pupils trembling in pure shock. The jet seal had truly leveled up, and its appearance had even changed. But I heard that this legendary elixir could only be found in the Federation's Vanguard stores. If that's true, this shopkeeper is definitely a real-deal heavy hitter. The sister hugged her newly upgraded pet tightly, petting it lovingly before looking up at Su Ping with eyes full of worship. Is this really a breakthrough evolution? Or is it just one of your magic tricks? Su Ping stood there, his face as cold as stone. Suddenly, Fan Wujing shoved his sister's head down, bowing 90 degrees himself. Sweating profusely, he shouted, "Big brother, we sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding, respectable shopkeeper." The sister, still being held down, looked bewildered. "What the hell are you doing?" Su Ping's eyes darkened, an intimidating and oppressive aura radiating from him. Fan Wujing continued to tremble. "It was all our fault. Please forgive our ignorance." Just when everyone expected this master to offer some profound wisdom, Su Ping suddenly slammed the table, destroying the cool atmosphere entirely, and shouted practically, "Since you know you were wrong, hurry up and cough up 8,700 yuan. I'm a businessman, not a charity running an orphanage for free food." Fan Wujing forced a smile, pushing his sister forward to take the hit. "That's right. Ahem, my sister will pay right away." The girl looked at her wallet, on the verge of tears. The money was a large sum, but when she thought about it, using it to rank up her pet was an absolute bargain. While pocketing the cash, Su Ping's face looked as sour as if he'd bitten into a lemon. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I died and came back to life 30 times just to harvest this pile of food. Selling it at this price is basically selling my own blood. Hey system, are you sure I can't raise the prices? This is way too cheap." The system coldly splashed cold water on his enthusiasm. Standard pricing cannot be altered. Warning, host has cursed once. Su Ping was speechless. Shoving his internal pain aside, he turned back to consult them with a professional demeanor. "Your jet seal has very low potential, but you can improve it with the rainbow heart leaf. As for that red sparrow, like I said, it needs to eat long rock fruit long-term to recover completely. While you wait, you can buy more fruit from my shop." Fan Wujing hurriedly patted his sister's head to appease her, beaming with joy. "Got it. Did you pay yet? Food that's this effective we really gotta steal. Just like a super clearance sale, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd behind them seemed to wake up from a trance. Everyone's eyes turned bloodshot with greed. A man pushed his way to the front and shouted, "Should we buy some to test it ourselves? The price is really reasonable. Ranking up directly, this is a game-changing miracle. Shopkeeper, please sell me a bottle." Another guy shoved him aside. "Hey, I was here first." In the blink of an eye, dozens of desperate hands reached out to scramble for the bottle of green fruit in Su Ping's hands. Su Ping grinned from ear to ear, standing amidst the chaos and advising, "Calm down everyone. Please line up slowly." The crowd roared, "Shopkeeper, sell to me. I want to buy too." Amidst the shopping frenzy, system notifications popped up like fireworks. Total revenue, 31,560 yuan, equivalent to 315 energy points. Mission accomplished. Reward. A 5-day entry pass to any breeding ground has been added to your inventory. Once the crowd left, Su Ping pumped his fist in the air, his mouth curling into an excited grin. "Ha, I finally did it. This many points is more than enough to buy the awakening potion." System, open the shop menu. A holographic shop interface flickered with blue light before his eyes. The items included awakening potion for 100 points, capture ring for 100 points, and starter food for 10 points. The glowing energy counter displayed 315. Without a second of hesitation, Su Ping's finger tapped the awakening potion icon. The purchase text lit up, accompanied by a satisfying ding. The system immediately deducted 100 energy points. Su Ping held a small, round glass bottle in his hand, containing a liquid that shimmered with an eerie green light. He popped the lid, muttering with hope. So, is this tiny bottle really all it takes to become a true beast master? He threw his head back and gulped down the magical liquid, promising himself with determination. I've already bought it, no point in regretting it now. As the liquid hit his stomach, a surge of power rolled through him, awakening his mind. Su Ping's eyes suddenly flared, shooting out cold, radiant energy that tore through the darkness of the room. Instantly, a golden light, bright as a furnace, erupted to envelop Su Ping's body, lifting him into the air. Suspended there, he roared as he unleashed the peak of his power. He slowly lifted his head, his golden eyes radiating an overwhelming aura of confidence. He spoke in a low, satisfied voice. Finally, he spread his hands, feeling the power flowing through his veins, a proud smile tugging at his lips. I have officially become a beast master. Suddenly, his gaze flickered to the side. He was incredibly sharp, catching the tiniest movement in the air. With lightning-fast speed that tore through the air, his two fingers snapped shut, catching a fly that had just taken off. He calmly smiled and nodded. My senses have definitely become much sharper since becoming a beast master. The cold system interface appeared, cutting his self-absorption short. Current energy balance, 215 points. There is an option to upgrade the Chaos Spirit Pool used for incubation. Does the host wish to proceed? The screen listed a long string of details. Level 1 Chaos Spirit Pool. Requires 10 energy points per incubation. Failure rate is very high. Small chance to produce low-rank bloodline pets. Extremely small chance to produce mid-rank bloodline pets. Upgrading the Chaos Spirit Pool requires 100 energy points. Each incubation thereafter costs 100 points. Average failure rate. Average chance for low rank, small chance for mid-rank, and extremely small chance for high-rank bloodline pets. Resting his chin in his hand, Su Ping muttered and calculated. If he didn't upgrade, he'd have many chances to incubate, but unfortunately, the best he could get would be a mid-rank pet at most. But if he took a gamble and upgraded, he might just strike it rich with a high-rank bloodline pet. Decisively, he reached out and tapped the upgrade button. And if I risk an upgrade, who knows? I might strike gold and get a high bloodline beast. Decisive. I press my finger hard against the upgrade button. The system instantly deducted 100 energy points and announced it was hatching a Tier 2 Chaos Spirit Bone. Remaining energy, 115 points. A hatching pool shimmering with turquoise light, engraved with exquisite majestic dragon statues, gradually emerged in the center of the room. His eyes narrowed in tension. Su Ping raised a trembling finger and pointed directly at the glowing incubation button. He gritted his teeth, feeling like he was gambling. This one touch would decide his fate. All in. Instantly, a massive pillar of blinding light shot up from the pool, piercing the ceiling and unleashing a fierce gust of wind that pushed him backward. The system's voice boomed. The Tier 2 purebred Chaos Bloodline Pool had successfully hatched. Su Ping's eyes widened with anticipation, staring fixedly at the eerie black shadow with a spiky, floating shape, gradually forming amidst the brilliant mist. He gulped nervously. What kind of spirit pet would this be? With a clatter, it dropped from the stream of light, a tiny, desolate skeleton wearing only a pair of tattered shorts and a massive belt. It landed on the ground with a rattling sound. Su Ping reached out with a trembling hand, utterly speechless. A little skeleton? The stat sheet shattered all his delusions. Little skeleton, level 1, evil type spirit pet, Tier 1 combat power, low quality, limb reconstruction skill. The sarcastic caption added that it was the lowest tier spirit pet in the evil category. Perhaps only the useless would be forced to keep one by their side. Fury erupted. Su Ping bared his teeth, screaming and spitting a storm of lightning in its face. I spent 100 energy points just to get this piece of trash? The skeleton, in its innocence, put its hands on its bony hips, puffed out its chest, and rattled its jaw in pride. Furious, he snapped. I wasn't complimenting you, you little monster. Luckily, the system screen popped up to save the day. The incubation quest was complete, rewarding a random Beastmaster skill book. Beginner Beastmaster skill, Bloodlust. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to awaken the spirit pet's bloodlust, entering a berserk state. Even if severely injured, it will continue to launch aggressive attacks. Stroking his chin, Su Ping wore a cunning, calculating smile. High-level breeding grounds are full of powerful monsters. Even with good stats, A spirit pet can't escape the fate of being slaughtered in a heartbeat. This bloodlust skill is perfect for the weak to go all in against the strong. At least it's not a total loss. The system chimed with a dazzling new quest. Host requirements met. Main quest activated. Raise one of your spirit pets to the high intermediate level. Reward: Chaos Star Power Map. Deadline: 7 days. Failure penalty: 10 points deducted. Su Ping broke into a cold sweat, glancing at the stats of the lightning mouse floating nearby. High intermediate? This lightning mouse has such insane attributes and has learned a bunch of secret arts, yet its quality is still only hovering at the low intermediate level, and the garbage quality of this little skeleton is a million times worse. Poking a finger into its hollow skull, Su Ping laughed bitterly, lamenting, "The difficulty is insane. You want me to turn trash into gold?" The little skeleton grabbed his hand and rubbed its cheek against him. Its bony cheeks turned a soft pink, rattling with joy, leaving him speechless. "You're pretty optimistic, aren't you?" Suddenly, a familiar female voice echoed from the door. "Boss, hurry, and put the glass incubator over the little skeleton." He turned around. Curious a customer? The voice sounded familiar. Standing in front of the sunlit shop were Su Lingyue and her best friend with the blue braided hair. The friend looked around, puzzled. "Is the boss here? Does a shop like this even sell spirit pets?" The lightning mouse trotted in front, wagging its tail and chirping happily to greet the acquaintance peeking out from the inner room, wearing a grumpy, annoyed expression with half-lidded eyes that seemed to hate the world. Su Ping muttered under his breath, "Ugh, it's that 108 debtor again. What the hell is she here for?" Called by such a cheap nickname, Su Yanying's face burned with anger. She stepped forward, pointing her finger aggressively. "My name is Su Yanying, not 108. And hey boss, why did the lightning mouse perform so extraordinarily well yesterday? Did you secretly do something to it?" Hearing the nail hit on the head, Su Ping felt a pang of guilt, sweat forming on his forehead. He avoided her gaze and forced a fake, awkward smile. "Did your spirit pet have some kind of problem? I didn't really do anything." But in Su Ping's mind, terrifying, blood-stained memories flashed. He continued his flimsy excuse. "I just let it run around a bit, do some physical exercises to loosen up its joints. That's all." Looking down at the pet, Su Ping gave a radiant, sunny smile that emitted an aura of chilling dread. "Right, little guy?" The lightning mouse saw that death-like grin. The mouse scrambled back, fur standing on end, turning green as it shivered, letting out a panicked, shrill cry. Su Ping crouched down, friendly, and reached out to pet the trembling furball as it scraped the ground. Watching the psychological manipulation, Su Yanying was stunned, shuddering at her own deduction. The lightning mouse wasn't even afraid of a Tier 4 magic dragon dog, yet in front of this boss, it was trembling like a leaf. Do some physical exercises. That meant the boss had tacitly admitted he had personally trained the lightning mouse. "If you have time, come back for more exercise." In her wild imagination, Su Ping appeared as a dark demon with a cruel smile, his blood-red eyes crushing the head of a tiny mouse with one hand. Could his real rank actually be Tier 5? While Su Yanying was still lost in her deductions, her blue-haired best friend leaned over, whispering skeptically, "Su Yanying, this boss doesn't look special at all, does he? The shop is tiny and has no reputation. Are you sure this is the place?" But Su Yanying broke into a cold sweat, her face full of absolute horror. No, this pressure could only come from a Tier 6 powerhouse or higher. Su Yanying quickly put a finger to her lips, signaling silence, her expression as serious as if facing life or death. "Shh, now isn't the time to explain. In short, this boss might be a Tier 6 master. If we provoke him, we might both lose our lives here." Completely contrary to the girl's panic, Su Ping was still squatting there, looking clueless. He muttered to himself, "I just became a Tier 1 beast master, and the system didn't give me any temporary quests. Surely this has nothing to do with spirit pets?" Thinking that, he looked up and asked with a puzzled expression, "What? Don't tell me you guys also think I charge too much?" Like a lightning bolt striking their ears, Su Yanying's eyes widened in horror. In her imagination, Su Ping's casual remark turned into the dark interrogation of a demon cloaked in black aura. His sharp, golden eyes seemed to pierce right through her soul. "What? Don't tell me you guys also think my prices are too high?" Su Yanying froze, muttering like she'd lost her soul. "Price? Right, of course. A lightning rat became that strong thanks to professional training. How could it only cost 108 yuan? Is the boss testing my sincerity?" Thinking it through, she immediately raised her wrist, and a virtual screen appeared in front of Su Ping. She said solemnly, "Boss, this is my sincerity for training the lightning rat. Please accept the transfer. Little Peach Blossom Pet Store, 1,000 yuan transfer confirmed." However, A cold notification popped up, leaving Su Yannying stunned. Transfer failed. Transaction declined. She was utterly bewildered. What's going on? Su Ping looked at the notification on his own display, frowning with annoyance, and tapped the screen lightly. Huh? Don't joke around. Su Yanying's mind began racing with wild assumptions. Does he think this is too little? Refusing to give up, she gritted her teeth, her gaze resolute. How about now? She quickly operated her device, transferring 5,000 yuan to the Little Peach Blossom pet store. Su Ping clicked his tongue in frustration and pressed the reject button again. Transfer failed, transaction declined. Still not enough? Su Yanying cried out in desperation. Her best friend standing next to her whispered with a confused expression. What are you doing? Why do you keep adding more money? Su Yanying turned to grab her friend's hand, pleading with teary eyes. Luo, please help me. This is really important to me. Her friend sighed helplessly. Fine. You're truly hopeless. Regaining her composure, Su Yanying bit her lip, determined. They say you have to spend to gain. This is a rare opportunity to build a connection with a master. She put all her resolve into one last transfer, sending 10,000 yuan to the Little Peach Blossom pet store. The result remained unchanged. Transfer failed, transaction declined. What? Seeing Su Ping's increasingly annoyed and impatient expression, he was practically fuming from being bothered. Su Yanying assumed the worst. The boss looks even more annoyed now. She couldn't believe it. She tapped her wrist hard, grit her teeth, and said, I don't believe I can't do this. Going all in, the screen displayed a massive figure, transferring 100,000 yuan to the Little Peach Blossom pet store. 100,000? Su Ping's eyes widened, a greedy smile plastered on his face. A whale is right here, he thought to himself. His finger trembled as he reached for the accept button. Hurry up and let me accept it. But just as he was about to touch it, the system cruelly extinguished his hope. Host is restricted from accepting payments outside of store services or sales. Store prices cannot be changed. Automatically rejecting transfer. X4. Su Ping felt a sharp, piercing pain and was so indignant he almost coughed up blood. Transfer failed. Transaction declined. Su Yanying completely collapsed, stuttering. Huh? Still not enough? We are so sorry. Please, just name your price. Su Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, regained his composure, and cleared his throat. Ahem, no need for that. If you have something to say, just say it. If you keep transferring money, the system is going to drive me crazy. Su Yanying was stunned, her eyes glistening with tears. She was so touched she couldn't speak. He doesn't even want a single extra cent? There are still young people with real skills in this world who don't care about fame or profit, and one of them is right in front of me. Wiping her tears quickly, she pointed to the lightning rat, timidly hiding behind her legs, and said, Actually, I need to participate in a battle in a few days, but my other pets are severely injured. So, I can only pin my hopes on the lightning rat. Please train it for 3 more days. Hearing that the lightning rat would stay, Su Ping smiled slightly. Oh? The lightning rat is coming back? That makes it convenient for training the little skeleton. Just then, a bright system notification appeared. Detected customer request for training. Beginner-level pet training service opened. Host can accept commissions according to the price list. Rank 13, 10,000. Rank 46, 100,000. Rank 79, 1 million. King Beast, 10 million. Su Ping's golden eyes flickered with excitement. Training pets can earn this much? But currently, he could only accept commissions below rank 3. He immediately turned to Su Yanying, raised one finger with a professional smile. I'll train it for 3 days. The price is 10,000. Su Yanying thought to herself, 10,000. It doesn't look cheap, but if it brings another breakthrough for the lightning rat like last time, it's worth every penny. She quickly brushed that thought aside. No. I'm looking at this wrong. With this level of training, I'm the one benefiting the most. She nodded decisively. No problem. It's a deal. Inside, she couldn't help but sigh. A shop with such genuine intentions. I don't know how many opportunities I've missed before this. What a huge loss. A ding sounded, and a virtual screen appeared. Detected 10,000 yuan transferred, converted to 100 energy points. Having recouped some capital, Su Ping's mood immediately improved. He smiled brightly and asked, Besides training, do you need any other services? We also provide nursing care with healing services. Su Yanying's eyes lit up. Nursing care with healing? Pet hospitals are way more expensive than regular nursing services, boss. I want that service too. Then please summon the pets that need care. As soon as Su Ping finished speaking, the already cramped shop was filled to the brim with 3 massive pets. making it hard to breathe. Su Yannying pointed to them. Boss, it's these three. Su Ping was pinned into the corner, his face twisting. It's too crowded. The system notification popped up again. Detected customer request for nursing care. To avoid affecting the shop's reputation, host is advised to upgrade the nursing area. Su Ping asked warily, affecting the shop's reputation? What do you mean? An explanation board appeared. The original free nursing pens were made from waste spirit stones, containing only faint energy and complex impurities. The growth effect for pets is very poor, and there is a high risk of causing mutations. Su Ping cursed internally. Damn it, I knew it. Upgrade immediately and buy 3 more pens. Purchase successful, minus 50 energy points. Nursing pen, 59. Nursing fee, 100 yuan per hour. Tier 2 nursing area will not cause mutations, but each pen will consume 1 energy point per day. Host is responsible for maintenance. When energy points are insufficient, the nursing pen will disappear. Please purchase with caution. Feeling like he had just been bled dry by the system, Su Ping coughed up another mouthful of blood from heartbreak. Su Yannying stood by, panicked. Boss, are you okay? I'm fine. Su Ping wiped his mouth, his face pale from the loss of money, and coldly reached out his hand. 3 pets, 3 days of care. The fee is 21,600 yuan. Paying? Yes. Su Yannying hurriedly transferred the money. She whispered to her friend. The boss looks so scary. Her friend nodded in agreement. He really is a strange boss. Detected 21,600 yuan transferred. Converted to 216 energy points. Current energy balance, 291 points. After putting the pets into the advanced care cages, Su Ping lets out a sigh of relief. A side quest suddenly triggers. Host has triggered a side quest. Complete 1 pet training commission. Requirement. Must reach excellent grade. Host needs to increase the combat power of the client's pet by 2 times or more. Reward. Beginner grade essence pill, times 3. Deadline. 3 days. Failure penalty. 10 points. Do you accept? Su Ping mumbles while calculating. The little skeleton is low quality and needs training to improve. It's only a level 1, but it needs to reach level 7 to have a chance. Compared to that, turning a level 2 lightning rat into a level 7 is a total breeze. Perfect. I can do 2 missions at once. He wears a sly grin and firmly presses the accept button on the virtual screen. I accept using the chance to enter any cultivation land. I want to enter a top-tier cultivation land. The screen in front of him changes instantly, showing a series of different worlds. Top-tier cultivation land requires 1,000 energy points. Options include Ancient God World, Sea of Lightning Clouds, and the Chaotic Undead World. He squints, pondering. The best place to grind levels for the little skeleton is... Su Ping smirks wickedly, his eyes flashing with extreme excitement. He chooses the Chaotic Undead World. Without hesitation, he waves his hand and shouts, Enter. A ghostly spatial rift opens. Su Ping strides through, along with the lightning rat and the little skeleton. Immediately, they are greeted by slimy, blood-soaked tentacles rising from the ground, wrapping tightly around their legs. The horrifying slime clings to him and the struggling lightning rat. The pungent smell of fresh blood hits his nose, making Su Ping grimace in disgust. The smell of blood is so thick here. Before his eyes lies a terrifying, hellish landscape. A red sky, like blood, blankets a massive cliffside. Below lies a landscape stretching endlessly, with piles of white bones. Mixed in are the shadows of countless undead monsters lurking about. Toxic green smoke rises in clouds, forcing Su Ping to his knees. Sweat pours down. He pants helplessly. Ugh, the smell of rotting corpses is so strong, I can't muster any strength at all. Suddenly, a massive skeletal foot descends from the sky, crushing everything. The system panel coldly announces, Little skeleton has died due to bone fractures. The enemy is a giant demonic skeleton wielding a brutal club, emitting sky-shattering killing intent. Su Ping looks back in panic, hastily shouting orders, Enemy, little skeleton, revive, lightning rat. Use. Before he can finish, the giant swings its bone club, delivering a destructive blow to the ground, creating a shattering explosion that releases jagged green lightning. The monster slowly withdraws its weapon from the thick cloud of debris. Its skull tilts, emitting confused, rumbling sounds, as if searching for the remains of its prey. From within the green dust clouds, Su Ping, the lightning rat, and the little skeleton narrowly dodge the attack by an inch. They nimbly retreat. His face shows sheer shock, but immediately after realizing the true rank of the enemy, a haughty smile flashes across Su Ping's face. He smirks confidently. So, Top-tier cultivation lands aren't all crawling with king-ranked pets, huh? The monster's stat sheet appears clearly. Giant bone skeleton. Attribute. Demon. Combat type. Level. 7. Combat power. Level 5. Quality. Low grade. Skills. Limb reconstruction. Smash. War roar. At the same time, the beast goes mad and stomps the ground. The system coldly announces, "Little skeleton has died due to bone fractures." Su Ping's gaze sharpens with determination. He shouts without a hint of fear, "Little skeleton, revive. Lightning rat, use lightning flash slash." The lightning rat tilts its head back and roars, its whole body glowing and exploding with power, concentrating intense blue lightning streaks, preparing for a finishing move. The lightning blade tears through space, heading straight for the beast. Su Ping anxiously directs the aim. Don't shoot directly, swing horizontally to cut off its arm. The lightning blade obediently changes direction as commanded, slashing a beautiful and ruthless arc, cleanly severing the giant's weapon-wielding arm, which flies into the air amidst a shower of sparks. Having its arm severed, the undead monster madly opens its terrifying jaws, unleashing the war roar skill, creating a deafening sound wave that shakes the entire space. Under the overwhelming pressure of the sonic wave, the little rat is thrown back, blood gushing from its mouth. The system panel ruthlessly concludes, "Lightning rat has died due to internal organ destruction." The bone giant roars triumphantly. The red gem on its forehead glows, and from the severed wound, eerie green flames begin to converge, activating its regeneration ability. Countless broken bone fragments on the ground fly up into the air, drawn to each other by a bizarre, brightly glowing energy stream. Perfectly locking back together, the monster forms a massive, brand new arm, sturdier than before, and swings a burning green fist, delivering a slaughtering blow towards Su Ping's group. Facing this fatal strike, Su Ping isn't afraid. Instead, his eyes flash with cunning calculation as he stares at the enemy. So that gem is what powers the limb reconstruction skill. Huh? Looks like a treasure. Lightning rat, little skeleton, revive. Newly resurrected from the dead, both pets are traumatized. They huddle tightly against Su Ping's pants. Both the lightning rat and the little skeleton cling to their master's legs, shivering in fear. Seeing his two precious pets hugging his legs and trembling like leaves, Su Ping's mouth twitches, a bead of sweat forming. He is speechless. He is completely at a loss at their cowardice. "No choice then," Su Ping mumbles, raising his hand, holding a skill book radiating blue light. He waves his hand, using the skill book. The system panel flashes immediately. "You have acquired the skill, Killing Intent, Level 1. Not giving him a moment to hesitate, the undead giant roars in fury, rushing forward like a deadly storm. Su Ping signals, "Take this, Level 1, Killing Intent." Instantly, a stream of aura, red as hellfire, erupts from his body, spreading and enveloping both the lightning rat and the little skeleton. Their eyes turn blood red and manic, screaming and hissing continuously, completely losing all sense of fear. Under the effect of Killing Intent, the two beasts turn into frantic, reckless killers. They soar into the air like burning red arrows, charging straight at the giant arm looming over the bone monster. A world-shaking, explosive collision tears the ground apart. Amidst the blood-red screen, the system consecutively announces the tragic deaths. Little skeleton has died. Lightning rat has died. Host has died. But before the beast could revel in its victory, right at its feet, a dazzling green ring of light flares up again. Su Ping's back materialized out of thin air, accompanied by his two perfectly formed and formidable beasts. With a contemplative look, Su Ping muttered to himself, his sharp eyes having already pierced through the enemy's weaknesses. "That last attack hit hard, but it left you wide open. Your poor balance is your undoing." The giant skeleton beast swung its bony arm high, roaring in a display of power, but Su Ping just smirked. That supposedly powerful attack didn't seem so impressive after all. Su Ping let out a shout, and the lightning mouse vanished, leaving a trail of shimmering blue afterimages as it zipped around at breakneck speed. Catching the monster off guard, Su Ping gave the order. "Lightning strike." The lightning mouse surged forward, slashing a razor-sharp bolt of electricity into the giant's leg. Su Ping's eyes glinted with calculation. The plan was perfect. One takes out the leg, the other blasts the neck vertebrae. "Stay ready to grab that orb, that thing is mine." The lightning mouse chirped excitedly, fully on board with its master's plan. A lightning blade tore through the air, burying itself deep into the giant's knee joint. At the same time, another streak of lightning descended from above, zeroing in on the fragile neck vertebrae. The little skeleton was already in position, bony hands outstretched. Hit in both weak points at once, The giant's skull shattered, and the eerie red orb flew into the air. The little skeleton scrambled to catch it, but clumsily let the orb drop right onto its own skull, leaving it stunned and clutching its head. The system menu immediately popped up with good news. The lightning mouse had leveled up its combat prowess. 3rd rank. Another window followed, upgrading the lightning afterimage skill. Now it could create 2 clones, with a small chance for 3. Su Ping stroked his chin, satisfied. Multi-clones? Sounds good. Meanwhile, the little skeleton sat on the ground, staring intensely at the glowing red orb in its bony palm. Su Ping turned back, surprised. What is the little skeleton doing? The system explained. Only demon attribute pets have this skill. It can absorb the power of energy cores to evolve. The orb dissolved into a wisp of red smoke, seeping right into the little skeleton's body. Instantly, a white bone blade materialized in its hand. A notification flashed. The little skeleton's combat rank had increased by 1, and it learned beginner swordsmanship too. Su Ping chuckled, patting the little skeleton's skull. Nice work. I meant for the lightning mouse to get most of the loot, and you were just supposed to tag along, but you really made the most of those scraps. Good job. Suddenly, the ground shook. Red magic circles appeared, and the lightning mouse squealed in terror. A ghostly figure began to rise from the circles. It was a woman with demon wings, a glowing bony chest, and cold, lifeless eyes. Su Ping froze. What the hell is that? The demon woman didn't say a word, just raised her hand and unleashed a blast of destructive blue energy. The system couldn't even analyze her stats, it was all just question marks. Su Ping realized his scanner was useless. So, this is a high-level creature in this training ground. Maybe I can score some top-tier loot off her. Before he could finish his thought, a massive skeletal hand descended from the sky. The blue energy engulfed Su Ping. His eyes widened, mouth hanging open in shock. The energy wave swept through, devouring everything. Host killed, lightning mouse killed, little skeleton killed. Reviving on the spot, Su Ping rubbed his chin with a smirk. Damn, she's strong. 1 blast, and I'm toast. He hit the revive button without a second thought. Revived? He asked casually. Hey, are you the final boss of this place? Seeing no reaction, he waved in a friendly manner. Hello? Anybody home? Her response was another wave of blue energy gathering in her palm. He quickly put his hands up. Wait, let me finish. But it was too late. The blue flames consumed him again. Host killed. Reviving once more in the waiting area, Su Ping crossed his arms, frustrated. Unlimited revives. Huh? Language barrier? Damn. She thinks I'm a free meal. This is a waste of my precious time. Fed up, he slammed the button for a random revive. Forget it. Let's check somewhere else. A blue light flashed and faded. Su Ping found himself in a completely strange place, surrounded by giant white fangs. He listened carefully. It was deathly quiet. He reached out to touch a fang, utterly confused. Where is? He looked up, and the sight before him made him freeze. He was standing inside the jaws of a gargantuan skeletal monster. In the distance lay an endless white plain, where an undead army as vast as an anthill was lined up. He gasped in horror. What in the world is this? Amidst the sea of bones, his eyes quickly locked onto a familiar figure. He gritted his teeth, muttering indignantly, Ugh, the hag who thought I was a free lunch. Sensing his gaze, the undead queen turned, her eyes widening in surprise. She pointed a bony finger straight at him, screaming shrill, mournful commands to her army. Instantly, a gust of wind erupted, and a massive purple demonic hand appeared from nowhere, snatching him up. Sitting on a throne of bones was a majestic skeleton king, wearing a crown and full armor. He coldly interrogated him. Who are you? How did you get in here? You have 3 seconds to answer. The grand hall appeared, magnificent and deadly. Thousands of undead stood frozen like statues, creating an invisible, heavy pressure. Under the Skeleton King's terrifying aura, Su Ping broke into a cold sweat, feeling crushed. He stammered, trying to craft a convincing excuse. The pressure is too much. I'm just a passerby, just here for a walk. Seeing that he was still in one piece, Su Ping narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. If he isn't killing me immediately, what does he want? His thoughts moved at lightning speed. Getting killed isn't the problem. With my revival ability, I can choose when to stay or leave. But if I'm restrained, the system's revival won't work, and if I waste too much time, I'll fail the mission. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King's voice boomed again, full of suspicion. To get close to me without me noticing, you are definitely no ordinary being. Answer me. I will not ask a third time. A light bulb went off in Su Ping's head, and he smirked to himself. Oh, I get it now. He's afraid of my ability. Heh, Calm down. I can play with this guy. They've probably never seen a human, and they don't know about the system. I'll use that to trick him. Instantly, the scared expression on Su Ping's face vanished, replaced by cold, arrogant indifference. He lifted his head, his voice booming with authority. I am a clone of humanity's strongest, here to assess the threat you pose. If the threat level is too high, I will wipe you all out. Hearing such a shocking declaration, the undead queen's subordinates immediately drew their weapons, letting out mournful cries as they prepared to charge. Protect the king! Protect the king! The Bone King's eyes flashed with a fierce crimson light. He waved his hand, and a wave of destructive energy blasted straight at the subordinate who had shouted the loudest, turning him into dust on the spot. Still held tight by the demonic hand, Su Ping shook his head in disappointment, saying with a sarcastic tone, "And that was your loyal servant. Don't you feel a shred of guilt killing him? Don't tell me you're only good at bullying the weak, and when you meet someone stronger, you just kneel and beg for your life." Seemingly provoked by the taunt, the demonic hand tightened, crushing Su Ping. The system notification chimed briefly. Host has died. The Bone King's voice echoed throughout the great hall, dripping with contempt. Protection is an insult to me. Nothing in this world can threaten me. Just as he finished speaking, Su Ping's figure slowly reappeared on the steps right in front of the throne, completely free from restraint. He brushed the dust off his shoulder and smirked. "Oh, so that's how it is?" Heh, tricked him. "Once I'm not being restrained, everything will be much easier." Seeing the dead come back to life, the undead queen and her subordinates gaped in terror. Time reversal. The Bone King roared in anger, unleashing a barrage of destructive attacks. Su Ping was incinerated by hellfire. Host has died. He was skewered by bone spears. Host has died. He was torn apart by an undead storm. Host has died. Crushed by gravity. Host has died. Frozen and shattered. Host has died. Sliced into 100 pieces. Host has died. After dozens of deaths, he respawned amidst blue smoke. Su Ping stretched comfortably. Heh. Getting killed instantly has its perks, it doesn't hurt at all. I've already adapted. Witnessing the bizarre scene, the Bone King revealed a look of shock, for the first time the ability to continuously reverse time in the undead realm. You, who claim to be the strongest human. Okay, just what kind of terrifying existence are you? Hearing this, Su Ping's eyes flashed with greed as he caught sight of the giant red jewel on the Bone King's ring. Host has died. That jewel must be worth a fortune, right? Host has died? The moment he respawned, he shouted, "I'm taking that!" and lunged straight toward the throne at terrifying speed. He reached out and snatched the jewel from the Bone King's ring before the entity could react, then shouted, "Got it!" The Bone King stared in a daze at his own empty finger. He roared internally, his astonishment reaching its peak. Time reversal, and now space teleportation, using two types of supreme laws at the same time. Even the teleportation distance exceeds the range of my detection. Who are you? Just who are you? The Bone King screamed in frustration. But Su Ping had already vanished without a trace. Respawning in a remote cave, Su Ping squatted down and laughed gleefully. Selecting random respawn worked. Humph. Did he think I was stupid enough to keep throwing my life away? How naive. Acting tough and then running away, what a great feeling. He turned back to see his little skeleton just respawning, its bones still scattered on the ground. He called out to the little skeleton, "Look what treasure I brought back for you." He proudly held the giant, sparkling red jewel out in front of it. He smirked with anticipation. "Like it? My pet doesn't need to go around gnawing on trashy bones anymore. Absorb it. The battles to come will be your time to shine." After the little skeleton absorbed the jewel, dark power erupted. A moment later, it swung its bone blade, unleashing a fiery red slash of incredible power that swept away the enemy's beginner-level swordplay. The system board popped up, target eliminated, combat ability increased to rank 2, mission progress, 46%, time remaining, 1 day. Suddenly, a giant purple claw descended from the sky, ruthlessly crushing the fragile bones scattered on the ground. A massive demon with sharp horns and blood-red eyes slowly emerged, standing majestically amidst a swarm of hideous undead creatures growling all around. Seeing that dense army of monsters, Su Ping wasn't scared at all. Instead, his eyes crinkled with a smile, as excited as if he'd just struck gold. Heh. What a mobile gold mine of experience points, delivered right to my doorstep. Little skeleton. I'll leave this mob for you to handle. Instantly, bloody X-shaped slashes tore through the air, sweeping away the enemies in its path. The system board kept ringing like crazy. Little skeleton has completed a kill, combat ability increased to rank 6. Dark Lightning Rat has completed a kill, Combat ability increased to rank 6. Along with that came an urgent reminder. Mission progress, 94%. Time remaining, 14 minutes. After a while of hacking and slashing until his arms felt like lead, the human and the skeleton collapsed onto the pile of dry bones, panting heavily and wiping away sweat. Phew, fought so many, and we're still a little short of the target. At that moment, a grotesque, giant monster roared and emerged from the bottom of the abyss, aiming straight for him. The giant demon from earlier wasn't actually dead yet. Its mangled body began to frantically absorb the glowing red blood energy from the surroundings to reassemble itself in a ghoulish manner. Just as it fully recovered, the monster threw its head back and let out a roar that shook the heavens, knocking Su Ping and his two pets sprawling into the pile of bones. He scrambled up, glared, and clicked his tongue. Damn, this guy is persistent. Still not dead, huh? Even so, the corners of Su Ping's mouth curled into a dangerous, cunning smile. He raised his hand and shouted, "Perfect timing. Let's get aggressive. Killing this big guy will be enough to finish the mission." Immediately, the eyes of the little skeleton and the dark lightning rat flared with a frenzied red light, ready to go all out. Responding to the provocation, the giant demon swung its fist brutally, carrying overwhelming killing intent as it charged straight ahead like a runaway hearse. Standing firm against the terrifying pressure, Su Ping decisively waved his hand to command like a true general. Little skeleton used beginner-level swordplay and stepped forward, acknowledging the order. The little skeleton dashed forward, swinging its frail bone blade to create a blinding, fiery red slash, colliding violently with the massive frame of the enemy. The power from the razor-sharp slash tore through the sturdy defense, carving a deep, diagonal gash into the monster's colossal body. Hit in its weak point, the monster's chest suddenly cracked open, revealing a bizarre core shaped like a mouthful of sharp fangs, with blood-red eyes roaring madly. Unexpectedly, from that grotesque core, dozens of pale purple zombie arms shot out in every direction, tearing up the ground to launch a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, those slimy minions lunged forward, gripping Su Ping's face tight, while grabbing the Skeleton King and the Thunder Mouse, hoisting them high into the air. Choked by the sudden assault, he gasped, "What the hell is this?" To make matters worse, the system panel flickered in a harsh red. Mission progress, 94%. 7 minutes remaining. Warning, time is running out. Host, please pay attention to mission progress. The system droned, as Su Ping thrashed wildly, trying to pry those ghastly hands off his face. Su Ping snapped, "I don't need you to remind me, damn it. Not this annoying binding trick again." Looking over at the Thunder Mouse, he saw the chubby little guy being squeezed until its mouth was wide open. Su Ping roared out his tactical command. Use Thunder Slash. Aim straight for its core. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, the Thunder Mouse opened its mouth wide and unleashed a massive bolt of blue lightning, tearing through space with destructive force, headed straight for the enemy. But the monster was incredibly cunning. It instantly wove its countless dark purple arms together, forming a wall of flesh to shield its glowing red core. Even as the lightning seared through, making the wall sizzle and smoke, the arms held firm, protecting its weak spot. Su Ping stared in shock, exclaiming, "It blocked it?" The system screen still displayed the useless prompt, unable to appraise. Despite his throat being crushed by the ghost claws, Su Ping's brain was working at maximum capacity. His eyes sharpened with analytical focus. "Can't analyze the stats. But I've figured out 2 things for sure. First, those weird arms are completely immune to physical and magical attacks. Second, that red core is definitely its fatal weak spot." Sweat poured down his face as the countdown applied psychological pressure. 3 minutes left. Still, Su Ping struggled violently, screaming until his throat felt like it would tear, trying to get his command across. "Thunder Mouse, change tactics. Channel all your lightning energy and wrap it around your body. Do it now." Understanding his master's intent, the Thunder Mouse curled into a ball, exerting itself to the limit to release a massive sphere of blue lightning. The intense energy crackled, enveloping its entire body like a perfect suit of armor. The lightning sphere exploded with a blinding light, blasting away all the hands that were binding it, causing the mouse to let out a sharp, shrill cry. At that very moment of life or death, a brilliant golden notification appeared. Thunder Mouse has learned the skill. Lightning Cloak. Effect. Uses malicious lightning to protect the body, dealing damage and paralysis to surrounding targets. Deals double damage to demonic-type enemies. Su Ping's eyes lit up with utter amazement mixed with wild joy. It just awakened a new skill on its own? Without wasting the precious opportunity, the Thunder Mouse, now like a giant lightning cannonball, struck the defensive wall of arms, shielding the monster's core with paralyzing force. The violent collision created a terrifying surge of electricity, The paralysis effect instantly spread, causing all the purple arms protecting the core to recoil, twitching violently before falling off, exposing the fatal weak point without any protection left. Immediately, Su Ping shouted, "The shield is down! Skeleton, strike now!" The Skeleton King's eyes flared with a blood-red killing intent, bracing itself to swing its blade and end the battle. In that climactic moment, the Skeleton King took its stance, its eye sockets glowing with lethal crimson light. It let out a powerful roar and swung its blade, soaked in killing intent. A streak of blood-red light tore through space, rushing straight into the demonic mouth core that was screaming, piercing through it mercilessly, and without a second of hesitation. Right after the fatal blow, the system sent a series of level-up notifications. Skeleton King has completed the kill. Combat power increased. Rank 7. Thundermouse has completed the kill. Combat power increased. Rank 7. Looking at the result that far exceeded his expectations, Su Ping chuckled with glee, his mind filled with dark thoughts. It only absorbed a small fraction of the gem and the skeleton's power grew this much. What would happen if it absorbed the whole thing? Just then, the system announced the victory. Main mission complete. Obtained a map of pure chaotic astral force. Side mission complete. Obtained 3 power pills. Rewards were automatically stored. The cultivation zone closed. In a flash, the hellish scene vanished. Su Ping found himself back in his familiar pet store. As soon as he arrived, he immediately checked his 2 heroes. The Skeleton King's stat panel appeared, leaving him absolutely stunned. Skeleton King, Attribute, Demon. Level, Rank 2, High Tier. Combat Power, Rank 7, Mid Tier. Potential, High Mid Grade. Skills, Puppet Mastery, Soul Calling, Corpse Howl. Intermediate Swordsmanship, Limb Recomposition. The lowest tier in the demon lineage. Yet, the king's talent is awakening. Su Ping's jaw dropped in disbelief. He stammered, wait, only rank 2, but combat power is already rank 7, jumping from the bottom to the top? Hey system, are you sure there's no glitch? The system responded coldly. Quality assessment is based on a comparison of all data regarding Skeleton Kings from the Primal Chaos era until now. There is no need for doubt. Su Ping's eyes flashed with a spark of excitement as an image of the primal Skeleton King crossed his mind. From the primal era until now. Well, that's interesting. He switched to check the Thundermouse, and the results were equally impressive. Thundermouse, Attribute, Dark Lightning. Level, Rank 3, Mid Tier. Combat Power, Rank 7, Entry Tier. Potential, High Mid Grade. Skills, Multi-Bolt, Lightning Afterimage, Thunder Slash, Lightning Steps, Lightning Cloak, Summon Undead, Ghost Claw. Once a common wild pet, now it can face powerful enemies. Su Ping stroked his chin with an expression of surprise and delight. I never thought a lightning pet could learn undead skills. If someone saw it summoning the undead in battle, I wonder how they'd react and what they'd think. He looked at the 2 pets fast asleep in the nursery, one clutching the gem tightly, the other sleeping soundly, a look of anticipation etched on his face. I really look forward to seeing that. With his 2 disciples taken care of, Su Ping turned his attention to his system inventory. He pulled out an ancient parchment that radiated a glittering golden light and asked curiously, "System, what is this map of pure chaotic astral force?" The system explained, "It is an ancient, lost cultivation method that can increase the host's cultivation level." An illustration appeared in the air. The chaotic astral force map uses the vast universe as the body, mapping stars to the acupuncture points, muscles, and bones to cultivate. It is completely different from the astral force training methods used in the Federation. Su Ping's eyes brightened, and a wide grin stretched across his face. Oh, does this mean I can cultivate too? He immediately sat down and opened the map. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled into an endless void, where he floated amidst billions of shimmering stars and the chaotic star field. The system's voice echoed with instructions. The first layer of the chaotic star map, the star cycle realm. Concentrate star power into the core and increase its mass. When using star power skills, you just need to rotate it to form a vortex. Then you can release that energy and influence the outside world. Su Ping muttered, concentrating and rotating his energy. So, in short, I just need to absorb other star energy, right? He stood up, thinking confidently that with a Beastmaster's agility, catching them would be a piece of cake. He reached out, trying to grab the golden streaks of star energy flowing past. But strangely, those streaks passed right through his hands. He was stunned he couldn't catch them, and they passed right through his body. In that case, he mused, what if I use my body to block their path? He immediately dove into a stream of star energy, and just as he expected, his body began to absorb it. He cheered, "It works, so it turns out I can only use star power to absorb star power." Having practiced for a while, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I have 3 Origin Force pills. I wonder what they do. He took the pills out of his inventory. 3 red pills rolled around in his palm. Without a second thought, he tilted his head back and swallowed all 3. Immediately, a scorching burst of energy exploded inside him. He felt the star core in his body, growing rapidly. My star core has already grown larger. The system chirped with a congratulatory message. Congratulations on reaching the star cycle realm. Your profile has been unlocked. An information panel appeared. Name, Su Ping, species, human, level, star cycle, realm elementary, strength, rank 3 intermediate, stats, abilities, killing intent. He said proudly, my strength has already increased to rank 3. Then he turned to the system with a puzzled look. Hey, system, the avatar looks cool, but why are my stats just question marks? The system replied, your current level does not allow for stat inspection. Please increase your strength as soon as possible. Feeling the new power in his body, Su Ping clenched his fist and smiled confidently. I took 3 Origin Force pills, and my strength has already reached rank 3 intermediate. Usually, it takes 4 or 5 years to reach this level. These pills are truly powerful. System, are there any quests where I can get more Origin Force pills? The system poured a bucket of cold water on him. These pills only work for rank 1 and rank 2. You are already at rank 3. Please cultivate on your own. The system continued to explain. Although this universe was created by the chaotic star map, it is meant to simulate the real universe. While cultivating, you should be wary of other stars that are much larger than you. You wouldn't want to get pulled into them. Still floating in the chaotic star universe, Su Ping curiously asked the system a somewhat naive question. Oh, what happens if I get pulled in? Will my training be suspended? The system's answer was ice-cold, short, but heavy enough to make the cocky Su Ping fall flat in midair. You will be destroyed. He cried out in panic. Damn this system. Just as he let out the curse, the system chimed again. Warning number 1 for foul language. Also, in the chaotic star universe, time flows normally. Please manage your time accordingly. Su Ping wiped cold sweat from his forehead, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind. He muttered, the image of big fish eating small fish is crystal clear. So, there are both opportunities and risks? Is this the law of the jungle? After a moment of reflection, he breathed a sigh of relief and devised a strategy. I just need to stay away from the giant stars and absorb the smaller ones. Man, it's still easier than the cultivation grounds, though it is a bit tedious. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his head. If he remembered correctly, the image of his strong younger sister, Su Lingyue, appeared. He told himself, the kid is also a rank 3 beastmaster. I wonder if I can take a punch from her now. The scene shifted, bringing him back to reality in the cozy house under the city lights. A gentle voice rang out, here, have some more, honey. Just eat up. In front of him was a simple dinner table, and his stepmother was piling food onto his plate. Su Ping wiped his mouth and praised, Mom, your cooking is the best. I'm full. I'm heading to my room. She smiled and replied, no need to be so formal. And don't be too noisy, okay? She continued tidying up the dishes and reminded him, your sister is training in her room. She has a competition in a few days, so don't disturb her. I'll make the corn cakes you like tomorrow. Remember to eat before you go. Su Ping turned back with a bright smile. Yes, I know, Mom. As his mother's silhouette faded, he thought to himself, even though she isn't the biological mother of the previous owner, she seems very kind to me. At least I can feel the warmth of a family. As he walked to his room, he cracked his neck, his joints popping loudly. He thought, Su Lingyue is busy preparing for a competition. I think she goes to the same school as Su Yannying. I had planned to spar with her, but forget it. Better to go back to my room and cultivate. However, as he walked past his sister's room, he suddenly sensed a thick flow of star power pouring out from inside. He was astonished. Why is the star power so dense? He curiously peeked through the door gap, reassuring himself, I'm not a creep for watching my sister cultivate, right? Through the gap, he was stunned to see a massive vortex of star power completely surrounding Su Lingyue while she was sleeping. His jaw dropped. The star vortex is huge. How can she absorb star power while sleeping? And on such a large scale too. He squinted, observing that the star power seemed to be drawn into her body. Could this be some cultivation method she learned at the Beastmaster Academy? Immediately, an idea flashed through Su Ping's mind as he compared the two training environments. Star power in the real world is evenly distributed. Conversely, star power in the chaotic star universe is divided into dense and sparse areas. I guess those large stars must have hoarded the star power that should have been evenly distributed. Realizing this, his eyes lit up. He sat down on the floor firmly. If I can learn the cultivation method of the Beastmaster Academy, then I will be able to cultivate much faster in the chaotic star universe. He sat cross-legged right in front of the door, focusing on feeling the flow of energy. Is she rotating her own star power? He decided to try it immediately. I'll give it a shot too. A stream of star power swirled within his body, creating a weak gravitational pull. He cheered inwardly. That's it. The suction. Why didn't I think of that? Su immediately grasped the principle. When the mass is sufficient, the gravitational pull created by the rotation can drag nearby spirit energy in to be absorbed. This way, I don't need to run around collecting it anymore. He glanced at his sister's room, then looked back at his small vortex. A bold idea sparked, to see if there was any difference between clockwise and counterclockwise rotation. At the same time, inside her room, Su Lingyue was drifting off to sleep when she suddenly frowned. She rubbed her eyes. Why is the spirit energy harder to absorb? Did I doze off? Outside the door, Su Ping started spinning his spirit energy vortex in reverse. He exclaimed with delight, "It works!" Dongming Song. Back in his day, he would have thought to try both directions inside the room. Su Lingyue suddenly cried out, "Ah!" as she felt a strange surge of energy hit her body. She was confused. This feeling, what's going on? She sat, bolt upright, wide awake. That's strange. The spirit energy around here seems to have stalled and won't be absorbed. Why is it moving so chaotically? She widened her eyes, looking around in horror. Could a powerful cultivator have just passed by? Suddenly, all the spirit energy in the room was violently sucked out toward the door, causing her to fall flat on the floor. Huh? Hearing the noise, her mother called out anxiously from outside. What's wrong? Su Lingyue quickly replied, her face blushing with embarrassment. I'm fine, Mom. I'm just training. However, she felt extremely panicked inside. There was definitely something wrong with the spirit energy. But it was so clear, it was deadly. Her fearful gaze turned toward the door across from her useless older brother's room. Outside, Su Ping let out a breath, sweat beads on his forehead, having stopped just in time before being discovered. He stood up, a stable golden spirit energy vortex swirling in his palm. He smirked confidently, feeling like he had mastered the basics. The next morning, at the pet shop, Su Ping sat deep in thought at the entrance. His consciousness once again entered the chaotic, starry universe, but this time, he had a new weapon. He stood at a safe distance, applying the skill he had just learned to create a spirit energy vortex, sucking energy from a giant star. He couldn't hide his excitement. Awesome! The spirit energy collected by this star is being absorbed by me, as long as I keep a safe distance and don't get sucked in. Back in reality, he stood up, a satisfied smile clearly visible on his lips. With this method, I can train continuously even while I sleep. Just then, the shop door opened. In the shadows, two figures with fiery curves stepped in. A voice rang out. "Shopkeeper, I'm here for my pet." Su Ping turned around, his eyes unconsciously sweeping over the figures of the two guests, and he blurted out, "What a size!" As the two girls stepped into the light, he realized they were the customers from the other day. Su Yunying was furious when she heard his comment, crossing her arms and shouting, "What size are you talking about?" The blue-haired girl beside her looked disgusted. How gross. Realizing he had misspoken, Su Ping quickly coughed a few times to fix the awkwardness. Ahem. Ahem. I mean spirit energy. Spirit energy. Afterward, he put on the air of a senior, lecturing seriously, "Your spirit energy is too weak. You still need to practice harder. Otherwise, how can you manage stronger spirit beasts?" Su Yunying frowned, repeating his words with suspicion. Stronger spirit beasts? She wondered to herself. Could my thunder rat actually have gotten stronger after just 3 days? Meanwhile, Su Ping thought to himself with a devious look in his eyes, taking a level 7 pet to a school where the average power is only level 3 or 4? Is that really okay? Thinking that, he waved his hand. "Wait here. I'll go get your spirit beasts." A moment later, he brought the thunder rat out. It let out a soft chick sound. He set it down and said, "Here, you already paid last time." Su Yunying hesitated before answering. "Oh, thanks." She gently picked up the mouse, feeling the difference. She thought in surprise, did its fur change color? And she looked toward her other pets, seeing they were all lethargic, not showing any joy at seeing their owner. Why does everyone seem so sad? Why aren't they happy to see me? Don't they want to leave? Su Ping was on the phone, indifferently waving his hand. Just go. Su Yannying couldn't believe it. They actually missed this shopkeeper after just a few days of staying here? Even with the emotional bond of the spirit contract, there's no attachment between master and pet. Pets simply receive orders from their owners. Once the contract is invalidated, their bond is broken. Lan Luoluo stepped forward, gently stroking another pet, commenting that their wounds seemed to have healed and their fur had become much smoother. Hearing that, Su Yannying was even more astonished. She looked at Su Ping with a complex gaze and said sincerely, "What a good shop. Thank you for taking such good care of them. Why don't you introduce me to some pet food?" Su Ping propped his chin up with a lazy expression. I guess she wants to repay me this way. Fine, I won't charge too much this time." He pointed to a box on the shelf labeled Fire Spirit Herb, 1,200 yuan. This is good stuff. 1,200 yuan a box. You can buy this for your fallen phoenix. Hearing that, Su Yanying's jaw dropped, screaming inside. Okay, 1,200 for a box? After paying, she turned around and said with great excitement, I still have some time before the competition. I want to warm up a bit. I'm very curious about the changes in the Thunder Rat. Just how much stronger has it become? She looked at Lan Luoluo with a challenging gaze. Luoluo, summon your strongest pet. Don't go easy on me. Lan Luoluo just smiled, thinking, someone is being way too confident, right? Lan Luoluo raised her hand. A glowing summoning circle appeared, lightning roared, and she shouted, Appear! From within the light, a huge, muscular figure made of stone emerged. Lan Luoluo said confidently, Earth Monk, don't cry if you get hurt, okay? Su Yanying narrowed her eyes. There it is. A humanoid rock-type spirit beast, with a high bloodline Lan Luoluo's ace in the hole. Although it wasn't fully mature yet, its power was already at level 5. She turned back to look at the Thunder Rat, whispering to reassure herself, I hope the Thunder Rat won't be defeated in one hit. I just want to test the power of Thunder Slash and Thunder Shadow. She ordered, Move out. The Thunder Rat hissed powerfully, its eyes flashing with purple electricity. Lan Luoluo puffed her cheeks and commanded, Earth Monk! Go play with it. The Earth Monk lunged forward like a whirlwind. It clasped its hands together, its stone eyes flashing with golden light. It used the Earth Walk skill. The ground shook violently as giant stone pillars erupted, rushing toward the Thunder Rat. The Thunder Rat dodged easily, its small body darting swiftly between the stone pillars. Then, suddenly, the Earth Monk delivered an incredibly powerful impact, and a large stone pillar shattered into pieces, shooting straight at the Thunder Rat. Su Yanying exclaimed in shock, Thunder Flash. Right now, use Thundermouse's clone ability. Create 3 exact copies. Surround that Earth Priest with blue lightning. Both girls were stunned. Lan Luoluo stuttered. It can actually create 3 clones? Su Yanying shouted in sheer amazement. This is the multiple Thunder Flash technique. The 4 Thunder Mice moved at dizzying speeds, leaving the Earth Priest unable to tell which one was real. The clones lunged toward Lan Luoluo. Panicked, she conjured a weak energy shield and yelled, Yanying, tell it to fight the Earth Priest instead. My energy shield is too weak, Su Yanying calmly replied. Don't worry, I only told the Thunder Mouse to get close to you, not to attack. But inside, she was incredibly excited. The Earth Priest was a high-lineage spirit pet with extraordinary intuition. This was a perfect opportunity to test the Thunder Flash. Seeing the disadvantage, the Earth Priest decided to change tactics. It leaped into the air and dived down, using its burrowing skill to plunge deep into the ground, creating a massive tunnel heading straight for Lan Luoluo. At that moment, the 4 Thunder Mice were aiming for Lan Luoluo's fragile shield. The Earth Priest erupted from the ground, creating a terrifying explosion of earth and stone right where Lan Luoluo stood. However, all it hit were mere illusions. The 3 Thunder Mouse clones shattered like glass under the force of its attack. Both girls' eyes widened in surprise. Lan Luoluo asked anxiously, Did it catch the Thunder Mouse? But no. The real Thunder Mouse had zipped past it in a split second. A tiny figure landed gently on the Earth Priest's head. The stone monster froze, realizing it had been tricked. The real Thunder Mouse grinned slyly. Its glowing red eyes flashed with a menacing light. It hissed defiantly. Lan Luoluo cried out in terror. What? Why is the Earth Priest acting scared? Didn't it just fail to catch the real Thunder Mouse? At that exact moment, the Earth Priest let out a panicked roar, completely losing its composure. It turned and lunged to hug Lan Luoluo tightly, like a child looking for its mother. Lan Luoluo shrieked, Earth Priest! Its 4 stone arms wrapped around its master, forming a solid stone cage that slammed shut. Inside the cage, Lan Luoluo shouted in confusion, Earth Priest, I'm safe! Let me out. Meanwhile, outside, Su Lingyue could only watch this ridiculous scene. She couldn't believe her eyes. A high-lineage earth priest that was supposed to be resistant to electricity was actually terrified of a low-lineage thunder mouse? But her shock quickly turned into pride. She looked at the thunder mouse with sparkling eyes and smiled brightly. My little guy is so strong. Sometime later, the scene shifted to a gigantic stadium. A voice echoed everywhere. The annual qualifying round of the Fengshan Academy has ended. Now, the official promotion matches begin, the announcer introduced. On our left, we have the dark horse of the second year, Su Lingyue, and on our right, a top 10 beastmaster from last year, Li Ji. A man wearing glasses stepped out with a smug expression. The announcer continued the rules. Both sides can use 3 pets to fight. Whoever defeats all of the opponent's pets wins. But before he could finish, Li Ji raised his hand, his eyes flashing with blue light. He roared, "Come out!" A giant, transparent water monster appeared behind him. It's a water stealth beast. The crowd buzzed. One person shouted, "Look at that! He summoned it before the announcer even finished." Others were worried. Isn't he afraid the opponent will pick a counter pet? Exactly. A top 10 from last year is making a mistake like this? Another observer remarked that Li Ji was underestimating his opponent. Su Lingyue narrowed her eyes and analyzed, water stealth beast intermediate lineage water spirit pet, skilled in stealth and assassination. She smirked, "Humph, go." A deafening cry rang out, and a giant, flaming phoenix soared into the sky. She declared confidently, "Attributes counter each other. Now let's see whose pet is stronger." The announcer shouted excitedly, "Oh, contestant Su has summoned a high lineage phoenix to face the intermediate lineage water stealth beast. This is a tough opponent. How will Li Ji fight back?" Yet, to everyone's amazement, Li Ji simply raised his hand and calmly said, "I concede this round." The announcer stammered, "Huh? Contestant Li has surrendered? Did I hear that right?" Li Ji smirked, confirming arrogantly, "That's right. I said I surrender this round." The announcer remained confused. "Although I don't know what happened, contestant Li has forfeited the first round." Su Lingyue won, contrary to everyone's confusion. Su Lingyue felt something was wrong. He was smiling. What was he plotting? Li Ji chuckled, his eyes flashing with intrigue. He thought to himself, sometimes you have to throw out bait to get the prey to bite. The bait isn't irreplaceable. Suddenly, Su Lingyue felt a strange surge of energy. She looked around vigilantly. Beneath her feet, a giant purple spider web suddenly appeared, covering the entire arena. From the mist, a giant stone spider emerged. Its 6 eyes emitted a deadly green light. "Earth Cave Demon Spider," Li Ji said coldly. Even though the phoenix isn't her strongest, it's the hardest to deal with. He adjusted his glasses, analyzing smugly. As for the Thunder Mouse, the Rock Beast and the 100-Blade Tiger are all Earth type. I only need to deploy 1 high combat power pet to easily suppress them. His plan was perfectly clear. In the air, the phoenix was being held back by the water stealth beast. It was her only flying spirit pet. Even a level 5 pet couldn't easily defeat it. It will be exhausted to death. Must kill it first. Li Ji wore a sinister smile. "Sorry, Miss Su, but I've studied all your information. You're going to lose." Just as planned, the phoenix spat a giant fireball toward the water stealth beast. However, Li Ji just raised one hand, and a water shield easily blocked the fire. He sneered, "Humph, too weak." But suddenly, the flames flared up violently, spreading onto Li Ji himself. He shrieked in panic as his hair got singed. "Damn it, that's hot." Su Lingyue crossed her arms, blew lightly on her fingertips, and asked indifferently, "Are you done talking?" Li Ji gritted his teeth, his face twisted with anger. He commanded frantically, "Earth Cave Demon Spider, use earth spikes from the web." Countless sharp earthen spikes sprouted up, lunging toward the phoenix. Su Lingyue shouted, "Phoenix, dodge it." The firebird banked beautifully, easily avoiding the spikes. Su Lingyue commanded confidently, "Fast, speed up, dodge everything, and attack with full force." The phoenix dived down like a fire arrow, gliding past the rising earthen spikes. The phoenix unleashed a giant fiery missile shot straight from its beak, hurtling toward the earth-burrowing demon hand. Li Ji didn't even flinch. He commanded his beast to use Earth Guardian. A massive sand wall shaped like a human face rose from the ground, blocking the fire arrow. Su Lingyue was stunned. No way. Even though Earth-type pets have some fire resistance, that sand wall was way too strong. "I can't believe my eyes." Li Ji chuckled triumphantly, pushing up his glasses. "Finally realizing the gap now? A measly level 3 phoenix dares to fight my level 4 mature stage earth-burrowing demon hand in the Hell Arena?" The announcer shouted in excitement. "It's here, The Hell Arena of the Earth-Burrowing Demon Hand. They say it can wipe out any low-level creature. Its cruelty makes even high-level pets tremble. Li Ji ordered a retreat. The spider webs began to shrink. Su Yannying panicked. The web was closing in. The phoenix tried to create a hole. Putting everything she had into it, she screamed, "Level 3 strength boost." The phoenix, powered up, furiously attacked the web, creating explosions of fire. But it was useless. The announcer remarked in despair. A truly overwhelming cage. Even the Beastmaster is in danger under the phoenix's reckless attacks. The earth-burrowing demon hand's prison kept compressing, the cage tightening, binding Su Yannying. The announcer said, admitting defeat would be the rational choice, but contestant Su is still hanging in there. The phoenix let out a pained cry as blood poured from cuts made by the razor-sharp webs. Su Yannying looked at her pet in despair. "Phoenix, stop struggling. You're just making the wounds deeper." Li Ji adjusted his glasses, smiling maliciously. "It's all according to plan. Admit defeat now, and the pain will end very soon." Su Yannying gritted her teeth, tears welling up, her voice trembling. I concede." Suddenly, the phoenix let out a deafening cry. It radiated a blinding light, and a massive beam of energy shot out, shattering the spiderwebs and piercing right through the earth-burrowing demon hand's defensive wall. Everyone in the stands jumped to their feet in shock. Li Ji and Su Yannying were both speechless. This is," a judge shouted. "Aurora Beam," the announcer roared. "Contestant Su's Phoenix has mastered an EIGHT-level pet skill. One hit, and the earth-burrowing demon hand is incapacitated." Another judge couldn't believe it. No way. Even though the Phoenix is classified as having a high-tier bloodline, its talent and quality are the lowest within that lineage. Furthermore, among the Phoenix's known abilities, Aurora Beam is an impossible skill to learn. A female judge smiled cryptically. Regardless, this Phoenix did it. Most importantly, it's not even fully grown. A bright future awaits it. Suddenly, the vice principal added, "Don't forget, this girl's lightning rat also used lightning slash." The man turned to the vice principal and asked, "Vice principal, what's this girl's name? What year is she?" Hearing that, the red-haired woman grabbed his collar. "Her name is Su Yannying, and I've already got my eyes on her." The female judge glared at him. "Why are you asking? Trying to steal her?" He hurriedly waved his hands. "Haha, I was just asking out of curiosity." The vice principal stroked his beard, deep in thought. "I never thought such a genius would appear this year. If she joins the Vanguard team and earns merit, she could bring even more glory. For the academy, she will be a reliable pillar of strength." In the stands, a student pointed at Su Yannying. "It's her, the girl who raised the Rat King," his friend lamented. "Damn it, why can't my pet learn any high-level skills?" The phoenix let out a joyful cry, its entire body radiating a brilliant glow. Su Yannying was stunned. It leveled up. Not only did it learn the 8th level Aurora Beam, but its combat power also rose to level 4 initial stage. Su Yannying looked at her glowing phoenix, her mind in chaos. With such high talent, is it even my phoenix anymore? This is impossible. At that moment, Su Ping's confident smile flashed in her mind. She remembered what he said. "We also provide nursing services alongside injury treatment, which can help pets enhance their learning, understanding, and improve their physical condition." She screamed in her heart, "That extra service. But this is just crazy." Back in the arena, the announcer declared, "Round 2. Su Yannying wins. Both sides, prepare for the 3rd round." Meanwhile, Li Ji slammed his hand onto the ground in anger, roaring, "Damn it. What kind of hellish luck is this? I was only 1 round away from winning." He gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "That phoenix is the biggest nuisance." "Fine then. Let me show you what true terror looks like." A giant winged phantom appeared behind him, radiating a chilling aura. "Wind Demon Beast!" Su Yannying gasped in horror. In the stands, the red-haired female judge stood up abruptly, shouting, "Hey, those 4 wings, that's a mature Wind Demon Beast. Level 5 high-tier combat power. Aren't students forbidden from bringing wild beasts? What if something terrible happens? Wild beasts are ruthless creatures. They don't understand human nature." The muscular man beside her calmly said, "Huoji, your thinking is too conservative. Every year, many recruits die in the wilderness. These wild beasts don't exactly shout before they attack." He patted her shoulder. "Don't worry." The vice principal stroked his beard, calmly stating, "Our school has powerful teachers, and the referees are experts. Nothing bad will happen." The female judge, Huoji, remained uneasy. As for that Wind Demon Beast, he must have hired it somehow. "After the competition, I'm going to teach him a lesson." In the arena, Li Ji was panting, trying to command the Wind Demon Beast. Use 10,000 wind slashes. The monster roared, but it didn't obey. Li gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. Damn it. The power gap is too big. Forcing a summon for a monster like this is so difficult. Sensing an opportunity, Su Lingyue quickly channeled all her strength. Her body glowed brightly. Strength boost, speed boost, perception boost, amplified resistance. She pointed at Li and shouted, "Perfect timing. Phoenix, attack the Beastmaster. Let's win this." The Phoenix let out a sky-shaking cry, focusing energy for another Aurora beam. The Wind Demon Beast roared and spun around. It flapped its wings and lunged with unimaginable speed, so fast that Su Lingyue only had time to gasp in terror. "It's too fast," the announcer screamed. With just one move, contestant Su's Phoenix was killed instantly. The Wind Demon Beast didn't stop. It lunged straight at Su Lingyue. She panicked. "What are you doing?" It began to swing its claws, creating a column of invisible wind blades that shredded her clothes and tore through her skin, drawing blood. Up in the stands, Huoji was worried. What on earth is happening? Su Lingyue had already lost, so why hadn't the Wind Demon Beast stopped yet? The announcer was panicking too. "Damn it, Li has already passed out." The vice principal shouted, "Stop! Stop it right now." The Wind Demon Beast had completely broken free from the referee's control. As the match was supposed to end, a massive myriad wind blade slash began to form, pointed straight at Su Lingyue. The referee in the black cloak appeared and summoned a giant bird. "Godspeed, Wind Bird, go!" The divine bird lunged forward, trying to block the attack. But the myriad wind blade slash was too powerful. It tore right through the Godspeed Wind Bird and continued heading towards Su Lingyue. The judges were stunned. "It's so fast. What is that?" Faster than the Godspeed Wind Bird itself. A small figure darted out and took the full force of the attack. The announcer shrieked, "This is extreme. It's the Lightning Rat." Contestant Su has summoned the Lightning Rat to block the myriad wind blade slash. If a pet beast master took that hit, they'd be dead for sure. However, Huoji shook her head, her eyes wide with shock. No. Su Lingyue didn't summon it just now. The Lightning Rat was there the whole time. If that's the case, the Lightning Rat's stealth ability is incredible. After regaining his composure, the announcer declared, "Well then, let the third round begin." The Wind Demon Beast unleashed the myriad wind blade slash again. This time, the number of wind blades had multiplied. Su Lingyue was desperate. How am I supposed to dodge this? Just then, the Lightning Rat leaped into the air, and a green magic circle appeared beneath its feet. Emerging from that green circle, a giant skeleton holding a shield and sword rose up, blocking the path between the Lightning Rat and the storm of wind blades. It summoned an undead skeleton swordsman. The crowd erupted once again. Undead summoning? That Lightning Rat just used a skill from the demon-type beast trainer repertoire. I want a Lightning Rat as a pet too. This is absolutely insane. Su Lingyue collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, her face filled with shock. On the arena floor, the myriad wind blade slash kept slamming into the skeleton swordsman's massive shield, creating blinding, ear-splitting sparks. Yet, the defensive wall stood firm. The announcer was screaming until his voice went hoarse. Not only that, but it actually neutralized the myriad wind blade slash. Shortly after, the skeleton swordsman shattered into pieces under the overwhelming power of the attack, but the Lightning Rat didn't flinch. Its eyes glowed with electric energy, and it let out a piercing hiss, preparing to counterattack. Facing it, the Wind Demon Beast roared in fury, showcasing the majesty of a level 5 beast. In an instant, the Lightning Rat bolted like a blue streak of lightning, tearing through space and aiming straight for its giant foe. The two forces collided, creating a blinding explosion of light that shook the entire stadium. Su Lingyue hid behind the tattered shield of the skeleton swordsman, extremely anxious. "Lightning Rat!" the announcer yelled. "The Lightning Rat is fighting a level 5 Wind Demon Beast. Contestant Su is being way too reckless." At this moment, the Lightning Rat moved like a phantom of lightning, slipping past the Wind Demon Beast's defenses. The audience held their breath in anticipation. The result of the next moment left everyone terrified. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the Lightning Rat, piercing straight through the Wind Demon Beast's chest. The announcer screamed in disbelief. One hit, a single lethal strike. The Lightning Rat took down the berserk Wind Demon Beast in an instant. The giant Wind Demon Beast collapsed, electricity still crackling around the fatal wound on its chest. The wound was massive. The Lightning Rat growled, its claws turning a glowing red. Su Lingyue gasped. "Lightning Shadow Slash," the announcer continued. "That combat power. The Lightning Rat's ability is too terrifying." But it didn't end there. The black-cloaked referee suddenly felt a dense surge of killing intent. He looked down at the lightning rat in terror. This killing intent is so thick. Does the lightning rat actually want to kill the wind demon beast? Cold sweat broke out on the referee's forehead. Or is that her intent? He glanced at Su Lingyue. Are you still in a daze, even after winning? Or has the lightning rat lost control too? Without hesitation, the referee shouted, "This generation of contestants is insane. Godspeed, Windbird, get in there." Intentional pet killing results in disqualification, though. That punishment is far too light. However, the judge Huoji had other thoughts. She couldn't let someone with such talent have their future path cut short. On the field, the lightning rat seemed completely unfazed by the referee's intervention. Its body began to accumulate a massive amount of electrical energy. Immediately, it unleashed its move. Lightning Flash Strike. A massive, thunderous attack struck the Godspeed Windbird head-on. The energy bursting from the lightning rat made the entire arena light up. Seeing this, the referee quickly recalled his bird. The Godspeed Windbird returned, stumbling backward and whining in pain. It hurt, my Godspeed Windbird. He couldn't believe his eyes. No way. At rank 7? Not many pets can match that kind of speed. And on top of that, it's just a lightning rat. The audience was left jaw-dropped. The lightning flash strike. I've heard that when you're targeted by that move, 10,000 bolts of lightning pierce through your body in an instant. Even rock-type pets can't withstand that. The vice principal stroked his beard, smiling with amusement. The potential of a tiny lightning rat to be good enough to master a level 7 lightning slash, and now it even has a level 8 lightning flash strike? The muscular man beside him nodded in agreement. Tisk tisk, what an incredible pet skill. And to think it was learned by a lightning rat. If this were a mid-tier bloodline pet, it would sell for an astronomical price. Judge Huoji wore a smile of approval, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This lightning rat isn't even afraid of a level 7 Godspeed Windbird. How brave. I'm liking this rookie more and more. On the arena floor, the Godspeed Windbird shrieked angrily, summoning a giant tornado that engulfed the stadium. Su Lingyue was worried. Godspeed Windbird. The tornado grew larger and larger, as if it wanted to swallow the tiny lightning rat standing proudly in the eye of the storm. The Godspeed Windbird hissed in rage and dove down with glowing eyes. The lightning rat didn't back down. It bared its teeth and growled, its entire body radiating rolling blue lightning, ready for battle. The black-cloaked referee panicked, pouring all his energy into his magic to restrain the tornado, sweating buckets. Godspeed Windbird, calm down already, damn it. If the Godspeed Windbird fought the lightning rat, everything would spiral out of control. The massive tornado swept violently, threatening to destroy everything. The referee yelled, "This entire arena is going to turn into a mess." At this moment, Su Lingyue finally snapped out of it, staring blankly at the terrifying scene unfolding before her. But very quickly, her eyes lit up. She smiled radiantly at her pet. Lightning rat. Did you learn another high-level pet skill? Upon hearing the praise from its master, the thunder rat let out a happy squeak, looking incredibly proud and smug. Ignoring all the danger it had just faced, Su Lingyue rushed over and scooped the little mouse up into the air, cheering excitedly. "Oh my God, my little baby!" Watching this intimate scene, the referee and the wind-riding bird stood frozen in their tracks, cold sweat dripping down their faces. What? The thunder rat didn't lose control at all? The match ended in a dramatic fashion, and the announcer loudly declared Su Lingyue the winner, congratulating her on advancing to the next round. Meanwhile, in another place, Su Ping was stretching and yawning in front of his screen, looking bored. Yawning like this is supposed to be amazing, huh? He lazily gazed at the virtual screen displaying training instructions for a black cat. Just channel spirit energy into this black star cat to clear its meridians and front legs. Keep doing that, and its front legs will be evolved. The screen showed a progress bar being pulled. Su Ping mumbled as he read the analysis. The difficulty of this cultivation depends on getting familiar with the internal structure of the spirit beast. Otherwise, the channeled energy won't be absorbed and will cause a backlash instead. The scene shifted to a girl measuring the cat's leg. She excitedly said, "Let's see the change in the cat. Let me check. 12 centimeters. It grew 2 more centimeters. So jealous. The front leg grew another 2 centimeters. The final result had the girl on the screen cheering as the cat let out a powerful growl. Wow, amazing. That's truly incredible. I'm so jealous. The attack power of the front leg increased by 20% during the cultivation, and it only took exactly 3 months. Su Ping rested his chin on his hand, wearing a smug smile. So, is strengthening combat power really that difficult in this world? No wonder Su Lingyue was so shocked. I should probably film a video to attract more customers. No sooner had he finished speaking than a shiny sports car zipped up outside the pet shop and screeched to a halt at the door. A muscular young guy with light blue hair stepped out of the car and greeted him excitedly. "Yo, boss, long time no see." The guy walked into the shop along with a girl wearing a dark beanie. He held up a small package and asked, "Got any new products again?" Su Ping looked up, his face remaining cold and impassive. "Oh, it's you? Is your hand okay?" The young guy burst into laughter, confidently thumping his chest as he bragged. "Hey, boss, you've never been to a hospital in the upper city district, have you?" He swung his fist toward Su Ping and said with a smug look, "As long as you have enough money to pay, they can heal you even if every bone in your body is shattered." Su Ping raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, "Oh, so your family is that rich?" With that, Su Ping casually leaned back against the shelf and pointed at the items with sky-high prices. "If that's the case, then buy these expensive things. I'll give you a discount on this food for undead-type spirit beasts." The young guy and the girl with him stared in shock, their jaws nearly hitting the floor when they saw the price tag. "What? 100 times more expensive than last time? Brother, a tiny box of pet food like this costs almost as much as your entire surgery fee." Seeing the customer trying to haggle, Su Ping closed his eyes and turned away. He coldly dismissed them. "If you aren't buying anything else, you can go now. I need to cultivate." Hit with that cold shoulder, the muscle-bound guy scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, breaking into a sweat. "Aha, I was just trying to show off a little bit. You're much stronger than me, after all. Truth be told, I came here because I wanted to ask for your help with something. Are you interested in going on an expedition?" Hearing this, Su Ping thought to himself, Planet Blue Star used to be a place where water was scarce. Until one day, a terrifying power tore through space and time, creating star rifts. These unstable rifts acted like bridges connecting to other unknown planets. Some planets were rich in resources, some were crawling with fearsome savage beasts, and some were as hot as fire. The image appeared of humans working together to transport a giant purple crystal. Thanks to these star rifts, humans were able to gather resources from other planets. They built incredibly prosperous nations. The scene showed a futuristic city shining with bright lights. However, the Golden Age only lasted for a few centuries. In the fight for high-quality star rifts, humanity fell into years of brutal civil war. The human population dropped by half, leaving behind sorrowful faces as they hugged each other and wept in the ruins. Nearly 70% of the land on Blue Star turned into desolate wasteland. Standing on the brink of extinction, the surviving leaders reached an agreement and established the Human Federation. They migrated to safe areas where star rifts rarely appeared. To survive, the Human Federation focused all of its resources on training and cultivating battle pet warriors. The ultimate goal was to select the most outstanding warriors and send them out to find precious star rifts. An expedition? Back in the shop, the muscular guy sighed and explained, "To be honest, news broke out last night about a new spatial rift that appeared just outside our city. I'm a member of the Black Wolf battle team. We were the first ones sent on this mission, but we were ambushed. We lost our Firefox in the chaos." Right then, the system made its familiar ringing sound. A notification board appeared in front of Su Ping. "Congratulations, you have triggered the side quest. Find the lost pet. Quest reward: 1 copy of the Demon Body Training Manual. If you fail, you will be deducted 10 points. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, looking extremely interested. "A Demon Body Training Manual, huh? The chaotic star map the system gave me has already boosted my abilities quite a bit. This manual must be good stuff too." The corners of his mouth curled up into a confident, mysterious smile. "I could use some more real-world combat experience too." The rugged off-road vehicle roared to life, speeding down the asphalt road and heading straight for the north gate of Longjiang City. As soon as they saw the familiar silhouette of the car, the guards immediately signaled for the automatic gate to open. One of them shouted loudly, "It's the Black Wolf team's vehicle. Let them through." The car glided straight into Expedition Base number 38, a giant steel complex standing in the middle of the dusty wasteland. Jumping out of the car, the muscle-bound guy waved his hand excitedly. "Captain, we're here." Su Ping followed behind at a leisurely pace, his hands in his pockets, looking as relaxed as if he were taking a walk in the park. A muscular man with spiky blue hair stepped forward, carrying the imposing aura of a leader. Behind him was a blond young man with a side-parted hairstyle, dressed in an elegant suit. The captain smiled, his gaze shifting towards Su Ping. "Is this the expert you mentioned? May I ask what your name is?" Su Ping blinked, his face maintaining its usual lazy expression as he calmly replied, "Su Ping. Ping as in ordinary." Vice Captain Li Ying narrowed his eyes to observe the young man, smiling politely. Fan Wujing has been talking about you a lot. It's an honor to meet someone as impressive as you today. You're so young, probably just in your early 20s, right? Su Ping clicked his tongue and coolly corrected him. 18. Instantly, the three grown, hardened men looked like they'd been struck by invisible lightning, their faces frozen in pure shock. Vice Captain Li squinted and exclaimed, "That's not even the graduation age for Beast Tamers yet. Which academy are you from?" Su Ping scratched his head and poured cold water on them. "I'm self-taught." As soon as he said that, Fan Wujing, standing behind him, was so terrified his soul nearly left his body, his face turning deathly pale. "What the hell?" he screamed inwardly. Seeing that things were heading in the wrong direction, Captain Fan Gangli immediately regained his composure. His voice dropped. "Su Ping, the star rifts are extremely dangerous. To join the team, you need to register your identity first. Also, I hope you can. Show us your battle pet so we can coordinate better." Su Ping waved his hand and summoned a blood-red portal, saying, "No problem, but I don't intend to join the expedition team. I'm only here to find the Firefox for you guys." This remark immediately struck a nerve with Li Ying. The vice captain frowned and snapped angrily. "You're a bit too arrogant for your age. Do you think our team just accepts anyone?" Captain Fan raised a hand to stop his comrade. "Hey, Su Ping is Fan Wujing's guest. Watch your attitude." Without wanting to argue further, Su Ping stepped back. Dark energy surged and erupted from his body. Immediately after, a deadly red light flashed in his eyes within the magical space. He coldly commanded, "Come out." A dark shadow crawled out from the void. Yet, contrary to the expectation of a terrifying monster, what appeared was a tiny, minuscule skeleton. The captain and vice captain were stunned, sweat beading on their foreheads as they were completely speechless at this evil creature. The whole group stared at the skeleton that dropped its head the moment it appeared, whispering, A baby skeleton?" Su Ping picked up the red orb from the little skeleton's hand, muttering to himself, "I've let this little guy absorb this orb for 7 or 8 days in the cultivation land. Why is the stone still this big? But I guess the little guy is strong enough to go into the wilderness now." Standing behind him, the faces of the two captains darkened. A deathly silence filled the space. Fan Wujing tremblingly pulled on Su Ping's sleeve, his voice sounding like he was about to cry. "Hey Su Ping, is this your only battle pet?" Su Ping nodded briefly. "Yeah, for now." Fan Wujing clutched his head, screaming in despair internally. "Oh my god, Su Ping, you don't know how terrifying my captain and vice captain are when they get mad. If I brought trouble home this time, I'm finished." Looking at the miserable state of the muscular guy, Su Ping just smiled gently and rubbed the smooth skull of the little skeleton. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." He stepped back, his gaze turning sharp as he shouted, "Little skeleton, draw your blade." In a millisecond, the space seemed to be torn apart, and a cold white light swung out with lethal precision, slashing through everything in its path with an intermediate-level swordsmanship skill. The movement was so fast that no one could even see how the blade was drawn. The three men gasped, eyes wide. Fan Wujing stammered, "Fast. So fast." Captain Fan broke into a cold sweat. I only barely saw it sheath the blade." A few seconds after the eerie silence, a deafening explosion rang out behind them. Massive rock structures were sliced through and collapsed, creating a cloud of thick dust. Leaving the three stone-like statues behind, Su Ping casually shoved his hands into his pockets and walked over to the system's information registration terminal. A blue light scanned his face. A confirmation tone sounded, and the screen clearly displayed 3 words. Unofficial personnel. The security system at the north gate of Longjiang City began scanning his retina. The blue screen flashed, indicating it was identifying him. Immediately after, his personal profile appeared in full. "Hello Su Ping. Gender, male. Age, 18. Battle Tamer bloodline, none." Along with that was his school and family history. It concluded with a confirmation that he was authorized and registered as a temporary explorer. Su Ping turned and asked with a deadpan expression, "Is it done?" While Fan Wujing stood by, eyes wide, muttering in absolute confusion. A regular high school? Did he really become a battle tamer on his own? And he's actually only 18? Seeing this, Vice Captain Li Ying sneered and threw a bucket of cold water on him. "Don't get too happy yet. A temporary explorer can accumulate merit during expeditions." He tilted his chin and continued, "But he can't enjoy all the privileges of an official explorer. He will be punished like a normal person if he commits a crime." Meanwhile, Fan Wujing hurriedly waved his hand. "Su Ping, this way." As they walked, Fan Wujing patted his chest proudly to reassure him. "Don't worry, Su Ping. If you get arrested, I'll definitely bail you out. You don't need to thank me." As an explorer, I have certain privileges, you know. Hearing this, Su Ping just glanced sideways, sighing to himself. They always talk about their privileges. These people are hopeless. Next, the massive elevator doors slid open, releasing gusts of white smoke, ushering the group into the area called the Federal Vanguard Warehouse. Just as they stepped out, a strong gust of wind whistled by. Su Ping widened his eyes, exclaiming in amazement, "This is." Before his eyes were countless glass display stands, shimmering with brilliant lights, containing arrays of state-of-the-art combat armor and incredibly sharp, spectacular weapons. Captain Fan Gongli stood in the middle of the massive warehouse, spreading his arms generously. "Su Ping, the wilderness is full of dangers. Choose a few treasures to protect yourself. It's on me. You can't find these things on the market." Just as Su Ping was about to nod, Fan Wujing snuck his head out from behind and whispered, "But don't pick anything too expensive. Get it?" Which made Su Ping reply indifferently, "Got it," while thinking to himself, "Every time I come here, I'm impressed." He went over to examine a dragon fruit, a grade 8 treasure carefully stored in a glass case, his chin lifted slightly in evaluation. "Some things here are even better than what I can find in the cultivation lands. Were these collected from other star regions?" Seeing him browsing for a while, Captain Fan waved to urge him on. "Time's up, Su Ping. Have you decided?" Without hesitation, Su Ping calmly pointed at a glass case emitting a green light. "I only want these." This made Fan Wujing gasp in shock. "What? The items you chose are just some hard drives containing documents? Basic training methods, grades 1 through 6 for battle tamers. Grade 1 treasure, 10 merit points." The whole group couldn't help but freeze, screaming in their minds. "Basic training method?" The deputy captain, Li Ying, burst into mocking laughter. "Fan Wujing, what kind of person have you brought here?" "Ha ha ha." Even Captain Fan Gongli had to cover his mouth to stifle a laugh. Panicked, Fan Wujing grabbed Su Ping's shoulder and tried to talk him out of it. "Listen, Su Ping. We're heading into the wilderness. The captain wants you to get some defensive gear and weapons so you don't get hurt. Why would you choose a training method?" But Su Ping just brushed his hand away and replied coldly, "I don't want to owe people too much before I've made any money. Don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing." Captain Fan Gongli narrowed his eyes, sizing up this strange young man and thinking to himself, training methods are for long-term cultivation. He's either brainless or incredibly confident in his own abilities. I hope it's the latter. Suddenly, a box containing an obsidian black combat suit was presented to him. Su Ping asked, confused, "What's this?" Fan Wujing gave a thumbs up, winked, and said, "It's from the captain. It can deflect attacks from most level 5 astral beasts. If our team fails again, we'll become the biggest laughingstock in town." Sensing the sincerity behind the gesture, a faint smile touched the corner of Su Ping's lips. He responded firmly, "Understood." In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the wilderness at midnight, where jagged, rocky mountains stood tall beneath a starry sky. Clad in the pitch-black combat suit, Su Ping and Fan Wujing drifted gracefully down from the high cliffs. He asked curiously, "What do you know about this star crack?" Fan Wujing reported in a grave tone that it was a B-rank danger zone, infested with demonic beasts and devoid of any rare minerals. Hearing the word demonic, Su Ping muttered with interest, "Demonic, huh? I think I've come to the right place." Then he turned to ask, "You said both of you were severely injured. So who is the second replacement?" Gazing into the distance, a colossal stone golem stomped down the cliffside, its steps shaking the earth, carrying Su Ping and Fan Wujing. Meanwhile, Fan Wujing whispered, "The other replacement was brought by the deputy captain. I heard he's pretty tough, so don't get on his bad side." No sooner had the warning ended than a bloody, fur-covered monster leg tore through the air. The blood-soaked limb slammed with a deafening thud into the foot of the stone golem, sending blood splattering everywhere. Fan Wujing shrieked in horror. "Huh?" With razor-sharp reflexes, Su Ping jerked his head toward the darkness and shouted, "Who's there?" From the shadows, a man with an arrogant gaze stood casually atop the monster's carcass. Beside him lay the head of a giant snake. He taunted, "You guys are so slow. I've been waiting so long I almost fell asleep." The system immediately updated the target's info. Lin Mo, a silver medal explorer. Suddenly, the golem stumbled, and they both tumbled off in a panic. Su Ping quickly helped Vu Can up, and the latter immediately groaned, "Damn it, lucky my core muscles are solid. If I'd fallen, I'd be dead for sure, even at level 6. Su Ping replied wearily, "That's enough. Quit bragging." Not far away, the Beastmaster Lin Mo was busy taunting Captain Fan Gongli. "I heard your beloved bloodline Firefox got lost. Is that right?" Captain Fan Gongli sighed bitterly and admitted, God. We made a mistake. If she wasn't so paranoid every single day, I wouldn't have gone back there. Lin Mo tilted his head, looking arrogant. I told you to only bring elites to the wasteland. Now I'm the one stuck doing the dirty work. Captain Fan Gangli had to swallow his pride, forcing a smile in concession. Haha, all right. We'll do as you say. While Su Ping stood silently behind them, quietly observing the entire condescending exchange, suddenly, the man's cold, sharp gaze swept over the group and landed on Su Ping. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion and demanded, Who is he? Why isn't he on the list? Captain Fan Gangli hurriedly placed a hand on Su Ping's shoulder, smiling to smooth things over. This is Su Ping, a helper invited by Fan Wujing. He looks quite green. This is your first time in the wilderness, so why don't you be a little friendlier? A sharp voice snapped out, demanding, Can you explain what just happened? Lin Mo's face hardened as he retorted aggressively. What? Who are you to demand an explanation from me? Combat is brutal. If you can't even handle that, how on earth do you expect to survive in the wilderness? Seeing tensions rising, Captain Fan Gangli stepped in to shield Su Ping, defending him sternly. Hey, Su Ping isn't an official explorer, but his knowledge of astral pets is extraordinary. He can take care of himself. Hearing this, Lin Mo tightened his grip on his weapon, turned his back, and snorted in disdain. He can take care of himself, can he? If that's the case, then anyone can be an explorer. And this nobody dares to stare at me like that? Just wait until we're inside. Don't blame me if things get bloody. Unfazed by the blatant threat, Su Ping bowed his head slightly, his eyes hidden in the shadows, eerily still. The captain replied calmly, Don't worry, I'll take care of my own people. But as he turned away, he gulped nervously, having accidentally caught the gaze of the 18-year-old youth. He was internally shaken. What was that look? A surge of murderous aura loomed behind Su Ping, like the silhouette of a giant demonic skeleton. His eyes were bone-chillingly cold, as if he were staring at a dead man. This invisible pressure made Li Ying break into a cold sweat. Is this really his first time in the wilderness? The group entered a spatial crack, the air around them sizzling with the crackle of energy. Dongmin Tung, the man with green hair, patted Su Ping on the shoulder and chuckled. Su Ping, us explorers, we're blunt, and say what's on our minds. Don't take it to heart. Su Ping replied coldly, Not at all. A sharp smirk tugged at his lips. Because I happen to agree with that guy. As the team gathered before the crack, someone reminded them, Watch your step. We're on a different planet now. Lin Mo gave the order, scanning for dangerous beasts. Follow me. They stepped into a gloomy forest bathed in eerie purple moonlight. We'll cross through this forest, Lin Mo commanded. Li Ying, find the way, a voice replied clearly. However, the silent night was quickly broken by low growls and rustling in the bushes. A bizarre bird with glowing green triangular eyes streaked across the sky. Its cry echoed through the forest. The scout reported, There's an unidentified small beast near the lake ahead. The fog is too thick to identify it from the air. Someone else asked nervously, Is there any way to go around? All the other paths are crawling with ferocious monsters. Lin Mo was indecisive. Let's go take a look and decide what to do if it's a high-level beast. The giant snake beside him hissed threateningly as the scanner displayed an image of a green creature resembling a pig-tiger hybrid. A team member whispered that it was a mature pig-tiger. Its power is only about level 5, Lin Mo said, refusing to give orders. Just kill it quickly. We don't want to waste time here. Another member agreed. No problem. I'll take care of it. But Su Ping suddenly spoke up. Wait, are you sure that's a pig-tiger? Give me the night vision binoculars. Lin Mo didn't turn back, his voice harsh. What do you mean? Are you questioning our judgment? Su Ping calmly explained. Pig tigers rarely drink water. They primarily retain moisture by eating insects. Furthermore, given the temperature here, they usually aren't active this season. Dongming Song, the team member with green hair, nodded. That's right. Pig tigers are tropical pets. They don't appear in cold, damp environments. He hesitated and asked, Are you sure? The scout still insisted. I think it's a pig tiger. Lin Mo didn't lose his patience, looking through his device. It's definitely a pig tiger. Why do we have to trust a rookie like you? What a waste of time. He pointed forward and roared. Kill it. The Kodoso giant python lunged forward, its mouth wide and vicious. The pig tiger was struck, but instead of dying, its body dissolved into a strange mist of black smoke. Dongming Song exclaimed in shock. The pig tiger. It's dead? Su Ping narrowed his eyes, his voice tense. That thing is a mass of black smoke gathering to turn into a far more terrifying monster. It's a spirit beast disguised as a pig tiger, Su Ping shouted. Lin Mo, Don't tell your pet to let that monster go. Get back right now unless you want it to die. Lin Mo roared furiously. Who do you think you are? What are you to order me around? The snake's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a muffled explosion echoed from within its body. The giant snake writhed in agony, shrieking piteously as a wave of destructive purple energy erupted from the inside. Dongming Song turned to Su Ping with a bewildered look. Su Ping, what do you mean by spirit beast? I rarely encounter ghost-type beasts. Can you explain? Su Ping explained quickly. A mature spirit beast has level 7 power, and they usually pretend to be weak to lure in prey. Once they enter the victim's body, they erode it from within, Su Ping said. Dongming Song rushed to suggest, Su Ping, if it's level 7, let's take it on together. No. Su Ping shook his head, his expression more serious than ever. The most terrifying thing about a spirit beast isn't the creature itself, but the blood-soul beast, the species that shares a symbiotic relationship with it. Dongming Song turned pale, stammering. Spirit beast. Blood-soul beast. Wait a minute, he asked. Su Ping, what the hell are you talking about? Su Ping stared into the darkness ahead. Wherever there's a spirit beast, there's always a blood-soul beast lurking nearby. Sure enough, something slowly rose from the lake's surface. Su Ping said firmly. If I'm not mistaken, that thing in the lake isn't water. The whole team gulped, feeling a chill run down their spines. Su Ping stared at the lake's surface, enunciating every word. It's blood. The Kodoso snake below was writhing in agony. He shouted a warning. This blood-soul beast is hiding right under the lake. A terrifying, giant, blood-red eye slowly opened beneath the thick, viscous water. Lin Mo didn't retreat. His face drained of all color as he screamed in terror. The Kodoso snake's consciousness has completely vanished. A monster. Su Ping broke into a cold sweat and spun around, shouting, Run! If a level 7 spirit beast is just the bait used to nourish it, this blood-soul beast must be at least level 9, or maybe even a Lord-tier monster. At that same moment, the monster's colossal corpse rose up, blocking out the night sky. Instantly, giant, blood-colored tentacles lashed out violently through the air, aiming to snatch the fleeing group. The captain and the members scrambled to summon their pets to escape. Bloodthirsty lizard, flying wyvern, get out here everyone. The group frantically jumped onto their pets' backs and sped away. The captain shouted instructions. Li Ying, quickly plot an escape route. Li Ying broke into a cold sweat, his eyes glued to the radar screen as he reported quickly. There are some unidentified beasts on 2 routes to the east. The western route is temporarily safe. A 3D map appeared, showing a series of red dots signaling a swarm of monsters surrounding the spatial rift, along with the location where the blood-tailed firefox went missing. The group asked in confusion, which way should we go? Lin Mo gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, are there no other options? Retreat to the west. I've already lost 1 pet. We'll be in big trouble if we keep pushing deeper into the forest. However, Dongming Song, the green-haired team member, turned to look at Su Ping with a questioning gaze. Su Ping, what do you think? Su Ping smirked confidently and replied calmly, I suggest we go east. Lin Mo stared, wide-eyed, and roared. What the hell did you say? He continued to yell from atop his mount. Are you crazy? Isn't 1 dead pet enough? Captain, I also agree that we should retreat. Dongming Song was sweating profusely, turning to Su Ping with nervous intensity. Su Ping, are you serious? This is a matter of life and death. If we make any mistakes, we're done for. Su Ping looked him straight in the eye, his face hardening with determination. I'm serious. If you still want to find the blood-tailed firefox, trust me. Hurry up, we don't have time to waste. Dongming Song gritted his teeth and made the most daring decision of his life. I hope this won't be my last mistake. He immediately gave a booming order. Li Ying, turn east, straight into the canyon. Li Ying answered decisively. Understood. The whole team banked hard and shot off. Behind them, the giant one-eyed monster roared in extreme anger, but it seemed hesitant to enter the narrow canyon entrance. As they flew into the canyon, Li Ying's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the radar screen, stammering, Captain, all the fierce monsters in the canyon have cleared out. The radar screen suddenly cleared of all dangerous red dots. The captain frowned, speculating. Are they all running away? Is it because they realized the blood-soul beast is right behind us? At that moment, Lin Mo looked as if he had just realized something. His eyes widened in panic. Huh? Looking back at the path behind them, the massive blood-soul beast remained standing in place, appearing to have no interest in squeezing into the canyon to pursue them. The captain asked in confusion, How can that be? Su Ping explained leisurely. Although the blood-soul beast's power is terrifying, It doesn't like to hunt for itself. It prefers using spirit beasts to lure prey right into its mouth. He shrugged, adding a sarcastic remark. Besides, this canyon is too narrow for it, and we're hardly a gourmet meal anyway. Only a fool would turn down a meal delivered right to their doorstep, only to go crawling under a bed looking for scraps. Hearing this, Captain Dongming Song nodded in agreement. You've got a point. If I'd known about this trait, I wouldn't have even considered an exit strategy. Seeing everyone's eyes turn toward him, Lin Mo didn't rush to make a defensive excuse. Hey, why are you all looking at me? There's no way I could have stolen the abilities of that blood soul beast. Before long, Li Ying reported in from the dragon's back. Captain, we're approaching the place where the blood-tail firefox disappeared. But there's a ferocious beast lurking at the end of the canyon. Lin Mo didn't hesitate to turn toward Su Ping with a taunt. Hear that? Su Ping just gave him an icy glare and held out his hand. Give me the night vision goggles. Ignored completely, Lin Mo clicked his tongue in annoyance, threw the goggles toward Su Ping, and sneered. Huh, don't go acting all high and mighty. Here, take them, you pathetic rookie. Su Ping caught the goggles effortlessly, a faint, cold smirk on his lips. Thanks. As soon as he put them on, the system in the goggles immediately initialized, signaling the visual enhancement and night vision mode were active. Through the infrared lens, a ghost of a woman hanged by her neck, wearing tattered white robes, wielding an evil sword, appeared vividly in the gloomy darkness. Lin Mo and the mercenary began breaking out in a cold sweat, stammering in panic. That's a mature spirit-type wraith. Its power must be at least level 5. The other guy swallowed hard. Another ghost-type monster? We're in serious trouble this time, aren't we? Contrary to their panic, Su Ping remained incredibly calm and reached out to summon his pet. No need to worry. I've already summoned my pet. He gave the little skeleton a brief order. Move out. Receiving the command, the little skeleton hunched down, drew its glowing blade, and darted forward, unleashing a slash that tore through the darkness toward the monster. With a masterful spin in midair, the little skeleton executed its assassin technique. Mid-level swordsmanship. The captain and the green-haired team member stared in shock. That kill was too fast. How did his pet manage to take down the wraith so quickly? The captain muttered in regret. I should have listened to Su Ping from the very beginning. Seeing Su Ping shine once again, Lin Mo gritted his teeth in jealousy, thinking bitterly, it's just beginner's luck. A monster as weak as that? I could have killed it easily. He clicked his tongue in resentment. That brat stole the spotlight again. Overcoming the obstacle, the team continued deep into the canyon, toward a rocky cliff that rose sharply like a giant spike into the sky under the eerie purple moonlight. The captain looked up at the peak, his expression growing extremely tense. This giant peak is very dangerous. He recalled a bitter memory. Last time, we encountered an unidentified high-level beast right here. That's when we lost the blood-tail firefox. Su Ping pulled the night vision goggles down, his eyes glinting with a sharp red light, and urged them decisively. All right, let's move. He ordered the group, everyone, get down there and search for clues. Immediately, the team landed on the jagged cliff at the foot of the mountain, spreading out to scour every inch of the area. Suddenly, the team's monkey pet discovered something. It let out a panicked shriek and scrambled back in terror. The green-haired team member rushed over, asking anxiously, Multi-eared monkey, what did you find? But when he looked in the creature's direction, he gasped in horror. The scene that hit their eyes was the monkey clinging to a piece of human remains scattered on the ground. A team member screamed in terror. A severed arm! Lin Mo stared, fixedly at the accessory on the severed arm, his face turning pale. This is a black gold wrist guard. He swallowed hard. Only a high-level explorer captain could afford gear this expensive. The atmosphere instantly darkened. The green-haired team member shivered. Even a captain died here? The mercenary broke into a cold sweat. What kind of terrifying monster did he run into? While everyone was in utter confusion, Su Ping walked toward the scene, his voice low. What did you find? Let me take a look. But Lin Mo immediately snatched the arm with the black gold bracelet, snapping back. And what if I don't? He glared at Su Ping with contempt. Do you even know anything about gear to be asking to see it? He gestured. Hand it over to me. Lin Mo stepped closer to Su Ping, aggressively threatening him. You must be feeling pretty smug. Playing the leader twice in a row, huh? Don't act so high and mighty. He tilted his chin. You think you can order me around? I'm a silver medal explorer. He leaned close to Su Ping's face, whispering maliciously, I'll just get a small warning, even if I accidentally kill a pet warrior like you. Understand? Saying that, he let go, letting the protective bracelet roll onto the ground, and sneered with a smug look. Oops, I dropped it. Pick it up yourself. Facing that blatant provocation, Su Ping's eyes darkened, and a cold flash of killing intent sparked in his pupils. As Su Ping stooped down to pick up the item, Lin Mo continued to mock, "Pick it up yourself." The captain and the green-haired member looked at each other in confusion. What was going on with those two? Ignoring that jerk, Su Ping picked up the bracelet to inspect it carefully, analyzing the dark aura rising from it. The blood is already dry. This person has definitely been dead for a few days, but there's still a lingering, incredibly dense evil aura right at the wound. He furrowed his brows, forming a hypothesis. Could there be another high-level ghost-type beast around here? Seeing his serious expression, the captain asked worriedly, "Su Ping, you look pretty uneasy. Did you find something related to the Bloodtail Fire Fox?" Su Ping let out a breath, setting aside the worst-case scenario for now. "It's possible the creature already left, since this happened days ago," he replied briefly. "It's nothing." Seeing that, Lin Mo immediately let out a hideous, mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha," he ridiculed, "putting on such a serious face, aren't we? I thought you'd actually discovered something major. Ha ha." As he roared with laughter, he aggressively stomped his foot on the ground, spitting out arrogance. "Good for you. Ha ha ha." But before his laughter could fade, a brutal, thunderous punch from Su Ping flew forward, smashing into the arrogant man's grinning face. The shocking punch left the rest of the team stunned, eyes wide as they stared at the scene, stammering in disbelief. Su Ping had knocked him out, blood spraying from his nose and mouth, Lin Mo's face swollen and bruised. He roared in madness. "You little bastard! I'm going to kill you!" He was absolutely furious. He swung his arm, drawing his glowing energy sword from its sheath, and let out an uncontrollable roar. "How dare you punch me in the face? You're dead meat!" Before Su Ping could even finish his retort, a chilling blade blocked his move. At that very moment, a blinding red slash tore through the air, vibrating with an overwhelming killing intent. Su Ping's movements didn't just freeze, he went completely rigid. Cold sweat poured down his face, and his expression twisted into sheer terror. It turned out Su Ping's little skeleton had closed in on him without anyone noticing. Its razor-sharp blade was pressed right against Lin Mo's throat. Lin Mo swallowed hard, stuttering in desperation. When did it attack? At the same time, the mercenary behind him growled, ordering his beast to drop its weapon immediately. Su Ping replied coldly, "Why don't you tell him to drop his sword first?" Seeing the internal conflict escalating toward bloodshed, the green-haired captain hurriedly raised both hands to intervene, his voice panicked. "Su Ping, calm down. Why on earth did you punch him?" Under the blade's crimson glow, Su Ping tilted his head, his razor-sharp eyes scanning his enemy as he delivered a chilling verdict. He brought this on himself. Su Ping spoke coldly, his aura radiating pure intensity. "He's been getting in my way, over and over again." Meanwhile, the little skeleton glowed intensely, its red eyes locked on, ready to claim its enemy's life. A massive, shadowy figure of death rose behind Su Ping like a dark tide ready to swallow everything. He growled, "Don't blame me for being ruthless." Witnessing that overwhelming sight, the mercenary broke out in a cold sweat, stammering in shock. His killing intent is insane. Is he actually confident he can take all of us down here? Lin Mo, though terrified, still tried to save face. He raised his energy sword and challenged, "What the? Do you really think you have the guts to kill me?" Seeing the situation spiraling toward disaster, the green-haired captain jumped in to mediate. "Lin Mo, it's not Su Ping's fault. I'll apologize on his behalf. I'll make up for your losses. For my sake, let's just focus on the mission." He then turned to Su Ping, looking flustered as he tried to talk him down. "Seriously, Su Ping, fighting against the Dongming Tung squad in the Deadlands is a huge taboo. We could all die here." Under the red light, Su Ping's eyes remained sharp as a knife. He replied coolly, "Is that so? I think only a stubborn idiot would drag us all down." A thin streak of blood trickled from Lin Mo's neck due to the invisible pressure of the killing intent. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, glaring at Su Ping, thinking to himself that it would be best to get rid of this guy. However, the hand holding his sword was trembling, unable to hide his weakness against the terrifying pressure coming from the other side. Realizing he had no chance of winning, Lin Mo reluctantly retracted his sword, trying to salvage some dignity. "Humph, Su Ping, I'll settle this with you later. I'll listen to you for now, but I'm going to deal with you once we get back to base." The captain breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Su Ping to ask for his input. "From now on, I'll be in charge of the operation. What do you think?" The deputy, Lin Mo, glanced at Su Ping with a cunning look, thinking to himself, if we actually fought, he'd be in trouble too. Has he finally realized that we just need to prioritize the mission for now? Lin Mo crossed his arms and looked away. I only follow the captain's orders. Don't ask me. The captain approached and patted Su Ping on the shoulder, giving him a serious warning. Su Ping, having passion is great. But, if you cause any more trouble, I won't let it slide. Understand? He lowered his voice, whispering just enough for the two of them to hear. The captain muttered, I can see you're very capable. Keep at it. I don't have any issues with you. But I don't think Lin Mo is going to let this go so easily. Be careful, he might play dirty along the way. In the distance, Lin Mo walked away, his back radiating a deep, unconcealed gloom and hatred. Hearing the captain's warning, the corner of Su Ping's mouth curled into a faint, confident smile. Understood. Suddenly, a bright red flare tore through the night, exploding in the canyon sky, causing both Su Ping and the captain to look up. The captain was stunned for a moment, before immediately ordering the entire squad. Something's happening up ahead, let's go check it out. The scene shifted to a man and a woman desperately helping each other run through the dark forest. The badly injured girl choked out, Run! Leave me and save yourself. Close behind them, a massive demon wreathed in purple fog and mist surged forward. It aggressively smashed through their defensive pet formation. The monster opened its gaping maw, roaring with insane intensity, creating a vortex of energy that shattered the space around them. The sonic boom from the roar made the couple clutch their heads, collapsing in agonizing pain. The young man screamed in despair. Oh no, it's a psychic attack. Moments later, a barrage of massive, sharp bone spikes tore through the air from afar, raining down on them like a shower of death. Their defensive beast took the full force of the strike, coughing up a spray of blood that splattered into the air. The young man froze in terror and mental strain, looking up in helplessness. I can't move anymore. The ruthless bone spikes continued to rain down, ready to impale the two fragile humans. But in a split second, a giant wolf's paw stomped down from above, crushing the spikes right in front of the man's nose, leaving him stunned. Standing tall and majestic on the giant red wolf's back was Su Ping's team. The captain declared firmly, We are the Black Wolf Squad. We just saw your SOS signal. But instead of being happy, the young man pointed at the shadows in panic, his face deathly pale as he shouted, Watch out! That skeleton demon. It's trying to kill us. That desperate warning made the green-haired captain's eyes widen in shock, sweat pouring down as he barely realized the shape of the colossal enemy in front of them. It was a giant skeleton demon submerged in purple fire, radiating pure killing intent, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. The captain recognized the monster, gritting his teeth as he cursed, It's the same bastard that attacked us before. Under the terrifying pressure of the giant's footsteps, the captain hurriedly reached out to pull the gasping couple onto the wolf's back, urging, Get on! Now! Just then, Lin Mo slyly shoved Su Ping while he was trying to save the girl. Both of them tumbled off. The girl screamed in terror. Ah! Su Ping slid across the ground, his eyes wide with shock, his pupils contracting as he realized the deadly danger looming behind him. At the same time, a giant, fiery purple skeletal foot gripped the air, aiming to crush them both. A voice from above screamed, Run! The monster's massive foot smashed a huge section of the cliff wall. His teammates on the flying dragon circled around, swooping down and reaching out, screaming, Su Ping, grab on! Seeing Su Ping narrowly escape, Lin Mo stood by with an icy expression, clicking his tongue in mockery. Tisk. Pathetic. The next second, Su Ping hurriedly spoke. Captain, find somewhere flat, now. The captain frowned and muttered. He had just narrowly escaped death, yet his face hadn't changed a bit. This rough terrain won't affect that skeleton demon at all. It's only going to slow us down. Dongming Song and his team nodded, understanding. Once safely on the back of the flying beast, the green-haired captain looked at the survivor with a heavy gaze. In a deep voice, he asked, On our way here, we saw so many dismembered limbs and dead beast carcasses. Are you two the only ones left from your squad? The young man hung his head, his eyes filled with despair and pain, and gritted his teeth as he replied, That's right. My last pet was just killed. The girl who had also just escaped immediately pointed to the sky, shouting defiantly, My sacred firebird can still fight. The captain looked at the battered bird in shock, breaking into a cold sweat. Among level 8 pets, the sacred firebird is incredibly tough. How could it be injured this badly? Looking back at the giant skeleton demon tearing through the forest behind them with destructive power, he gulped, convinced that the monster's strength had surely neared level 9. Meanwhile, Su Ping kept a cold face, his mind racing to analyze tactics. The skeleton demon's vital points were all protected by thick bone armor. My little skeleton cannot break through its defense with just a single slash. I still need their support. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, Once this is over, I'll settle the score with Lin Mo. In the heat of the moment, Ye Haoshan suddenly spoke up. Everyone, we're all going to die here if we don't act now. I have a suggestion. Let's leave our pets behind to buy us some time to escape. As soon as he heard this, Lin Mo flew into a rage, veins bulging in his neck. I just lost a pet a while ago, and now you want me to sacrifice another one? The rescued young man hurriedly stepped up to reassure them, clutching his chest firmly. After we get out of here, I, Ye Haoshan, will compensate you for all your losses. I'll even pay you extra. I'm a man of my word. The green-haired captain, Lin Mo, and Dongming Song were stunned. Ye Haoshan, are you that famous gold-rank explorer? Even knowing his identity, Lin Mo still scoffed, his attitude incredibly selfish. Humph. I don't care who you are. Do you know how much effort I put into raising my pet? How could I just throw it away like that? Ye Haoshan pleaded. I will compensate you triple. Ye Haoshan turned and shouted at the captain, his face twisted in desperation. Damn it, Li Ying. You have to leave the pets behind to buy time, or we're all going to end up as corpses here. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo smugly twisted the situation to attack others. Did you hear that? Everyone has to contribute if we want to get out of here alive. While the group argued loudly in the air, Su Ping and the girl were stranded on the ground, just staring at each other, their figures dwarfed by the encroaching darkness. The green-haired captain sighed heavily, caught in a dilemma over this cruel decision. The girl clutched her bleeding wound, her eyes looking far into the sky, whispering, Sacred Firebird. Amidst the chaos, Su Ping slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let out a thin plume of smoke. With a bored sigh, without saying another word, he jumped off the high cliff and plummeted down decisively. His feet slammed into the cracked earth, landing in a heroic stance, standing firm to block the monster's path. Behind him, the little skeleton exuded intense killing intent, gripping its weapon, ready for battle. The scene was like a terrifying contrast. A tiny human figure and a skeletal pet facing the giant skeleton demon that was crushing everything in its path. The crazy sight made Dongming Song and the others high above widen their eyes, mouths agape in horror, screaming his name. Su Ping didn't react. While Lin Mo smirked with sinister malice, he mocked him triumphantly. You fool. Want to be a hero? Go ahead and die there alone for all I care. I won't let the others go back to save you. As soon as he finished, the ground beneath the giant red wolf cracked open. A giant bony hand tore through the earth, threatening to grab them, causing someone to scream in panic. What the hell is that? Right after that, a horde of tattered skeletons rose from the ground, surrounding the entire team. Someone screamed in despair, Oh no, we're surrounded! The skeletal minions, with glowing red seals on their foreheads, stood still in the dark night, emitting a bone-chilling cold. The green-haired captain broke into a cold sweat, his eyes darting around tensely, hesitating as he asked, They're not moving. Are they not targeting us? Looking from afar, Su Ping's skeleton was casting dark magic to enslave the dead spirits. Ye Haoshan whispered bitterly, Captain, it's soul enslavement. Su Ping said, Your pet has been with you for a long time, hasn't it? Su Ping remained standing, fearless. His little skeleton raised its blade, which burned with crimson fire. Su Ping's voice rang out steadily. Wouldn't it be a shame to abandon your pet? Immediately, Su Ping waved his hand, commanding his minions, Charge! The skeleton army immediately charged, aiming straight for the beast. In the distance, the great skeleton demon tilted its head back and let out a deafening roar, the sound vibrating and shaking the ground beneath them. Without a moment's hesitation, the little skeleton darted through the wind, ignoring the small fry and aiming straight for the giant skeleton demon. Someone gasped. The little skeleton is heading toward the demon to launch a preemptive strike. Seeing the little pest daring to challenge it, the skeleton demon growled, lifted its massive leg, and slammed it down with destructive force. The whole team gasped in shock at the terrifying pressure. The mercenary stuttered. What a terrifying display of power from a level 8 skeleton. It's insane that a fragile skeleton could cause that kind of damage. Unable to just watch, the green-haired captain decisively jumped off the dragon and yelled, I'll support you. Dongming Song and the others also followed eagerly. Captain, I'm coming too. The mercenary broke into a cold sweat, glancing timidly at Lin Mo, trying to persuade him. Even the captain has joined the fight. Shouldn't we do the same? Lin Mo immediately snapped, shouting, The hell did you say? You want me to help that little brat? The mercenary quickly tried to persuade him with greed. We'll become a laughingstock if we just run away like cowards. Just think about the massive amount of merit points we could get if that skeleton demon is taken down. That's enough to trade for a few new pets. Pushed into a corner, Linmo slams his hand against his thigh in frustration, cursing loudly. Damn it all to hell. He grinds his teeth and mutters angrily. Meanwhile, Su Ping just glances back at them with half an eye. I have to be bossed around by a rookie again. Without further delay, Dongming Song's entire team unleashes all their core techniques to fight. Shouts echo across the battlefield. Red Wolf, Quetzalcoatl Lizard, Mountain Tortoise, Holy Firebird. Go help them out. A swarm of pets and valiant warriors charge forward, forming a formation that sweeps through with a dazzling display of magical colors. A battle cry rings out with high spirits. The campaign to exterminate the skeleton demon has begun. The pet monkey grips its spear tightly, its sharp eyes instantly activating an enhancement skill, mid-level spear arts. It leaps into midair, slamming its glowing spear into the monster's bone armor, creating a blinding explosion of light. From above, the Quetzalcoatl lizard opens its giant mouth, gathering blinding energy and roaring. Judgment Beam, Diamond Breath. Destructive beams of light from the dragon and the Holy Firebird Dongming Song's squad strike directly at the demon's head. Along with that, they land a follow-up strike, Fortress of Destruction, enduring the pressure from countless lethal attacks. The skeleton demon's massive body staggers, and its rigid bones begin to crack. The captain and the mercenary shout in triumph. Haha! Look at that. It's being smashed to bits. The captain waves his hand to command the next move. Red Wolf receives the order. The Red Wolf leaps up, swinging its razor-sharp claws through the air, executing an assassin skill. Blood Hunter's Pursuit. The Red Wolf's bite lands on the monster's chest, creating overlapping, explosive shockwaves that spread across the sturdy bone armor. However, the joy is short-lived. The captain's eyes suddenly widen in horror as he realizes something is wrong. That's when Su Ping, standing quietly and observing, with sharp eyes and an analytical mind, whispers to himself, its sturdy defense has finally been broken. Immediately, Ye Haoshan reaches out, throwing up an energy wall to shield the girl, who is screaming in panic. Find cover! It's unleashing a mental wave. Pushed to the brink, the skeleton demon roars madly, releasing a giant purple shockwave sphere that sweeps through everything in its path. The whole team has to retreat, struggling to hide behind the hexagonal energy shield. The captain clutches his temples, in immense pain as the sonic waves bounce back into his brain. He screams in desperation. Red Wolf, please respond. Through the thick dust, the pets that were so proud moments ago now lie scattered, unconscious on the cracked ground. The captain's voice is still choked with emotion. Please, get up, hurry. Even more terrifying, the shattered bone fragments of the demon suddenly fly back into the air, performing dark magic to reassemble its severed limbs. The bone armor restores itself completely, as if no struggle had ever taken place. Yi Haoshan collapses, slamming his hand against the ground in sheer helplessness. Our attack didn't even scratch it. It really is a massive gap when you use a few 6th or 7th tier pets to fight an 8th tier monster, not letting its prey breathe. The skeleton demon madly launches a barrage of giant, razor-sharp bone spikes that tear through space, flying toward them. Note: merging with previous line context. Flying toward them. The rain of death crashes down on the pets, lying gasping on the ground. Seeing this, the whole team panics. The captain breaks into a cold sweat and yells, "Damn it, it's too far to recall them to safety." Lin Mo chimes in, yelling, "We should have just run away. You idiots." In that thin, razor-edge moment between life and death, Su Ping's face remains cold and emotionless. The corners of his mouth twitch slightly, and he calmly issues a cold, shock command. Little skeleton, mid-level sword arts. Amidst the rain of deathly bone spikes, the little skeleton swings its 2 glowing red energy blades to block the attack, shattering the incoming spikes, leaving everyone stunned. The little skeleton is still standing. The blue-haired captain stares at Su Ping, cold sweat pouring down his face in disbelief. Wasn't it hit by an 8th tier mental wave? How is it still able to fight? Su Ping remains standing with his hands behind his back, calm as ever, the energy rune on his neck glowing brightly. He explains calmly, "It would be impossible to try and block that attack head-on, but it's a different story if the little skeleton uses the Deathly Siren Song skill at the same time." Recalling the moment the little skeleton opened its mouth to scream, creating the sonic wave, the captain suddenly realizes, right, the Deathly Siren Song can create a small-scale sonic explosion. But is that enough to dispel the effects of a mental wave? The captain narrows his eyes, a feeling of deep respect rising in his heart. No one would dare take the risk of using such an unprecedented attack in a life-or-death situation, and the timing of the strike isn't something someone inexperienced in actual combat could pull off. Looking at the sturdy back of Su Ping, with the glowing runes running along his spine, the captain quietly marvels, Just how many life-or-death situations has this guy faced before? Suddenly, a massive blast of dark energy erupts, punching a huge hole right through the center of the skeleton demon's chest, sending debris flying into the air. Lin Mo and the others turn pale as ghosts, scrambling back in a panic. Don't tell me. That's a 9th-tier skill, right? A giant dark sphere called Morbid Destruction swells up, enveloping the space. Lin Mo is scared out of his wits, sprinting away for dear life. I'm not joining you psychos. This attack has a massive range of up to 1,000 square meters. It will decompose everything in its path. Su Ping's face tightens, his cold eyes locking onto the target, and he roars decisively, "Little skeleton!" At that very moment, the little skeleton gathers all its power, erupting with a terrifying, incredibly cool surge of energy. A sharp, crescent-shaped blade of light tears through the night, slicing the monster's massive body in two. Witnessing such terrifying power, Lin Mo and the captain are frozen in place. The Dongming Song team members stammer, unable to speak clearly. Insane. Su Ping, a blinding explosion of light erupts, blasting the upper body of the skeleton demon far away with terrifying force. As the dust settles, the giant figure of the monster has now collapsed into a pile of ruined bones. Meanwhile, Su Ping's little skeleton stands proudly in the middle of the battlefield, and the system panel immediately displays a victory notification. Little skeleton has defeated an enemy. Combat power increased to the 8th tier. Skills upgraded. Mid-level blade arts, high-level blade arts. The faces of all the team members are frozen in shock. That 8th tier skeleton demon was actually killed? This way of fighting. It's just unbelievable. And that tiny skeleton really pulled it off? How is that even possible? Su Ping let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, offering a small, disarming smile to ease the tension. "Ha! I thought we were done for, honestly." The captain approached, looking intrigued. "Su Ping, how on earth did you know its weak spot was on the inside?" Su Ping answered coolly, "Oh, I've run into a monster just like this one before." He started to explain in detail. Why is it that only ghost-type pets are so adept at limb regeneration? And why that little skeleton can sometimes recover after being crushed, but other times can't? There isn't just one simple answer. He pointed to the glowing red energy core inside. It's because the physical body is just the branches and leaves. The spiritual core, that's the true root of a ghost-type pet. As long as the core is intact, a ghost-type pet can keep regenerating its limbs indefinitely. Recalling the bloody lessons of his past, Su Ping concluded. Conversely, once I know how to exploit that weakness, taking down any ghost-type pet becomes child's play. Su Ping's lips curled into a confident smirk, his eyes sharp and focused. That fight just confirmed my theory. Suddenly, the little skeleton raised a hand, bathing the sky in an eerie, magical purple light. The skeletal remains of the giant demon suddenly began to shudder. Shattered bone fragments levitated, fusing back together while emitting swirling, crimson miasma. Lin Mo and the captain stared at each other, eyes wide with panic as they scrambled back. "Damn it! Is that thing still alive?" Yi Haoshan frowned, observing with a professional gaze. "No, the way it's moving is strange. It's like something is controlling it." Could it be? The remains of the skeletal demon towered over them, its entire frame etched with glowing blood-red runes, performing a dark, forbidden art, puppet control magic. Dongming Song, the blue-haired guy, had his eyes bulging as he pointed a trembling finger at Su Ping. "Su Ping, are you controlling that thing?" Su Ping kept a blank, indifferent face and shrugged. "Something like that." Dongming Song's face turned into a comedic, horrified mess as he shouted, "What do you mean something like that? Are you crazy?" Meanwhile, Lin Mo and the captain were drenched in a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. That little skeleton wasn't just skilled at soul slaving. It had taken down an 8th rank enemy and turned it into a puppet. Is that little skeleton a warrior or a mage, anyway? And what kind of twisted training did he put it through? Under the force of Su Ping's magic, the giant skeletal demon puppet was dragged into a swirling, fiery spatial rift, vanishing obediently without a trace. The captain turned to the group, exhaling in relief. "All right, everyone, let's keep moving and find that blood-tailed firefox." The group nodded in agreement. However, a cold, sharp voice cut through from behind. "Wait." Su Ping turned around, his gaze piercing as a dagger. "I have some unfinished business. I suggest you all act like you didn't see any of this." Ignoring their bewildered expressions, Su Ping trudged ahead, the little skeleton trailing him, stepping directly toward his enemy. The captain reached out, panicked. "Su Ping, please. For my sake, just calm down." In the distance, Lin Mo immediately raised his hexagonal energy shield, roaring, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Contrary to that aggression, Su Ping just looked back, half his face veiled in shadow with a hollow, emotionless smile. Nothing much. I just wanted to remind you to be a little more careful. Before the words even finished, the little skeleton flicked its wrist. A razor-sharp blade of light cut through the air, slicing right through the arm Lin Mo was using to hold his shield. Su Ping's voice echoed, cold as ice. The wilderness is a dangerous place. You really should watch your step. Blood sprayed everywhere as Lin Mo clutched his severed stump, screaming in sheer agony. Ah, how? How dare you? Su Ping stood against the backlight, idly tossing a glowing flare, his eyes devoid of any pity. I didn't kill you only because I respect the captain. Now, get lost. The sight of that little skeleton looming behind him with its weapon ready made Lin Mo tremble uncontrollably. He clutched his bleeding wound, teeth gritted as he heard Su Ping add, "Best not let me see you again." Lin Mo was losing his mind. Su Ping's eyes flared with the crimson light of a demon. He whispered with killing intent, "I'll personally help you disappear if you don't leave on your own." Faced with the personification of death itself, Lin Mo's pupils contracted, his sweat pouring down in a state of suffocating terror. This silver-ranked explorer had completely crumbled, casting away all his pride. He turned and bolted, sprinting for his life into the dark of the night, screaming at the top of his lungs. Seeing that brutal, decisive display, the blue-haired captain stared in confusion. Su Ping. What the hell was that? That was way too extreme. Right then, Ye Haoshan stepped forward, his sharp eyes assessing the situation. That guy? He was bad news. Sooner or later, he would have gotten us all killed. Making him leave was the right call. After cleaning up the trash in their team, the group continued their search. Someone asked, "We're looking for the blood-tailed firefox. Does anyone have any leads?" Ye Haoshan rubbed his head, trying to remember. Blood-tailed firefox? I don't recall seeing anything like that. But the girl with him spoke up. "Dad, I think I saw its tracks." Su Ping's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. "Oh? Where at?" Following her guidance, the group arrived at the edge of a bottomless, jagged ravine. At the very bottom of the dark abyss, a faint, eerie light glimmered in the night. While everyone was observing, the little skeleton curiously touched some magical runes carved into the cliffside. A red jewel symbol flashed above its head, making Su Ping furrow his brow in curiosity. To clear a path down, the giant skeletal demon slammed a powerful fist into the ground, shattering the cliff face and triggering a tremor that shook the entire area. Su Ping turned to the girl, speaking decisively. "There's something in that cave pulling at my skeleton. Give me your flare gun." The girl hurriedly handed over the red pistol. "Here, take it." Grabbing the gun, Su Ping didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. A brilliant spark shot out, tearing through the air. The flare rocketed into the dark night, illuminating the deepest depths of the ravine with a dazzling light. Under that blinding glare, a tiny figure was revealed, curled up and gasping for air amidst the flames. Ye Haoshan asked in surprise, "What is that?" The captain's eyes lit up with joy, laughing out loud. "We found it!" While Su Ping just sat there, quietly observing from the side. Immediately, the team carefully slid down the rugged, steep cliff to reach their target at the bottom. Once they arrived, the captain rushed over to the blood-tailed firefox, which was sprawled on the scorching ground, coughing incessantly. He sighed in relief. "We've been searching everywhere for you." The captain turned to look at Su Ping, his face glowing with the radiance of a man who just had a massive weight lifted off his shoulders. "Mission accomplished. Let's head back." But just when things seemed to be going perfectly, Su Ping suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. His expression turned incredibly tense and alert. "Wait," he muttered, the captain pausing in confusion. Little skeleton was straining, trying to pull a brilliant purple crystal out of the cliff face. Su Ping knelt on one knee to examine it closely. There seemed to be something hidden here. The captain noticed and walked over, raising the scanner on his wrist. "Let me take a look." A virtual screen instantly popped up with a detailed analysis. Unknown element, 91.214%. Uranium, 0.002%. Gold, 2.902%. Silver, 1.123%. Iron, 3.231%. Helium, 0.001%. The whole team was stunned. The captain exclaimed in shock, "This doesn't match any known element. I've never seen this kind of ore before." Contrary to the excitement, Su Ping just nodded casually. "All right, got it." Seeing the team turn to leave, Su Ping frowned, looking back in confusion. Why aren't they paying attention to it? The captain heard him, turned back, and winked with a laugh. "Haha, I forgot this is your first time here. If we find any rare, usable ore, we'll definitely strike it rich." His tone suddenly turned serious. However, spatial rifts can lead to any star sector in the entire universe. The chances of finding valuable ore are incredibly slim. He shrugged and continued. That's why no one wastes their time on ore while out exploring. Basically, we just report what we find to the federal government after we return. Then, the government sends experts to collect samples. Su Ping patted the head of Little Skeleton, who was clutching the glowing rock, and smiled calculatingly. Little Skeleton seems really interested in this ore. It can't be anything ordinary. I bet this stash of ore will be mine before the government takes over. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling system notification appeared before him. Mission accomplished. You have received the Golden Crow God-Demon Body Technique. After a while, the team returned safely. Su Ping was standing at the exit, receiving a business card from a beautiful woman. Mr. Su, here is my card. She smoothed her hair and introduced herself with a charming smile. Luo Gushui, senior lecturer at Phoenix Mountain Academy. If you're interested, you could visit our academy. I'd like to introduce you to the principal. Looking at the business card, Su Ping broke into a cold sweat, his face filled with exhaustion. He thought to himself, I've transmigrated to a new world, so why can't I escape the life of a student? He replied awkwardly, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I'm not interested in beauty. He waved his hand, politely refusing. Besides, I have other plans already. Let's talk about this another time. Luo Guxue quickly reached out, calling, Wait, just a moment. In Su Ping's mind, compared to this, he was more curious about the new item the system just gave him. Rejected point blank, Luo Guxue stood there, blankly watching Su Ping's back disappear down the hall. Su Ping, is he just leaving like that? She pulled at her hair, letting out a sigh full of regret and frustration. Ugh, I should have just gotten to the point and invited him to be a lecturer at Phoenix Mountain Academy right away. The next morning, Su Ping walked out of his room, looking sleepy, and opened his mouth in a long yawn to greet the new day. Suddenly, a pair of sharp, round eyes glared at him in judgment from the corner of the room. His younger sister stood with her arms crossed, blocking the doorway. She questioned him with a huff. You're up this early? Don't tell me you didn't sleep at all. Did you pull another all-nighter? Su Ping shoved his hands in his pockets and walked past her, answering lethargically. Yeah, what a coincidence. You too? Annoyed by the teasing, his sister pulled her eyelids down and stuck out her tongue to mock him. I'm not like you failure of a brother. I wake up early to exercise every morning, okay? Instead of arguing, Su Ping walked up the stairs, looked back, and gave a casual, indifferent thumbs up. Impressive. I'm very proud of you. The unexpected gentle reaction from her brother made her face turn bright red with shyness and embarrassment. Frustrated at being teased, she stomped her feet on the floor and shouted, Humph, I don't need you to be proud of me. Back in his room, Su Ping lay back on the bed, relaxed. He summoned the blue system interface floating in front of him, stared at the evil sun icon, and asked curiously, System, what is the Golden Crow God-Demon Body Technique? The system replied instantly, The Golden Crow God-Demon Body Technique is a body-forging method of the Golden Crow species. An image of a giant fire-wielding creature appeared, accompanied by a heroic description. Born on a scorching planet, they are gifted with overwhelming power. The fire-wielding beast swung its arm, shattering an entire planet. The system continued. After training, they can crush stars and destroy any fortress. A scene of a swarm of golden crows scorching the universe appeared. In ancient times, they carried out conquests across most of the chaotic universe. Wherever the golden crow passed, everything turned to dust. People call them gods and demons. After reading those badass bullet points, Su Ping bolted up from his bed, exclaiming in shock, It's that powerful? But before his smile could fully form, a glaring red warning popped up to block his path. Warning. Training the Golden Crow God-Demon Body Technique will cause your body to constantly regenerate. This process will be long and painful. It requires immense astral power and a massive amount of materials to complete. In the end, you will no longer be human. You will become a Golden Crow. Su Ping's expression darkened, and he looked at his hands in confusion. Will I turn into a monster like that? Doesn't that make me look like the villain? Thankfully, the system reassured him in time. Host, don't worry. After successfully forging your body with this method, your physical form will become pure energy. You can retain your original appearance according to your preference. Your normal life will not be affected. The system's promise accidentally touched a sore spot. Su Ping's eyes hardened, and he gave a cold laugh. A normal life, huh? Since when have I ever had a normal life? Bloody memories of being beaten and ruthlessly torn apart by monsters in the wild flooded back. He gritted his teeth bitterly. In this world, the weak have absolutely no dignity. Perhaps only by giving up my humanity can I live more like a human being. Brushing aside all hesitation, the corner of Su Ping's mouth curled into an arrogant and icy smile. Fine, I'll play by the system's rules. Cut to the warehouse, where two workers were struggling to haul heavy equipment crates off a truck and into Su Ping's workshop. He stood in the middle of the hall with his hands on his hips, pointing and instructing the delivery staff. Just leave the stuff here. You guys can head back now. The worker nodded promptly. All right. Touching the rough armored crate, Su Ping smiled in satisfaction. Goods from the federal warehouse still come fully sealed. This is really convenient. The system let out a beep, confirming my identity, and a shimmering blue magical water armor instantly materialized, wrapping around my body. Su Ping stretched his muscles with excitement. On his way to gather ore, he'd casually taken down a few monsters in the area and traded their parts for rewards. Since I just got this new set of light armor, I guess I'll have to keep hunting monsters and grinding for more. The screen displayed that the hydro armor had been activated, providing adaptive defense based on the wearer's astral power level, capable of resisting attacks from level 1 to 7. The blue glow from the hydro armor shone brilliantly, wrapping around him like flexible, powerful, magical ribbons. After a long while, Su Ping stroked his chin, looking at the crates of shimmering materials, and muttered with satisfaction that he had finally gathered enough materials for the first level of the Golden Crow God-Demon Body cultivation method. He added that this was way less of a hassle than scouring those mortal-level zones for materials. Reflecting on his recent journey, Su Ping thought to himself, the Golden Crow God-Demon Body cultivation requires a massive amount of materials and astral energy that I can only find in federal bases and chaotic spatial maps. A magical purple symbol glowed brightly amidst the dazzling blue lasers. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes brimming with ambition. Once I upgrade the God-Demon Body, I can enter more dangerous places in the wilderness and the chaotic spatial cycle maps. This power will never end. Su Ping stood silently in the shadows, his hand touching a giant purple crystal, sighing heavily. The only thing missing now is this damn ore. Lifting the brilliant purple crystal to inspect it under the light, Su Ping urgently called out to the system. Hey, system, can I pay to upgrade the cultivation space using this? The blue system panel appeared instantly, coldly quoting the price. That's right. Both upgrading and maintaining the cultivation space require the host to pay in energy points. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, calculating. He wore a sly smirk, his sharp eyes glinting with scheming light. What if I use this ore to forge the cultivation space model myself? If I provide the materials myself, will the upgrade fee be reduced? Su Ping's sharp eyes flashed with determination. He mused. Of course, everything I do is to get stronger pets. A dazzling notification popped up on the system panel. New permissions unlocked. Modify cultivation space. If you collect enough specified materials and pay 20% of the original energy cost, you can upgrade the cultivation space, and the new space will have additional effects. Su Ping scrutinized the crafting recipe for the Tier 2 cultivation space, muttering in the dark stones. 20,000. Gravel. 700. Giant beast bones. 300. Wandering spirit hearts. 10. Energy. 20,000. The system panel beside him displayed a model of the cultivation space shaped like a set of sharp fangs with flickering blue flames. It added a note. Significantly enhances the potential and combat power of celestial pets. Slightly increases intelligence, recovers all non-fatal injuries. Celestial pets not belonging to the ghost system receive 50% less effect. After reading the stats, Su Ping broke into a cold sweat and chuckled wryly. Whoa, I can forge it myself? The freedom level is pretty high. He let out a sigh, consoling himself that even if the side effects seemed a bit harsh, the benefits were definitely worth it. Pressing his hand against the pile of glowing purple ore, Su Ping nodded in satisfaction. Getting these materials in the federal base is as easy as pie. A rustling wind blew by, and a withered leaf fell in front of the empty shop. Su Ping stood silently, staring at the empty crates, his face dropping as he grumbled, the only problem is the energy. Lately, with all his cultivation efforts, the shop had been so slow that it was hard to keep going. He immediately called Su Yannying. On the other end, she sounded curious the master was calling her. As soon as she picked up, she asked, Boss, were you looking for me? Su Ping replied immediately, Hey, are you satisfied with the cultivation results for your lightning rat? The red-haired girl cupped her cheeks, her eyes sparkling like stars, nodding eagerly and happily. Yes, I'm very satisfied. I don't know how to thank you enough. Su Ping calmly put his hands in his pockets and replied gently, Glad to hear that. I need you to do me a favor. Standing in the sun, the red-haired girl widened her eyes in surprise, thinking, the boss is asking for my help? A perfect chance to get close to him finally arrived. She didn't hesitate. She enthusiastically patted her chest and promised, just say it, boss. As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely help. Getting her consent, Su Ping smiled and said concisely, I want to film a short video with you. Hearing this, her face turned red like a ripe gak fruit, her head literally steaming with embarrassment and confusion as she stammered, huh? Her imagination started running wild, picturing the two of them in a romance film that everyone would gossip about. Clutching her hot cheeks, she shyly stuttered, a short video? Why? Why do you want to film a short video? Seeing her overreaction, Su Ping frowned, confused. He put a finger to his lips and shushed her. It's obviously to build a reputation. Are you doing it or not? Keep it down. If you're not doing it, I'll find someone else. She quickly grabbed his hand. Her face still flushed red as she tried to make excuses. Hearing that, she hurriedly held him back, her eyes shyly looking away. All right, I'll do it. A while later, she appeared in a revealing, backless evening gown, walking into the shop with a shy demeanor. She called out softly, Boss, I'm here. Su Ping sat behind the cashier counter and waved, Come over here. As she walked closer, she was panting in confusion, her cheeks flushed bright red. Su Ping stared, sweating as he saw her new look. Good heavens, you're dressed up so nicely today, she stammered, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her dress. Didn't you say you wanted to film a short video? Su Ping was speechless. He gestured to the holographic control panel and sighed, Whatever. As long as you don't ruin the shoot. Hurry up and summon your lightning rat. She blinked blankly, her face showing obvious disappointment. The dream of a romantic scenario was shattered. In her head, she imagined a fat, ugly lightning rat ruining the moment between them. She cried out in despair, There's no way! With that thing? How am I supposed to film it? Su Ping furrowed his brow, looking confused by her hesitation. Why not? He professionally explained the plan. I'll film you summoning the lightning rat, then it will execute Thunderstrike and Lightning Flash. She stared at Su Ping, her face blank with disbelief. Huh? Is that all we're filming? Annoyed by the client's dilly-dallying, Su Ping shot her a sharp, irritated glare. What else do you want to film? She finally accepted it, her face turning bright red, so embarrassed she felt like her head was steaming. Su Ping added, This lightning rat is the only thing that can prove the training ability of my shop. You didn't forget to bring it along, did you? Shaking off her embarrassment, she quickly regained her composure and gave a forced, reassuring smile. Of course I brought it. No sooner had she said that than a blinding flash of light appeared, and the chubby lightning rat popped up next to her with an innocent, confused look on its face. Seeing Su Ping still looking clueless, the red-haired girl hurriedly tapped her own head, her face beaming as if she'd just struck gold. Boss, even though the annual competition at my academy is over, there's going to be a championship exhibition match coming up. She leaned her arms against the checkout counter, tilting her body forward suggestively, her eyes sparkling like stars. The champion, Ye Hao, will have one final match against me. If you join me on stage, then the promotional effect will definitely be huge. Su Ping rubbed his chin, deep in thought. An exhibition match, huh? He frowned for a moment, then nodded. All right, sure. But then he suddenly remembered something, his gaze turning suspicious as he looked at her. Wait, champion Ye Hao. Didn't you already win the championship? She waved her hands, smiling sheepishly. That's right, but Ye Hao's rank 9 bloodline Silver Lightning Serpent is just too strong. I only hoped to make the top 20, so ending up as the runner-up was way beyond my expectations. Hearing this, the corners of Su Ping's mouth curled up into an intrigued smile. I didn't expect anyone at this academy to be capable of defeating a lightning rat with a rank 9 bloodline. Su Ping muttered, How interesting. Instantly, the scene shifted to the magnificent campus of Fengshan Academy, where a brilliant golden phoenix statue spread its wings with pride. The two of them strolled along the bustling paths of the academy. Su Ping glanced at the pets trailing behind their owners and remarked, It seems like lightning rats are quite popular at your school, aren't they? Su Yanying flexed her muscles proudly. During the recent annual competition, everyone saw the potential of the lightning rat. It's a star pet now. Boss Su, we have to go pass out flyers before the match starts, right? Su Ping shook his head, his sharp eyes analyzing the market. No, these average students are mostly just trying to earn some pocket money by betting on their own lightning rats. They're hoping to turn a small investment into a big payday. He sighed, his expression a bit reluctant. Even if we get them interested, they'll back out the moment they see the price. The red-haired girl's face fell, her lips pouting like a child, fingers twisting a strand of her hair. Yeah, I still owe Lan Luoluo money and haven't paid them back yet. While the two were plotting, a crowd of students gathered nearby, buzzing with gossip about a handsome blonde guy surrounded by girls. Is Ye Hao going to join the Vanguard team after graduation? What a stupid question. I heard the top teams have already sent him invitations. A student standing near Su Ping exclaimed in admiration. Damn, I'm so jealous. The girls chimed in with praise. I bet Ye Hao's skills will land him a spot on a team within 6 months. Actually, he could probably join a top-tier team right away. Just then, the blonde guy turned and waved, calling out, Su, wait up, I have something to tell you. The red-haired girl turned, surprised. What is it? Do you need my help with something? The guy smiled politely, his eyes sincere. I just wanted to thank you for the match. My silver lightning serpent finally broke through and reached the lower 7th rank. She replied with a bright smile. Oh, really? Congratulations. Meanwhile, Su Ping just stood there with his arms crossed behind his back, looking at the blonde guy with half-closed eyes, thinking to himself, so this is the guy who defeated the lightning rat. The blonde guy continued. You're right. And one more thing. For the upcoming match, I advise you not to use that lightning rat. The girl asked, confused. Why? He smoothed his hair smugly, his eyes narrowing meaningfully. My silver fire dragon has accidentally learned a few dragon-type skills of the 7th rank, even though it hasn't fully mastered them yet. Well, you know what I mean. His words made the girl's expression drop. She worried silently that it would be really embarrassing if the lightning rat were suppressed by bloodline. At least the match would be more interesting if it were fighting a phoenix. She nodded firmly. Got it. The blonde guy turned and walked away, waving goodbye confidently. All right. See you at the match later. I'll try to go easy on you. The girls nearby giggled along. However, Su Ping immediately retorted, making the guy freeze. There's no need for that. Even if a king-rank beast showed up, the lightning rat wouldn't be afraid, let alone some immature little dragon. Hearing such arrogant words, the blonde guy turned back, his gaze sharp and annoyed. Oh, is that so? And who might you be? Su Yunying quickly stepped in to introduce him. Let me introduce him to you. This is Su Ping, the one who helped me breed the lightning rat, and he's practically half its owner too, she continued, her voice full of pride. And this is Ye Jing, our academy's annual champion. He's the person most willing to spend big money on his star pet. Hearing that, Su Ping turned and flashed a cunning smile. Oh, sorry for not introducing myself. Just then, the blonde guy's mind was blown. So, that high-quality lightning rat was raised by such a young shop owner? The guy eyed Su Ping suspiciously, thinking, could there be a grandmaster trainer backing him? He spoke in a generous tone. You're very kind. Money is no object as long as it can make my pet stronger. I don't care how much it costs. Are you interested in raising one? Boss Su. Seeing a business opportunity, Su Ping immediately gave a thumbs up, shamelessly bragging. Yeah, well, our shop is so busy we can barely keep up, but since you're so sincere, I'll make an exception just this once. He held up 5 fingers and quoted an outrageous price. 500,000. How's that? I'll even let you cut the line. Ye Jing was stunned, sweat pouring down his forehead. He stammered. 500,000 just to cut the line? Is this guy for real? Su Ping shrugged, putting on a bored face as he asked the girl next to him. Is that a no? Even a young master Ye, someone who always gives his all for his pets, can't bear to spend 500,000 on it? No way. That can't be, right? The girl whispered into his ear. Young Master Ye is a term used to describe a young man from a noble or wealthy background. Ye is the surname, and young master means a prince or a lord. Hearing Su Ping's sarcastic tone, Ye Jing's face stiffened, his eyes widening in shock as a storm of emotions rose within him. However, the wealthy man quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth as he replied with determination. Money is no object. I can give you whatever you want. As long as you can actually deliver, it's a deal. Seeing that the big fish had taken the bait, Su Ping smirked cunningly, a sharp glint in his eyes. See you at the tournament, he said, turning his back and walking away. Cheering triumphantly in his heart, he thought, these wealthy, handsome guys at this prestigious school spend money without blinking. I've definitely come to the right place. Immediately after, the scene shifted to a fiery arena. A deep blue dragon reared up, its claws blocking an opponent's attack. The commentator roared in excitement. Oh my god, what a beautiful counterattack. In the stands, a student dressed in pristine academy, uniform gritted, his teeth, growling orders at his purple beast. Damn it. As he shredded the screen to pieces, a large display clearly showed the text, Exhibition match, freshman bracket. The purple monster opened its maw wide, swinging razor-sharp claws as it lunged, aiming for Su Lingyue and the little cat beside her. The dark-haired girl sneered with disdain, whispering, "Humph, this guy is just a brute," relying solely on raw power. She immediately cast a support skill, accelerating the second stage of the snowball, and moved forward to take command. The little black cat let out a roar, and a giant, translucent green phantom of a cat appeared, enveloping its body before it darted forward at blinding speed. The little cat dodged the lethal swipe, skidded past the giant monster's flank, and dealt a chilling scratch. It turned its head, and its glowing red eyes fired a deadly bolt of energy, a nightmare shot. A column of intense red fire erupted, engulfing it. The commentator shouted nervously, "What a dramatic battle. Su Lingyue is the winner." Backstage, Su Yannying clapped incessantly. "She's so strong." She stayed calm, countered, and defeated an opponent stronger than herself. Su Ping stood nearby, arms crossed, commenting like a pro. "The technique is good, but unfortunately, there are still a few flaws." In the VIP stands, a muscular man was re-watching the match, pondering as he commented, "If this were years ago, a competitor with this skill level might have already joined the team. However, this year is full of monsters, and while her fan Ganglitom Flame Beast has its highlights, it's not particularly noteworthy." Another man in red sunglasses excitedly chimed in, Right. Did you watch the final between this year's champion and runner-up? A super rare dragon with a rank 9 bloodline and a lightning rat with a rank 1 bloodline making it to the finals. It's like a battle between gods." A mustache-twirling man narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and insightful. If this girl had expert guidance, she would definitely become a future star. However, the man glanced at Su Ping and the red-haired girl standing at the exit, muttering, "It all depends on the luck of meeting a true expert." Just then, the MC's voice boomed, "It's time for the main event of the night. It's going to be a show you won't want to miss." Instantly, the stage lights blazed, and Yannying stepped out confidently, summoning her lightning rat to the roaring cheers of the audience. "The annual runner-up of Fengshan, Su Yannying," the commentator shouted dramatically, facing off against the annual champion, Ye Hao. Ye Hao rode atop a giant blue dragon, landing majestically on the arena floor. In the spectator stands, Su Ping's younger sister widened her eyes in surprise, muttering, "That trash brother of mine, how did he even get up there?" Below the stage, Su Ping was stroking the lightning rat, whispering with a smile, "Hey little guy, do you miss me? It's been a long time since we fought together, hasn't it?" As soon as Su Ping spoke, the rat trembled in fear and hurried behind him, clinging tightly to its owner's leg. The audience started whispering, "What's wrong with that lightning rat? Why did it suddenly hide? Is it terrified by the dragon's power?" His sister covered her face in shame. "He's not even a master trainer. He just went up there to make a fool of himself." Yi Qing stood on stage, smirking smugly. "Ha! If you had listened to my advice, you wouldn't be embarrassing yourself right now." Feeling insulted, the red-haired girl gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with determination. "Fallen Phoenix." She immediately summoned a brilliant flame phoenix. The bird spread its wings and soared into the sky, letting out a resounding roar as hellfire rained down. The commentator excitedly yelled, Oh! Su Yannying has unexpectedly switched to a full-on phoenix assault, showing off her signature move. Yi Qing scoffed, patting the dragon's neck. Let the lightning dragon Silver Snake have some fun." The dragon tilted its head toward the sky and roared, a sound that shook the very foundations. Dragon roar. A massive sonic wave collided with the flames, shattering the phoenix's skill. The commentator shouted in shock, "What? The power of a single roar broke through a rank 8 beast skill? As expected of a rank 9 dragon bloodline, it's just too overpowering." The red-haired girl didn't flinch, continuing to command, "Fallen Phoenix. Again!" Yi Qing raised a hand into a defensive posture. "Still not giving up? Fine. Let me show you the difference between us. Lightning Dragon Silver Snake, defend." The phoenix fired another burst of hellfire. The commentator exclaimed nervously, "Is the Lightning Dragon Silver Snake really going to try and tank the phoenix's hellfire? Did they underestimate their opponent? Or are they just too confident in their own strength?" The fire hit the dragon's body, but the wounds healed almost instantly. The giant blue dragon stood tall and immovable, without a single scratch. Meanwhile, the small phoenix was gasping for air. A spectator sighed in disappointment. "Oh man, that's so frustrating. Just like they say, the harder you try, the worse it gets. This is the power of a rank 9 bloodline holding you back." In a corner of the stands, a student exclaimed, "Wow, that's strong. Even the Hellfire is a rank 8 beast skill. Another person pouted. It's like nothing to it. A self-proclaimed expert commented. Even if she mastered a rank 8 beast skill, it's only for a rank 5 phoenix. It's still nowhere near enough to compare with the lightning dragon Silver Snake. Yi Qing pointed forward, ordering decisively. Lightning dragon Silver Snake, show her what you're made of. The dragon immediately unleashed a series of powerful elemental skills. Silver Wing Storm, Sea Dragon Flame, Ice Lock. The lightning dragon Silver Snake released fire, wind, and ice all at once. The entire arena was submerged in a sea of flames and ice. The commentator shouted, even without a fixed target, the attack range is just too massive. Fallen Phoenix. This time Su Lingyue braced herself against the shockwaves of the attacks, screaming in pain. The commentator continued. Under the influence of the lingering energy, Su Lingyue can only prioritize her own survival. Amidst the elemental storm, the Phoenix faltered and made a mistake. The commentator shouted, Wind Phoenix has made a blunder. They've been hit. The brilliant Fire Phoenix was struck by a mental attack, stumbling into a free fall onto the icy arena. The commentator yelled dramatically, Phoenix has been taken down by a random mental attack. This is the power of the annual champion. The king's strength is absolutely overwhelming. The red-haired girl knelt down beside her gasping pet. With a dazed expression, she thought, the silver serpent dragon's strength has improved so much since we last faced off. It's completely invincible now. I'm afraid even using my full strength won't be enough. In the stands, Ye Qing leisurely filed his nails, sighing boredly. How dull. Even with a pet trained to this level, raising it is still too expensive. Suddenly, a streak of fiery red energy erupted from Su Ping's side. He dashed forward with terrifying speed. The tiny lightning rat suddenly transformed, its body surging with a lethal, crimson energy. The red-haired girl was stunned. The lightning rat's aura. Has it changed? Su Ping's eyes narrowed, flashing with a cold glint. He gave a short, decisive order. Go, don't hold back. Instantly, the lightning rat turned into a streak of red lightning, dodging the dragon's attack and landing a razor-sharp claw strike onto its scales. Lightning slash? The commentator shouted in surprise. Oh! The lightning rat has entered the arena, and it's even faster than it was in the finals. The tiny lightning rat broke through the silver serpent dragon's defenses, and the grudge energy from the phantom claws suppressed the dragon bloodline's powerful natural recovery. Yet Ye Qing still smirked with confidence, his hands gathering blue energy. Haha, that's right, that is the value of victory. 4th level strength boost, he commanded. Silver serpent dragon, use all your might and crush it. The dragon immediately spewed a blast of icy air. Frost breath, the commentator nervously remarked. Contestant Ye Hao wants to freeze the entire ground. This is fatal for pets that cannot fly. The arena was quickly covered by a thick layer of ice, and the lightning rat was cornered. The commentator yelled, the lightning rat has nowhere to run. Is this the end? In that hair-trigger moment, Su Ping shouted, Lightning rat! Use the 3rd combo I taught you. The weakness is in its mouth. The lightning rat let out a roar, its entire body exploding in a violent thunderstorm. The little mouse suddenly unleashed its skill, creating 2 lightning clones as it charged forward. The commentator screamed, is that the 10-direction lightning hell? What is this lightning mouse planning to do? After images? It broke through the ice. The lightning rat wasn't frozen. It turns out it used a lightning attack to forcibly create an escape route. Yi Qing frowned in surprise. 3 of them? One of them must be real. He squinted as he observed, although it's not clear, only this mouse has lightning armor protection. Don't think you can escape my sight. Attack it. The dragon immediately blasted a stream of blue energy at the mouse with the lightning armor. However, that mouse dissolved into bolts of lightning when it was hit. Ye Qing was stunned. It's a fake? Another mouse lunged from the front. Yi Qing hurriedly gave the order. Silver serpent dragon. The real one is coming from the front. But was this mouse also a clone? Su Ping's cold voice echoed. Check again. All 3 of them were just there to distract you. Immediately, a 4th mouse lunged from the blind spot, opening its mouth wide to bite directly into the dragon's mouth. Yi Qing screamed in horror. What? There's a 4th one? The commentator shrieked in extreme excitement. It's the mouth, the only place on the silver serpent dragon's body not covered in scales. The lightning rat actually did it. The audience in the stands whispered, the lightning rat's explosive power is so strong, it's strange. I heard Ye Hao's silver serpent dragon reached level 7, and yet it still can't defeat the lightning rat? Yi Qing gritted his teeth, his face full of disbelief. Why has this mouse's fighting style changed so much? Could it be? He glanced toward Su Ping, who was standing in the stands. his body covered by a thin layer of ice from the match's shockwaves. Is it because of that guy? Ye Qing's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists. Unforgivable. I'll be ruined if I lose now. Is my championship just pure luck? He roared crazily. Silver Serpent Dragon! The dragon shrieked, a giant fireball gathering in its mouth. The commentator yelled, the Silver Serpent Dragon is attacking the Beastmaster directly, but contestant Su is frozen from the waist down and can't dodge. However, Su Ping just glanced coldly, letting out a scornful remark. How unsightly. The lightning rat zipped forward like a streak of lightning, its razor-sharp claws piercing through the dragon's mouth, creating a violent purple energy shockwave. The commentator shouted dramatically, a counterattack. It's a taste of its own medicine. The Silver Serpent Dragon's wound has been hit again. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone, from normal students to seasoned scouts like Dongming Song, stood there with their mouths wide open in astonishment. Their eyes were wide, and their jaws dropped in shock. The massive Silver Serpent Dragon staggered and collapsed onto the arena floor, unable to get back up. The commentator yelled in disbelief, I can't believe it. The lightning rat has defeated the Silver Serpent Dragon. In the audience seats, Su Ping's younger sister had her eyes wide, stammering speechless. The Silver Serpent Dragon? It actually lost? How could it lose so miserably? What on earth is going on? Yi Qing stood on the stage, his face pale, his mind spinning with questions. The lightning rat actually won so easily? Could it be that it was intentionally hiding its skills in the finals? Or is it because of that man? Meanwhile, the audience erupted in cheers. Not worthy of being called the Rat King, Su Yannying has successfully washed away the shame of last year's finals. Su Ping stood in the middle of the stage, the ice on his body shattering. He looked at the stunned red-haired girl and muttered, Huh? Is it over already? Su Ping smirked, striding toward the frozen Ye Qing. His entire body was still sparkling with shards of broken ice. Are you satisfied with my strength? Tell me, for the 500,000, are you paying cash or by bank transfer? Ye Qing gritted his teeth, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. He hissed, I'll transfer the money to you later, but first, answer me one question. My Silver Serpent Dragon, he stammered. Can it also be trained to become as strong as this lightning rat? Su Ping turned to walk away, responding indifferently. Of course it can. But as for when your turn will come, that depends on my mood. Su Yannying hurriedly ran after him, calling out, wait for me. In the VIP stands, a man with purple hair was talking on the phone with a serious expression. Did you guys notice that? The guy walking on stage with that girl, his strength is no joke. In another row, a red-haired girl crossed her arms and smirked. I noticed a long time ago. He was the one commanding the Thundermouse during that match. Even the Ice Sea couldn't hold him back. What a waste. All our recruitment spots for this year are already filled. Another man with purple hair walked up to the vice principal and asked respectfully, Vice Principal Dong, which class is that student in? The vice principal stroked his beard and chuckled. Haha, he's quite low-key. Go ask him yourself after the match. The vice principal muttered to himself, his eyes deep in thought. Strange. I have absolutely no impression of this kid. An elite student like this, his presence doesn't even lose to Ye Hao. Yet his instructor didn't report anything? This is pure negligence. I'll definitely have to punish them later. After the match, in the vice principal's office, the red-haired girl was trying to pull Su Ping, who was lounging comfortably on the sofa, up to his feet. She urged him impatiently, This is the VIP lounge. My instructor said, some big shots want to meet us. They're almost here. Su Ping casually poured some tea and smirked. VIP lounge? That's great then. I was actually looking for your principal to talk business. The girl grew even more frantic. Just get up already. Right then, the door opened, and the vice principal walked in, smiling, leading an elderly man with silvery white hair. Senior honored guest, please, this way. I never expected our academy would have someone worthy of your personal visit. The old man stroked his beard and let out a hearty laugh. Watching that match just now, even an old man like me couldn't help but feel his blood pumping. The red-haired girl hurriedly snatched the teacup from Su Ping's hand, whispering, Put it down. If the vice principal sees you, we're done for. The old man glanced at Su Ping and nodded in approval. This youngster is worth nurturing. Is he one of their family members? 3 captains from top-tier teams walked in, their powerful aura dominating the entire room. The red-haired girl was secretly terrified what an intense pressure from these powerhouses. The old man laughed loudly. Haha, youth is truly a wonderful thing. The vice principal walked over to Su Ping, stroked his beard and asked, Young man, looking at your age, you must be a student from the class of 2000. Who is your instructor? He continued, Tell me. I'll arrange a top-tier dormitory for you. However, miss, Luo quickly stepped in, covering her mouth as she smiled. Vice Principal. He's not a student at our academy. The Vice Principal waved his hand, grinning. Not a student? That doesn't matter. Are you interested in training here? Tuition is completely free, and after you graduate, the school will even gift you a high bloodline pet. Hearing such generous terms, the red-haired girl and the purple-haired man gaped in shock. Free tuition and a high-end pet? The red-haired girl thought to herself, I've never heard of such a sweet deal. This old fox was just acting like he was so close to him earlier. Contrary to everyone's surprise, Su Ping just calmly took a sip of tea and coldly dropped a line. Not interested. The vice principal was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? Such a good offer and you're not interested? Why? I'll even give you an extra monthly stipend. Miss, Luo immediately stepped forward, smiling. Let me introduce him properly. Vice Principal, do you remember last time, when I went on the reclamation mission and got into danger? There was a young man who slew the demonic bone beast and saved both me and Ye Haoshan. The Vice Principal nodded. Of course I do. For the Phoenix Mountain team, that was a huge deal. The Vice Principal's eyes suddenly widened as if he had just realized something. Wait, could it be? Everyone turned their gazes toward Su Ping, who was still leisurely enjoying his tea. He furrowed his brows. Why are you looking at me? You all want some tea too? The woman with purple hair continued. This is the young man right here, the one who slaughtered the level 8 demonic bone beast and even saved the gold medal explorer, Ye Haoshan. The whole room fell into a deathly silence again. The white-haired old man muttered, such terrifying combat strength. Tisk tisk. Which young master from a major family is out here experiencing the world? Even among the 4 great families, I've never seen this guy. Another captain whispered, so low-key. Could it be a young master from the Guo family? Just as the speculation about Su Ping's background was peaking, the red-haired girl panicked and reached out to cover his mouth, whispering with great anxiety. Boss Su, you're speaking too harshly. If you tick them off, we'll lose our lives for sure. Contrary to her fear, Su Ping brushed her hand away and replied calmly, What Ye family? I'm surnamed Su. Don't go around changing other people's surnames just like that. The captain with a scar over his eye scoffed, looking intrigued. So, you're just a commoner? He thumped his chest confidently and offered, Stop being a student, come straight to our team. If you join us, you'll go straight into Team 1. Your benefits will be doubled. Su Yannying gasped upon hearing this, feeling a wave of jealousy in her heart. Straight into Team 1 of the Reclamation Squad, and with double the benefits? She thought bitterly. When I signed with Dongming Song, they only put me in Team 4 as a temporary member. I didn't get any benefits at all. But Su Ping just leaned back in his chair indifferently and said coldly, completely not interested. Joining a squad isn't even as good as going to school. The captain was stunned, stuttering and unable to speak. What? The purple-haired man standing nearby scoffed mockingly. You think that little bit of incentive is enough to recruit him? Who are you looking down on? He turned to Su Ping and offered a more tempting deal. Join our squad, and I'll gift you 100,000 reclamation points right now. The honored elder also stroked his beard and chimed in. How about I personally teach you a set of martial arts and forge you an exclusive suit of battle armor? What do you say? Hearing this, the red-haired girl's eyes turned into stars. She shook Su Ping repeatedly, shouting in excitement, You have to go, you have to. But Su Ping poured a cold bucket of water on her enthusiasm. They're not inviting you, so why are you so worked up? I have a store to look after, pets to train. Where would I find the time to be a professional reclamation agent? Right then, Miss Luo smiled charmingly, stepped forward, and made an unexpected proposal. Mr. Su, why don't you consider becoming a special instructor for our academy? This suggestion made both Su Ping and the red-haired girl turn around in shock. Dongming Song exclaimed, An instructor? Su Yannying was deeply shaken. She whispered to herself, That's a position that requires at least level 7 strength and passing layers of examinations to even be qualified for. Furthermore, an instructor can decide the future of hundreds of students. It's a position everyone dreams of, and yet, all it takes is a nod from him? Miss Luo continued to explain in a charming tone. That's right, you only need to show up for class once a week. You can arrange your remaining time however you like. The benefits go without saying. All resources in the academy will be at your disposal. The word resources successfully caught Su Ping's attention. He muttered, Resources at my disposal? He thought to himself. Cultivating the Golden Crow celestial body requires many rare materials. If he could get them here, wouldn't that save him quite a bit of effort? Su Ping smirked, tapping his finger on the table decisively. Plus, with a teacher's status as a backing, he wouldn't have to worry about idiots coming to cause trouble at the shop anymore. Truly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He agreed without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, Miss Luo placed 2 thick stacks of books on the table in front of him. Su Ping stared at the mountain of books, looking dazed, and asked blankly, "This is?" Miss Luo smiled and explained, "To become a teacher, you need to pass a series of tests, from physical assessment and combat skills to teaching proficiency. You only need an average of 60 points on the written exam. It's not that hard." Hearing this, Su Ping started to lose interest. "I think. Let's just forget it." The vice principal hurried over, patted Su Ping on the shoulder, and chuckled. "Cough, cough. Those are just standards for outsiders. You, Su Ping, can hunt beasts in the wilderness. Your combat skills are unquestionable. As for teaching, just sit in on a few sessions as an assistant, and I'm sure you'll get the hang of it." Su Ping narrowed his eyes at him, probing. "So you mean?" The vice principal held up one finger, asserting firmly, "You only need to pass the physical test. Our administration system needs to record the strength data of every teacher so we can assign the right students to you." Su Ping thought to himself, "This old fox is clearly trying to test his strength. If my level isn't enough, he'll probably cut my benefits, right?" He nodded. "All right, tell me, how is the test conducted?" The vice principal replied, "Please follow me." At the high-level testing zone, the vice principal pointed at a massive white combat robot. "You just need to be able to fight this Baize machine alone." The robot powered up, its glowing red eyes flashing dangerously. The vice principal continued, "Hold out for 1 minute, and it counts as a pass." Su Ping asked, "Can't I use my spirit pets?" The vice principal nodded. "That's right, Miss." Luo, standing nearby, felt worried. This is a high-level combat weapon used to test endurance. At maximum power, even I would struggle to last 30 seconds. Is the vice principal trying to intimidate Su Ping right from the start? Su Ping, however, seemed quite interested. It would be a good warm-up for his body, and a chance to test the results of his new cultivation. He looked at the robot and shouted, "Bring it on." Immediately, the robot lunged forward, blue electrical currents arcing everywhere, attacking Su Ping from all sides. Su Ping dodged the attacks with lightning speed. He raised his hand, and an energy shield appeared, a spirit shield. The shield had just appeared when it was struck by a stronger burst of energy from the robot. The shield shattered like glass under the powerful strike. The impact sent Su Ping flying backward. The vice principal stood behind the observation glass, stroking his beard and remarking, "Not bad reflexes, avoiding all strikes in the first 10 seconds against Baize. Though, that spirit shield is too weak." As soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt something was wrong. A grunt escaped him as he was hit by another surge of energy from below. Su Ping muttered in desperation, "Damn it, my body is suspended in the air. There's no footing to dodge." Instantly, countless blue energy beams from all directions were fired at Su Ping, who was caught in midair. The vice principal crossed his arms and shook his head, ending in less than 20 seconds. "Well, it is his first time challenging Baize, so I suppose it's acceptable." Just then, sharp-thorned green vines shot out from the robot's body. The vines quickly wrapped tightly around Su Ping's limbs, pinning him in midair. Baize's chest opened up, revealing a red energy core accumulating a destructive force. Seeing this, Miss Luo screamed in panic, "Watch out!" The next second, Su Ping's entire body was swallowed by a fiery orange explosion of energy. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Miss Luo urged him anxiously, "Vice Principal, stop the test." But the old man just calmly stroked his beard and replied, "No rush. There hasn't been a single cry for help, which means he hasn't given up yet." He continued to explain with confidence, "Baize's attacks escalate from low to high. Going from level 1 to level 6 only takes about 5 seconds. Even though it stops before the lethal threshold, it's still going to be quite painful, don't you think?" Inside, Su Ping was bracing himself, growling through gritted teeth. The primordial armor is about to give out, and these vines are squeezing way too hard. Miss Luo couldn't sit still, nervously counting every second. 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Why hasn't Baize stopped yet? Her worry had indeed become reality. She turned to the vice principal in a panic. "Vice Principal, 10 seconds have already passed. Why hasn't it stopped yet? This firestorm must have reached level 8 by now." Amidst the sea of fire, Su Ping was bound tight, seemingly without any reaction. At this moment, everyone thought, has Su Ping lost consciousness? But then, Su Ping's eyes suddenly flared with a brilliant golden light. He gritted his teeth, and a violent aura began to rise. Instantly, his entire body erupted with golden energy, shredding his clothes and snapping the sharp, thorny vines that were binding him. He landed hard on the ground, the incredible force causing the floor to crack into large pieces. Su Ping looked at the robot and said in a cold voice, "Annoying machine." A streak of blazing gold energy shot from his fist straight toward the robot. The direct punch sent the high-level combat machine flying mercilessly, fragments scattering everywhere. What? Both the vice principal and Miss Luo gasped in horror. Not only did he withstand the attack, but he even countered it. Su Ping stood over the wreckage of Bai Zhe, muttering to himself, a bit confused by what just happened. Facing Bai Zhe, aren't we supposed to be suppressed to death? Is the machine broken? The golden energy on his body gradually faded. Su Ping looked at his own body, puzzled. What was that feeling? A notification screen appeared in his mind. Golden Crow Celestial Body Level 1 is not yet stable. It normally only enhances physique slightly, and only in special cases can it trigger an incomplete Golden Crow posture, consuming a trace of Golden Crow power. Su Ping stared at his hand blankly, muttering, "Incomplete, and that was only a trace?" He looked at the destroyed robot, his heart filled with shock. Just a single trace, and the power was already like this. At this moment, Su Ping's electronic eye flickered with its final lines of data, finishing the scan. Mid-tier rank 3. Energy. Mid-tier rank 7. Attack. Low-tier rank 8. Defense final combat rating. High-tier rank 7. With his clothes in tatters, Su Ping turned back to look at the vice principal and Miss Luo, asking nonchalantly, "Well, is that enough to qualify?" The vice principal clapped his hands in a rush, his face beaming as if he'd struck gold. "Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Your abilities are more than enough to qualify as a senior instructor." Miss Luo stood by, stunned. "Huh?" The vice principal continued. "Your electronic teaching certification will be activated tomorrow. Welcome to our Fengshan Academy." Su Ping thought to himself, the strength of that white marsh isn't something a normal person could handle. If I didn't have the deity demon body, I'd probably be a punching bag by now, waiting to be shredded to pieces. Humph, such an old fox. Seeing Su Ping's unhappy expression, the vice principal feigned concern. Instructor Su, you don't look too happy. Is it because of your torn clothes?" Su Ping silently cursed the old man for playing dumb, but couldn't be bothered to argue. He waved a hand. "If that's all, I'm heading out." "Miss," Luo offered, "let me have a car take you home." Su Ping flatly refused. After he left, Miss Luo was still in shock, muttering, "Rank 7 to 8 offense and defense, but only rank 3 energy. That's too weird. How is that possible?" The vice principal narrowed his eyes, acting profound. "There's only one possibility. He's mastered some secret technique, but hasn't been training for long." He continued to Miss Luo, "Someone like him must have an expert guiding him behind the scenes. We should definitely try to recruit him. If there's a chance, we must get to know the expert behind him. His shop might hold some clues. Let's start by finding out where his shop is located." Miss Luo nodded. "Understood." Suddenly, Su Ping poked his head back through the door, shattering the pair's conspiratorial atmosphere. "No need to act like a spy movie. If you want to know, I'll just send you the location. Just help me introduce a few wealthy students, and that'll be enough." The vice principal was startled. "Instructor Su, you didn't leave yet?" Just after leaving the academy, he arrived home. His mother hurried over. Seeing Su Ping's tattered appearance, she asked worriedly, "Why do you look like this? Are you hurt?" Su Ping was immediately surrounded by his mother. She felt his toned muscles while marveling, "Oh my, since when did our little Ping get so built?" Su Ping awkwardly pushed her hands away. "Mom, I'm fine. Stop touching me. Let me change clothes, and I'll explain it to you later." Seeing her son looking shy, his mother crossed her arms and teased, "You brat, what's there to be shy about? Did you forget who used to carry you to the bathroom when you were little?" In his room, he took off the shredded pants, and beside him, the primitive armor lay motionless on the floor, having run out of power. Looking at his trophies, he sighed and muttered, "The primitive armor is busted too. Wonder if there's a warranty on this." Suddenly, the door swung open. His younger sister, Su Lingyue, wearing pajamas and fluffy slippers, stormed in, shouting, "Su Ping, you have energy now, don't you?" Su Ping casually draped his shirt over his shoulder, revealing his muscular bare back, and replied flatly, "Yeah, so what?" But the moment she saw him shirtless, Su Lingyue's face flushed red. She covered her eyes with her hands but peeked through her fingers. You pervert. When did you awaken?" Su Ping said lazily. "Who's the pervert here?" "You're the one who barged in." Flustered, she ordered him, feeling both ashamed and bossy. "You pervert! Put your clothes on first." After putting on his shirt, Su Ping crossed his arms and flashed a cryptic smile. "Barging into your brother's room and calling him by his full name. If I don't teach you a lesson, how am I supposed to be the older brother? You like watching, don't you? He stepped toward her with a dark grin that sent Lingyue retreating in fear, hands over her face. Then let me give you a good show. Come here, don't be shy. She shrieked in panic. Ugh, pervert. But then, she suddenly raised her fists, trying to act tough. I'm telling you, I just broke through to rank 4, don't you come any closer. Su Ping stood still, his gaze sharp and confident. Bring it on. I'm not who I used to be. Su Lingyue threw a powerful punch, landing it right in a sensitive spot. Su Ping shrieked in agony as if electrocuted. Ah, what the hell? Isn't my defense supposed to be low tier, rank 8? The system replied coldly. That data applied when the host activated the Golden Crow stance. At your current cultivation, your physical strength is only at high tier rank 3. Su Ping gritted his teeth. Damn it, why didn't you say that sooner? After the failed teasing session, the family sat down for dinner. His mother asked curiously, when did you awaken as a beastmaster? What kind of pet do you have? What's its quality? Su Ping was peeling an apple as he replied, just recently. I only have a little skeleton for now. Its potential is just average. Hearing this, his sister glared at him with icy eyes. His mother immediately protested. Just a low-level skeleton? How will that do? Let mom buy you a mid-tier one. Lingyue quickly intervened. Mom, he just awakened. Even if you give him a good pet, he won't be able to use it. She pouted and whispered. Besides, the more expensive the beast, the more expensive the food. With his income, how could he afford to raise one? Hearing this, his mother turned to Su Ping, worried. That's right. Does your shop have enough money for electricity and water? If it's not enough, tell mom, and don't go taking out those loan shark credits again. Su Ping sighed inwardly. Sai, the original owner. He casually opened his communications app. I haven't earned much lately, probably just around this much. A virtual screen appeared, showing his assets. 500,000, 352, and 0 cents. 500,000. Both mother and sister gasped in shock. His mother stuttered. Son, where did you get this much money? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Su Ping lied through his teeth. Recently, lightning rats have become popular at Fengshan Academy. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time and made some profit from the price difference, he thought to himself. Of course, I can't tell them that the money earned in the shop turned into energy, and this amount was squeezed out of that rich kid. Hearing that, his mother let out a sigh of relief and said happily, Ha, that's a relief. Ping finally has some ambition. She turned to Lingyue. Lingyue, you have to help your brother more in the future. She stuck her tongue out. Blech, who would want to help him? He'll always be trailing behind me. Su Ping gave a gentle, kind smile. Good little sister, I'll be counting on you to take care of me later. The next day, at the pet shop, a familiar figure walked in. She got straight to the point. Boss, I heard you were the one who trained that lightning rat. Is that true? Su Ping, sitting at the counter, stood up with a professional smile. Humph. As expected, fame really makes business faster. That's right. Are you looking to board, train, or are you just looking at pet food? She said clearly, I want to train 4 pets, and they need to be as strong as that lightning rat from before. Su Ping coughed once. Ahem, he coughed. This guest is really going big right off the bat, huh? That lightning rat training service was a limited edition deal. Right now, I only offer standard, per-session training. She frowned, deep in thought. Limited edition? Does that mean that lightning rat can't be replicated? And what kind of results does this standard training actually get me? Su Ping held up a finger. Well, it's not quite on that level, but it can definitely give your pet a decent boost in power. 10,000 for low-tier pets, 100,000 for mid-tier. Su Yannying muttered to herself, a skeptical look on her face. A decent boost? That sounds awfully unprofessional. Seeing Su Ping didn't seem interested in selling, she frowned in annoyance. As I thought, Su Yannying must have already snatched up all the good deals, she mused. Or maybe this shop is just using that lightning rat as bait to scam people. Either way, this is a waste of my time. She turned to leave without a second thought. Fine then, I'll go check somewhere else. Su Ping saw his big spender client about to bolt, and quickly reached out. Wait, hold on. Just then, a bright, pale blue system interface popped up in front of Su Ping with a notification. Detection. Customer skepticism resulting in cancellation of original order, causing substantial loss to the shop. Special privilege granted. Host may conduct 1 professional training session. Su Ping's eyes lit up. Professional training? There's such a thing? He stared intently, reading every parameter on the system board. Professional training fee, 100 times the standard rate. Duration, 30 days. Requirement, The pet must possess at least mid to high level potential. Mission reward: 1 mid-level origin power pill, 1 random god demon combat technique scroll. Failure: 10 shop rating points deducted. Su Ping's eyes were practically glowing now. He stroked his chin, thinking smugly, mid-level origin power pills and god demon techniques. These are top-tier stuff. But the price is 100 times higher than standard training. Would anyone actually pay that? Despite his lingering doubts, he put on a professional smile and called the girl back. Listen, I completely understand your desire to boost your pet's strength, but the kind of results you saw with that lightning rat, that service is incredibly expensive. Most customers wouldn't be able to afford it. The girl turned back, a confident smirk on her face. How much are we talking? I can manage a little something. Su Ping calmly raised one finger. 1 million. At the staggering figure, she covered her mouth, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. 1 million? She wondered. Is this guy trying to pull a major scam and vanish? She probed. Owner, you're renting this shop space, aren't you? Su Ping waved it off with a gentle smile. Of course not. You can rest assured about this shop's reputation. We aren't going anywhere. If you don't believe me, you can check the official Fengshan Academy website. My name is Su Ping, as in plain and simple. The girl pondered this suspiciously. Fengshan? Could he be a student here, too? She pulled out her smart device, searched the name Su Ping, and muttered threateningly. Judging by his age, he must be a freshman or sophomore, right? If he's trying to pull a fast one on me, I'll make sure he can't show his face at Fengshan. But the results on her screen made her freeze. Su Ping, Department, Combat, Title, Special Senior Instructor. Her face went pale, and sweat began to bead on her forehead as she screamed internally in shock. Fengshan Academy, Combat Department, Special Senior Instructor? No way. How could someone this young be a senior instructor? And in the Combat Department, which has the highest prestige of them all. Su Ping stood there with a cocky grin, teasing her. Well, senior, do I still have a chance to make a living here at Fengshan? Instantly, the girl bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, her face flushed with shame and panic. I am so sorry, Instructor Su. I was ignorant and offended you. Please, forgive me. Su Ping stuffed his hands in his pockets, acting cool, thinking, having an instructor's status really is convenient. He said coldly. Just call me owner while you're in the shop. If you want the training, go get the money. The girl shyly tugged at her sleeve, hesitating. Yes, Owner Su, you're right. Though, I don't actually have that much. As she spoke, she summoned a chubby, pink piglet that squealed and let out a nervous chuckle. This time, let's train this heavenly fragrance pig. At the same moment, Su Ping's system alert dinged. Detected. 1 million credits transferred. Converted to 10,000 energy. Current energy, 1,048. Su Ping's eyes widened, his jaw dropping. He screamed internally. She just dropped 1 million like it was nothing. And she says she doesn't have much? Damn it. Did I charge that Ye Hao guy way too little at 500,000? Seeing Su Ping frozen in place, the girl asked anxiously, Instructor Su, Owner Su? You don't look so good. Am I not welcome here? Su Ping clenched his fists, trembling as he gritted his teeth. Mistake. A massive mistake. He forced a smile. Please, don't take it to heart. Once the training is done, I'll even throw in a gift as a token of my gratitude. He bowed his head to hide a wicked grin in the shadows. A fat, wealthy sheep? Oh, a valued customer. Of course you're welcome. I'm always happy to see you. Su Ping turned toward the machines and waved her off. Don't worry. As a shop owner, I always treat every customer equally. I'm starting the training now. If you have nothing else to do, you can go. Come back next month to pick it up. The girl looked at Su Ping's retreating back with eyes full of admiration. He didn't just forgive my earlier disrespect, she marveled. He's even going to complete a grade 7 high-intensity training program in just 1 month. What incredible generosity. He truly is a model teacher. She bowed respectfully one last time, thanking Instructor Su for his guidance before stepping out. Once she left, Su Ping pulled up the system menu. The options were a chaotic mess. Spirit Pool Level 1 upgrade cost, 10,000 energy. Shop Level 1 upgrade cost, 10,000 energy. Remaining energy, 10.48. Su Ping stroked his chin, deep in thought. How should I spend this 10,000 energy? Upgrade the spirit pool or the shop? He analyzed the situation meticulously. A training zone as powerful as the Thundercloud Sea costs 1,000 energy just for the entrance fee. To get results like that lightning rat again, I'd need to go at least twice. But if I do that, I won't have enough energy for the upgrades. This professional training opportunity is a one-time thing. I need to think this through carefully. Noticing a new entry, he asked the system. Level 2 shop unlocks a training space and the initial shadow clone ability. Explain that. The system responded in detail. The training space provides a place for pets to rest temporarily after their training ends, without occupying the consignment slots. The basic shadow clone will mimic the host's behavior, taking astral pets into the training zone for standard training. Each time the shadow clone is used, you need to pay 50% of that session's training cost. Su Ping's eyes popped out in surprise, and he blurted out, "Holy crap, this shadow clone function is way too op. Even though each standard training session only nets me 50 energy points, as long as I get enough customers, I can keep the training running non-stop. Even if I only take 10 orders a day, I'll break even in just 20 days. While he was busy crunching numbers, a murmur of a crowd suddenly drifted in from outside. "Is it here? The Pixie Pet Store? I think that's the one. Whatever, let's just go inside and take a look." Su Ping peeked out curiously through a crack in the half-open shutter. Why is it so noisy outside? All he could see was a sea of people shoving each other, raising their hands and shouting. Su Ping's eyes lit up with excitement. Could all these people be customers? The crowd pushed through the door, swarming in as they clamored. "Boss, do you do pet training here? I want to leave my pet for training, boss." Su Ping grinned from ear to ear, waving his hand confidently to signal that he could take everyone. Su Ping didn't waste a second and immediately dived into the virtual space. The system board flashed a report. Entered the Stellar Fragment Training Zone, number 9527. Remaining revives, 30. Duration, 7 days. Energy cost, 10 points. In the middle of a desolate wasteland filled with flowing lava, Su Ping was sprinting for his life. Following him was a chaotic pack of astral pets, including a derpy dog, a frog, a cat, and even a golden-maned lion. The system chimed again. First time unlocking the shadow clone function. Host is required to conduct 1 complete training session. Shadow clone activated, consuming 200 energy points. From Su Ping's body, a plume of dark purple energy surged violently, splitting off to form a shadow identical to him, standing right by his side. The moment it appeared, the purple shadow immediately dropped to one knee, striking a bizarre, superhero pose in front of the pets, who were gathered around staring at it blankly. Su Ping rested his chin on his hand, narrowing his eyes at his clone with a completely deadpan expression. "So, this is the clone function?" The purple shadow stared back at him with a goofy look, a giant question mark hovering over its head. Su Ping broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "Why does it look so weird? It's probably just an illusion." Before Su Ping lay a sea of burning lava. He inwardly assessed that the key to nurturing astral pets was the environment of mutual creation and destruction. The more concentrated the fire attribute, the better it was for training fire-type pet skills. Looking down into the abyss, the system displayed a warning: 2,000 degrees of underground lava. Su Ping nodded in satisfaction. "Yeah, this spot is perfect." Without hesitation, he leaped off the cliff, plunging straight into the sea of fire, shouting orders at the pets. "Everyone, follow me down!" The flames roared all around him, but to Su Ping, it felt completely normal. He wondered blankly, "Why isn't it as hot as I thought?" He recalled his battle against the White Marsh. Memories flooded back. He remembered the moment his body stood naked amidst the erupting flames, temperatures high enough to be lethal. Yet not only was he not burned, he even triggered the Golden Crow form. Suddenly realizing something, Su Ping slammed on the brakes, causing the dogs, cats, and frogs behind him to panic and skid to a halt with confused looks. He crouched down, gently trailing his hand through the molten lava. A thought flashed in his mind. Could it be that the Golden Crow god-demon body has a special affinity for fire? Looking at his hand submerged in the glowing red lava, he clicked his tongue, deciding that since he had infinite revives, he might as well experiment. And just like that, the flames swirled around his arm like a dance. Su Ping stood up confidently, smiling smugly. As expected, the fire element acts like it's been tamed. It's unusually obedient. Is this the innate bloodline talent of the Golden Crow? But as he turned to his side, he went deadpan when he saw his shadow clone copying him, dipping its hand into the lava and catching on fire instantly. He broke into a sweat and sighed. "You idiot. Don't copy that." The foolish clone was immediately reset to its initial state by the system, its face still maintaining that blank, vacant expression. Su Ping took off his top, showing off his muscular build amidst the bright sea of fire, and turned to command the shadow. "Time is precious. Hurry up and throw them all into train." Taking the order, the purple shadow grabbed the whining pets and tossed them straight into the lava pool. while Su Ping soaked in the 2,000-degree magma, closing his eyes to stretch and relax. So comfortable. The poor pets were burned to skeletons the moment they touched the lava. The system reported coldly, Crimson Flame Dog, Violet Flame Cat, Flame Armored Toad, and Little Fire Lion have perished. Su Ping, still soaking in the lava, frowned in disappointment, and tapped the Revive On-Site button on his screen repeatedly. Huh? Are you guys even fire-type astral pets? Try harder for me. The pets, having just been revived, scrambled to jump out of the lava, their faces twisted in absolute panic. But before they could escape, they were swallowed by the lava again, creating a scene of tragic screaming in the sea of fire. Su Ping wore the incredibly ruthless smile of an exploitative capitalist boss, continuing to mash the revive button. There's a bit of struggle now. Progress is being made. Keep it up. Thanks to this hellish training, the pets were continuously breaking their limits. The dog roared, unleashing the fire-stepping skill. The lion glowed with a cloak of flames, the cat lashed its tail with the blazing tail strike, and the frog spat out a giant torrent of fire. A few days later, back in reality, the shop was filled with the cheers and excitement of customers. They learned an intermediate pet skill in just one short day? What kind of black technology is this? The boss is too OP. As expected, having a master breeder in charge makes all the difference. The crowd pushed and shoved, everyone's eyes reddening as they scrambled to spend their money. Is it really that good? Boss, I want to nurture my pet too. I want to drop it off. I want to buy stuff. Su Ping sweated and forced a smile, reaching out to soothe the frenzied crowd. Don't rush. Get in line. One by one, there's enough for everyone. At the same time, the system counter kept climbing. Earnings of 25,860 astral coins, converted into 258.6 energy points. Energy remaining, 11,650. Standing before the row of glowing glass display cases packed with pets, he calculated quietly, I originally thought it would take 20 days to earn enough energy. I didn't expect it to be done in just a few days. Even the consignment space isn't enough anymore. Seeing money flowing in like water, Su Ping waved his hand and slammed the expand button on the system board, shouting generously, Buy, buy, buy. But a giant exclamation mark appeared, stopping his shopping spree in its tracks. Consignment space limit reached. Maximum capacity of 2,525. Cannot purchase more. Would you like to upgrade to level 2? Upgrade fee, 1,000 items. Cold sweat poured down. Su Ping immediately pulled his hand back. He rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful, then said firmly, No upgrades. He turned to look at the pink piglet prancing around, his mind racing. The current mission is to cultivate the heaven-scented beast. Since entry tickets to the high-level cultivation zone are so expensive, it's a total waste to train just one. Having made up his mind, he reached out and commanded the system. System, I want to upgrade the chaotic soul nurturing pool right now. A notification popped up, deducting 10,000 energy points. With 1,650 energy points remaining, a blue magical mist swirled around Su Ping's body, whipping his hair up inside the store. The dragon statue at the soul nurturing pool began to transform, with a rotating yin-yang symbol appearing at its center. The system explained, Chaos energy is infused at a rate of 1 in a million. There is a very low probability of hatching a pet with a king beast bloodline. Each attempt costs 1,000 energy points. Standing before the hatching array, Su Ping clasped his hands in prayer, sweat beading on his forehead. He grumbled in pain, knowing that a single pull cost a staggering 100,000 star coins. Damn it, this is so expensive. His eyes were filled with expectation mixed with anxiety. Please, just let me get something good. Last time, I only pulled a measly rank 1 little skeleton. Gritting his teeth, a flash of pure determination shone in Su Ping's eyes. He slammed his hand onto the hatch button and roared with intensity. I don't even need a king beast, but this time, at least give me a decent rank 6 beast. As he finished speaking, the surrounding space suddenly shifted. The pitch-black night sky suddenly cracked open, revealing a blinding light like a giant moon descending to Earth. Instantly, blood-red lightning tore through the thick clouds, slashing across the sky with the pressure of an army, signaling that something extraordinary was about to happen. Outside the store, a few young men, including Dongming Song, looked up at the sky, their faces full of confusion as they broke into a cold sweat. That's strange. Why did the weather change so suddenly? At the same time, a massive pillar of red light, carrying destructive power, shot straight down from the sky into the heart of the city, illuminating the bustling district. Back inside the incubation space, the massive red and white light swirled into a violent vortex of energy. Su Ping had to cover his face with his hands, backing up a few steps to withstand the fierce winds lashing at him. Amidst the fiery pillar of energy, a giant dark silhouette with slowly spreading wings gradually appeared. Su Ping looked up at the majestic figure, which looked like a dragon descending from hell, his back radiating pure shock. Su Ping's eyes widened, his pupils constricted, and his jaw dropped in utter amazement. The red smoke cleared, revealing a dragon with jet-black scales, eyes as red as lava, and flaming wings. An overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth. The system immediately displayed the name of this terrifying creature: Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. The dragon growled, exhaling 2 streams of red fire from its nostrils, its eyes filled with cruelty. The detailed status window popped up. The Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast is a fire dragon type, with a rank 9 bloodline and mid-level rank 3 combat power, possessing the abilities Dragon Breath and Dragon Might. Su Ping's shocked expression instantly vanished, replaced by a grin that stretched from ear to ear. Excitedly, he reached out to touch the dragon's giant horns, whispering in awe, "I can't believe I actually got something good. It's rank 9, and if it evolves just a little more, it'll be a king beast bloodline. This is a huge win." However, the moment he touched it, the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast immediately went wild. Its entire body erupted in fierce flames, and it opened its sharp-fanged mouth to roar, blasting searing heat straight at Su Ping's face. It seemed the dignity of the Dragon Clan didn't allow any weakling to touch its body, especially its head. Su Ping tilted his head to the side, letting the flames graze his cheek, his lips twitching as he muttered in complaint. "You're not that big, but your temper is definitely huge." The next second, Su Ping's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the evil dragon's snout and squeezing hard. The aggressive dragon suddenly stared in shock, letting out a choked whimper. Su Ping's face fell into shadow, his eyes flashing with a terrifying golden light as he growled a threat. "Too bad for you. I'm the one who rules in this store. Be a good boy and sign the contract. If you understand, blink once." The notorious evil dragon now had to obediently blink, its large eyes trembling in submission. The majestic dragon from a moment ago now lay flat on the ground, letting out aggrieved whimpers like a little puppy. Soon after, a blue system window popped up with a brief notification: "Contract signed." Before he could even celebrate, the device in Su Ping's hand began to vibrate violently, signaling it was 13:55. An urgent message appeared on the screen. "Teacher Su, you have a public seminar for students from year 1 to 3 starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Please arrive early." Su Ping blinked in confusion, and the scene shifted to the bustling Phoenix Mountain Academy. A golden statue of a phoenix with wings spread stood majestically in front of the school's main gate. Right then, in the lobby, the head of the academy's combat department, a middle-aged man with a stern face and a large black snake wrapped around his shoulders, was frowning at his watch. He spoke up irritably. 2 minutes left. It's his first day teaching, and he's already this undisciplined? This is outrageous. Miss Luo stood nearby, cold sweat dripping down, hurriedly waving her hands to apologize awkwardly. "Teacher Su is new here. He might have gotten lost. Department head, why don't you head to the classroom first?" The department head glared at her coldly, scoffing. "Old Wu has been away handling matters for a few days. The combat department has become so disorganized, and I heard this new teacher was your recommendation. You didn't even report it to me. Are you the boss of the combat department now?" Miss Luo bowed her head, responding weakly, "I wouldn't dare." Inside, Miss Luo felt like she was on fire, silently praying. "Su Ping, get here fast. Don't you dare provoke the department head." She bit her lip, determined to take the fall. "Department head, I'm truly sorry. If Su Ping is late, I'll take full responsibility." Just as she finished, a crimson teleportation beam tore through space and landed right behind the two of them. Su Ping landed in a cool, half-kneeling position, creating a gust of wind that blew across the courtyard, making Miss Luo and the department head jump and turn around. Seeing the familiar figure, Miss Luo let out a sigh of relief and called out happily, "Su Ping." The department head narrowed his eyes at the person who had arrived so noisily, his voice cold. "So this is the newcomer?" Su Ping stood up straight and dusted off his clothes. The phantom shadow of the Purgatory, Candle Dragon Beast behind him, slowly faded into nothingness. He smirked triumphantly. "Heh, lucky I made it in time. The feeling of dragon riding is really not bad." Then he turned to the department head and replied calmly, "That would be me." At the same time, in the large lecture hall, the students were packed into their seats, buzzing with conversation. A male student whispered, "Hey, did you hear? A super young new teacher joined the combat department. Have you heard?" Others clicked their tongues, doubting. Is he some kind of nepotism hire? Hard to say, right? His profile on the official website is almost completely blank. It looks so fake. Nearby, his younger sister, Su Lingyue, sits with her eyes closed and arms crossed, calmly listening to the whispers of the students around her. It's true, he's probably just the principal's son, one says. Haha, I bet he definitely bribed his way in. Lingyue snaps her eyes open, glares at the gossiping students, and coldly defends him. What is there to gawk at? So, what if he's young? Being a teacher means he has real skills. Instead of wasting time gossiping, you guys should spend more time training. Two male students sitting nearby laugh mockingly and sneer at her. Huh, are you dreaming that you can become a high-level teacher too? Haha, how naive. She actually thinks that just relying on cultivation is enough to become a teacher. Just then, Miss Luo steps onto the podium and speaks in a clear, loud voice to calm the noisy crowd. Students, settle down. Let's begin the lesson. Miss Luo introduces. Today's open lecture will be taught by the combat department head and myself, focusing on wild zone materials and some practical combat techniques, and Mr. Su Ping will be the teaching assistant. The students below immediately start whispering. Whoa, that Mr. Su looks about the same age as us, right? How is he already a teacher? A blonde guy sitting nearby looks at him with disdain, crossing his arms and pouting. That guy is a teacher? The student next to him pats his shoulder, bragging confidently. What's so impressive about that? With the talent of our Ye Hao, in 2 years, becoming a teacher will be a piece of cake, right? Hearing that, the blonde guy coughs and quickly waves his hand. Cough, cough. Let's not talk about that. However, sitting in the front row, Su Lingyue's eyes widen and her jaw drops in extreme shock when she sees her brother. Su Ping? Why is he up there? Is this a mistake? Hearing her gasp, the two boys from before turn and giggle, mocking her. Just a second ago, you were acting all high and mighty, weren't you? The friend chimes in, mimicking Lingyue's voice. Instead of wasting time gossiping, you should spend more time training. Lingyue's face turns bright red, and she stammers, unable to respond. No. Just then, a brave male student stands up, raises his hand high, and shouts, grabbing the attention of the entire lecture hall. Mr. Su, I heard you once killed a skeleton beast. Is that true? Can you tell us the details? The lecture hall erupts into a buzz of excitement. What is a skeleton beast? I heard it's a high-level ferocious beast, but extremely rare. No one has ever seen one. Could it be that everyone who met one is dead? It can't be that powerful. I don't believe it. Responding to the crowd's curiosity, Su Ping just smiles calmly and waves his hand. Of course I can, but that's not the focus of today's lesson. I'll tell you the details another time. Hearing this, the department head snorts coldly, and the black snake on his shoulder flicks its tongue menacingly. He mutters, hasn't even been a teacher for a day, and he's already acting all high and mighty. The students below join in, cheering. Show us a trick. Teach. Yeah. If not, how can you prove you have the skills to teach us? Sitting in the crowd, the young man named Ye Hao narrows his eyes with interest, thinking to himself that he didn't clearly see Su Ping's strength in their last spar. He's curious to see how strong he really is. And as for the pet training, when will it finally be his turn? Contrary to everyone's excitement, Su Lingyue just holds her head in despair. It's over. He just awakened his powers. What does that have to do with a skeleton beast? This is so embarrassing. Seeing the situation heating up, Miss Luo quickly steps in to mediate. This is class time. Everyone stop making noise. I can personally vouch for Mr. Su's strength. Before she can finish, the department head interrupts. Miss Luo, a verbal guarantee isn't enough to convince everyone. Besides, can your recent performance even convince anyone? The whole lecture hall bursts into laughter. Miss Luo can only bow her head, murmuring an apology. I'm sorry, department head. I spoke out of turn. The department head then turns to Su Ping with an intense, pressured look. Mr. Su, why don't you show us something? Otherwise, if the rumor that Fengshan Academy hires teachers through the back door spreads, it won't be good. Su Ping sighs, his whole body emitting a faint aura. Sigh. Whether in the combat team or the academy, you people never let anyone have any peace. The price for me taking action is very high. Having said that, he summons a tiny little skeleton, holding a bone blade even smaller than a twig, waddling out onto the stage. The auditorium, which was holding its breath in anticipation, suddenly bursts into laughter. Another little skeleton? Ha ha ha. Look at that, Ye Hao. What is that cute thing? When I was 10, I used to play with one of those. The department head smirks and waves his hand dismissively. Mr. Su, don't worry. As long as you don't attack the students, you can destroy whatever you want. I take full responsibility. Su Ping leans down to instruct his pet. The little skeleton nods obediently. Keep it controlled. Don't hurt anyone. Sitting below, Lingyue covers her face with both hands, too embarrassed to watch. What can this lowest-level beast possibly do? Perform talent tricks? Just as she says that, the little skeleton tenses up, its eye sockets flaring with a deadly red light. It swings the bone blade, unleashing a crimson sword aura with world-shaking power, sweeping across the lecture hall. A line appears in mid-air, a high-level blade technique. The slash leaves a deep, charred groove in the lecture hall floor, creating a whirlwind that scatters everything nearby. Everyone, from the department head and Ye Hao, to Su Lingyue and Dongming Song, stares with dropped jaws, frozen in place. The little skeleton stands still, sheathes its blade, and the flames in its eyes dim down. The students finally come to their senses and tremble as they ask each other, What? What just happened? Was that the little skeleton? A little skeleton? No way. I clearly saw a skeleton king. Ye Hao breaks into a cold sweat, muttering in fear, too strong. Even my thunder dragon wouldn't be able to withstand 2 moves from this little skeleton. Su Lingyue is still in shock, stammering. Is this the strength a first-tier little skeleton should have? Didn't he just awaken recently? In the deathly silence, Su Ping crosses his arms and coldly looks down at the hall. Well? Do I need to demonstrate again? The department head gulps, his heart shaken, while Miss Luo standing beside him smiles with delight. He thinks to himself, Are you kidding me? This lecture hall is made of special materials worth millions, strong enough to withstand an 8th-level explosion, and it was cut by a puny little skeleton. Su Ping slowly steps forward, the ghost-like blue flame of the little skeleton flickering beside him. He says in a low voice, If anyone still has objections, raise your hand. You're welcome to come up and discuss it with me. The vast lecture hall falls deathly silent, and not a single soul dares to move. Su Ping's eyes flashed with a golden light as he scanned the students, who were all keeping their heads low. Why is everyone bowing their heads and staying quiet? If no one has any objections, then let's start the lesson. The entire class immediately nodded in unison, like chickens pecking at rice. Su Ping turned around and began the lecture with a calm composure. Everyone, please open your books to page 45. This material was discovered in a Grade A space rift back in 2020. After the lesson, one student remarked, This was the quietest class of my life. You could even hear a single hair drop to the floor. However, no one dared to think or take notes, as everyone was still deep in shock from what had just happened. After that earth-shattering slash, the atmosphere in the lecture hall had frozen solid. The attention of hundreds of students was now fixated on the deep, pitch-black fissure running along the staircase, splitting the entire grand hall in 2. After class, a luxurious white sports car with a futuristic design, surrounded by glowing blue LED strips, pulled up in front of Su Ping's pet store. He stepped out of the car, smoothed the shiny hood, and smirked triumphantly. Being the vice principal, yet personally driving a teacher home. Isn't that being a bit too courteous? The vice principal, sitting inside the car, lowered the window, stroked his beard, and replied with a cheerful laugh. Not at all. I heard that in your first class, you managed to make students from all 3 grades behave perfectly. An entire lesson without a single sound. Teacher Su, you really are a top-tier talent for our Fengshan Academy. Hearing this, Su Ping turned away, muttering to himself with suspicion. What is this old fox plotting now? Is he trying to make me pay for the stairs? While lost in thought, he reached out to scan his fingerprint to unlock the rolling door. Just as the door was halfway up, a deep, warm male voice echoed from inside. Brother Su, long time no see. A young man with gray-blue hair, parted to the side, wearing a stylish white lab coat, stepped out with a confident, welcoming demeanor. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, recognizing his old acquaintance, Ye Haoshan. Inside the shop, 3 cups of steaming light green tea were poured onto the table. Su Ping pulled up a chair, sat down, picked up the teapot to refill the cups, and glanced around the empty store, teasing, It's really quiet this afternoon. I didn't expect to have absolutely no customers. Yi Haoshan, sitting opposite him, smiled and explained, I have a secret matter I want to discuss with you, Brother Su, so I had my people clear out this whole street. Of course, the lost revenue will be fully compensated by me. Hearing this, Su Ping took a sip of tea and raised an eyebrow at the vice principal sitting next to him. Oh, vice principal, my friend here says he has a secret matter to discuss. The vice principal cleared his throat, then replied seriously, Ahem, actually, I came to see Teacher Su for a matter as well. The 2 men exchanged a mysterious look, and the vice principal spoke first. Before long, the Global Elite Tournament will be held. A grand scene appeared in his mind. The Elite Tournament for Beastmasters, held every 3 years, where only Beastmasters below Grade 7 are allowed to participate. The champion of the elite tournament not only receives a huge cash prize, but also receives guidance from legendary rank beastmasters. Past champions have almost all successfully advanced to the title rank, and among them, a few natural-born geniuses have even become legendary rank beastmasters, revered by thousands and serving as guardians for the safety of the entire continent. The image of three heroes in capes standing proudly amidst a sandstorm served as a testament to that proud story. The vice principal held up a finger, offering a tempting proposal. If you, Teacher Su, are willing to participate, I can approve a full year of paid leave for you. Your salary and benefits will be fully provided, and there's the prize money after the tournament as well. But contrary to his expectations, Su Ping just indifferently crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and gave a flat answer. No need. For now, I have no intention of competing. The vice principal's jaw dropped, and he broke into a cold sweat. What? How can a beastmaster have no interest in the elite tournament? Su Ping opened his eyes, which glowed with a brilliant golden light, thinking to himself, am I stupid? Winning the championship means the whole world will know who I am. With my current reputation, I've already made enough money. If I get even more famous and end up catching the eye of someone dangerous, that'll be a huge headache. It's safer to just stay low and wait for the system to upgrade. Hearing this, Ye Haoshan sighed regretfully. Sigh. I originally wanted to invite you, Brother Su, to explore a secret realm together. What a pity. If you have no intention of joining the elite tournament, then I suppose that's it. Su Ping and Vice Principal Dongming Song asked in unison. What secret realm is that? Su Ping narrowed his eyes at Ye Haoshan, asking, are you talking about the three major exclusive secret realms in the entire Asian region? Ye Haoshan smiled proudly. Information about those realms is a secret even to those with silver medal explorer credentials. How did you know about it? The vice principal sitting next to him stroked his beard, looking smug. Heh. Old Wu was, before he retired, considered half of a gold medal explorer after all. Su Ping broke into a sweat, impatiently urging, stop playing games, just tell me. Ye Haoshan began to explain. Normal space rifts lead to ordinary star regions. Even if you find treasures, they're at best just ores or primitive creatures. Images of giant, spiky dinosaurs and massive green stones appeared, illustrating his words. As for Dragon Terrace Mountain, the scene shifted to a lush green field surrounded by towering, razor-sharp bones piercing the sky. The River of Bones. The image continued downward to the deep ocean floor, where two giant stone statues holding tridents stood crossed amidst the deep blue water and magical beast species. These three space rifts. A giant demon skull with razor-sharp horns and crimson-red eyes, emitting a blood-red light, floated among stones drifting in the dark void. They lead to the star regions of civilizations that were once as prosperous as, or even surpassed, the Blue Star civilization. Ye Haoshan continued, his voice full of excitement. Although those civilizations have long since vanished, it is said that the divine artifacts excavated from within are priceless. Some could even change the current landscape of the world, or even help one understand the highest laws of the universe. Hearing this, Su Ping broke into a cold sweat, shaken, and muttered, that powerful? That really is a concept from another dimension. The vice principal stroked his beard and added sternly, however, the secret realms are guarded by too many unknown fierce beasts and traps. Countless powerhouses have tried to enter the inner areas of these realms to explore, but not a single one survived. That is why the federal government has sealed them off. Only right before the global tournament do they open the relatively safe outer areas to top-tier explorers. A map appeared with the words, outer area. It was only just before the global tournament that the outer areas became relatively safe for top-tier explorers. A map with the words, outer zone. The crimson forbidden realm and the temporary outer entrance shimmered with a menacing glow. Su Pingyi sighed, his expression filled with regret. That's right. I, Su, was lucky enough to earn the qualification to explore the outer area of the Longtai mountain ruin. I was actually planning to recruit Dongming Song to join me. What a pity, Brother Su. Su Ping sank into deep thought, his eyes flashing with calculation. Although I have no interest in the elite tournament. Seeing Su Ping's hesitation, Su Pingyi frowned slightly and probed. But why is the vice principal also tagging along with that beard of his? Su Ping hid a sly smile, thinking to himself, the system's training grounds are vast and endless. Who knows, maybe this Longtai mountain ruin is among them. And with the system's protection, I have infinite revivals. So, a few stray beasts and some unknown mechanisms, isn't that just a piece of cake? This ruin might be worth considering. As night fell, darkness enveloped the city. Under the dim moonlight, Su Ping's shop was still lit up, but the scene outside was as chaotic as a marketplace in a frenzy. Boss, it's my turn, right? I want to train, boss. Standing in the shop, Su Ping's arms were sore as he struggled to pull the metal shutter down, ignoring the crowd screaming outside. He forced a smile and shouted back, "Sorry guys, we're closed. If it wasn't your turn yet, please come back early tomorrow morning." As the shutter slammed down, a chorus of wailing rose from the crowd outside. "Damn it, if I had known, I would have come earlier. I'm going to camp right at the door. Nobody is going to steal the #1 spot from me tomorrow. Hey, wait up, I want in too. Damn it, I might as well rent a room at the hotel next door to make it easier." Hearing the noise gradually die down, Su Ping wiped the sweat from his forehead, leaned against the shutter, and let out a long sigh. Business was booming so suddenly. I'm really not used to this. Spending the whole day dealing with customers, I haven't had a single second to train. Returning to his main goal, a flicker of determination lit up Su Ping's eyes. System. Open the training ground interface. The shop's interior instantly gave way to a sea of blindingly bright, three-dimensional holographic panels floating in the endless void. Su Ping spoke clearly. Search for Longtai Mountain Ruin. The interface flickered, and a cold message appeared. Result not found. Su Ping frowned slightly and muttered, "Nothing? Okay. Search for all high-level training grounds that contain the character Long." This time, the system responded instantly. A dazzling portal opened before Su Ping, displaying an image of a valley where giant, jagged bones pierced the blood-red sky. The system announced, "Legacy Illusion Realm, the resting place of the Dragon King. Entry fee, 2,000 energy." Su Ping blinked in surprise. A Legacy Illusion Realm? He looked closely at the image on the system panel, confirming the shape of those dragon bones. There's no mistake. Sensing something unusual, Su Ping narrowed his eyes and asked, "System, how is this legacy ruin different from the other training grounds?" The system explained, "As the name suggests, an illusion realm is just that, an illusion. Aside from battle training, the host cannot bring any items back out." Su Ping grimaced, confused. Huh? An illusionary realm. Yet, the entrance fee is twice as expensive as the Lightning Cloud Sea or the Chaotic Undead Realm? What kind of logic is that? The system coldly listed the reasons. First, normal training grounds contain both the weak and the strong, but a legacy realm contains only the absolute strongest among the elite. The two cannot be compared. Second, every legacy realm houses the king soul of a fallen deity. Whoever passes the trial will inherit it. The king soul is a supreme treasure. How could it be allowed to be copied or tainted? Su Ping thought for a moment and countered, "Fine, the king soul can't be copied, but at least let me bring back some other treasures." Muttering to himself, he pushed through the light portal. "If I only take my little skeleton, it'll be a huge loss." The door closed, swallowing his figure into the brilliant legacy space. Before entering, Su Ping had carefully stopped by the pet storage room. His gaze landed on a gray-furred wolf dog lying listlessly in a glass cage. Its owner had long since defaulted on the fees. If they didn't suffer from memory loss, then he reached out to stroke the dog's forehead. A deep red light flickered, creating a soul connection between them. The system panel immediately displayed the contract info. Contract signed. First rank tracker dog. Combat type. Rank 1 combat strength. Low tier talent. Ability. Bark and bite. A note below added, thick-skinned and loyal, the top choice for novice beastmasters. Looking at the miserable stats, Su Ping sighed, his expression full of pity. Sure enough, its owner must have died in an accident. He quickly pushed the sadness aside. Su Ping pulled himself together, patted his chest, and spoke clearly to the newly bonded dog. "You've been in my kennel for so long. From now on, be a good boy and work for me." The tracker dog barked happily in excitement. The very next second, he dived straight into the legacy illusion realm. The space around them cracked open. Su Ping burst out with a cool posture, followed closely by the imposing Inferno Dragon Beast and the excited tracker dog. The system panel popped up in bright red. 2,000 energy deducted. Host has connected to the Legacy Illusion Realm, Dragon King's Legacy. Connection time, 7 days. Death count allowed, 10 times. Please explore on your own. Beneath the dim twilight, a giant dragon skeleton, shaped like a winding mountain, rose to the high heavens, piercing through the dense clouds. Su Ping led his pet team, laughing as he walked through the valley, enclosed by the massive jaws of an ancient dragon. Suddenly, a deep, silent voice echoed from the void, crashing into Su Ping's eardrums like rolling thunder. "You insects!" A sudden pressure descended, causing the pets to panic. The tracker dog barked, and Su Ping covered his face, stepping back to steady himself. The mysterious voice continued, "Do you accept my legacy trial? Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes at the source of the voice, his gaze firm and fearless, and shouted his answer, "I accept." Immediately, the ground shook, violently. A brilliant pillar of light shot from the dragon bones up into the sky, tearing through the falling night. Amidst the radiant pillar, an ancient, sky-high tower slowly rose from the earth, carrying earth-shattering power. Surrounding the tower, a giant phantom dragon of fire coiled and roared, showing off its might. The appearance of the tower made the air heavy, oppressive, and thick with dust that obscured his vision. Standing before the towering dragon tower, Su Ping couldn't help but mutter in awe. "This is." The majestic voice of the Dragon King echoed throughout the space once more. "The dragon pillar has 9 levels. 9 is the number of perfection. Reaching the 9th level only grants qualification for the inheritance trial." Su Ping frowned, looking up at the tower peak lost in the mist, and asked, "That's it? Just a trial qualification? What does it take to actually inherit it?" The Dragon King's soul appeared as a radiant golden dragon, recounting the ancient tale. "When I fell, my flesh and blood scattered, becoming the very sky. My dragon scales fell and transformed into the 109 lands of this continent, but the dragon scale region was corrupted by evil energy, giving birth to countless demons. Ghastly images of hideous monsters surrounded by toxic purple mist appeared, looking absolutely terrifying. Only by purging all the demons within can I restore my royal soul." The golden dragon coiled around the tower again, its voice turning solemn. "When that time comes, those who have reached the 9th level will have to face the final inheritance trial." Hearing this, Su Ping crossed his arms, lost in thought. A legacy of this caliber wouldn't be easy to obtain. A complex trial was only logical. Yet, looking at the massive stone gate leading into the dragon pillar, he felt a wave of anxiety. He and his beasts just stood before the gate, hesitant to step inside. He scratched his head, sighing. 10 dragon scales. That's too many. If I have to do this all by myself, how long is this going to take? With no other choice, he led his beasts through the gate. The Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast let out a nervous whine. Su Ping muttered, "Are there no lights in here?" The moment he stepped inside, the gate slammed shut. A voice echoed from the shadows. "Challenger, learn to show reverence." A terrifying pressure surged forward. A pair of blazing golden dragon eyes appeared in the air, radiating draconic might. The overwhelming pressure weighed heavily on Su Ping, forcing him to brace himself, teeth gritted. The pressure. It's intense. Suddenly, he heard a strange, pathetic cry. "Huh?" He turned his head in confusion. The moon-chasing dog. Oddly, he felt deeply puzzled. Wasn't the moon-chasing dog right behind him? Why was the sound coming from inside? Immediately after, the frightened cries of his other pets erupted from different directions in complete chaos. Su Ping furrowed his brow, scanning the pitch-black darkness ahead. The sounds were coming from all over. Could there be ghosts? He pressed the digital watch on his wrist, activating the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing a massive dragon warrior statue, clad in iron armor, holding a giant blade. Su Ping was startled. It was just a statue. Then, he realized with horror that the moon-chasing dog, the Purgatory Candle, Dragon Beast, and the Sky Fragrance Pig were all being held tight by different statues, unable to move. The little skeleton and the moon-chasing dog bumped their heads against a statue, letting out weak whimpers. The Sky Fragrance Pig and the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast suffered the same fate. Su Ping broke into a cold sweat, letting out a forced sigh of relief. So, they were just stumbling around in the dark and hitting walls? He shone the light on the wall and noticed its strange structure. He muttered, "The structure of this wall must be what's distorting the sound." As he pondered, he suddenly recalled the earlier warning. Still, was the first level really that simple? Challenger, learn to show reverence. What did reverence mean? Curious, he walked up to a statue and shone the light to inspect it. Suddenly, the statue's eyes flashed with a deadly red light. It raised its giant blade, preparing to strike. At that same moment, the little skeleton bolted forward like lightning, raising its bone blade to block the blow for its master. Su Ping's eyes widened in shock. He realized the gatekeeper statue was actually alive. Wait, so the other one? Before he could finish, another giant blade from behind pierced his chest. Su Ping groaned in pain. Damn it! Blood splattered everywhere, and he collapsed into a pool of his own gore. The system message appeared with cold indifference. Host has died. Remaining revivals, 9. Revive on the spot, or random revival. Just after respawning, Su Ping panted, patting his chest and scolding himself. Damn it, I was too slow. If he had focused all his astral power into one point to activate the primordial armor, he might have blocked that strike. It was just too fast. Luckily, the little skeleton took the hit. Otherwise, he would have been dead before he knew it. He and his pets retreated, standing once again before the dark archway guarded by the two demon statues. Darkness engulfed them again, with only faint, eerie glows flickering in the silent space. One of the two statues stirred slightly, creating ghostly sounds. Su Ping warily raised his hand to turn on the flashlight again, readying himself for a new battle. Instantly, both statues raised their blades, aiming straight at Su Ping. Su Ping frowned, his eyes sharp with calculation. At the same time, the little skeleton stood in front of Su Ping. He looked at his watch and said, "Little skeleton, don't move." Su Ping immediately turned off the flashlight. The two blades instantly lowered. He raised a finger and smirked triumphantly. That's how it is. Learn to show reverence meant not looking directly at the dragon's face, right? Having figured out the rule, Su Ping refused to look up again. He ordered his trembling pets to huddle close to him. The whole group crept past the demonic gatekeepers in a single file. In the pitch-black space, Su Ping squinted, walking leisurely as if no one were around. He thought to himself, a battle pet warrior's 5 senses are far beyond an ordinary person's. Specifically, the ability to feel the circulation of nearby astral power meant that even without sight, he wouldn't be caught off guard. The panoramic view of the Dragonbone Maze revealed itself to be incredibly vast and complex. Su Ping estimated that trying to sense such a wide area under the pressure of draconic might, while staying vigilant against surrounding dangers, would be a massive drain on mental energy that no average battle pet warrior could endure. Even so, the corner of his lips curled into a relaxed smile. Lucky for me, I've seen through the rules of the first level, so I can focus all my attention on sensing direction. And as for handling pressure, I've already been through that in other training regions. I'm practically used to it. Walking a bit further, his pace quickened as the brilliant light of the exit appeared ahead. He strode forward confidently, finding the exit with ease. Suddenly, from the void of the air, a massive dragon head wreathed in blinding light lunged straight at him with wind-tearing speed, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth wide open. The Purgatory Candle dragon beast froze and growled in warning. The other pets scrambled in panic. Su Ping braked hard, whipping around with an icy expression. Killing intent was approaching, but just a second later, his brow smoothed out, his eyes glinting with sharp analysis. That's not right. This killing intent has a flaw. It wasn't emitted by a living thing. Just as you predicted, that giant dragon head passed right through you and your pets like a faint mist, without causing any harm. Su Ping let out a breath. It was an illusion. A massive gate of light opened up, flanked by rows of dragon skulls burning with ghostly flames. The pets let out timid, whimpering sounds, hesitant to step into that blinding brilliance. Just as he stepped through, Su Ping slowly opened his eyes, a smug smirk on his face, followed by a soft sigh. At that same moment, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, Challenger. You have cleared the first floor test. Please proceed to the second floor. Back in reality, outside the pet shop, the night was deathly quiet, with energy sparks still crackling around the edges of the tightly closed shutters. Inside the shop, a swirling spatial rift opened up, dumping Su Ping and his pets onto the floor. The whole group looked absolutely miserable, covered in wounds, but the energy radiating from them was many times stronger than before. The system chimes rang out continuously with good news. The Purgatory Dragon Beast's combat strength increased to rank 4, and it learned the Dragon Roar skill. The Moon-Chasing Hound's combat strength rose to rank 3, and it learned Frenzied Hunting Beast. The Heavenly Fragrance Pig's combat strength rose to rank 3, and it learned Acute Excitement Toxin. The Little Skeleton's combat strength jumped to rank 8, and it learned Dragon Slayer. Su Ping rubbed his chin, nodding with great satisfaction at the fruits of his grinding. Clearing up to the 8th floor on his first encounter with the Dragon Bone Tower wasn't a bad result at all. The Heavenly Fragrance Pig would be properly trained after 2 or 3 more runs. However, as he thought about the final boss, his expression darkened with seriousness. The gatekeeper of the 9th floor has rank 9 strength. Even though his rank 8 mid-level little skeleton has learned Dragon Slayer, a skill specifically designed to counter the dragon race, it's still no match. The gap between rank 8 and rank 9 is just too vast. It seems he'll have to wait until the little skeleton fully absorbs the Skeleton King's blood orb to have a chance. The next morning, right at 6 a.m., as the first light of dawn broke, Su Lingyue, wearing shorts and a dusty jacket, crouched in the corner of the wall, peeking out with half her face to glare at her brother's closed shop. She pouted angrily, calculating, that useless brother of mine can't even take a rank 4 punch from me. How could he possibly be a high-level instructor? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Let's see how I expose you. But before she could do anything, she stared in disbelief as a long line of people crowded in front of the shutters, pointing and chattering excitedly. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, the prime suspect, Su Ping, leisurely pedaled up on a rickety bicycle. Su Lingyue's jaw dropped at the sight of her useless brother, and the customers were equally astonished. What's going on? He's actually early? He usually wouldn't lazily show up to open the shop until 1 or 2 in the afternoon. As soon as they saw Su Ping, the crowd threw all shame away. Their eyes lit up as if they had struck gold, pushing and shoving to surround him. Master Su, you're finally here. Master Su, can you train my pet today too? I've been waiting for you for so long. Master Su, do you remember me? Su Lingyue hid behind the wall, sweating profusely, speechless at the scene before her. Those people seem to trust him so much, like they've seen a savior. Is this a pyramid scheme? He looks nothing like the loser I know. Su Ping planted his foot on the ground to stop the bike and calmly ordered, "Clear the way. Old rules. Line up." The crowd obeyed immediately. Dongming Song shouted, "Yes," and hurriedly organized everyone into a neat single-file line. Just then, a handsome young man with slicked-back blonde hair, wearing a crisp white shirt, stormed to the front of the line, smiling as he asked, "Mind if I cut in?" The people in line immediately scowled, shouting, "Hey, who do you think you are? Get to the back of the line." But when the young man turned around, the crowd's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, turning into fawning flattery. "Ye Hao, of course, young Master Ye, please, go ahead." The crowd parted like the Red Sea, making way for the wealthy young master as they showered him with praise. "Is that Ye Hao? Greetings, young Master Ye." Hiding in the distance, Su Lingyue's eyes darkened, filled with extreme panic. Isn't that Ye Hao, the year-end tournament champion? What business does a top-tier third-year student have with my loser brother? Did he accidentally offend Ye Hao? Ignoring the whispers of the crowd, Su Ping parked his bike and stood face-to-face with Ye Hao. He looked straight into the eyes of the school's most famous student, his expression cold and unshaken, and asked bluntly, "Ye Hao, what's up?" Faced with Su Ping's cold indifference, Ye Hao smirked and tilted his chin arrogantly, a shadowy image of an electric sparking blue dragon manifesting behind him. Rich people really do have short memories. The silver-winged thunder dragon beast, don't you remember? Before Su Ping could react, the shadow solidified. The massive silver-winged thunder dragon beast opened its toothy jaws, exhaling a violent aura that enveloped the entire shop. A powerful gust of wind erupted, blowing the people in line away. Screams of panic rang out sharply. "Ah, the wind pressure is too strong. It's the silver-winged thunder dragon beast. Move! Get out of the way!" The crowd scrambled over each other, retreating to make room for Ye Hao, who stood leisurely under the shadow of the majestic dragon, fearing they would be crushed to death. Hiding near a wall, Su Lingyue broke into a cold sweat, sneaking a glance as a sense of unease rose in her heart. Why did Ye Hao summon the silver-winged thunder dragon beast? Could it be, does he want revenge for the exhibition match right here? Amidst the panic, Ye Hao closed his eyes and smiled faintly, looking incredibly smug while waiting for applause. After seeing how majestic my silver-winged thunder dragon beast is, do you remember the training matter now? In stark contrast to that arrogance, Su Ping calmly locked his rickety bike, letting out a sigh of relief. I thought it was something serious. He leaned down to lock the bike, his mind furrowing as he calculated a difficult problem. The silver-winged thunder dragon beast is a rank 9 bloodline. When will the system unlock high-level pet training services? The system window immediately appeared with cold blue text before his eyes. Requires at least 1 completed professional training session, and the shop must reach level 3. The prerequisite for level 3 was for the host to expand the shop area to 3,000 square meters. Su Ping's face turned gray, black lines of frustration streaming down his forehead. He screamed internally, "Hey, are we opening a pet shop or a factory?" While Su Ping was stunned, the students outside were already buzzing with heated discussion. Wow, amazing. This is the first time I've seen a rank 9 dragon beast this close. I never expected Ye Hao's silver-winged thunder dragon beast to come here for training too. Well, since he has the ability to train top-tier thunder rats and little skeletons, it's not that strange, right? You idiot. This guy said a rank 9 bloodline is extremely rare. Dragon beasts are even rarer than phoenix feathers or Keelan horns. They aren't something you can just compare to a first-rate bloodline. Even with a master trainer on site, if he's never handled a dragon beast before, all that training talk is just empty theory. A guy standing next to Dongming Song nodded, glancing at Su Ping with suspicious eyes. He's right. I don't think I've ever seen Boss Su train a high-level pet. Ye Hao narrowed his eyes at Su Ping, smirking sarcastically. Boss Su, don't tell me you've never actually trained a dragon beast? Su Ping weighed his options. Yi Hao could clearly afford to keep high bloodline pets, so he was definitely a premium client, and his social circle likely wasn't half bad either. If he let it slip that he couldn't handle high-level pets, he'd probably lose out on a ton of other potential high-end customers. Time to commit. Su Ping reached behind him, tearing open a pitch-black, flame-licked spatial rift. His voice remained cool and indifferent. I don't do it often, just every now and then. He had planned to wait for the beast to mature, but it looked like he'd have to bring it out early to prove a point. A wave of blood-red killing intent surged from the rift, sending everyone nearby flying back. The crowd erupted in screams. Oh my god, what is that? The pressure is insane. Su Lingyue trembled, covering her face. The thick scent of blood hitting her nose made her nauseous. Ugh, it reeks of blood. Big brother, what kind of trash are you raising? Amidst the swirling red mist, a massive evil dragon, covered in jet-black scales and sporting flaming wings, stepped out with majestic authority, completely crushing the presence of the green dragon next to it. The crowd froze, gasping. It's a purgatory dragon. The evil dragon opened its massive jaws and let out a roar that echoed across the sky, shaking the very air. Under that terrifying power, all the students fawning around earlier were instantly flattened to the ground. Even Ye Hao broke into a cold sweat, struggling to stay upright. The dragon pressure, the suppression, is overwhelming. What humiliated Ye Hao the most was that his pride and joy, the silver snake lightning dragon, was now cowering on the floor, letting out whimpers of pure fear. Ye Hao couldn't believe it. What? How could it surrender just from the dragon pressure? He gritted his teeth, glaring at the two dragons, clearly frustrated because his silver snake was physically a head larger. Su Ping reached out and gently stroked the purgatory dragon's snout to calm it down, then explained slowly, like a master. You're wrong, Ye Hao. The real reason your silver snake surrendered isn't just because of the dragon pressure. Ye Hao looked up, stunned. It's the bloodline. Su Ping's words left him stuttering. What? What did you say? Su Ping stood tall, his voice calm and resonant. A 9th rank creature is on a completely different level. The gap is so huge it can even surpass the total difference between ranks 1 through 8. Bloodline suppression exists between high and low-level pets, and the dragon tribe has the strictest hierarchy of them all. He shrugged, finishing with a blunt conclusion. The best proof is that your silver snake had to learn its dragon pressure through intense training, while a purgatory dragon is born with it. Hearing that detailed explanation, Ye Hao's face flushed red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. His arrogance had completely evaporated. So, that's how it is. I stand corrected. To think Boss Su hasn't just trained 9th rank dragons, but knows their traits like the back of his hand. I must have been crazy to doubt him. He just wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. Seeing that the hook had been set, Su Ping walked over and patted Ye Hao on the shoulder with a fake, gentle smile. Don't worry, I totally understand wanting to get stronger. When it's your turn, I definitely won't forget you. Ye Hao looked at him, moved, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. Boss Su. Meanwhile, Su Ping's face was cast in shadow, a cunning, smug grin creeping onto his lips. Heh heh, this fat sheep is officially trapped. Watching the scene, Su Lingyue slumped to the ground, her gaze blank. Her entire worldview regarding her trash brother had completely collapsed. She mumbled in a daze. Purgatory dragon, top-tier little skeleton, lightning rat, high-level teacher. Su Lingyue sat there, face pale, unable to process what she had just witnessed. She whispered to herself, could all of this be true? Since when did my brother become this powerful? At the same time, the area in front of the pet shop had become orderly and quiet, a total contrast to the earlier chaos. Former customers who had experienced the hellish training once before were now eagerly returning, lining up neatly with pets that had been completely transformed. Someone shouted, Boss Su, please help me train again. Boss Su, me too. Please, I'm counting on you. Seeing this, Su Ping crossed his arms, smirking wickedly. You four again? Remember me? The 4 pets that had lived through hell under his care instantly recoiled in pure terror. Without another word, he tossed the whole lot into the training ground, where they vanished behind the spatial gate amidst panicked screams. As night fell, Su Ping sat behind the counter, checking his haul for the day. A system notification popped up, confirming that his income had been converted into energy. He had 43,692 points left. He propped his chin on his hand, calculating. The energy needed to upgrade the shop to level 3 was 100,000, plus he had to complete a professional training session and expand the shop to 3,000 square meters. He still didn't have enough energy, but at least he didn't have to worry about clients anymore. But to buy real estate, even just a shop in the poorest district would cost at least 40 to 50,000 per square meter. That meant he needed at least 15 million. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes flashing with determination. If he could pull off the upgrade, not only would the shop's earning potential skyrocket, but he could use it as an excuse to bring his mother and Su Lingyue to live with him. That way, he could stay in the shop all day and stay under the protection of the new system. I am not looking to game over this early. Apart from the absurd price tag, this was absolutely a better deal than winning the lottery. Yet, the massive figure of 15 million floated in his mind, crushing his spirit. He buried his head in his hands, screaming internally. But how the hell am I supposed to make that much money? He looked up at the ceiling, muttering potential plans. Going on expeditions is too dangerous. If it weren't for the points I need to exchange for materials to cultivate the Golden Crow God-Demon body, I wouldn't even consider it. He thought about taking out a loan using the Purgatory Dragon as collateral. He could probably get around 10 million. But I wouldn't be able to train it until the debt is paid off. That's too slow. The pace just isn't right. A flicker of hope suddenly sparked in his eyes. So, the only thing left to exploit is this high-level tutor identity. Meanwhile, in the bustling upper city of the Longjiang Base, neon lights illuminated the night sky. On the official Longjiang Spirit Pet Tutor website, a list of top tutors appeared, with prices that were out of this world. 7th rank, 120,000 per hour for elemental types. 7th rank, 130,000 for poison types. 8th rank, 400,000 per hour for combat types. 9th rank, 1 million per hour for dragon types. A young man with purple hair, slicked back, feet propped up on the desk, scrolled through the web while scratching his head. Why aren't there any online tutors for undead-type spirit pets on the official site? Damn it. All the smaller websites are just ads and scams. He pulled at his hair, sighing miserably. Ugh, is it really this hard to train a rare spirit pet? My old man is gonna kill me. His personal info flashed on the screen. God of War Spirit Pet Academy, Student 53, Su Kuang, Grade 5. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Longjiang's #1 handsome, a titled level teacher, has sent you a message. Su Kuang frowned, clicking on it out of curiosity. As soon as he accepted the request, an address in the upper city was sent over. Without a second thought, Su Ping hailed an autonomous vehicle. The sports car zipped across the overpass, plunging into the opulent night of the city. Upon arrival, Su Ping stepped out. A beep sounded as his Dongming Song smart device finished the payment. Payment successful. 1,802 spirit coins. Man, the city center really is different, Su Ping muttered as the car drove off. The pay is great, but the cost of living isn't cheap either. Just as he was about to walk inside, 2 tall figures blocked his path with electric batons. A guard with a stern expression, brandishing a spiked electric baton, looked Su Ping up and down and said in a warning tone, "This isn't a place for outsiders to just wander in. Judging by your clothes, you're not from around here, are you?" Su Ping glanced at his device, responding with a perfectly calm expression. What kind of loser would be out here tutoring for charity in the middle of the night? He reopened the chat, where Su Kuang had sent him a series of instructions along with excessive emojis. "Master, this is my address. Just tell the guards my name when you arrive. I'll be waiting for you in the combat hall." Su Ping slightly furrowed his brows. This attitude was truly annoying. He lifted his head, looked the 2 guards straight in the eyes, and said clearly, "I'm here to see Su Kuang. Be so kind as to lead the way." Hearing the name Su Kuang, the guards' attitudes did a 180-degree turn. They hurried to bow. "Our apologies, young Master Shu's guest. Please, this way." Meanwhile, inside the private combat hall, Su Kuang was warming up with a training robot. "Advanced level, Grade 3 defense," the electronic voice announced. Su Kuang smirked. "Not enough. Adjust defense to Grade 4, upper rank." The robot immediately turned jet black. Its red eyes glowed, it roared, and charged forward, unleashing a punch laced with a howling wolf illusion. Martial arts mode. Wolf Fang strike. Su Kuang let out a roar, not dodging at all, but throwing a counterpunch. The explosive power collided with the robot. A terrifying blast rang out. The entire high-level training robot was sent flying by Su Kuang's punch, shattering into fragments. Right then, a guard led Su Ping inside and respectfully reported, "Young Master Shu, the guest you were waiting for has arrived." The training robot stopped, smoke billowing from it. Su Kuang wiped his sweat. turning around with a smug smile. "Oh, master, you're finally here." Su Ping looked around, silently sighing. "Is this what a rich kid's training ground looks like? It's almost as big as Mount Feng." The guard nearby whispered a reminder. "Please don't disturb him while he's training. Get lost." Shu Kuang arrogantly waved the guard away, thinking to himself, "Who does he think he is? Just some brat." He crossed his arms, looking Su Ping up and down with a condescending gaze. "Are you the assistant or the disciple of that number one handsome guy? And who are you exactly?" Su Ping replied, his expression unchanged. "I am Longjiang's number one handsome." Shu Kuang's eyes widened, his jaw dropping. "What? You're that legendary master tutor from Longjiang?" Su Ping nodded slightly, calmly saying, "You're Shu Kuang, right? I heard you need a tutor for undead-type pets. As it happens, I know a thing or two about them. I can teach you a few tricks." Shu Kuang went completely numb, his entire body covered in a chill. "What did you say?" he muttered to himself in a panic. "This guy's aura is clearly very ordinary. Even if I can sense his spirit power, it's definitely not higher than mine. How does he dare call himself a tutor to teach me?" Recalling the messages he sent, Shu Kuang's face flushed with shame and anger. Damn it, he's just a commoner, yet I called him master, and even sent cute emojis. I, the young master of the Shu family, making a fool of myself in front of a guy like this? How humiliating. He gritted his teeth, his mind filled with only one thought. I want to kill him. As if reading Shu Kuang's mind, Su Ping suddenly spoke up, his voice cold. "Were you trying to test my spirit power just now?" Shu Kuang jumped, cold sweat breaking out. How did he know? He thought in terror. Clearly my spirit power is stronger than his. Could it be that he can even read my killing intent? Judging by your look, you probably missed your shot. Su Ping smirked, thinking to himself, if I couldn't even sense such a small move, wouldn't my hard work in chaos spirit cultivation be for nothing? I know you don't believe me. Su Ping casually held out his hand. Go ahead, pour all your spirit power into your right hand and give me a punch. Provoked to the extreme, Shu Kuang growled. Fine, if that's what you want, he cursed internally. I'll punch you so hard you won't even have the strength to call the police. Don't regret it. Shu Kuang roared, his right arm beginning to mutate. A layer of hard scales covered it, and brilliant yellow spirit power flared around his fist. But just as he was about to throw the punch, he suddenly froze. Huh? What's going on? Shu Kuang was shocked to find his spirit power harder to control than ever before. Is this some kind of spirit power constipation from overexertion? Facing Shu Kuang's bewildered expression, Su Ping just smirked. A mysterious golden energy, invisible to the naked eye, was quietly wrapped around his wrist, silently manipulating everything. Right now, beads of sweat were pouring down Shu Kuang's forehead. He bit his lip, muttering in utter helplessness. What's going on? My astral power feels completely compressed. It's right there, but I can't move a single drop of it. Then, Su Ping suddenly thrust his hand forward, glowing with a brilliant golden light, and decisively commanded, Get up. Immediately, Shu Kuang recoiled, his face twisted in utter shock. Huh? Along with that astonishment, an invisible force sent Shu Kuang sliding across the dusty ground, leaving him just enough time to let out a panicked cry. What the? Struggling to regain his balance, Shu Kuang broke into a cold sweat, muttering as he appraised the person in front of him. What kind of power is this? At the 9th rank, people can manipulate astral power to its absolute limit. They can even walk on air. He only needed one glance and a wisp of energy to completely lock down my astral power. Watching Su Ping stand there with his hands in his pockets, looking entirely relaxed, Shu Kuang couldn't help but feel completely unnerved. But isn't this guy's astral power lower than mine? Yet, the way my own power is spiraling out of control in my body right now, there's no doubt. It's definitely caused by the guy standing in front of me. In Shu Kuang's eyes, Su Ping's silhouette suddenly seemed to be engulfed in sinister, black flames. Terrified, he thought to himself, how dare he intentionally hide his true astral power? Is there really someone at that level who's still in the Foundation establishment stage? Trying to regain a shred of his dignity, Shu Kuang furrowed his brow, sweating as he demanded to know his opponent's identity. The Federation grants titles to the powerful, and each title represents a certain level of strength. What exactly is your true rank? Hearing that, Su Ping just lazily raised a hand and wore a faint, mocking smile. Don't go off topic. You're not even qualified to question my rank yet. If you're still not convinced, you can try 2 more moves. Provoked, Shu Kuang immediately exploded with intense blue astral power. Spreading his arms wide, he shouted, Fine, senior, please guide me. With that shout, Shu Kuang summoned 2 massive pets, a skeletal mantis and a foul-smelling swamp monster. Come out. Dust billowed everywhere. Su Ping lowered his stance slightly, his sharp eyes scanning the two creatures that had just appeared, a swamp beast and a soul beast. Both were descendants of rank 6 wild beasts. The pitch-black skeletal mantis spread its two scythes, roaring threateningly and emitting thick, dark air currents. Amidst the hazy smoke, Su Ping stood calmly with his arms crossed in a defensive posture, coolly noting that this was just a type of toxin designed to obstruct vision. At that very moment, the giant swamp monster with its terrifying face opened its tentacled mouth and lunged, hurling a massive amount of mud straight at Su Ping. Without a hint of panic, Su Ping flexibly stepped back, dodging while continuing to analyze the battlefield. A swamp monster needs a suitable combat environment. Even though it's technically a rank 6, its true power is severely limited when it has to fight on this dry, hard sand. Exploiting the weakness, Su Ping raised his hand, which was glowing with a dazzling light. A glint of danger flashed in his eyes, and he thought, I bet on this ground. Now, I can officially use the imperfect power of the Golden Crow God Body. An enormous, invisible pressure descended. Su Ping smashed the giant monster backward, smirking to see how much his rank 6 monster could take. Xu Kuang stood below, his eyes wide with disbelief, shouting in horror. He's handling the swamp monster with his bare hands? Under that terrifying pressure, the swamp monster was thrown back, landing flat on the ground with a pained whine. Clenching his fists until sweat poured down like rain, Xu Kuang gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! I intended to use its soft mud to mask my footsteps. Su Ping stood within the dark smoke, a sarcastic grin on his face. Nice idea. But if you can't overcome its weaknesses, then it's just useless. Looking to the side, the skeletal mantis was shaking so hard it was breaking out in a cold sweat. Su Ping tilted his head, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light in the darkness, and his voice sounded cold. Still hiding? Let's see how I force you out. He brought both hands to his chest, taking a deep breath to channel his astral power, thinking he had heard this roar hundreds, if not thousands of times in the Dragonlands. Let me try enhancing it with my astral power. Suddenly, a massive, golden fire-breathing dragon head illusion erupted behind Su Ping, opening its cavernous mouth and releasing a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, shattering the floor of the training ground. Taking the full force of the terrifying sonic wave, the skeletal beast was sent flying, letting out a miserable shriek. Standing on the sidelines, Xu Kuang grimaced, hurriedly covering his ears and yelling, "Ah! It's resonating. That's a dragon's roar." After that sound-based torture, both the skeletal beast and the swamp monster were foaming at the mouth, lying flat on the ground, unconscious. Seeing the outcome decided so quickly, Su Ping clasped his hands together, closing his eyes slightly with a sigh of mock pity. I'm afraid these two pets of yours are only used to bullying weaker opponents. As for me, I'm way too used to dealing with beastmasters who neglect their tactical commands. Even though the dragon roar I just emitted with all my strength isn't even 20% of the power of a real Dragon King, it's more than enough to scare the life out of these spoiled students living in their ivory tower. Xu Kuang backed away a few steps, dripping with sweat, terrified. Isn't that a signature technique of high-level dragon-type pets? Combat techniques can be copied, but how in the hell can a human body produce such a terrifying sound? Seeing the panicked expression on his opponent's face, Su Ping calmly explained, "It's just using astral power to reinforce the body a little. There's nothing strange about it. Even though your two little pets have pretty poor combat skills, at least their physical bodies aren't poorly nourished." Little? Xu Kuang rolled his eyes, his lips twitching. "Senior, your taste is really problematic." Mentioning his pets, Xu Kuang immediately burst with passion. He clenched his fists proudly. "You have to have vision. Undead-type pets are incredibly badass and cool. Plus, normal beastmasters have very little experience dealing with this rare type. Watching them stand there, lost, and not knowing what to do, that sense of satisfaction is just double." But right after that, the atmosphere around him grew heavy. Xu Kuang held his head and gritted his teeth. "But the process of raising them is harder than climbing to heaven, and I'm alienated by my friends. Being hated is one thing, but even the old teachers at school look at me with prejudice. The worst part is that knowledge about the undead type is like finding a needle in a haystack. I have to research everything on my own. Meeting you today, Senior. It feels like it's too late." Seeing the kid whining and about to burst into tears, Su Ping rubbed his forehead, sighed, and cut him off. All right, cut it out. I can see your previous victories were just because you had the advantage of rare pets with superior elements. You might be able to bully those at your level or below, but once you run into a real expert, your lack of tactical depth is going to be laid bare immediately." Struck by the truth, Xu Kuang broke into a cold sweat, his attitude instantly turning respectful. So, according to you, senior, what should I do now? Su Ping didn't say much. With a flick of his hand, a lotus flower made of tiny, eerie, green glowing skulls appeared in his palm. Looking at it, Xu Kuang's eyes lit up, and he started stammering, unable to form a coherent sentence. Is this the legendary undead king's bone lotus? Su Ping gave a smug little smile. Exactly. This thing can significantly boost the aptitude of your undead-type pets. Only when you master enough skills can you be truly flexible with your tactics. Of course, I'll also provide some coaching on your own tactical command. Greed rising, Xu Kuang bowed and flashed a flattering smile. On the black market, someone once offered 5 million for this kind of rare undead supplement. How about you consider this a meeting gift for me, senior? Thanks in advance, senior. The smile on Su Ping's face vanished, and he roared, pouring cold water on the kid. Thanks your head. My tutor fee is 1 million. The pet food costs 1,200,000 separately. Add in the 3,604 credits for the taxi, and that's pay first, serve later. Just so you know, I'll have much better undead food than this in the future. Even after being scolded to his face, Xu Kuang rubbed his chin, calculating, a cunning glint in his eyes. A bone lotus for only 1,200,000, plus all the other fees, is still dirt cheap compared to the market price he mentioned. Does this mean he has a long-term supply? If I can lock down this connection, I'll be rolling in money. Thinking it through, he beamed. Without hesitation, he sent the money to Dongming Song. Yes, senior. With everything settled, Su Ping walked outside to grab a cab. Before getting in, he looked back and advised, remember, next time your skeleton marsh monster runs into a flying-type pet, you have to build layers of bone prisons to trap them. Sitting inside the autonomous taxi, Su Ping leaned his head on his hand, looking weary, while Xu Kuang stood by the window outside, listening intently. While tanking attacks, use the bone prison for counterattacks, then finally use the turbid mist to increase the hunting range of your blood spirit transformation, and slowly drain your opponent's stamina. Su Ping instructed. Xu Kuang nodded repeatedly. I understand, senior. The taxi window rolled up, and Su Ping called out. All right, I'm off. Xu Kuang bowed deeply and respectfully. Travel safely, senior. The car sped off into the city night. Only then did Xu Kuang snap out of it and reach out to call after him. Ah, wait. I don't think I got the senior's contact information. The scene shifts to the familiar little house. Su Ping pushed the door open and announced, I'm home. In the living room, Su Lingyue was clutching a pillow on the sofa. Seeing him return, his mother hurried over to greet him. Why are you back so late today? You haven't eaten, have you? Let me go heat some food up for you. Sitting before a sumptuous spread with a golden roasted turkey and various meat soups, Su Ping asked in surprise. Yeah, I was a bit busy. He picked up a piece of food, wondering to himself, is it a holiday or something? Why is there so much good food left? He looked at the clean, shiny dishes and glanced over at Su Lingyue, who was biting her chopsticks in the distance. He thought to himself, that little girl usually eats everything in sight, leaving only the dregs for me. Su Ping snuck a look toward the sofa and caught Su Lingyue's eyes peeking at him from behind the edge of her pillow. He smiled, took a bite of a sausage, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Wow, this is delicious. Caught red-handed, Su Lingyue's face turned as red as a tomato. She quickly buried her face in the soft pillow to hide her embarrassment. Distant memories flooded Su Ping's mind. The mother who used to ruffle his hair and tease him. You little rascal, my cooking is top-notch. Do you even need to ask? He remembered eating chicken legs and shedding tears of happiness. This was the first time. He had eaten such a good meal since transmigrating here. The chicken leg was divine. Could the mother of this body have been a high-level chef? A few hours later, the bedroom door was shut, cut off from the outside world. Su Ping sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to meditate. Today, thanks to the physique reinforced by the first layer of the Golden Crow God-Demon body, I managed to exert combat strength equivalent to a Tier 6. He pondered, analyzing his own weaknesses. But if I meet someone who truly understands tactics, someone capable of controlling 2 Tier 6 pets to their full potential, I'm going to be in trouble. I can't rely on that little skeleton forever. My own base strength is still too weak, but I'm currently stuck at the bottleneck of the peak. Tier 3. If I only rely on practicing the Chaos Spirit diagram, it might take several weeks to break through to Tier 4. But things would be different if I could buy strength-enhancing pills from the system store. Thinking it through, he immediately called the system, and a blue 3D interface appeared right before his eyes. Looking at the 65,278 energy points displayed in the corner, Su Ping sighed at the meager items available. As expected, real strengthening pills aren't easy to come by. He glanced at the button. Costs 100 energy to refresh once. Fine, let's do it. The interface flickered, the points dropping to 65,178. 3 new items appeared. Su Ping's eyes stopped on the middle item. Intermediate pet catching ring. 10,000 points. He recited the info. The ring costs 10,000 energy. It has a 75% success rate for Tier 7 beasts, 50% for Tier 8, 25% for Tier 9, and a 1.25% chance to catch a king-level beast. Exactly what I need. Even if I don't use it to catch a pet, there's a 1 in 4 chance to just deal with a Tier 9 monster directly, something even my little skeleton can't handle. This is truly a system artifact. Buying one for self-defense is the best move. Without hesitation, his finger pressed the buy button. He refreshed the store again, the energy dropping to 55,078. This time, a skillbook glowing with purple light appeared. Battle Pet Master Skillbook. 50,000 points. Su Ping turned pale. Sweat poured down his face, and he panicked, yelling, "Holy crap, 50,000 energy? What the hell kind of mental control is that expensive?" He bit his nails in hesitation. This thing wasn't just absurdly priced, it was a basic skill. If I didn't have my cheat-like ability, I'd definitely go bankrupt in one night. But what if it's an incredibly broken skill? And what if it turns out to be as useless as those money-sink power-up pills? After weighing it for a long time, he held his shaking finger toward the buy button. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "I've come this far. Is it worth it?" Ignoring everything else, Su Ping decided to press it. The interface flashed brilliantly, and the skill book turned into countless streams of dazzling binary code, surging straight into his brain, carving knowledge into his subconscious. In the silent space, Su Ping slowly opened his eyes. A sharp glint flickered across Dongming Song's pupils, and the invisible energy around him rippled, signaling an entirely new realm. To test out this new ability, Su Ping reached out and focused his mind. Instantly, a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping the glass of water on the table and lifting it gently into midair. With a flick of his wrist, the glass flew obediently toward him. Catching the glass, Su Ping flashed a radiant smile. It worked. I never expected this basic skill to be so insanely powerful. Su Ping stared at the hovering glass, his mind racing to analyze it. To put it simply, the essence of psychokinesis is using one's own spiritual energy to interfere with and manipulate matter in midair. Knowledge that had been stuffed into his brain by the system instantly surfaced. Essentially, to use spiritual energy on external objects, one must compress, condense, and keep compressing and condensing a massive amount of spiritual energy. You have to repeat that torturous process over and over until the invisible flow of energy is squeezed into a solid form. Once that happens, spiritual energy can transform into countless giant hands, capable of easily crushing rocks or even reconstructing objects. But that's the stuff of legends, the realm of those at the absolute peak. That's the privilege of Tier 9, the realm of title-level beastmasters, Su Ping thought to himself. As for those below Tier 9, their internal energy pool just isn't vast enough, and their control isn't refined enough to solidify their spiritual energy. At best, they can only release a thin wisp of energy to add a little extra power to their beast's physical attacks or gear, and that weak energy would dissipate instantly if it didn't have a physical object to latch onto, let alone use it to move objects from a distance. Looking at his fingers gently controlling the hovering water, a spark of immense excitement flashed in Su Ping's eyes. And yet, this psychokinesis skill directly grants me the ability to condense spiritual energy. Bypassing all conventional laws, it really lives up to the reputation of being a high-end system-grade item. Hyped up by his new toy, Su Ping immediately sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, channeling his energy to test the limits of this thing. He squeezed his eyes shut, pouring all his strength into it. Veins popped on his forehead. He gritted his teeth until his jaw locked, and his entire body grew tense like a guitar string about to snap. Under his strenuous control, the massive bed began to shake and rumble violently before finally being lifted, with great difficulty, off the ground. Just for a brief second. Whoosh! Su Ping let his hands drop, panting like a bellows, sweat pouring off him like a waterfall. He looked at his accomplishment, speechless. Is that really all it can do? With his currently meager amount of spiritual energy, the maximum force he could exert was estimated at only lifting about 100 caddies, or 50 kilograms. That's nowhere near enough to intimidate anyone in a real fight. Life really isn't a dream. I've got the supercar, but I'm broke when it comes to gas money. Su Ping wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave a bitter laugh. I've suddenly got such a craving for strength-boosting pills. Why does it feel like my spiritual energy is hitting rock bottom like this? A few days later, under the clear blue sky of the base city, Su Ping was leisurely pedaling his beat-up bicycle to work. Suddenly, the smart device on his wrist let out an urgent alert. You have a lecture at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Please arrive at the auditorium immediately. Damn it, I'm late. Su Ping jumped, and without a second of hesitation, he poured his spiritual energy into his legs. The rickety bicycle suddenly erupted in a faint glow, streaking across the city streets like a bolt of wind. Drivers on the highway dropped their jaws in shock, rubbing their eyes as they stared at the disappearing figure. What the hell? How is that kid on a bike faster than my sports car? Meanwhile, the culprit was pedaling so hard, sparks were flying, the corners of his mouth curling into a smug smirk. After mastering the technique of borrowing force, I've realized this psychokinesis skill still has endless room for potential. The layer of golden spiritual energy wrapped around the two wheels right now was acting like a miniature jet engine. Before long, the massive, golden, angel wing sculpted gate of Phoenix Mountain University appeared before his eyes. At the same time, in a secluded corner near the academy's parking lot, the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. A group of students in strange uniforms was blocking the path of some Phoenix Mountain boys. The leader of the strangers, with his hair slicked back arrogantly, tilted his chin and asked, "I heard your academy has a guy named Ye Hao. It seems like he's the one acting like the big shot around here, right? Do you guys know him?" A long-haired student wearing the yellow jacket of Phoenix Mountain stepped forward, craning his neck to reply, completely unfazed. "Of course I know him. Who are you guys? What the hell do you want with young Master Ye?" Provoked by the defiant attitude, the guy standing next to the slick-haired leader glared and shouted, "Why don't you tell him to crawl out here and welcome us right now? Are you guys blind? Don't you know who the people from Sword Orchid Academy are? Ha ha ha." The next second, the guy in yellow shoved the slick-haired leader, laughing at what? "You think you can bully us? If you've got so much guts, why don't you march in there yourself and meet young Master Ye? Let's see if he cleans up your cocky attitude for you." The Sword Orchid thug sneered. In a flash, he circled behind the boy in yellow, grabbed his arm, and twisted it at a cruel angle. "Looks like you guys need me to teach you some manners." The student in yellow screamed in pain, sweat drenching his face as he was forced to his knees. The thug looked at the defeated boy with a menacing glare. "Well, are you ready to crawl off and call Ye Hao out to meet me yet?" The boy in yellow immediately clutched his arm. Fine. I'll go call him, okay?" Seeing the student in yellow yield, his friend rushed over to help him up. But the thug wouldn't let it go. He tilted his head and barked, "Hold on, what's this? Didn't you all want me to find Ye Hao?" As soon as he finished speaking, the burly guy wearing the Sword Orchid armband smirked cruelly and raised his leg, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. "Take one more kick. You dared to push me earlier, right? Don't even think about it. Get lost and out of my sight." The brutal kick sent the yellow-clad student slamming into the wall. The Sword Orchid students nearby roared with laughter. "Ha ha, Dayan. Why are you bullying a little elementary school kid like that?" Junior? What kind of junior? Isn't this just trash from Phoenix Mountain? Ha ha, hit him hard. Give him another one, hurry up." Even though he had been knocked flat, the student in yellow clutched his chest, gritting his teeth to roar in defense of his school's honor. "You can beat me, but you won't insult Phoenix Mountain. We aren't trash." Hearing this, the slick-haired Sword Orchid student sneered, cracking his knuckles and stretching before preparing to strike. "Haha, what a weird request. Well, I'll satisfy you right now." But just as his fist was about to land, a mysterious hand reached out from nowhere and grabbed his wrist, leaving the slick-haired guy stunned, a look of complete bewilderment written all over his face. But just as the guy's fist was about to land, a mysterious hand shot out and clamped onto his wrist. The guy with the slicked-back hair froze, his face etched with a look of pure, bewildered confusion. The owner of that hand was none other than Su Ping. He looked coldly straight at the Jianlan student and said, "Let them go." Suddenly blocked, the slicked-back hair guy glared angrily and shouted, "Who the hell are you? You dare to meddle in Dongming Song's business?" Ignoring the threat, Su Ping tightened his grip slightly. A faint, mysterious energy pulse traveled through his hand, making the other guy grimace in pain. He repeated the command blandly, "Listen to me. Let them go." Unable to bear the bone-crushing pain, the Jianlan student was forced to let go and retreat, rubbing his wrist. Meanwhile, Su Ping stood nonchalantly leaning against his dilapidated bicycle. The Jianlan students immediately recoiled, glaring at this scruffy-looking intruder. "Are you tired of living that you dare touch a Jianlan student? You've got some guts. This is getting interesting." Only then did the two Fengshan students come to their senses, looking at their savior with teary eyes, their lips trembling in deep gratitude. Instructor Su Ping smiled gently, lifting a finger to his lips in a hushed gesture. Shh, keep it down. This matter has nothing to do with you guys anymore. Just get out of here. Seeing Su Ping completely ignoring him, the hulking guy, Dai Nian, stepped forward to block his view, scanning him from head to toe. Who the hell are you? Another disciple of Feng Shan? Blocked in his path, Su Ping could only sweat and sigh in frustration at this senseless aggression. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, the Jianlan crowd began to shift their focus to Su Ping's mode of transport, laughing mockingly. Look at that. This guy is still riding an antique bike from the last century, and he's panting like a dog just from pedaling? I'm dying of laughter. Does your school only produce losers like this? Just go home and suck on your mother's milk, kid. Facing the barrage of sarcasm, Su Ping closed his eyes slightly and calmly brushed a speck of dust off his jacket, maintaining a stillness like a master who cares nothing for worldly affairs. Seeing the opponent not reacting, Dai Nian smirked viciously and lifted his huge, spiked boot, cruelly preparing to stomp Su Ping's bike wheel to pieces. Haha. I think you'll have to retire from biking after today, or maybe walking suits your look better. Is that so? At that exact moment, Su Ping's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, golden light, and a pitch-black killing intent spread like tentacles around his body. I think traveling by air would suit you better instead. Dai Nian jumped in fright, and Dongming Song shrank back in terror from the invisible pressure that just crashed down. He stammered, "What?" Before his brain could process the information, Dai Nian's massive frame was slammed face-first into the concrete floor by an invisible force, creating spiderweb cracks spreading everywhere. Dai Nian tried to lift his bruised head, gritting his teeth in confusion, unable to understand what just happened. Damn it, what the hell was that just now? Seeing Dongming Song fall flat on his face, the Jianlan crowd didn't help him up but instead mocked him. Haha, Dai Nian, what kind of act are you putting on? Tripping on flat ground? Screw you guys, the bastard Dai Nian cursed angrily, while Su Ping stood there watching the show with a tired expression. Sensing something unusual, a Jianlan male student with sharp eyes frowned and muttered, "Something isn't right. I didn't even see him move." You! The slicked-back guy pointed straight at Su Ping, shouting furiously. What kind of black magic did you just pull? Su Ping kept his innocent smile, shrugged, and replied calmly, I didn't do anything. He touched my bike, so I touched him back. It's just give and take, right? Provoked, the slicked-back guy rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. You're asking for it? Let me play with you. But Dai Nian roared from the ground in fury to stop him. You bastard! He's my prey! Dai Nian scrambled up, his whole body erupting with a brilliant blue energy. He shrieked crazily, waving his arms in threat. How dare you do that to me? I'll break your legs myself. The atmosphere exploded when Dai Nian summoned his battle beast. A giant golden-haired bear appeared, letting out a roar that shook the heavens, surrounded by swirling flames. Dai Nian declared smugly, forcing me to use my trump card, you should feel honored to die under the claws of this golden bear. Watching the fire-wreathed monster lunging with overwhelming killing intent, Su Ping still stood with his hands behind his back, sighing heavily, murmuring in frustration. More trouble. If it wasn't for Fengshan's salary, I'd really be too lazy to get involved in this theatrical nonsense. Not bothering to get into a stance, he calmly raised his wrist to check his smartwatch, looking as hurried as an office worker chasing a deadline. Class is starting. Can you guys just come at me all at once? I'm in a rush. At the same time, in a much quieter setting, the luxurious door labeled Vice Principal's Office was closed, and the pretentious chatter of bootlickers could be heard from inside. Old Dong, I heard your school has an outstanding student named Ye Hao lately. Inside the magnificent room, two silver-haired old men were leisurely sipping tea beside a female assistant. One held his teacup, stroked his beard, and boasted proudly. Well, that boy easily rose to the top of the third year. And the thunder dragon serpent he controls is truly unparalleled in might. The horned elder, vice principal of Jianlan Academy, Chu Qian, smirked smugly, his tone full of arrogance. This time in the pet fighting competition, you guys better prepare yourselves and beg for mercy. Sitting beside him was the high-ranking instructor Fei Yanba, his face cold as he backed him up. Opposite them, Vice Principal Dong of Fengshan stroked his mustache and let out a hearty laugh. While the female assistant standing by could only remain silent, he replied calmly, Ha, your news is indeed quite fast. Since the trump card I've spent so much effort cultivating has already been exposed, I won't bother hiding it anymore. Old Dong's eyes suddenly became extremely serious, his hands clasped together with determination. Every year, your Jianlan Academy wins the exchange tournament, but this time, It's Fengshan's turn to be the center of attention. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense as a violin string, with invisible sparks flashing between the cold glares of the two leaders. Chu Qian scoffed sarcastically. Heh, it's not that I always win. I simply dominate the entire match. Old Dong snorted coldly. Talking is useless. See you in the arena. Feeling the situation becoming suffocating, the female assistant hugged her folder and stepped forward, forcing a smile to dispel the tension. May I ask, have the students from your school arrived yet? We need to register their information. Fei Yanba stroked his mustache and looked at his smartwatch with a completely nonchalant expression. No problem. The kids said they wanted to walk around here a bit before preparing for the match. Let me call them back. But before Fei Yanba could pull out his phone, the door was shoved open. A face swollen like two bright red balloons poked in, whining and mumbling. Greetings, Vice Principal Chu and Instructor Fei. Fei Yanba's eyes widened as his jaw dropped. What the hell is this? Before him stood the entire elite lineup of Jianlan Academy, looking like they had just crawled out of a battlefield. Dai Nian was leaning on crutches, his leg encased in a thick, white cast. Fei Yanba stood up in a rage, pointing straight at his battered students as he roared. What the hell do you idiots think you're doing? Don't you know the competition is the day after tomorrow? How did you end up like this? The pathetic sight of the visiting team became a joke to the hosts. Vice Principal Dong quickly covered his mouth, but couldn't stop a few snorts of laughter from escaping. Ha ha ha. The female assistant also had to turn away, her shoulders shaking as she tried to hold back her laughter. Seeing their grim expressions, Fei Yanba's face turned purple. He cursed under his breath. Those bastards, how dare they laugh at other people's misery? Swallowing his anger, Fei Yanba turned his frustration onto his students. He barked at them. Are you guys trying to play dumb? Can you own up to your actions? Tell me now, if no one speaks up, everyone is getting punished. Intimidated, the student with the slicked back hair, his cheeks swollen, nervously raised a hand. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he stammered. Report. Report, sir. It was them. He glanced at Vice Principal Dong, who was sitting comfortably in his chair, then squeezed his eyes shut and blurted out something shocking. It was a student from Fengshan Academy who attacked us. As soon as he said it, the smile on Dong's face froze. He widened his eyes in surprise, stroked his beard, and thought to himself, students from my school? Since when does Fengshan have a disciple strong enough to beat up the entire Jianlan elite squad? Vice Principal Chu Qian couldn't sit still anymore, veins bulging on his forehead. He tapped his fingers against the chair and gritted out. What the hell is actually going on? Who has the audacity to beat you guys into such a mess? Don't go spouting nonsense and tarnishing Fengshan Academy's reputation. The student with the slicked back hair wept, as he explained. We were just standing there, talking, and looking for directions. We were a bit careless. The moment we mentioned we were here for the friendly match, that guy just attacked us without a single word of explanation. Chu Yunqian narrowed his eyes like razors, radiating an oppressive, menacing pressure. If you dare tell even half a lie, I will punish you severely. The group of Jianlan students hung their heads, not daring to move. Chu Yunqian shifted his gaze to the battered captain and asked sharply, Dai Nian, is what he said the truth? Dai Nian stood trembling on his crutches. His pupils dilated in fear as he turned his face away, avoiding his master's gaze, sweat soaking his forehead. Remembering the nightmare of being absolutely dominated earlier, Dai Nian and the rest of the group swallowed hard, their faces turning pale as they nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's exactly right. Fury rising to his head, Chu Qian slammed his hand onto the table with a loud crack, stood up, and loudly protested. Very well, so this is how Fengshan Academy treats its honored guests? This is completely unreasonable. Pushed into a difficult spot, Vice Principal Dong's expression also darkened. He sternly questioned his students. So, what is the name and appearance of the person who attacked you? Dai Nian bit his lip through the pain, clutching his crutches as he tried to recall the enemy's features. He's a short-haired male student, about our age. From what those other students called him, it seems his surname is Su. As soon as the name Su hit his ears, Old Dong's face stiffened as if struck by lightning. He gasped in shock. Surname Su? At that same moment, night had fallen, blanketing the Pixiu pet store. The shutters were already pulled down, silent. Suddenly, a phone ringtone cut through the quiet. Inside, Su Ping frowned and tapped the answer button on his smartwatch. A holographic image of Vice Principal Dong instantly appeared in midair. Su Ping asked nonchalantly, Principal, I'm busy training. What's up? Old Dong on the screen stroked his mustache and lowered his voice, asking cautiously, Instructor Su, did you happen to beat up a few Jianlan Academy students today? Su Ping remained sitting cross-legged. one hand skillfully kneading a glowing golden ball of astral power, and answered bluntly, "Yeah, what about it? Is it really that big of a deal?" Having said that, he went to swipe the screen off. Seeing Su Ping ignoring him, Old Dong hurriedly shouted through the screen, his face twisted with worry. "Oh my god! Do you know that the ones you beat are the most elite students Jianlan sent for the exchange match? The people from Jianlan are furious and are searching for you everywhere. Where are you right now?" Su Ping frowned, dug his finger into his ear in annoyance, and replied indifferently, "I just taught them a lesson, that's all. Didn't I go easy on them and leave them with a working arm and leg? It's because they were the ones who dared to act arrogant and pick a fight with me first. It's their fault for starting it, and there are 2 Fengshan students involved in this incident too. With your resources, finding those 2 to testify shouldn't be hard, right?" Old Dong turned his back, the steady beep-beep of a medical ventilator audible in the background. "Actually, I already found those 2 students. But the problem is, they have no way of testifying." Su Ping asked why from the other end of the line. Old Dong walked over to the hospital bed, looking at the 2 Fengshan students who were unconscious and on oxygen support. His voice hardened, because someone is trying to cover up the truth. They cowardly silenced the witnesses first. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Su Ping's eyes narrowed, a sharp, gloomy glint like a drifting iceberg flashing in the darkness. He stayed silent. He lifted his head to look straight into the hologram. The sluggish demeanor from before vanished, replaced by a terrifying seriousness. "Do you want me to show up and give them an explanation?" Old Dong shook his head firmly, his eyes full of protection. "I am certain you wouldn't just lash out for no reason. There is no need to compromise or apologize to the Jianlan crowd. I will find a way to deal with this and settle it myself. Don't you dare come to the school right now, or I'm afraid I won't be able to stop their anger." Su Ping lowered his hand, and the room sank back into silence. Not dwelling too much on those troubles, Su Ping slowly swiped his hand across his smartwatch. The interface of the online tutor system for Longjiang Base City lit up. He opened the chat box with the name Shu Kuang, looking at the boy's old message. "Senior, when you're free, come see me, okay?" Su Ping smiled slightly and tapped out a response. "Shu Kuang, can you do me a favor?" When the next morning dawned, the streets of the Base City echoed with the inspiring voice of the radio host. "Dear audience, the annual beast taming competition between Jianlan Academy and Fengshan Academy will officially begin in a few minutes. For the past 9 years, the annual beast taming competition between Jianlan Academy and Phoenix Mountain Academy will officially begin in a few minutes. Over the past 9 years, Jianlan Academy has maintained an unprecedented record with 8 wins and 1 draw. Can Fengshan Academy finally break Jianlan's legendary undefeated streak this year? Let's wait and see. The Fengshan Academy team has sent out 5 incredibly gifted rank 53 Beastmasters. Each one of them is a heavy hitter, promising to deliver explosive performances in this annual competition. As they emerge from the tunnel, the 5-man squad from Fengshan enters the arena to the roar of a wild, cheering crowd. The audience is screaming their lungs out. "Go, young Master Ye! You can do it, Su Yanling! Go, Ye Hao!" At the same time, the announcer gestures toward the opposite side, raising his voice. "And on the other side of the arena, I'd like to introduce the representatives from Jianlan Academy." But unlike the grand entrance of Fengshan, from the shadows of the tunnel, only a single, lone figure saunters out. The entire stadium gasps in shock. "What the hell? Are you serious?" A tall male student, with bulging muscles and a proud, gold-trimmed cape, takes steady, confident steps into the middle of the field. He lifts his chin, his cold gaze sweeping over the 5 stunned members of the Fengshan team. The atmosphere in the Fengshan stands instantly descends into chaos. The students are whispering and panicking. Why did Jianlan only send 1 person out there? Wait, doesn't the rule say each side has to pick 5 people? What the hell is going on? Hey, where are Dainian and his buddies? I was waiting to see his golden bear show. Amid the murmurs, a Fengshan student leans over and whispers anxiously to the person next to him. Word is, before the match, Dai Nian's group got ambushed by people from our side, Fengshan, and they got absolutely wrecked. That remark immediately ignites a wave of fury among the Jianlan supporters. What? That's so low. No matter how badly they wanted to win, they didn't have to resort to such dirty tactics. The anger quickly escalates into a protest in the stands. The Jianlan students stand up, pointing their fingers at Fengshan and shouting, "You dirty cheaters! We demand the organizers investigate this thoroughly. Fengshan needs to apologize and show us proof. Stop spreading lies and slandering us." The Fengshan students shout back, veins popping in their necks. A Jianlan student angrily slams her hands against the railing, pointing right at the opposing students. I saw Dai Nian's injuries with my own eyes. How could that be faked? Feng Shan couldn't win with skill, so they pulled these cheap tricks behind our backs. Absolutely disgusting. Hearing this, a Feng Shan student puts his hands on his hips and retorts sharply, "Wow, look at that. He's talking like he saw the whole thing happen. I bet all the Feng Shan students are just as fake and hypocritical as that guy named Su. Haha." Hearing this, Su Lingyue's sister opens her eyes wide in confusion. That guy named Su? In the eye of the storm, the Jianlan student stands alone in the middle of the arena, gesturing provocatively at the 5-man Feng Shan squad. "Hurry up, you Feng Shan losers. Get down here and apologize, you little rats." Ye Hao smirks contemptuously, his demeanor remaining cold and arrogant as he steps forward. "My friend Feng Tian, let's put aside what happened yesterday. Today is a new day for battle. Let's welcome it." "What's wrong? Scared?" Hearing this, Su Yanying says, "Don't misunderstand. If many of us bully one of you, winning wouldn't be honorable anyway." Ye Hao adds, "Exactly. Don't be the kind of person who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I advise you to just retreat peacefully and stop making a fool of yourself." Feng Tian throws his head back and laughs loudly, shattering the tension. "Ha ha ha, did you really think you understood the situation? Fine. Ever since the day he fought Jian Lan, he recalls his encounter with Su Ping earlier, and the meaning of this exhibition match has completely changed." Feng Tian roars, throwing his hand toward the sky. Instantly, the space rips open. A dark black dragon with massive, widespread wings, its entire body wreathed in black lightning, tears through the sky and appears. Ye Hao jumps in terror, cold sweat soaking his forehead. It's brutal. The pressure from this monster. In the VIP stands, Vice Principal Dong's jaw drops, beads of sweat dripping down. He stammers, unable to get the words out. My God, could this be the legendary Rank 9 Dark Black Dragon? Vice Principal Chu Chan, sitting next to him, strokes his beard and smiles sinisterly, dropping a threat. "Humph, if you keep shielding that student named Su, don't blame us, Jian Lan, for being ruthless." Immediately, Ye Hao waves his hand, giving the order with sky-high killing intent. "Don't underestimate them. Everyone, use your strongest beast." Feng Tian's blood-red eyes flash with disdain. "Do you honestly think that just because there are 5 of you, you can beat me?" The black dragon opens its massive jaws, unleashing a barrage of pitch-black lightning that destroys everything in its path. The lightning strikes all 5 of Feng Shan's beasts with terrifying power. The smoke and dust slowly clear, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The black dragon stands tall, stepping over the battered bodies of the Feng Shan pets. A triumphant roar echoes through the arena. In just a split second, the pride of the Feng Shan squad has been completely crushed. The difference in power between the two sides is like an irreparable disaster. The Feng Shan stands are plunged into extreme panic. The students hold their heads in disbelief. How is this possible? The gap is too huge. Was even Ye Hao defeated that easily? It can't be. That black dragon. Has it reached rank 7 already? Jian Lan is so shameless. They use overwhelming power to bully others, yet they still act like they have the moral high ground. Seeing his side dominating, Dai Nian, with his leg in a cast, stands up in the stands, waving his crutch in the air and cheering gleefully. "That's it, Feng Tian. Fight well. Keep tormenting them. Make them taste the pain so Feng Shan knows the price of playing dirty with us." Su Lingyue sits trembling among the crowd of Feng Shan students, her face pale with fear. She covers her mouth, gasping in shock. What is this? This isn't an exhibition match anymore. Down on the arena floor, the dark black dragon is viciously tearing at Ye Hao's pet, lifting him into the air like a rag doll. Ye Hao, clutching his bloodied wounds, winces in agony, unable to fight back. In the observation tower, Vice Principal Dong slams his hand onto the table, shouting angrily, "That's enough. Referee, the match is over. Stop it immediately." But Chu Chan, sitting beside him, just gives a cold laugh and replies lazily, "It's useless, Vice Principal Dong. Did you forget that this time, the referee is on our side, Jian Lan? Let's see how much longer your little brats can hold out." Old Man Dong frowns and turns to Vice Principal Chu. As I said, the 2 student witnesses are still in a deep coma. He immediately retorts, "What good do those words do? I'm asking you, how long until they actually wake up?" Dong gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his temples as his voice dropped, heavy with tension. Those attackers were brutal. Even under the best circumstances, it'll take those students at least half a year to recover and regain consciousness. Hearing this, Chu Qianlei jumped up in anger. Half a year? In half a year, a whole new batch of students will have already replaced them. Continued from previous. You guys are just wasting our time. He pointed a finger at Fei Yanba, who was standing down on the field. Feng Tian, if you don't teach them a lesson they'll never forget. I don't believe that spineless coward Su will ever crawl out here. Hearing this, Feng Tian grabbed Ye Hao by the hair. You're already beaten to a pulp, so don't you dare try to pin this on us, he sneered with a cruel smile. Perfect. Up in the stands, Su Lingyue was sweating with anxiety, quickly turning on her comms device, her voice trembling. They still won't surrender? On the other end of the line, Su Ping's voice remained strangely calm, even as the scenery outside his window blurred past. Where are you? Don't worry. I already guessed it would turn out like this. Sure enough, the moment he stepped into the VIP area, a pathetic scene met his eyes. Su Ping sighed softly and shook his head in disappointment. Geez, I really didn't expect things to be this bad. His arrival immediately drew the attention of the principals. Dong exclaimed in shock, Su Ping, why are you here? Conversely, Chu Qianlei flashed a sinister grin. Your name is Su, right? You coming here yourself just saved this old man a lot of trouble. Su Ping nonchalantly shoved his hands into his pockets, responding with a face that screamed, I couldn't care less. I'm just here for a stroll. Do you guys have something you need to lecture me on? Dong hurried over to pull him back, his face full of worry. I told you not to come here. Su Ping smirked, glancing toward his worried younger sister in the stands. Can't help it. Someone had to answer when my beautiful little sister begged me to come. Exposed by her brother, Su Lingyue immediately turned beet red, shamefully wiping away her tears. Seeing Su Ping's attitude, Vice Principal Fei Yanba of Jianlan angrily pointed a finger in his face. How dare you be so arrogant after hurting our students? You have no manners. Dong immediately stepped in to shield Su Ping, facing off against Fei Yanba. This is my turf. How can you just arrest people without any concrete evidence? Fei Yanba gritted his teeth and retorted, What do you mean? You want to protect this little brat? Fei Yanba gripped the gold chain around his neck, his gaze full of threats. Old man, I suggest you hand him over obediently. If you keep interfering, I'm afraid you won't be walking away in one piece. Before Dong could answer, Su Ping stepped out calmly, crossing his arms as he looked at Fei Yanba. Your students were inferior, and I defeated them. Is there a problem with that? So what if I beat him? That retort left Fei Yanba speechless. Dong hurriedly pulled Su Ping back, whispering in his ear, Stop talking. He's an 8th rank battle pet master. He's not someone you can deal with. Just relax. I'll do my best to resolve this peacefully. Chu Qianlei sat with his legs crossed, resting his chin on his hand as he said with a sarcastic tone, Dai Yan and the others are our most elite students. Even if it was a sneak attack, without real skill, you couldn't have defeated him. Hey kid, what year are you in? Dong quickly interjected. He's not a student, he's a senior instructor. Fei Yanba heard this and burst into laughter. A senior instructor? Huh. A youngster like this is qualified to be a senior instructor? Chu Qianlei narrowed his eyes, his expression full of interest. Interesting. To become a senior instructor with only level 4 spiritual power, if it's not because Feng Shan is completely out of talent, then he must possess some unique skill. Right? Su Ping thought to himself. He didn't even realize the old man was probing him, but it seemed he was only checking his spiritual power level. He lifted his head and said coldly, You don't need to know who I am. I'm here today to give you people an explanation. Fei Yanba snorted, expressing his disdain. A level 3 or 4 instructor who only knows how to rely on sneak attacks. What kind of explanation could you possibly have? I was actually taking you seriously just now. What a waste of energy. Su Ping stepped closer, leaning into Fei Yanba's ear, his voice full of provocation. Then let's bet on it. Believe it or not only will I not need to apologize, but I could also make both of you bow down and beg for my forgiveness. Fei Yanba was so furious that his entire body erupted with a powerful aura. A little brat like you dares to talk nonsense here? Bullying our Jianlan students is one thing, but you also dare to insult both the vice principal and myself? If you've got the guts, follow me, and we'll see if your mouth is tougher than my fists. Dong panicked and tried to stop him. Su Ping, don't! You don't even understand what it means for instructors from 2 different schools to duel. If you lose in front of all these students. Su Ping cut him off, his eyes sharp. Let me tell you, if Feng Shan's instructor loses to Jianlan's, it means Feng Shan publicly admits its strength is inferior to Jianlan's. The instructor who loses will be reprimanded and forced to resign. Dong still tried to persuade him, now that you know, you shouldn't accept the challenge. The reputation of the entire academy isn't just your responsibility. If you lose, Su Ping turned his back, his voice cold. And if I lose, then what? Is the so-called reputation you speak of just being beaten black and blue by Jianlan repeatedly while stubbornly refusing to admit it? That pathetic excuse for reputation was dead a long time ago. Fei Yanba laughed arrogantly. I thought you were going to pull some trick. Turns out you're just full of hot air? Ha 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 ha. I'll give you one final chance. You can choose a different place to fight so you don't lose too miserably. Su Ping slung his helmet over his shoulder, his gaze firm. No need. I accept the challenge. Immediately, the MC's voice echoed throughout the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is about to reach a new level. This friendly match will now begin a decisive duel between the instructors. Down on the field, Feng Tian sneered, his hand still gripping Ye Hao. A guy with a death wish dares to fight back? You'll soon see the gap between an instructor and a student. The group with Dai Yan in the stands cheered him on. Challenging Master Fei? You're just going to get crushed. Master Fei, please teach him a lesson. In the stands, the Jianlan students started whispering, their eyes full of confidence and disdain. How old is that young instructor? He looks like he's our age, even without watching. You know, Master Fei has decades of combat experience. How could he possibly lose to a kid who's still wet behind the ears? I wish we could record this so we could show the kids who didn't come. They're going to be so regretful. Contrasting sharply with that confidence, Su Lingyue sat in the Fengshan stands, holding her head in her hands. Her eyes spiraled in panic. It's over. Why on earth is Big Brother fighting the tutor from Jianlan? Meanwhile, the medical team rushed onto the field, one by one, carrying the badly injured Phoenix Mountain students from the previous match. A medic shouted, "Competitors from the previous match, please clear the field." The MC above immediately raised his voice, hyping up the crowd. And now, it's the showdown between the elite tutor from Jianlan, Fei Yanba, and the elite tutor from Phoenix Mountain, Su Ping. I invite both sides to the arena. Fei Yanba didn't say a word. He bolted into the arena, launching himself into a powerful leap that sent a purple energy whip tearing through the air. Fine, I'll strike first. His landing shook the ground, cracking the arena floor. The MC exclaimed in shock, "What a formidable display of power! Truly worthy of an 8th rank Beastmaster. A single jump has such devastating impact." But instead of a flashy entrance to match, Su Ping just stood there. In the viewing gallery, Mr. Dong anxiously called out, "Principal Su Ping." "Oh, I mean, Tutor Su Ping." Suddenly, Su Ping's body lifted off the ground, drifting upward as lightly as a leaf. Mr. Dong was stunned. Is Tutor Su Ping hovering in midair? Su Ping strolled through the air as if walking on flat ground, his presence radiating such intensity it left everyone in awe. A commentator gasped, "Incredible! Tutor Su is actually walking against the wind. Could it be he's reached the legendary 9th rank titled level?" Hearing this, both Mr. Dong and Mr. Chu Qian jumped to their feet, mouths agape. What? A titled level? Su Ping landed gently on the arena floor without a sound. Fei Yanba, standing opposite him, started breaking into a cold sweat. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could such a young, titled-level pioneer exist? Wasn't he just supposed to be a 4th-rank astral power user? Right then, a Jianlan student suddenly snapped to his senses, recalling the moment Dai Yan was defeated. So, when Dai Yan was sent, flying back then, it wasn't because the attack was too fast to see, it was an astral power strike executed without a single movement. In the stands, Su Lingyue pinched her own cheek, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Big Brother, is this the titled level? Am I dreaming? Ye Hao, lying on the stretcher, struggled to sit up. He whispered, Tutor Su, please." The Jianlan group in the stands was completely speechless. Dai Yan stuttered, "Ho, how is this possible? No way, no way. Is Phoenix Mountain hiding someone like this?" Su Ping stood on the arena floor, casually held out his hand, and said with a provocative tone, "Please, let's begin. 8th rank Beastmaster, Tutor Fei." The MC quickly regained his composure to continue his job. Furthermore, for the first round, will both tutors please summon your battle beasts? At this moment, Fei Yanba steadied himself. He thought, in the end, he's just a kid in his 20s. He's only been training for 10 years at most. Maybe he poured all his energy into cultivating astral power, which is why he can walk on air, but his combat skills must be pathetic. He concluded confidently, "You can't compare to my real-world combat experience." Having said that, Fei Yanba summoned his battle beast. A massive purple fox with multiple flaming tails appeared, letting out a ferocious roar. He ordered, "Purple Shadow Demon Fox, attack!" The Phoenix Mountain students in the stands immediately recognized it. Look, that's a purebred 8th rank Purple Shadow Demon Fox. Has its tail count reached the upper 8th rank? Su Lingyue and her friends were pulling their hair out in anxiety. Damn it, Luo Fengqian's Black Dragon was hard enough to deal with at rank 7, and now he's bringing out an 8th rank Demon Fox. Even with the gap between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. Plus, the Purple Shadow Demon Fox is the most vicious battle beast in the lightning element. Daiyan saw this and laughed triumphantly. Heh, do you know how strong it is now? We in Jianlan aren't to be trifled with. Su Ping just glanced coldly at the fox and smirked. 8th rank combat power? He waved his hand, and a bright red energy vortex began to form in front of him. Su Ping offered a half smile. What a coincidence. Go. From the vortex, a gigantic jet-black creature with glowing fiery patterns emerged. Fei Yanba gasped in horror. A towering inferno dragon appeared. It let out an earth-shattering roar, its aura completely overwhelming the demon fox. Su Ping said nonchalantly, I have an 8th rank battle beast too. Fei Yanba trembled as he recognized the inferno dragon. The dragon roared, and terrifying dragon pressure swept across the arena, forcing the Purple Shadow Demon Fox to step back in fear. In the stands, the Jianlan students clutched their heads, crying out, that dragon pressure is too strong. Even with the defensive shield, we can still feel it. Mr. Dong in the viewing gallery stroked his beard and chuckled triumphantly. So Su Ping's battle beast is an inferno dragon. Ha! No wonder this kid dared to be so arrogant. That's one of the most peak existences in the dragon species. My worries were totally unnecessary. He immediately gave a decisive order to boost the energy barrier to its maximum level. Also, activate the secondary energy protection layer. Instantly, the energy pillars around the arena glowed brightly, creating another solid layer of shields. Down on the field, Su Ping turned to his dragon and said with a smile, well then, no need for us to be polite anymore. Fei Yanba tried to stay calm and gritted his teeth. Don't celebrate too soon. Even though your Inferno Dragon is rare, I can see its combat power is only at the lower 8th rank. He gathered his strength, and purple energy exploded around him. He planned to use the lower rank to fight the higher rank. Who wins this battle is still up in the air. Sure enough, the Purple Shadow Demon Fox roared, resisting the terrifying dragon pressure. The MC commented, the Purple Shadow Demon Fox has resisted the intimidation effect of the dragon pressure by tapping into its 8th rank power. Perhaps it has already reached the 9th rank realm. Everyone noticed that Tutor Su Ping had no intention of using buff skills on the Inferno Dragon. Wouldn't that mean letting it take hits for nothing? But Su Ping only smiled mysteriously, looking at his opponent with pity. Is that all? Still nowhere near enough. Feeling insulted, Fei Yanba was so angry he saw stars. He roared, you dare look down on me, Purple Shadow Demon Fox, 8-fold lightning. Immediately, the fox roared skyward, and 8 massive purple-black lightning bolts shot from its tails, creating a terrifying lightning storm. Lying on the stretcher, Yehao exclaimed in terror, huh? Lightning Flash technique only has the destructive power of 1 layer, but the Purple Shadow Demon Fox can unleash 8 layers at once. Is this the power of the 8th rank? Indeed, the purple-black lightning bolts intertwined, attacking the Inferno Dragon from all sides without leaving a single gap. The MC commented nervously, the lightning of the Purple Shadow. Fei has cut off all of Su Ping's escape routes. How will he handle this? But in response to the storm of lightning, the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast let out a heaven-shaking roar, a sound so deafening it seemed to rip through space itself. Fei Yanba curled his lips into a cold smirk. He knew how to take it down. With the Purple Shadow Demon Fox, multiple Thunder Shadow clones instantly appeared, countless lightning illusions of the fox materializing. The MC continued to explain that this is a special 7th rank lightning skill, Thunder Shadow Decoy. Not only that, it turns out each illusion can perfectly execute an 8th rank lightning devour attack, making it impossible to tell which one is real. And the Purple Shadow Demon Fox's target is still the opponent's Beastmaster. Instructor Fei Yanba really isn't leaving him any way out. Countless illusions lunged forward, triggering a terrifying explosion that engulfed Su Ping. The MC worried aloud. Will Instructor Su Ping survive this? If he gets hit by this move 3 times, I'm afraid even a dragon's physique couldn't hold up. But as the smoke cleared, Su Ping was still standing tall in the arena, nonchalantly brushing a bit of dust off his clothes. Su Ping said calmly, lightning illusions, huh? How nostalgic. Then, he glanced at his opponent, with a look that was half smile, half scorn. Too bad these lightning clones just aren't strong enough. As soon as he spoke, all the Demon Fox illusions froze in midair. The real Demon Fox was already being held tight in the grip of the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. The MC gasped, eyes wide. He identified the real body with just one glance? Fei Yanba panicked, screaming, how is that possible? Purple shadow demon, fox, break free. Held in a death grip, the fox frantically fired lightning orbs at point-blank range, blasting them straight into the purgatory candle dragon beast. Su Ping just turned his head slightly and uttered one word. Really? The MC commented in utter disbelief. Taking point-blank fire from 7th rank lightning cannons to the head like that. The consequences are unthinkable. The crowd from Jianlan cheered loudly. Haha, smash that dragon's face in. Compared to Master Fei, you're still way too green. Let me show you how to die. In the observation deck, Elder Zhu Qian and Dongming Song shook their heads in frustration. As expected, the gap in combat experience is just too large. Su Ping shouldn't have taken this fight. Now that the lightning cannons have pinned him down, don't worry. The outcome of this match is already decided. Just then, a cold voice rang out from the arena, cutting through all the speculation. Who said so? Fei Yanba's eyes constricted in terror. What? Because after absorbing countless lightning blasts, the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast only had a few minor cracks on its scales. On the contrary, the purple shadow demon fox was dying from the recoil of its own explosion. Then, the black scales on the dragon began to crack, revealing a layer of green rock armor underneath. Fei Yanba stuttered, unable to find the words. Rock armor and vine armor? Those are high-level defensive skills for rock and plant-type beasts. The Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast was completely unharmed. The MC concluded. The dragon's tough body, combined with the protection of the vine armor, left it unscathed. Fei Yanba was so angry he pointed a finger at Su Ping's face and cursed. Shameless. To force such a powerful dragon to learn so many defensive skills. How cruel. What happened to the pride of the Dragon Clan? Su Ping turned back with a smirk. You mean the pride of the Dragon Clan? He recalled the process of training his dragon, how it had been crushed time and again by monsters far exceeding its own combat power, including top-tier dragon beasts. I had to make my proud dragon bow its head and learn how to defend itself. Su Ping remembered, standing beside his dragon, watching the demon fox gasping in its jaws, and gave a cold order. Finish it. Nobody actually wants to die. Right? In the Fengshan stands, the cheers erupted. All right. In this competition, Instructor Su Ping has won. Instructor Su is just too talented. I love you, Master Su. All right, let's keep going. On the other side, the Jianlan crowd gnashed their teeth, their faces twisted in extreme bitterness, growling through their teeth. Despicable. In the VIP box, Elder Dong wiped cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, that was almost the end of it. Meanwhile, Zhu Qian, sitting beside him, could only stay silent. It was clearly a trick. However, on the arena floor, Fei Yanba suddenly regained his arrogance. He waved his hand, creating a deep purple spatial rift, and sneered, Don't celebrate too soon. That was just my secondary pet. Since your main beast is a 9th rank dragon, I don't need to hold back anymore either. As soon as he finished, a surge of black energy rolled out. From the rift, a giant monster snake wrapped in thick, black smoke emerged, bringing with it a chilling aura. Fei Yanba shouted, Feel the power of this. Abyss magic snake. Witnessing that terrifying sight, the Fengshan students gasped, cold sweat pouring down as they stammered in fear. That's a 9th rank bloodline. The Abyss magic snake? The Jianlan crowd immediately regained their spirits, one guy laughing gleefully. Haha. Master Fei's Abyss magic snake has 9th rank combat power. Even if it is a Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, there's no way it can hold out against this. The guy next to him chimed in, Exactly. And after that last battle, the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast must have burned through most of its energy. This time, we're guaranteed to win. The entire Jianlan section of the stands exploded. Students were pumping their fists and shouting wildly. Kill him, Master Fei. Show them how strong our Jianlan Academy is. He's at his wit's end now. But contrary to his opponent's aggression, Su Ping just gave a faint smirk, casually waving his hand to recall the giant dragon into its space, and asked a question dripping with hidden meaning. What did I say? Who told you the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast was my favorite pet? He raised his hand, and a tiny summoning rift accompanied by streaks of crimson lightning opened up. Su Ping shouted coldly, Open your eyes and watch. The audience below murmured in confusion. Such a tiny summoning rift. Could it be an agile-type spirit beast? And then, from that tiny rift, a tiny skeleton wearing a tattered cloak and a crown of thorns, with glowing red eyes, stepped out with a majestic stride, accompanied by countless black and red lightning bolts crackling all around. The Jianlan students were stunned for a moment, then burst into mocking laughter. What? Isn't that just a little human skull? How could he summon such a pathetic spirit beast? Did he mess up the steps? But immediately after, they shivered and hugged their shoulders. So cold. What the hell is happening? In the stands, Su Lingyue was shaking violently from the bone-chilling air spreading through the area. She opened her round eyes wide, stunned. It's so cold. Little skeleton's appearance has changed so strangely. I've never seen any kind of skeleton species like this before. On the contrary, Fei Yanba stood with his arms crossed, chin tilted up, sneering with pity. Are you going to tell me this is a mutant spirit beast from the wild? Some kind of trash people usually see? Is this your main pet? I can give you 1 more minute to put it away and summon another one. But the smile on Fei Dianba's face suddenly vanished. He jolted in shock, eyes widening as he gasped in pure terror, realizing his ferocious abyssal magic serpent was, sweating coldly and backing away in a panic. Fei Dianba's face turned deathly pale, sweat pouring down his forehead, while he screamed internally. For decades, the only emotion I've ever felt from the abyssal magic serpent was a bloodthirsty desire to kill. Why? Why am I feeling fear now? Standing amidst the roiling black aura that blotted out the sky, little skeleton slowly drew its bone blade. An overwhelming, deathly killing intent made Fei Dianba tremble, wondering where this sudden fear was coming from. In the blink of an eye, the tiny skeleton swung its brutal blade, carving a brilliant arc that tore through the very space with unimaginable speed. The strike carried destructive power, descending in a clean sweep that effortlessly sliced the giant abyssal magic serpent in two. Blood sprayed everywhere before the creature could even manage to open its mouth. Fei Dianba stared in shock, his jaw slack, unable to stammer out a single word. It was too fast. Before he could even finish his thought, the giant corpse of the serpent collapsed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The tiny skeleton nonchalantly sheathed its blade, looking incredibly cool amidst the blood splattered all around it. Seeing this mind-blowing scene, the MC stood stunned, stuttering into the microphone. A grade 9 abyssal magic serpent, killed in a single heartbeat. Is this for real? What kind of hellish power does this little skeleton even possess? At the same time, the entire Jianlan team, who had been shouting in excitement, fell deathly silent. Everyone's faces twisted in shock, their mouths hanging open, cold sweat pouring down as if they'd just seen a ghost. Amidst that eerie silence, Su Ping calmly waved his hand, creating a golden triangular formation to recall his pet. He coldly looked down at Fei Dianba, who was kneeling and collapsing on the arena floor. Clean up your beast and go get it treated. But Fei Dianba seemed to have lost his mind, unable to accept the reality of the situation, and let out a desperate, agonizing scream. How is this possible? The grade 9 abyssal magic serpent that took me so long to capture, defeated by a lowly skeleton species? I don't believe it. He sprang up, veins popping, and yelled, "Tell me, what the hell is that thing?" Su Ping kept the formation in his hand, glancing back lightly. What? You really want to know? A look of utter mockery played on Su Ping's lips. He tossed out a devastatingly cold remark. But, do I have any obligation to reveal that to you? In that very moment, the Fengshan grandstand erupted like a bursting dam. The students jumped up, celebrating wildly. Whoa! Instructor Su Ping won. That was amazing, so satisfying. Finally, after 10 years, we've actually won a round. Some female students swooned, eyes sparkling. Instructor Su is so handsome. Meanwhile, a male student from the Jianlan side collapsed into his seat, still trembling, muttering in a daze, "Why? Why do I feel so terrified right now?" While Fengshan was busy throwing a celebration, the leader of the Jianlan team suddenly pointed and shouted, his face twisted in bitter resentment and refusal to accept defeat. "Wait! Don't let him leave. He's the one who hurt our Jianlan exchange team member. And now he's seriously injured our team instructor's pet. If he doesn't give us a proper explanation, don't even think about walking out of these gates." Immediately, the group of Jianlan students stood up, glaring coldly. Their faces flushed with fury. They started playing the victim, yelling, "You bastard! Don't you dare leave, you cowardly rat! Apologize right now, we need to settle this." Amidst the cheering from Fengshan, Su Ping stood in the center of the arena, quietly facing the wave of indignant demands for an apology from Jianlan. He curled his lip, calmly turning on his communication device. "You guys want an explanation, right? Fine. I'll give you an explanation." Then, he muttered, initiating a massive video call. Su Ping turned to the organizers and said loudly, "Hey MC, help me connect this to the big screen." The MC responded cheerfully, "Small favor." The giant stadium screen began displaying the words, "Connecting." Instantly, the face of a young man lying in a healing pod appeared on the screen. He cheered happily, "Teacher, you finally called me. Witnessing this, the Jianlan crew stared at each other in confusion, their faces turning pale. What the hell is he doing? Who is that kid? What is he planning? Su Ping sighed, looking completely helpless. Come on, I never promised to be your teacher. Then he turned to command the person on the screen. Move aside so you both are in the camera. The young man obeyed immediately. Yes, teacher. Right after, two familiar figures soaking in the healing fluid appeared clearly. Dai Nian panicked, pointing at the screen. It's them. Dai Nian. They aren't supposed to wake up, right? The leader also broke into a cold sweat, muttering, I hope so too. One of the guys laughed confidently, trying to use them as witnesses. With injuries that severe, they're basically vegetables now. They can't pose any threat. However, as if in response to that confidence, the two in the healing pod slowly opened their eyes. Su Ping looked at the screen, his tone casual, as if just checking in. It looks like, thanks to the hospital in the upper city district, you guys are recovering quite well. Can you talk? Both of them responded clearly. Yes, hello, Mr. Su. The Jianlan leader bolted upright, eyes bulging, mouth agape in disbelief. What? What? How is that even possible? At the observation deck, old man Chu Yunthan was also stunned, resting his chin on his hand and muttering, both of them. At that very moment, sensing the situation going south, Dai Nian's group immediately stood up, intending to sneak away. We have to go. But they were immediately blocked by Fengshan students. Where do you think you're going? Su Ping turned toward the big screen and gave a concise order, summarize what happened that day. One of them began to recount, their voice still weak. That day, we were surrounded by some Jianlan students. They wanted to ask about Ye, but when we refused to talk, they attacked us. The other added, then Teacher Su saved us. But that afternoon at school, the Jianlan students attacked us again. When I woke up, I was already here. Hearing this, the Jianlan students lowered their heads, sweat dripping down. One of them muttered, so that's what happened from the start. It looks like Dai Nian and the others. We really lost. Dai Nian angrily pointed at them, veins popping as he tried to argue his way out. You guys were the ones who started it. You villains. Don't try to frame us first. They're lying. This is all their scheme. Suddenly, a powerful aura radiated from the observation deck. Chu Yunthan stood up, his entire body radiating killing intent, gritting out every word. Dai Nian. The moment he heard his name, Dai Nian was so terrified his legs turned to jelly. He collapsed to the ground, stammering. Deputy Principal Chu. Chu Tian's eyes were bloodshot, his voice ice cold. I should have told you that day. What happens if you lie to me? Dai Nian turned deathly pale with terror, his mind flooded with images of horrific punishments. Expulsion, revocation of his Beastmaster certificate, and being banned from spirit beasts forever. Chu Yuntian turned to Old Dong, clasping his hands in a bow. Old Dong, blame me for my lack of discipline. I will take full responsibility for the medical costs and all future expenses for both students. I hope you can put our past grievances aside. Jianlan and Fengshan will always be friends. Old Dong stroked his beard with a smile. Good. But just then, a figure stepped out, blocking Chu Tian's path. Wait. Su Ping stared straight at the cold deputy principal. Did you forget something? Chu Yuntian narrowed his eyes. What do you want? He feigned generosity. Rare treasures, high-level spirit beasts, as long as it's within my power, I will provide it for you. Su Ping scoffed, crossing his arms. Relax. I'm not asking for much. Just kneel and apologize. Fei Yan, who had just been humiliated, jumped up. What? Su Ping, don't push your luck. Su Ping glanced over, his voice devoid of emotion. You lost to me. You're no longer a tutor at Jianlan, are you? There's no place for you to speak here. Fei Yan was speechless, his face turning beet red with rage. Old Dong stepped in, trying to mediate. Teacher Su, there's no need to take it this far. But Su Ping replied firmly, of course it's necessary. His gaze grew sharp, sweeping across everyone present. I just want to tell everyone here, if you ever dare to provoke Fengshan again in the future, be prepared to pay the price. His words hit the Jianlan students like a bucket of cold water, leaving them shivering in the rain. Su Ping turned back to face Chu Tian. One more thing, our relationship isn't friendship. It's submission. All high-quality resources should be prioritized for us. That sentence left Chu Tian stunned. Under an invisible pressure, Chu Tian, a high-ranking official, collapsed to his knees. Seeing this, Old Dong and the other leaders gasped in disbelief. The entire Jianlan student body, as if on cue, knelt down with Dong Mingsong. A leader from Fengshan whispered to Old Dong, "Is this what you meant by a friendly resolution?" Meanwhile, outside the arena, Su Ping's pet store was packed. "Boss, is it my turn yet? Boss, I want to buy some pet food," a girl asked her friend in confusion. "Seriously? This shop looks so run down. Why is it so crowded?" The guy with her replied, "You don't know?" Inside the shop, the chatter was even more intense. The owner is a title-ranked powerhouse. Training a spirit beast here only takes half a day. It's a bit pricey, but the results are insane. Hearing this, another girl asked curiously, "For real?" Immediately, a boy next to them hurriedly covered her mouth and whispered, "Hey, don't spill the secrets. If more people find out, we might not even be able to get in line." Standing behind the counter, Su Ping smiled as he did the bookkeeping, thinking, "I only meant to put them in their place during the exhibition match. I didn't expect to suddenly become famous, and the store's reputation is growing." He looked up and shouted, "Next." Suddenly, a small crowd pushed in from the entrance, shouting, "Wait in line! Hey, stop shoving!" Amidst the crowd, Su Ping unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. He was surprised. "You? Why are you here?" Su Lingyue, dressed in casual clothes, her cheeks flushing pink, answered softly, "Can't I come to train my spirit beast too?" Su Ping laughed, teasing his sister. "What's the big deal? Why be embarrassed? You could have just said something. Why go through the trouble of waiting in such a long line?" Su Lingyue turned her face away, her expression determined. "I don't want special treatment just because I'm your sister." She clenched her fists, her eyes shining with fierce resolve. "I want to rely on myself to seize the opportunity and become stronger." Seeing that look on her face, Su Ping smiled gently. "All right then, what level do you want to train your spirit beast?" Su Lingyue summoned a jet-black cat with sharp eyes, a tuft of purple fur on its head. The snowball had only just reached level 4. Su Ping flipped through his price book and coolly announced, "Low-level rank 4. Just touching the threshold of a mid-tier spirit beast. The fee is 100,000. Su Lingyue looked as if she'd been struck by lightning, her jaw dropping. "What? 100,000? The money I've saved after working hard for a year is only a little over 30,000. Su Ping ignored his sister's distressed expression. He leaned down and teased the cat. "You're so black. Let's call you Coal." Su Lingyue shouted in anger, but Su Ping had already turned away to call the next person. Su Lingyue hung her head sadly, preparing to recall her pet. "I don't have enough money. I'll come back another time." Su Ping answered nonchalantly, "Fine." But at that moment, a virtual warning screen popped up in front of Su Ping. "Warning. Store prices cannot be altered. Personal discounts are strictly prohibited." Su Ping argued with the system silently. "I'll pay the difference myself. You won't be short a single cent." Of course, all of this is per your intent. It's all to cultivate stronger spirit beasts. I hope you can turn a blind eye just this once. The warning message flickered and vanished. Su Ping turned back to his sister. "A while ago, I came up with a small training method for you. Think of this as me paying you back." Su Lingyue was bewildered. "I only practice at home. How did you know? And wasn't it just a while ago that you entered the rank 9 realm? What happened to the energy cultivation I learned a while back?" A moment later, Su Ping entered a chaotic realm where an ancient tower shot out beams of golden light. The system's voice echoed, "Challenger, learn to dodge its edge. Under the challenge of the golden-scaled dragon beast, persist for 10 minutes. A massive golden-scaled dragon beast roared violently. Its info appeared, rank 9 mid-tier bloodline, rank 9 upper-tier combat power. Control skill. Reading the notification, Su Ping smirked. "After my combat power reached rank 6, I can finally identify some info on high-level spirit beasts. Little skeleton." Instantly, Little Skeleton swung its bone blade and charged at the giant dragon. The dragon roared in response, its body erupting in a golden aura, creating a golden shield. Moments later, Little Skeleton slashed, a flash of red energy crashing hard against the dragon's barrier. Su Ping looked at his pets and commanded, "Don't sweat it. Go support Little Skeleton and attack from the flank." Instantly, his entire squad of battle pets charged in like a storm. They surrounded the golden-scaled dragon beast, relentlessly unleashing fatal blows. Su Ping roared, "Little Skeleton, now!" Little Skeleton leaped up, brandishing a blade glowing with a fiery red light, and unleashed a technique called Dragon Severance. The giant dragon let out a cry of pain. After a world-shaking battle, the dragon was defeated. Its body began to emit 2 pulses of energy, one purple, one gold, looking incredibly ominous. In the next second, it transformed into a 2-headed dragon. He looked up at the giant 2-headed dragon roaring to assert its dominance. The system notification flashed bright red before Su Ping's eyes. Beast King level. The control skill accompanied a chilling countdown reminder. Only 37 minutes left. Facing the terrifying pressure from the enemy, A drop of cold sweat trickled down Su Ping's forehead. He forced a strained smile and muttered, Is this the second stage? But he immediately regained his arrogance. A giant phantom skull erupted behind his back, filled with murderous intent as he waved his hand and shouted, Humph, so what if you're a beast king? Let's see you try me. Little Skeleton has already absorbed the Skeleton King's blood. Following his master's order, Little Skeleton swung its blade, condensing a crimson blade aura mixed with shadows, slashing with earth-shattering force straight at the dragon's brilliant fireball. Instantly, the attack was so powerful it sliced the sturdy stone tower into pieces. Debris scattered, illuminating the sky. That destructive slash pierced through every layer of defense, tearing through the massive body of the golden scale dragon and cutting right through Dongming Song's team. As the dust settled, Su Ping and his battle pets stood there, panting heavily from exhaustion. Just then, the system announced that the in-place resurrection time had expired. At this moment, the majestic little skeleton drove its spear into the ground, standing over the giant corpse of the Dragon King. The system chimed with a victory notification. The Dragon King trial had ended. Immediately after, a series of bright blue upgrade panels appeared before his eyes. Successfully killed the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. Combat power increased. Level 8. Unlocked skill. Hardening. Heavenly Fragrance, level up to 5. Vine Armor skill. Fan Gangli Tom Fire Beast, level up to 4. Dream Evasion skill. Moon Chasing Dog, level up to 6. Evolved into Dark Dragon Dog. Bloodline upgraded from rank 1 to rank 7. Skill. Dragon Armor. Reading the last notification, Su Ping was so shocked his eyes widened in curiosity. Huh? The doggy's bloodline upgraded? Immediately, the newly evolved Dark Dragon Dog threw its head back and let out a powerful howl, its massive body engulfed in dark radiance. Su Ping crossed his arms and grinned smugly. Looks pretty decent, doesn't it? However, the trial didn't stop there. A swarm of strange, hideous monsters rushed out from somewhere, biting and tearing with fierce intensity. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Ping immediately commanded his squad like a pro. Heavenly Fragrance, release the paralysis toxin. Dark Dragon Dog, wipe them all out for me. Just waiting for that, the black dog shot forward like a ghost, carrying a wave of dark killing intent that swept through the monsters in its path. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Su Ping calmly gestured and said clearly, Purgatory Candle, Dragon Beast, and Fan Gangli Tom Fire Beast, take care of the cleanup. Sure enough, because Little Skeleton had absorbed those blood orbs, these ordinary battles in the Dragon Scale land were hardly enough to improve its strength further. He clenched his fist with a look of excitement. Su Ping asserted confidently, but for the Dark Dragon Dog and the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, it was just right. They only needed the Fan Gangli Tom Fire Beast and Heavenly Fragrance for support. You guys can kill like a true dragon. Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, Dark Dragon Dog, finish them off. Their coordination was perfectly in sync. Two beams of red and blue energy crossed in an X shape, tearing through space and cutting the unlucky monsters in half in the blink of an eye. The system panel popped up again. Dark Dragon Dog combat power increased to level 7. Skill, 100-mile soul chase. Effect, significantly enhances perception and sense of smell. Su Ping looked at the dog, which was grinning stupidly, showing its teeth. Oh, I didn't have any reconnaissance tools. This skill came at just the right time. Later, when choosing food for my pets, wouldn't I just have to let the dog sniff it to know if it's top-tier food or not? Another notification signaled Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast reached level 8 with the skill Dragonback Curse. Su Ping stroked his chin, sweat dropping as he looked at the dragon, which was awkwardly sweating. Man, another curse skill? Has the dragon race's pride been completely thrown away because it died too many times? Next was a series of power-up displays for Dongming Song. Fan Gangli Tom Fire Beast leveled up to 7 with the skill Explosive Firestorm, and Heavenly Fragrance reached level 6 with the skill Nightmare Prison, forcing enemies to sink into a deep sleep and suffer constant mental damage. Standing among his pets, Su Ping rubbed his chin, contemplating. Level 8 has the strongest fire-type area of effect attack, while level 8 spiritual type is the worst single-target attack? Well, that's fine too. Just then, the system announced that the exploration time for the Dragon King's heritage land had ended and they were returning. The next morning, outside Su Ping's pet shop, a sea of people was pushing and shoving, black as a crowd. The shouting never ceased. Boss, is it my turn yet? Boss, I want to buy some pet food. Boss. Inside the shop, 2 female students were hugging their piggy bank and black cat, eyes wide with shock as they exclaimed, So fast? Boss, didn't you say it would take a month? Su Ping sighed. looking at the two girls who were startled. Oh my god, look at these bulging muscles. Is this still my heavenly fragrance? My fan gangly Tom Fire Beast 2? Where did all your excess fat go? He thought to himself. That's 2,000 energy tickets from the Dragon King's heritage site. Can you guys hurry up? Besides, the secret realm is about to open. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Ignoring the customer's shock, Su Ping held his clipboard and coldly called the next person. The boy holding his strange pet chimed in, waving his hand. If you don't believe us, you can go out and test it yourselves. Immediately, a crowd of students behind them rushed forward, cheering as they hoisted the two girls out the door. Bye-bye, don't test it here, we're next. If you're done, move aside. Don't hold up the people behind you. Yep, that's classic Boss Su, no surprises there. Ignoring the two girls who were panicking and shouting, Hey wait a second. Su Ping just smirked, watching the crowd scramble to find their own spots to test things out. Don't waste Boss Su's precious business hours, he muttered to himself, feeling a chill. Seriously? We're skipping the classic verification process now too? Night began to fall outside the window. In the dead of night, Su Ping stood in the middle of his shop, receiving a golden glow and a notification from the system. The professional training mission is complete. You have received a medium-grade vitality pill and a random god-demon combat body technique. His eyes lit up, a curious and excited grin spreading across his face as he reached out to press the button, wondering what kind of combat technique it would be. Accept. As soon as he clicked to accept the reward, a brilliant vortex of fire erupted before Su Ping, spitting out an ancient, glowing manual inscribed with the words, God Demon Suppression Fist. His eyes widened in surprise as he curiously muttered the title, God Demon Suppression Fist. The moment his hand touched the book, it transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, shooting straight into the sky and pulling his mind into a distant vision. Within the illusion, he was met with a bleak, ruined battlefield, where countless gargantuan monsters, as large as mountains, were roaring ferociously. Su Ping gasped. Whoa, that's quite a swarm of giants. Where did they even come from? Watching the beasts swing their claws to tear the sky apart, Su Ping broke into a cold sweat, muttering that their sheer terror seemed to rival that of even the most powerful beast kings. Suddenly, the dark clouds overhead were ripped open. Golden halos spiraled deep into one another, exerting a terrifying pressure descending from the 9 heavens. From the center of the halos, a giant golden fist, like a meteorite, tore through the wind and plummeted to the ground. The fist emanated the power of gods, illuminating the entire sky, its unparalleled might crushing the beasts below. When the fist hit the earth, it caused an explosion that shook the world, grinding the giant monsters into dust. The moment he returned to reality, Su Ping was dazed, his mouth hanging open, his body emitting a faint haze of steam from the shock. What a terrifying punch. The golden light coalesced into a muscular figure with crossed arms standing in a menacing pose, and the system's voice resonated, explaining, God Demon Suppression Fist. 5 forms in total. Once you master the first form, you will possess the power to bombard and obliterate a level 9 enemy. However, once unleashed, it is an extreme, incredibly tyrannical attack with a massive backlash. A normal practitioner, if they master the first form to perfection, their body wouldn't be able to handle the second form. At best, they'd shatter their limbs. At worst, they'd be pulverized into fragments. Hearing the horrific consequence, Su Ping's pupils contracted, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. The light continued its intimidation. Only those with the purest Golden Crow lineage, with its brutal vitality, are capable of withstanding the backlash of the 5 God Demon Suppression Fist forms. Do you wish to train in it? Upon hearing the conditions, the fear vanished from Su Ping, replaced by a cocky, confident smirk. Of course, I possess the Golden Crow God Demon body. There isn't a fighting technique in this world more perfect for me than this God Demon Suppression Fist. He didn't hesitate a second longer, firmly pressing his hand onto the glowing skill panel and shouting, Train! Responding to his resolve, the system's voice suddenly boomed with a hearty laugh that echoed through the void. A golden stream flowed directly into his mind. Very good. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I've met someone so refreshingly bold. The skill panel shattered into 5 orbs of light, representing the 5 forms. The first form, Demon Slayer. The second form, Demon Subjugator. The third form, Demon Suppressor. The fourth form, Demon Executioner. The fifth form, Demon Void. The orbs of light swirled around Su Ping as the system carefully instructed. You must complete one form before you can proceed to the next. After absorbing the entire mantra, Su Ping's gaze turned deep and somber. He thought about his upcoming trip. The upcoming secret realm isn't like ordinary wilderness zones. There are many high-level experts there, If I only rely on little skeleton, I'm afraid 2 fists won't be enough to fight off 4 hands. My own strength must be raised to a new level. I absolutely cannot lag behind and hold little skeleton back. Thinking is doing. He punched his fists together, his determination soaring. All right, I'll close the shop for a few days and pour all my energy points into the Dragon King's inheritance site to go into seclusion and master these techniques. Time passed. 2 days later, in the real world equivalent to 1.5 months in the cultivation space. Amidst a landscape littered with dragon carcasses, Su Ping stood shirtless, muscles rippling, his entire body radiating intense, white steam. He clenched his fists and cheered with excitement. His imposing figure standing amidst the remains of the beasts was proof of his arduous training. The first form of the God-Demon Suppression Fist was officially mastered. Suddenly, a bright green notification panel popped up, cutting short his joy. Warning. You do not have enough energy points. Do you wish to return? Su Ping smacked his lips, looking regretfully at his toned body. That fast? It's still a bit short of perfection, but my Golden Crow God-Demon body has improved significantly. It's about to break through to the second stage. I've exhausted my cultivation resources, but I hope this strength is enough for now. Scene shift to the number 7 Reclamation Base, a modern skyscraper standing tall under the sunset. Inside a VIP room, 2 middle-aged men were sizing each other up. Level 8 Battle Pet Master, Elder Mo, sipped his tea. Meanwhile, Level 8 Battle Pet Master Chen Long furrowed his brow and asked, Captain Ni, the North Star team is already very strong. Why do you need us too as outside support? Are you not afraid we might swoop in and steal your treasure? Sitting opposite him were the North Star team captain, Ni Chen Kong, a high-level Level 8 and female instructor, Luo Guxue, a Level 7. Ni Chen Kong threw his head back and laughed carelessly. Ha ha ha, to be honest with you both, I've locked onto a major treasure this time. Captain Nie held up 3 fingers and explained seriously. According to my investigation, this secret treasure is guarded by incredibly brutal monsters. Don't just look at the reputation of the North Star team. The only ones with the actual extensive experience to enter the core of the secret realm are myself, Ye Shanshan, and Luo Guxue. That's only 3 people. From my hard-earned experience, to safely secure the treasure, we need at least 6 powerful experts. Chen Long and Elder Mo exchanged looks. Chen Long smirked, mocking him smugly. So it turns out you've hooked a big fish, but your net isn't strong enough to pull it in. Now we can comfortably negotiate a good price. Chen Long stood up abruptly, thumping his chest with confidence. Since Captain Ni thinks highly of me, Chen Long, I will do my absolute best to help. But the secret realm isn't just extremely dangerous because of monsters. You also have to be on guard against those plotting to kill and steal. Taking people in there is like carrying your head on a loose string. If we successfully retrieve the treasure, you guys have to let us pick our treasures first. Ni Chen Kong calmly waved his hand in compromise. No problem. If we get the treasure, Elder Mo will choose second, and you will choose third. The rest will be divided according to everyone's contribution. How about that? After all, a secret treasure doesn't belong to the one who finds it, but to the one who can survive bringing it out. If there's a freeloader in the team who isn't pulling their weight, it'll just cause endless trouble down the line. Elder Mo sipped his tea, stroking his beard with a satisfied nod. You're the team leader, so it's only fair and logical that you get first dibs on the treasures. There's no issue with that. But Ni Chen Kong just laughed it off, waving his hand to correct him. Elder Mo, you've got it wrong. I'm not the one getting the first pick. Elder Mo and Chen Long were taken aback, while Dongming Song shouted in disbelief. What? Chen Long frowned, his face tight as beads of sweat formed on his brow, and he growled, Besides you, Ni Chen Kong, who else here has the qualifications to pick before the rest of us? Just then, the room door swung open. Ye Haoshan gestured with a welcoming smile. Captain, Mr. Su has arrived. Su Ping walked in, wearing his casual sportswear with both hands tucked in his pockets, looking relaxed and unbothered. Chen Long and Elder Mo narrowed their eyes, sizing the young man up from head to toe. Elder Mo muttered suspiciously, Who's this kid walking in with Ye Haoshan? His energy levels are so weak, he probably hasn't even hit level 6 yet. Don't tell me he's just a dead weight who used connections to tag along? Meanwhile, Su Ping had already walked up to shake Captain Ni's hand in a friendly manner. Greetings, I've admired you for a long time. It's a pleasure to meet you. You are Captain Ni Chen Kong, right? Ni Chen Kong responded warmly. Let me introduce you to our 2 guest experts. The atmosphere suddenly turned chilly as Chen Long glared at Su Ping with a critical eye, growling at Ni Chen Kong. Captain Ni, you don't mean to tell me that this little brat is the one who gets first pick, do you? Ni Chenkong put an arm around Su Ping and smiled proudly. That's right. This brother Su here is the one who saved Chen Shan and Luo Guxue's lives. He took down that level 8 skeleton beast all by himself. Brother Su, you really shouldn't decline the first pick. Su Ping shrugged with a light laugh. If you insist, I suppose I have no choice but to accept. As soon as those words left his lips, the expressions on Chen Long and Elder Mo's faces shifted dramatically. They thought in shock. A level 8 monster, taken down by a kid like this? Captain Ni turned to the two stunned guest experts and asked with a smile. So? Any more questions about the order of picking the treasures? Elder Mo adjusted his glasses, his attitude doing a complete 180 into pure respect. With such incredible feats at his age, he truly deserves to stand as our equal. And since he's the great benefactor of Chen Shan's group, I have absolutely no objections. Shortly after, the group arrived at the entrance of the Longdai secret realm. As they climbed the slope, Ye Haoshan turned back to give a concerned reminder. Brother Su, the altitude at Dragon Ascent platform is quite high, and the air is thin. If you feel unwell, just say the word, and we'll slow down. Su Ping yawned, looking bored. Walking upstairs isn't tiring. It's just a waste of time. Why not just use a flying mount and head straight to the top? Captain Ni Chenkong heard this and turned back with a massive question mark on his face. Ye Haoshan broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly waved him off. Hey, don't do anything crazy. I don't want to get dragged into any trouble. Chen Long, walking beside them, chuckled to break the tension. Haha, Brother Su is new here. It's normal he doesn't know the rules. Captain Ni straightened his face to explain. The terrain of Dragon Ascent platform is extremely dangerous and prone to accidents. If you fall, unless you're a title rank expert who can fly, a level 8 like us is basically dead for sure. Because of that, there's an unspoken rule among explorers. Never fight or summon battle pets on the Dragon Ascent platform. Violators will be boycotted, isolated by other teams, and even targeted for revenge. Plus, the government has sent specialists here to maintain order. Just as Ni Chenkong finished his warning to stay humble, blinding bursts of energy suddenly rained down from high above. Boom! Su Ping looked up with an indifferent expression. High up in the air, a man and a woman were lunging at each other, trading blows that created massive shockwaves, slamming against the cliffs, causing the very space to tremble. Seeing this, Ni Chenkong broke into a sweat and shouted, Are those the young masters from the Qin and Tong families? Didn't they say no fighting allowed here? Su Ping smirked. Heh. Rules are just for ordinary people like us. Why would those powerful families care? Even the government turns a blind eye to them. The battle was so intense it was cracking the cliff faces and sending boulders raining down everywhere. A whisper rose from below. Looking at that intensity, the Qin family is clearly trying to snatch the #1 spot on the Dragonbone Prodigy rankings from the Tang family. Suddenly, a series of massive boulders came crashing down, aiming straight for the group on the stairs. Screams erupted. They're fighting and causing a rock slide. Watch out! Facing the danger, Chen Long kept his eyes closed and smirked, hands behind his back, trying to look cool. No need to mention it, these slow-falling rocks, how could they possibly hit us? Right at that moment, Su Ping's sharp gaze was locked onto the largest boulder, hurtling toward them, cutting through the air. Without a word, Su Ping stomped on the step and launched himself into the air like an arrow. Ni Chenkong, standing below, dropped his jaw in shock. Brother Su! Su Ping's arm ignited with brilliant golden flames, carrying the power of the demon-suppressing divine fist. He unleashed a powerful punch straight into the boulder, shouting, Crush the rock slide so we can get out of here. The punch shattered the giant boulder into countless smoking fragments. Su Ping's voice rumbled in the air. There's no turning back on these stairs. Seeing this, Ni Chenkong quickly got into a fighting stance and yelled excitedly, Great! I'm coming too! Luo Guxue spun and delivered a kick, and Ni Chenkong unleashed a punch. The whole team immediately coordinated perfectly, shattering the remaining rocks pouring down on their heads. After clearing the danger, Su Ping landed with incredible grace, one hand touching the ground, his hair flowing in the wind, a perfect superhero, landing right in front of the group. Witnessing that sequence of actions, the two guest experts broke into a cold sweat. Elder Mo furrowed his brow, deep in thought. His judgment and command ability are truly overwhelming. Chen Long had to nod in agreement. He directly elevated the team's cohesion and execution. Finally, the group reached the top. A massive plaza shaped like an open dragon's mouth appeared, and inside was a magnetic gate glowing with a piercing blue light, with the words, Dragon Ascent Platform visible above. A sea of people was pushing and shoving below like a colony of ants. Amidst the crowded mass, a group of people dressed in official uniforms aggressively shoved their way through, shouting, Move aside, make way. Our young lady is preparing to challenge the 6th Dragon Bone. Su Ping turned his head sharply, narrowed his eyes, and noticed that walking out from the newly opened path was the white-haired girl from the fight earlier, followed by 2 elderly men radiating an imposing, majestic aura. Whispers of respect echoed all around. Oh, right, it's the Tang family. Look, it's those 2 masters. The 2 old men glared at the crowd, radiating pure intimidation. The system info identified them as the Tang family's twin peaks. The 2 pillars of the Tang family, Feng Mo and Zhuo Fengchun. Zhuo Fengchun, a rank 8 upper-tier defense specialist, and the infamous Feng Mo, a rank 9 mid-tier powerhouse. The girl with white hair smiled proudly, strutting with a seductive confidence. A nameplate shimmered into view. Tang family's eldest daughter, Tang Ruyan, rank 7 upper tier. The crowd's flattering whispers grew louder. Is that really the eldest daughter of the Tang family? She actually cleared the 5th milestone. Hasn't this secret realm only been open a few times? This is insane. The top spot on the Dragonbone Prodigy list definitely belongs to the Tang family now. If you value your life, don't go looking for trouble. A figure in a black cloak stepped out from the stairs, blocking the way. A blue-haired young man tilted his head, mocking them. What do you mean by that? What a coincidence. I just cleared the 5th milestone, too. The young man carried a long weapon on his shoulder, his overwhelming aura crushing everyone's gaze. The info displayed, young master of the Qin family, Qin Shaotian, rank 8 mid-tier. He coldly declared he was preparing to challenge the 6th Dragonbone milestone. The crowd exploded. It's Qin Shaotian. Well, things are getting interesting. The only ones qualified to fight the Tang family for the top spot are the Qin family. Tang Ruyan brushed the dust off her hands, turning back with a haughty, mocking smile. Blue flames erupted furiously around her hands. That little sparring match on the mountain earlier was just a warm-up. We haven't finished this yet. Want to keep going? Qin Shaotian squinted, gripping his long spear as a wave of killing intent surged. Heh, woman. I was just going easy on you. At the end of the day, you're nothing but a tool. With a blast, they both turned into streaks of light, colliding in midair. Tang Ruyan shouted in fury, "Stop talking. Just prove it with your strength." Qin Shaotian retorted sharply, "My thoughts exactly." At the peak of the tension, a voice like a thunderclap boomed from the sky, instantly silencing everyone. The Longtai Mountain's secret realm is officially open. The figure slowly descended, revealing a dashing man with a massive mechanical blade strapped to his back. A dazzling notification appeared. Blade Master, rank 9 upper tier. He crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, shouting coldly, "Well, get in there already." The crowd turned pale, shoving each other as they scrambled toward the portal. It's the Blade Master, the strongest in the legendary rank. It's his order, move. Go in, don't offend him. Suddenly, a sharp, cyan blade aura slashed across the ground in front of the crowd, stopping them dead in their tracks. Zhuo Fengchun had swung his hand, carving a glowing, sharp mark into the earth. It formed a boundary. His eyes blazed with threats as he stared at the crowd. The Tang family hasn't moved yet. Let's see who dares to step forward. In that terrifying silence, a pair of sneakers stepped forward, landing with a casual clack across the line. Ignoring the tension thick enough to cut, Su Ping walked by with his hands in his pockets and his backpack on, looking as bored as if he were strolling through a park, right past the Tang elders. Veins bulged on Zhuo Fengkun's forehead. His eyes widened, so shocked he stuttered. Who is that brat, daring to walk ahead of the Tang family? Is he in such a hurry to die? Seeing this, the other old man, Feng Mo, roared in anger. Golden lightning crackled all over his body, carrying suffocating killing intent. You're dead. He waved his hand, and a massive, flaming palm print slammed down from the sky, aiming to crush Su Ping's small frame. Try and survive this, boy, he yelled. A brilliant golden light exploded, and for a split second, space seemed to freeze under that horrifying pressure. But, contrary to the panic of the crowd, Su Ping just stood there. Suddenly, a thin but razor-sharp beam of light shot out from afar, piercing and shattering the massive palm print in an instant. The crowd watched with jaws dropped, sweating bullets, gasping in terror. Before the words could sink in, a wild blade aura slashed across the sky, splitting the ground into a deep trench that separated the crowd. Someone screamed. The Blade Master intervened. Through the dust, the Blade Master stepped out with the arrogance of the strongest warrior, speaking coldly. Settle your personal grudges elsewhere. Don't act so wildly here. Seeing this, Su Ping cracked his knuckles and gave a confident smile. Thanks, Senior. That was quite a powerful move. You have that kind of combat power without even relying on a battle pet? The Blade Master glanced at the young man, replying disdainfully, "Don't thank me. How many ants get stepped on doesn't concern me. I'm only here to trim the branches that grow out of line. Besides, that hit wouldn't have hurt you, would it?" Hearing the senior hit the nail on the head, Su Ping smirked with a knowing smile, not bothering to deny it. Taking advantage of the stunned crowd, he stomped on the stairs and leaped straight into the purple light of the Secret Realm's gate. Seeing the little brat dare to ignore him and escape, the two Tang elders gnashed their teeth in fury and rushed after him. Daring to ignore the Tang family? Humph. They turned into two streaks of light in the sky, diving into the spatial rift to hunt Su Ping down. The pioneers outside watched them go, whispering amongst themselves, "That arrogant kid really doesn't care about the Tang family at all. Heh, if the Blade Master hadn't stepped in, he'd be dead already, just another reckless fool. Daring to provoke the Tang family in the wasteland? He clearly doesn't know what death is spelled like. Whose team is he on? Who's his captain? If we catch him and hand him over to the Tang family, do you think we'd get a reward?" Behind the crowd, the members of the North Star team clutched their faces, dripping with sweat, worried to death. "Stop dreaming. The Tang family's twin peaks have already gone in. We should get inside the realm too. Is that guy trying to get us killed? Should I call him brave or just plain stupid? He dared to do something I wouldn't even dream of. He's still the same, completely unafraid of power." At the same time, inside the secret realm, Su Ping looked up at the towering, heaven-piercing dragon bone tower as the system's invitation echoed. "Will you accept my inheritance trial?" He smirked, his lips curling with excitement. While no one else was around, he decided to go in and see how this place differed from the system's cultivation space. Besides, it was time to test just how high his current strength could reach. His hands were itching. He was starving for a real fight. Back in the real world, Tang Ruyan was standing by, radiating killing intent, while her subordinates reported nervously, "Miss, why have you two been standing there like statues this whole time? Look, a bunch of teams have already entered the secret realm." The old man, Feng Mo, bowed low with his hands clasped, sweat pouring down his face in a display of deep remorse. "My lady, please forgive me. I couldn't track that brat down, but I've already sent outsiders to investigate his identity. It was my negligence that let him slip in just now. Please, punish me as you see fit." Tang Ruyan furrowed her brows, her tone cold and sharp as she warned. "For the past 4 years, only our Tang family and the Qin family have managed to clear the 5th floor of the Dragonbone Tower. Dongming Song is the #1 on the Dragonbone Heaven's Pride rankings. The Lu family and the Ye family, who rank 2nd, only just made it to the 3rd floor last year. This Dragonbone ranking is essentially a symbol of our Tang family's power." She flipped her hair and turned away, brushing off the annoyance. A nobody like him, with no real power or background, probably can't even get past the 2nd floor of the Dragonbone Tower. So, what if we let him in? The purpose of this trip is to ensure we are the first to clear the 6th floor and hold our #1 spot on the Heaven's Pride leaderboard. I don't care about anything else. The two old men immediately clasped their hands in obedience. "Understood. I will give it my all to help you, my lady." Reach the 6th floor. Suddenly, the walls of the Dragonbone Tower flared with light, and golden flames continuously blazed along the tower's structure. Someone pointed in astonishment. "Look at that!" The crowd around them gasped, their eyes widening floor by floor. The lights on the 6th floor of the Dragonbone Tower just turned on. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn it all. Doesn't that mean someone just passed the 6th floor trial? Even more shocking, the flames continued to dance higher and higher. Screams erupted in the air. "It's lighting up again. The 7th floor has been conquered too. Only 2 floors left. Well, just 2 more, and the Dragonbone Tower will be completely broken through." Just then, the Tang family members rushed over, their faces twisted in panic. Feng Mo clenched his fists and roared in extreme frustration. The light! The light on the 8th floor is on! Who has this kind of terrifying strength? Someone actually passed the 8th floor before the Tang family. Is it the Ye family? Or the Lu family? Not only did we let that brat enter the secret realm first, but even our #1 spot on the Dragonbone Heaven's Pride list has been snatched away. This is infuriating. Suddenly, a giant, golden radiant fist descended from the sky, shattering the sturdy legacy tower. The system notification rang out. 9 levels cleared. A Heaven's Pride has won the qualification for the legacy selection. All remaining challengers, please enter. The crowd below stood agape, stunned to the point of disbelief. Passed? Even the tower itself was smashed by the force of that punch? How? How is that even possible? The Tang and Qin families, clearly the ones with the best shot at reaching the top, Haven't even gone in yet. Tang Ruyan was drenched in cold sweat, her haughty expression replaced by complete shock. Reached the top? Qin Shaotian, standing beside her, was also sweating cold beads, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Which family's genius has such terrifying strength?" The crowd outside was like a disturbed beehive, pushing and shoving toward the entrance of the secret realm, shouting frantically, "Go, hurry, let's go inside and see." At the same time, inside the illusionary space, Su Ping calmly stepped out from the smoke and dust, shaking his flaming fist, secretly marveling. So this is the devil-slaying divine fist? Just one punch, and that boss, who tortured me thousands of times in the past, has been blown to dust. It even forced it to skip the second phase entirely. That is way too overpowered. He casually hoisted his backpack onto his shoulder and smirked triumphantly. Okay, everything that needed testing has been verified. The system's training space is no different from this place. The others have been successfully lured into the Dragonbone Tower, too. Now is the perfect time to head back to the team and go grab that treasure. Su Ping strolled back to the Baiken team's gathering point, where he was met with the sight of the whole group looking dejected. Ni Ching Sahidli. Although we came here to hunt for treasure and weren't planning to challenge the Dragonbone Tower, seeing someone clear the 9th floor with such ease is. Luo Guyue, standing next to him, also drooped her head. Me too. I feel truly discouraged. Su Ping walked up nonchalantly and asked with a feigned, confused look, "Captain, what's our next step?" Ni Cheng jumped, turning around sharply to look at Su Ping. Captain Ni quickly put on a smile, gestured forward, and said excitedly, "You're back just in time, Brother Su. Where did you go? We were just looking for you to go get the treasure. Loosen up your muscles a bit. We're heading out, while everyone else is focused on the Dragonbone Tower." Hearing the phrase, "loosen up," Luo Guyue squinted at Su Ping suspiciously, sweat dripping down. She thought to herself, "Loosen up a bit?" There must be a reason Su Ping entered the secret realm earlier. Could it be that the person who just climbed to the top of the Dragonbone Tower was him? Behind them, Qianlong shot Su Ping an annoyed look, scowling and muttering to old Mo. This kid thinks just because the captain favors him, he can do whatever he wants. What an eyesore." Old Mo stroked his beard cunningly and whispered in response, "Don't be so impatient. Later, I'll find an opportunity to give him a taste of reality so he knows who really runs this team." Putting aside all doubts, the team began their journey deeper into the secret realm, carefully climbing down a massive, sheer cliff with molten lava churning and boiling below. The location indicator glowed bright red. Dragon Scale Continent. Number 92. As soon as they hit the canyon floor, Ni Cheng immediately started assigning roles. "Old Mo, you're responsible for the ground. Luo Guyue, you take care of aerial reconnaissance." Luo Guyue waved her hand. "All right, come out. Holy Flame Bird." Old Mo also proudly stroked his beard. "No problem. I'm counting on you, Earthfire Listening Beast." At the same time, Su Ping waved his hand and summoned the giant dog with deep purple fur, petting it with anticipation. "Let's test out your new skill, Dark Dragon Hound." Old Mo glanced at Su Ping's dog with disdain and led his own beast forward, his tone condescending. "Hey little brother, what are you summoning a rank 7 Dark Dragon Hound for? Don't you feel safe enough with my rank 9 Earthfire Listening Beast handling the ground reconnaissance?" Su Ping didn't pay him any mind. "Dark Dragon Hound, listen, and see if those guys are nearby." At this moment, Qianlong also stepped up to add his mockery. "Put it away. Your Dark Dragon Hound is so bulky, it's just a nuisance. Plus, this is a secret realm, not just some ordinary wasteland. Who are you trying to insult with a rank 6 pet?" Ignoring the sarcasm, the Dark Dragon Hound suddenly bared its razor-sharp fangs, rolled its eyes, and growled fiercely toward the mist. Su Ping narrowed his eyes and warned them decisively. "Sure enough, Captain. Enemies are closing in." Old Mo was startled, his eyes widening in panic. "What? Enemies? How?" He hurriedly waved his hands, ordering his beast. "Earth, Fire, Listening Beast, get your ear to the ground and listen, now." The strange-looking monster immediately dipped its snout, perking its massive ears against the ground and emitting ultrasonic waves to scout. Qianlong urged them impatiently. "Well, what is it? Who are they?" After a few seconds of silence, Elder Mo stroked his beard smugly and curled his lip in contempt at Su Ping. "Pfft, there's not a hint of hostility here. You're just talking nonsense." Luo Gushui welcomed the flame bird that swooped down onto her shoulder, and also shook her head to report, "Captain, my holy flame bird didn't detect anything unusual either." Qianlong gave a smirk, crossing his arms and looking at Su Ping with a sarcastic gaze. "Heh, Su Ping, are you trying to feel important here? Does anyone even believe you anymore?" The moment the mockery left his lips, From within the thick clouds crackling with red lightning ahead, a swarm of massive, winged serpent heads tore through the wind, their gaping maws filled with sharp fangs, shrieking madly. Overwhelmed by the sudden bloodlust, the flamebird flapped its wings in panic with a shrill cry, while the earthfire-hearing beast also retreated, shrieking in terror. Luo Gushui and Elder Mo were stunned. Holy flamebird, earthfire-hearing beast. What's wrong with you? Looking up at the blazing sky, the team froze as they saw a swarm of gigantic winged pythons obscuring the entire sky, rushing toward them like a pitch-black tornado. Someone stammered, "That's a swarm of wind-winged azure pythons. How did they get so close without us noticing?" Captain Ni broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly threw his arms out to issue an emergency order. Damn it, a swarm of pythons this huge. The threat level is likely no less than rank 9. It's too late to hide. Everyone, prepare to fight immediately. As soon as the order was given, a blinding light flashed. A massive, crimson-red demon wielding a giant spiked mace appeared with a roar. Identification panel. Rank 9. Bloodline. Demon Beast. With the rank 9 lower-tier combat strength hiding behind the giant demon beast, Ni Chengnong shouted frantically, "Chenlong, use your earth dragon to protect the pet warriors. The rest of you, use your battle beasts to follow mine and charge head-on against the enemy." Chenlong broke into a sweat, veins popping as he roared. Instantly, 4 brilliant beams of light erupted. The entire team's trump card battle pets were summoned. Chenlong's Earth Dragon was rank 8. Luo Gushui's Holy Flamebird was rank 8. Elder Mo's Scythe Guardian was rank 9. And Ye Haoshan's Gray-Scaled Spearman Beast was rank 8. The Earth Dragon stomped its massive dinosaur-like feet onto the ground, letting out a deafening roar and creating a massive, thick stone wall that encased the outer perimeter of the team. A blue light activated the skill. Fourfold Earth Guard. The remaining battle pets rushed forward to block in front of the stone wall, snarling ferociously and brandishing their weapons, ready to clash. With the swarm of wind pythons raining down like a torrential storm, standing safely behind the shield, Luo Gushui looked back and asked anxiously, "Wait, isn't Teacher Su's dark dragon dog providing support?" Chen Long curled his lip and replied sarcastically, "What are you worried about? We've already got 2 rank 9 combat powerhouses holding the line outside. As long as that black dragon dog doesn't charge in blindly like its master, it'll be fine." Luo Gushui retorted sharply, "No! The wind-winged azure python swarm outside is too dense. There's nowhere to hide. Call it inside the shield. What if there's a gap in the fourfold Earth Guard, and those green snakes slip in? Is it worth taking such a huge risk just for a rank 7 pet?" Ye Haoshan immediately stood up to defend Su Ping. "It is worth it. The dark dragon dog was the first one to detect the danger. Plus, Boss Su is our benefactor. We can't just abandon his pet. My gray-scaled spearman beast will be responsible for support. Please, open the Earth Guard for a moment." While they were arguing heatedly, a calm voice spoke up from behind them. "No need. I appreciate everyone's concern." Su Ping glanced at the brutal battlefield outside, his face incredibly calm, without a ripple of anxiety. He added softly, "Don't worry. My dog isn't just a pure scout beast. It actually has some combat ability. As long as we kill the Python King, this swarm of wind-winged azure pythons won't be able to cause any more trouble. They're just a bunch of mindless monsters." Turning to mutter to Elder Mo, Chenlong chuckled mockingly. "He's all talk. Even if that dark dragon dog had the combat strength or bloodline of a rank 7, facing pythons with rank 9 power, it would have been torn to shreds long ago." Elder Mo stroked his beard and retorted coldly, "Humph. This is the perfect time to teach him a lesson and humble him, so he stops being so arrogant." Saying that, Elder Mo waved his hand, releasing a stream of glowing blue dust to envelop his pet. "Earthfire-hearing beast, go hide." Luo Gushui exclaimed in surprise. "Is that a piece of equipment that can grant a pet stealth effects?" Elder Mo snapped his fingers smugly, using the stone wall to project a dazzling, crystalline blue screen. "That's right. I'm using an invisibility artifact to protect it. This way, through its vision, we can safely observe the entire battlefield outside." As soon as the visual feed connected, a jarring sound erupted. Boom! The image showed the crimson demon beast swinging its giant spiked mace, smashing the head of a massive green python to pieces, followed by a painful screech. The scene outside was horrific. Lightning tore through the night, and the swarm of giant pythons was frantically twisting and tearing at our side's battle pets. Ye Haoshan pointed forward, his expression full of confusion and worry. "All right, but what about the dark dragon dog? Don't tell me it's already been swallowed to the point where not even a bone is left. That fast?" Luo Guxue, standing beside him, also covered her mouth in fear, when suddenly she exclaimed, "That's not right." She pointed a trembling finger toward the misty battlefield, where the pythons were packed tight. "Look, in the middle of the swarm, there seems to be a light flickering back and forth." Luo Gushue's eyes widened to their limit, and her pupils contracted in shock. She brushed a stray lock of hair from her face and spoke in a trembling voice. That's it. In the middle of the enemy, the dark dragon dog is bravely biting down on a giant python." Luo Gushue's face went blank with an expression of pure, dumbfounded disbelief. She mumbled in confusion, "The dark dragon dog. Is that light actually caused by it, casting countless layers of shields stacked on top of each other?" The entire team stood frozen, sweat pouring down as if they'd seen a ghost. Luo Guxue stammered, "How can this be? A rank 7 pet can just dance around in the middle of a rank 9 wind-winged azure python swarm?" She turned to look at Su Ping, speechless. "You call this a little bit of combat strength?" At that exact moment, the thick fog was torn apart, revealing the massive, oppressive figure of the Python King with its glowing green eyes. The system panel clearly displayed, Wind-Winged Azure Python Leader, rank 8 upper-tier combat strength. Without hesitation, the Python King swung its giant tail with a earth-shattering force, slamming directly into the dark dragon dog and sending it flying backward. The tail crashed into the ground with destructive power, carving a deep, long trench, while rocks and debris scattered like rain. Seeing that devastating power, Liu Yichen went pale and screamed in terror. The dark dragon dog's dust cloud dispersed, and the giant python hissed. In fury, realizing its fatal strike hadn't even ruffled a hair on its opponent, the dark dragon dog stood completely unharmed inside its sturdy, glowing energy shield. Old Mo and Qianlong's eyes went so wide they almost popped out of their sockets, with sweat pouring down them like a waterfall. Qianlong gritted his teeth, full of envy, muttering that this defense was way too high. Why did he have the feeling it was even tougher than his earth-shattering dragon? Ignoring the spectators' awe, the dark dragon dog growled and lowered its center of gravity, its entire body radiating surging dark killing intent, its eyes flashing with cunning as it prepared to counterattack. Suddenly, it lunged forward like a pitch-black streak of lightning, charging straight at the wind-winged python lord with terrifying speed. The giant python wasn't about to back down. It opened its jaws, bristling with sharp fangs, and roared to challenge the tiny enemy. Seeing that the dog's attack didn't seem to cause much damage, Qianlong immediately stroked his chin, regaining his smug look, and analyzed that the collision had only scratched the python's skin a little bit. So, the dark dragon dog's potential had been forced entirely into defense? How could its hide be that tough? His earth-shattering dragon still had decent offensive skills, after all. But Qianlong's smug smile hadn't even faded before the giant python suddenly tilted its head back and let out a truly wretched, painful scream. The giant monster's body convulsed. It fell backward, and clouds of poisonous gas spewed from its mouth. The massive body of the python writhed on the ground, white foam bubbling from its mouth along with weak, dying hisses. Old Mo stared, eyes wide, his hands trembling as he stammered, That damn poison." Beside him, Qianlong gaped, roaring in frustration. It was already thick enough with that armor, like a concrete bunker. How the hell are its claws poisonous too? This dog is way too overpowered. While the two assistants were stunned and confused, the dark dragon dog majestically landed, its pitch-black fur standing on end, blowing in the wind with a threatening aura. Pressing the advantage, it pounced forward, sinking its fangs into the throat of the now helpless python, brutally ending the fight. Watching it all from behind the shield, Su Ping crossed his arms with a calm smile, muttering to himself. Enduring countless beatings in the Dragon King's training ground wasn't just for show. A small fry like this? The dark dragon dog could have soloed it ages ago. Enough fooling around. Finish it up. Receiving the signal from his master, the dark dragon dog tilted its head and let out a roar that echoed across the land. The dragon roar skill was activated, summoning a majestic golden dragon phantom, emitting a royal pressure that made the very space seem to shatter. Facing the aura of the supreme dragon race, the remaining wind pythons were scared out of their wits. Terrified, they turned and scattered, fleeing the battlefield. The sky cleared, and the Baiken team burst into joy. Qianlong waved his arms in the air, cheering that no one was hurt. A total victory. The dark dragon dog was truly too strong. His previous arrogance had completely vanished. Qianlong scratched his head, shyly stepping towards Su Ping, stammering, Brother Su." Su Ping gave him a cold glance. "What?" Qianlong broke into a sweat, fawning with a flattering smile. Your dark dragon dog is truly top tier. Hearing the compliment, Su Ping couldn't care less. He indifferently picked at his ear and sighed with a bored expression. It's just average, honestly. Average potential, nothing special. Old Mo stood nearby, stroking his beard, laughing heartily as he waved his hand. Haha, Brother Su, you're being way too humble. If this beastly dark dragon dog is only average potential, then wouldn't all of our battle pets be considered garbage? Just then, the system interface flashed as it scanned his Earthfire acoustic beast, coldly displaying the words, pedestrian potential, lacking. Su Ping didn't change his expression, 3 giant ellipses passing through his mind. Looking straight into Old Mo's eyes, he thought with a deadfish stare, this old man is overthinking it. It really is trash. I think all of them are trash. Saying that much was already being polite. The battle ended cleanly, and the dark dragon dog returned with a giant, glowing orange-gold egg in its mouth. Ye Haoshan and Captain Ni gasped in shock. Is this the egg of the wind-winged python? The dark dragon dog was flushed with happiness, digging in greedily. Watching the scene, Qianlong and Old Mo gulped. Qianlong muttered, the snake inside this egg hasn't formed yet, meaning the nutritional essence provided by the mother hasn't been absorbed yet. Old Mo nodded in agreement. If a spirit pet eats it now, it can truly be called a potent supplement. Qianlong turned to look at Su Ping. Brother Su's dark dragon dog was the first to detect the enemy, and it even killed the python queen single-handedly, so it really deserves to keep this treat. In another corner, Su Ping was casually peeling the green scales off the giant python. As he pried them off, he muttered, these python scales are usually used to make invisibility cloaks, and the market price isn't cheap at all. If you two don't mind, I can give all of these to you. Hearing that, Old Mo and Qianlong jumped, sweat beading on their faces. Qianlong whispered, embarrassed. Giving them to us? What's wrong with this guy? Not only did he not make things difficult for us, but he's even sharing the loot. Old Mo broke into a cold sweat, frowning as he analyzed. Well, his strength is unfathomable. It's best not to make him an enemy. Let's take this opportunity to make peace. Qianlong nodded quickly. Right, that's what I was thinking. Both old men immediately clasped their hands and bowed deeply in front of Su Ping, acting as obedient as puppies. Thank you, Brother Su. We'll take them. Qianlong added, if there's anything you need us to do in the future, just say the word. Watching them humble themselves, Su Ping gave a faint, short reply. Very good. A moment later, a gloved finger pointed to a spot marked with a skull on an old, tattered map, heading northeast. There's a cave there. That's the destination of this trip. Ye Haoshan replied brightly. Great. At this distance, we can get there by tomorrow morning. However, Su Ping stared thoughtfully at the map, his eyes full of deep suspicion. He thought to himself. He had been to the location marked on this map during his time in the Dragon King's inheritance, and there really was a secret treasure there. But this vast continent should have other hidden treasures, right? Why would this map only mark this one single spot? With a look of curiosity, Su Ping walked up to Ni Chenkong with a water bottle in hand and asked bluntly, Captain, did you draw this map yourself? Ni Chenkong turned around and answered honestly, I bought it for a pretty high price from a friend. Why, Brother Su, do you see a problem with it? Su Ping shook his head, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. No. I'm just curious. It's a bit strange that a region this massive would only hold one secret treasure. Ni Chenkong burst into a loud laugh and waved his hand. Haha, the rules of treasure hunting in these secret realms have always been the same. The fast get it, and the slow lose out. Nothing surprising about that. Yi Haoshan chimed in. That's right, Brother Su. Maybe by the time this map was made, the other treasures had already been snatched up. Despite their smooth explanations, Su Ping kept a straight face, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he quietly calculated. The next day, the team moved in front of a massive, cracked ravine. A howling wind roared through the deep canyon, creating an eerie, chilling atmosphere. Just as everyone was about to step into the purple, poisonous mist billowing out of the cave, a voice stopped them. Hold on, don't go in yet. Su Ping put a hand out to block Ni Chenkong, giving a stern warning. There's a 9th rank beast inside that cave. Ni Chenkong was startled, his face full of confusion. Brother Su, we haven't even gone inside yet. How could you possibly know? Su Ping's mouth curled into a confident, crafty smile. Naturally, because I've been here before. While I might not remember every single step as clearly as I did at the Dragonbone Tower, I can at least calculate when something is off. Ni Chenkong frowned, worried, and rested his chin on his hand in thought. Are you still not confident in the dark dragon dog's sense of smell? Truly, It was thanks to the dark dragon dog earlier that we spotted the wind-winged azure pythons. You've been incredibly useful. The captain clicked his tongue in tension. Damn it, a 9th rank again? Luo Shueishui turned pale at the news, sweat beading on her forehead as she analyzed the situation. The wind-winged azure python swarm was just pushed back. Although their combined strength reached the 9th rank, individually, they were only 7th or 8th rank. But in this cave with unknown terrain, there's an actual 9th rank beast lurking. This just leveled up the difficulty. Elder Mo nodded in concern. Even with a ferocious dragon-type beast like Brother Su's here, I'm afraid suppressing that Snake King will be extremely difficult. Ni Cheng Kong suddenly had an idea, his eyes lighting up. A native snake, huh? Why don't we lure it out of the cave? Yi Haoshan immediately raised his hand in agreement. Makes sense. We're right at the entrance. It's perfect for setting an ambush. Once that beast inside sticks its head out, we strike hard. It'll definitely be caught off guard. Ni Cheng Kong waved his hand and ordered, simple enough. Go, Earth Titan Dragon. Chen Long's massive Earth Dragon immediately stomped its feet against the ground, activating its power. Earthquake. The ground shook violently, and a boulder as big as a building was torn from the cliffside, hovering right over the cave entrance. Luo Shueishui waved her hand to cast a spell, shouting, Sacred Flame Bird. A firebird flapped its wings and soared upward, spewing scorching flames that engulfed the boulders the Earth Dragon had moved, turning them into fireballs that exploded brilliantly over the cave mouth. Below, Elder Mo waved his hand to create a blue energy barrier covering his party's pets. Invisibility. Ye Haoshan excitedly clapped his hands together. Captain, the ambush is set. Now, we just have to wait. But Ni Cheng Kong looked serious. I don't want to wait anymore. I'm going in to lure it out. The moment he said that, Ye Haoshan was shocked, shouting in a panic. What? Captain, have you lost your mind? That's too risky. Ignoring the pleas, Ni Cheng Kong calmly turned and walked away. Did you forget? I have a 9th rank monster by my side. No need to worry. I've waited for this moment for far too long. I'm not sure when the beast inside will finally decide to come out. Most other excavation teams have already left the Dragonbone Tower and moved into the Dragon-Scale continent. Ye Haoshan tried to reach out, but suddenly, Su Ping stepped up beside the captain with a smile, patting him on the shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry about it. I'll go with you. It's easier to look after each other with more people. Ni Cheng Kong looked back in surprise. Boss Su. The tension on Ni Cheng Kong's face instantly faded. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Brother Su, with you here, I feel a lot more at ease. The two carried their backpacks and trudged deep into the darkness of the cave. All around them, the purple poisonous smoke began to swirl more thickly. After walking a bit, Ni Cheng Kong turned to remind him, Brother Su, the toxic energy in here is getting thicker. Your astral power isn't strong enough to resist this poison with your physique alone. You should probably wait outside. Besides, you've already been granted the right to pick the first treasure. There's no need to bet your life on this. Su Ping replied calmly, his entire body radiating a faint blue aura for protection. Don't worry. I'm wearing the Water Origin True Treasure armor. Poisons below the 8th rank can't hurt me. The next second, Su Ping's gaze turned cold. He stared at the captain's back. But Captain, I heard that for this treasure hunt, you gave up the priority to choose the first 3 treasures. Yet now you're volunteering to take the most dangerous task. The excavators I know aren't usually that selfless. Ni Cheng Kong stopped, turning half his serious face to look at Su Ping. Since there's no one else here, just say what's on your mind. Captain Ni broke into a cold sweat, reaching up to scratch his head with a forced laugh. Ha ha ha, I couldn't hide it from you, could I? The truth is, there's a nebula spirit tree in this cave. A scene appeared in his mind, a tree radiating brilliant golden light, carrying the power of the source. The nebula spirit fruit on this tree can stimulate the full potential of any battle pet master below the 8th rank, making them feel like they've been reborn, even helping them break through to the next level. It's a rare treasure in this world. I was planning to take it before anyone else discovered it. Su Ping blinked, narrowing his eyes at Ni Cheng Kong with curiosity. So, you gave up the chance to pick the first treasure and accepted the risk of coming in here alone just to get that spirit tree? Ni Cheng Kong hung his head, his eyes showing a mix of determination and pain. That's right. In Captain Ni's memory, he was gripping the cold hand of a woman lying in a coma, covered in acupuncture needles. He closed his eyes in bitterness and continued, Brother Su, don't worry about those personal secrets. In short, I have to get this spirit tree. Ni Cheng Kong turned around abruptly, his face radiating a defensive, warning aura toward Su Ping. He was tightly gripping the cold hand of an unconscious woman covered in acupuncture needles. With a bitter, closed-eyed expression, he continued, "Su, don't worry about those personal secrets. Bottom line is, I must get that spirit tree." Ni Chengkong didn't turn back, his face glowing with a fierce, protective aura as he warned Su Ping, "If you're also coveting this plant, don't blame me for being cold and rude, even if you are a benefactor to Ye Haoshan and Luo Gushui." Facing the threat, Su Ping just rested his chin on his hand, smiled, and thought to himself, "So, all he wants is a nebulous spirit fruit. He acts like it's some legendary treasure, but it's no different from the energy pills the system gives me. It's nothing special. Since Ni Chengkong doesn't seem like a bad guy and hasn't played any dirty tricks, I might as well lend him a hand." Su Ping shoved his hands into his pockets and sighed. "I have no interest in that fruit, but I think I should warn you. The beast guarding this place is a subspecies of dragon, a top-tier rank 9. Its name is the flame-scaled bloodworm. It's incredibly cunning and excels at mental attacks. If you just walk in there to pluck the plant, you'll likely be throwing your life away." Hearing this, Ni Chengkong's jaw dropped, and he broke into a cold sweat. "What? A top-tier rank 9, and it uses the most annoying type of mental attack? How do you know so much? Who exactly are you?" Su Ping smirked. "Captain Ni, don't bother digging into other people's secrets. In any case, if you want that plant, just follow my lead." The two maneuvered through the narrow rock crevices. Su Ping reached out toward a hollow in the stone that was emitting a brilliant emerald glow. Ni Chengkong stared in awe. Inside the hollow was a lotus-shaped lamp glowing with a hypnotic light, a spirit-suppressing lamp powered by soul energy. "It can neutralize most mental attacks. How did you know there was a lamp hidden in here?" Su Ping leaned against the cave wall, shrugging. "Obviously. Because I've been here before. A powerful artifact like this can only be used within the Dragon King's heritage grounds and can't be taken outside. Thinking about how I can't take it home to sell, I'm actually starting to get hungry," he added. "Of course, that's another secret." Su Ping picked up the spirit-suppressing lamp and cheerfully called out to Ni Chengkong, "Let's go. Now that we have this lamp, it's time to pluck the plant." Before he could finish, the entire cave shook violently, and rocks began to tumble down. Ni Chengkong panicked, and Su Ping's expression shifted. It was here. Sensing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, Su Ping turned toward the cave entrance with intense focus. "Wait, it doesn't seem to be coming toward us." Outside the cliffside, the massive flame-scaled bloodworm, red as molten lava, suddenly emerged from the ground and roared right in front of the rest of the team. Inside the cave, Ni Chengkong broke into a sweat and shouted, "They're in danger! It's an ambush!" Chen Long, in a state of sheer panic, waved his hands to command his battle pets. "It's time. Earth Dragon, crush it. Reaper, kill." A barrage of massive, fiery boulders slammed down onto the dragon's head, while the Reaper pet swung its scythes like a bolt of lightning, tearing through space. The flame-scaled bloodworm twisted wildly, gnashing its razor-sharp teeth as it roared back, fighting off the assault. Thanks to its agility, the Reaper flipped through the air, narrowly dodging a lethal bite from the dragon. Not missing a beat, it spun around and swung its massive scythe, tearing through the air and aiming straight for the dragon's weak spot on its neck. The sharp blade sank into the red scales, and dragon blood sprayed everywhere. The giant dragon threw its head back and let out a mournful shriek. A cloud of poisonous mist surged forward. At that moment, Su Ping and the captain, holding the spirit-suppressing lamp, arrived and shouted, "Wait!" Seeing the scene, the group cheered in delight. Luo Guxue beamed, "Captain, we did it. Look, we've finished it off." But Su Ping's eyes darkened, looking at the scene with confusion. "Damn it. Am I still a step too late?" Captain Ni wiped cold sweat from his brow. The cruel reality shattered before their eyes. The Earth Dragon was lying on the ground, drenched in blood. The vision of defeating Dongming Kong just moments ago was nothing but a deceptive illusion created by the beast's mental poison. Trapped in a nightmare, their battle pets had lost their minds and turned on each other. The holy flame bird was frantically clawing at the Reaper's shoulders. Ye Haoshan shouted at the captain, bewildered. "Captain, what the hell are you talking about? Didn't we just—" The entire scene had been a trick hidden behind the mist. The flame-scaled bloodworm, completely unharmed and far larger than before, slithered toward them. Its eyes held utter contempt. "Think you killed that rank 9 beast?" The dragon's glowing purple eyes flickered in the darkness, its massive jaw bristling with jagged fangs. At that moment, the team was still oblivious, unaware that the Reaper was swinging its scythe straight at them. In the nick of time, Su Ping and Ni Chengkong rushed over. Captain Ni shouted at the top of his lungs to snap them out of it. "Damn it, it's an illusion. Let the pets kill each other. Get over here." Don't step out of the spirit-suppressing lamp's range, or you'll go insane just like them. Got it? At that same moment, the Reaper's lifeless, red eyes locked on them as it brought its scythe down. The captain immediately summoned another pet to intercept the attack. Su Ping raised the glowing blue spirit-suppressing lamp high above his head and shouted clearly, "Captain, now, pour all your energy into the lamp." Emerald light radiated from the artifact, forming a massive translucent dome, pushing all the murderous intent and poison away, shielding the group and their pets inside. Cleansed by the light, Mo Lao clutched his head in pain, and Chen Long wiped away his sweat, muttering, "My head. What the hell just happened?" Luo Guxue bit her lip in fear. "Our pets were being manipulated by that damn beast." Su Ping dropped to one knee to stabilize himself, still gripping the artifact tightly. He shouted a warning, "Is everyone okay? Stay within the range of the spirit-suppressing lamp, and absolutely do not move." Realizing this was their only chance of survival, Ni Chengkong and the entire team, including Dong Mingkong, reached out toward the lamp, pouring all their strength into it. "Let's combine our energy, expand the lamp's range, and shatter this illusion barrier." Good. At that moment, a giant scorpion with a red tail shaped like a sniper barrel was lurking in the bushes. Just then, Chen Long sensed something wrong. He frowned and roared, "Hey, something's moving!" No sooner had he spoken than a red beam of energy shot straight toward their position. The Mada beast swung its massive spiked club to block the attack at the last second. Ye Haoshan panicked and yelled, "Su Ping, watch out!" Realizing the danger, Chen Long dashed in front of Su Ping, tensing his muscles to summon an energy shield. The golden barrier shattered instantly under the force of the surprise attack. Ni Chengkong shouted a warning in a rush, carefully clutching his soul-suppressing lamp. Thrown backward, he looked into the hazy void, panicked and screaming, "Who's there? Get out here!" A group of men in black leaped down from the cliffside. The leader crossed his arms and let out a triumphant, mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha. The armor-piercing effect of the star-breaking strike is truly top tier." He patted the giant mechanical scorpion beside him, his tone dripping with provocation. "Sorry, folks. The boss gave orders. I can't let you deal with this flame-scaled blood dragon so quickly." A stat board appeared. Deputy Captain of the Fang Fang team. Mid-tier level 8. Star Pet. Piercing Scorpion. Combat Power. Upper tier level 8. Ni Chengkong gritted his teeth, growling in fury. "Our Fang Fang team and yours have never crossed paths. We have no grudge, no enmity. Why are you plotting against us?" The deputy captain let out a wicked laugh. "Plotting, you say? Hehehe, ha ha ha. You'll figure it out soon enough. Just think about it. How do you think that treasure map fell into your hands so easily?" Hearing this, Ni Chengkong froze, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. That map. He recalled the image of the old, blood-stained map. A brutal realization flashed through his mind. Was it you guys all along, using us as bait to lure the flame-scaled blood dragon out, and then intentionally handing it to me? The deputy captain sneered, looking disgusted. "Ha ha ha, too late for that, you idiot. A treasure map for a secret realm is precious. How else would we pay to keep the flame-scaled blood dragon occupied?" Amidst the tense atmosphere, Su Ping suddenly turned chillingly cold. He muttered, "Little skeleton." A swirling black-purple aura erupted behind him, accompanied by the clattering sound of bones rubbing together. The deputy captain squinted condescendingly. What do you think you're doing? If you want to charge in and fight us, just remember that Dongming Song's team has already been devoured by that flame-scaled blood dragon." Without a word of response, Su Ping swung his hand, throwing a glowing circle as he roared, "Intermediate hunting ring, go." The ring flew like a bolt of lightning, catching the flame-scaled blood dragon off guard as it whipped around, eyes bulging at the incoming object. A series of fiery gold chains erupted from the ring, binding the dragon's massive body. It struggled and wailed in agony. The deputy captain's jaw dropped, his masked face unable to hide his sheer panic. What the hell? An upper-tier level 9, flame-scaled blood dragon. Just got bound like that? Strapped tight by countless golden chains, the giant dragon screamed and thrashed in utter helplessness. The hunting ring radiated blinding light, dragging the massive beast toward it. The golden light flashed and vanished. The giant flame-scaled blood dragon disappeared without a trace. The deputy captain and his men stared at each other, mouths agape in shock. Ignoring the enemy's astonishment, Su Ping turned around casually, hovering in the air with Little Skeleton, and asked coldly, "Do you all still have time to be surprised? Weren't you planning to hold us back?" Su Ping tilted his head, looking down with eyes as sharp as razors, his tone filled with mockery. "Make your move." The Fang Fang team's subordinates were in a state of absolute panic, Stuttering, he's flying in the sky. Does the North Star team really have a level 9 powerhouse? How can there be such a young, title-ranked expert? This is completely different from what the intel said. Damn it, you've messed with someone you shouldn't have. The deputy captain roared to suppress his men's fear. What are you panicking about? So what if he's title-ranked? Don't you see he only brought a tiny skeleton along? He waved his hand, ordering the mechanical scorpions surrounding him. All snipers, aim at him, I don't believe this. Before he could finish, his head was clean cut off, blood spraying everywhere. He looked up in a panic, only managing a faint final word. A single man can do this much? In the sky, little skeleton had transformed into a true grim reaper, swinging a blade condensed from black energy and shredding the mechanical scorpions into debris. Back in the cave, Luo Guxue cradled a severely wounded Ni Chengkong, who was coughing violently. The captain struggled to ask, Cough. What about the others? Ye Haoshan knelt beside the cold bodies of Chen Long and Old Mo, his voice trembling with grief. Old Mo and Chen Long. They didn't make it. Beside him, Ni Chengkong coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision losing focus. He struggled to call out, Cough. Su Ping. A figure dropped down as lightly as a leaf, landing right in the middle of the survivors. Su Ping looked straight into Ni Chengkong's eyes, his voice steady and powerful. I'm here. Ni Chengkong seemed to let go of his final burden, whispering with desperate urgency. Please. Memories flooded back. On the night they entered the secret realm, Ni Chengkong had sought Su Ping out in private, his face full of worry. Su, to be honest, I have a bad feeling about this. Back then, he had asked, if something happens to me, can you help me bring the Star Nebula Spirit Tree back? Su Ping frowned and replied, Captain, the Nebula Fruit is for increasing cultivation, right? If you're gone, what do you need cultivation for? Ni Chengkong's eyes suddenly softened strangely. For my daughter. Rumor had it the Nebula Fruit could stimulate the full potential of a Beastmaster. A faint glimmer of hope shone in the father's eyes. Maybe it will help her immune system beat that incurable disease. He had spent half his life struggling in the wilderness. I haven't been able to take good care of her. Returning to reality, Ni Chengkong's breathing grew weaker. The fatal wound on his chest continued to bleed. This is the only thing I can do for her. Su, I'm counting on you. Hearing these final words, the survivors couldn't help but scream in despair. Su Ping fell silent for a moment before nodding decisively, his gaze as cold as ice. Fine, I'll go, and I'll be back. Meanwhile, deep inside the treasure cave, the Fang party's lackeys were gleefully counting their loot. One guy asked, Did we find everything yet? Another, staring at the glowing golden nebula spirit tree, scratched his head and grumbled, Captain, this tree is way too huge, we can't move it. Fang Tiansheng shot him a side-eye and growled, You idiot. He crossed his arms, his tone dripping with arrogance. Do I have to spell it out? If you pick the fruit, the tree is ruined. What we can't take, nobody else gets to have. Information, Captain of the Fang Party, upper rank, level 8 combat strength. The lackey immediately started buttering him up, raising his axe. Haha, yes, Captain. Just as the axe blade was about to fall, a bolt of violet energy hissed through the air. A streak of brilliant golden light pierced the darkness, pinning the lackey straight through the chest. He hadn't even realized what happened before he collapsed to the ground, his axe flying away. The crowd panicked, looking around wildly. Who's there? Could it be that the North Star party made it in? Fang Tiansheng tried to stay calm, smirking, Impossible. There's an upper rank level 9 bloodscale python outside, not to mention my second in command is keeping watch. Unless they have an immortal in their North Star party, it's impossible. He analyzed the clean wound on the dead lackey, then shouted into the void. This wound was dealt by a level 9 expert. I don't know which master has their eye on these treasures, but you don't need to fight us. Why don't you show yourself and talk? We're willing to split the loot 50-50. Sadly for him, the answer to his generous offer was 2 more flashes of light that pierced the throats of 2 other lackeys. The rest were terrified out of their wits, screaming, Who's there? You coward, show yourself. Is stabbing people in the back all you're good for? Su Ping stepped out of the shadows, a golden energy swirling at his fingertips. Spiritual control, energy needles. Before he even finished speaking, countless energy needles rained down, piercing every single one of the remaining lackeys. Seeing this, Fang Tiansheng roared, summoning a massive shadow beast. Gotcha. If you won't drink the toast of hospitality, you'll drink the wine of punishment. Get him. But before he could finish, a blood-red streak flashed past his face. The shadow beast hadn't even fully materialized before it was torn in 2 by an invisible strike. Fang Tiansheng let out a blood-curdling scream. He collapsed, his knees slamming into the ground, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. My 2 lower rank level 9 battle pets. Killed in seconds? Fang Tianxiong's face went pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. He kowtowed repeatedly on the ground, begging, "Spare my life. You can have all these treasures, please, just show mercy." Dark, rolling shadows engulfed Su Ping, making him look like a grim reaper who had just stepped out of the underworld. Fang Tianxiong knelt on the ground, trembling as he looked up in despair. You didn't come here for the treasure. You came here specifically to kill us." Knowing he wasn't going to make it out alive, Fang Tianxiong shrieked in total panic. "Tell me your name! At least let me know who I'm dying by." Su Ping didn't even bother to answer. A razor-sharp beam of golden light tore through the air, piercing straight through the center of Fang Tianxiong's forehead. Su Ping looked coldly at the body slumped on the ground, wiped a smear of blood off his cheek, and muttered with a chilling voice, "Once I've decided to kill someone, they don't get a second chance to resist. Just take that fear and doubt with you to hell." With that, he casually turned his back and walked over the pile of corpses from the Fang party without even a second glance. With a snap of his fingers, a majestic fire dragon appeared, breathing out brilliant flames to incinerate the bodies on the ground. Su Ping commanded sharply, "Burn it clean. Leave no trace." He approached the nebula spirit tree, which was still radiating mystical light, reached out his hand, and gently absorbed its power. Collection complete. Looking at the precious treasures now safely in his storage space, Su Ping frowned, thinking, "I didn't expect a team to be targeting us right from the start." Luckily, Qianlong and the others were hired beforehand as insurance, so they managed to stay alive. The real-world wasteland is truly unpredictable. I need to adapt to this environment as soon as possible. Night fell. In the quiet Base 7, a question echoed in the heavy air. "Do you have any plans for the future?" Ye Haoshan sat slumped on the cold floor, Luo Guxue standing nearby with a haggard expression. He sighed and said, "We have to go back to take care of the captain's funeral arrangements, and sort things out for old Mo and Chen Long as well." Ye Haoshan gave a bitter smile, looking at Su Ping with gratitude. "Boss Su, you saved our lives again. This pathetic state I'm in must look pretty funny to you. Who would have thought the casualties would be this heavy? I'm afraid we can't continue exploring the secret realm anymore. Boss Su, do you want to head back with us?" Su Ping set the nebula spirit tree pot down next to Ye Haoshan and answered decisively, "No, we part ways here. I still have things to do. Take this tree back, and remember to feed its fruit to the captain's daughter regularly." Luo Gushue's eyes widened, stunned in disbelief. "Boss Su, this is the legendary nebula spirit tree. You don't want to keep it?" Meanwhile, Ye Haoshan broke into a cold sweat and pressed, "Wait, how did you know the captain had a daughter?" Su Ping waved a hand dismissively and stepped past them. "Forget about those little details. Bottom line, this is your captain's final wish. Can you do it?" Ye Haoshan quickly stood at attention. "Leave it to us. Good." Su Ping patted a few large metal crates filled with jewels and treasures. "There are some secret treasures I found in this cave too. They'll fetch a good price. Keep it all for yourselves and the families of those who didn't make it." Luo Guxue's eyes welled up with tears, her voice trembling with emotion. "Boss Su, are you really not going to take any treasure for yourself?" Su Ping twirled an exquisite jade button in his hand, a smug smirk on his face. "It's fine. I already got the most important thing here anyway. Besides, I have to go hunt for treasures in other places. Giving away these things I don't need as a gesture of goodwill is fine by me." The captain, Chen Long, and the others risked their lives so we could have a chance to live. I am deeply grateful to them. Suddenly, the base's loudspeaker crackled to life. Broadcasting announcement. "Explorers preparing to leave the base, please bring all treasures collected in the secret realm to the security screening room. Anyone caught smuggling unapproved treasures will be dealt with severely." Yi Haoshan staggered as he walked, clutching his side and grimacing as a wave of pain hit him. Luo Guxue hurried over to support him. "Are you okay?" He forced a smile at Su Ping. "Let me walk you to the exit." The group stopped in front of a heavy, closed metal door. A cold sign on the door reads, "Inter-Federation Security Inspection Office." Inside the brightly lit room, countless items are being scanned. The AI system constantly announces names. Beast Crystal, successfully imported. Level 6. Treasure. Advanced Fighting Technique Manual successfully imported. Level 8 Treasure. Mystic Steel Sword successfully imported. Level 7 Treasure. Fire Essence Secret Stone imported. Level 6 Treasure. Wind Medicine, Azure Python. Scales successfully imported. Level 7 Treasure. The Rhythmic Inventory continues. Blood Poison Rock, successfully imported. Level 5 Treasure. Level 6 Dark Knight Beast Tooth. Level 6 Rainbow Stone. In the corner of the room, Three burly officials are lounging on some monitoring chairs. The green-haired guy lets out a loud, bored yawn. Su Ping frowns and whispers into Ye Haoshan's ear. What are those three actually doing? Ye Haoshan breaks out in a cold sweat, whispering a warning. Keep it down. They're security inspectors sent by the government to monitor this area. Basically, these local thugs run the show here. The guy in the middle is a level 9 powerhouse, and the two flanking him are both top-tier level 8 experts. Suddenly, the scanner lets out a shrill red flash. The Nebula Spirit Tree has been successfully registered as a level 9 treasure. The three inspectors' eyes go wide. They're hooked. Nebula Spirit Tree. The green-haired guy snickers, stretching. Guess it's my lucky day. The boss in the middle keeps a stern, professional face. Keep it down. The green-haired guy grins back. Yeah, I know. He hurries over, his sharp eyes locked on the glowing nebula fruits, a cunning smirk spreading across his face. This fruit is top-notch. What's your price? Just name it. Su Ping immediately steps forward, shielding the pot with his body, his tone firm and final. Sorry, this isn't for sale. If you're interested in other treasures, we can talk. But not this. Without a word, the fat guy beside him delivers a vicious kick straight to Su Ping's waist, sending him doubling over in pain. The fat guy bellows with contempt. Who cares about that trash? Hand it over right now. 5 million. Both the green-haired guy and the fat guy are practically foaming at the mouth, their muscles bulging with greed. If we eat just one of these, we'll jump straight to the title realm. The fat guy reaches out with his greasy, hairy hand, aiming to grab the pot. But in that split second, a hand as steady as a rock clamps down on his wrist, locking him in place. The fat guy is stunned, his eyes popping out in shock. What? Who is this guy? This punk actually blocked a strike from a level 8 like me? He grits his teeth and barks at Su Ping. What the hell do you think you're doing? Ignoring their fury, Su Ping's eyes remain cold and still, like a deep lake. I said it's not for sale. The inspection is over. Internally, he curses the absurdity of this system. What kind of bullshit security check is this? It's clearly just set up to exploit the explorers. He never expected that even the officials were just as bad as the street thugs. If he'd known, he would have just shoved it into his storage space and smuggled it out quietly. The green-haired guy and the fat guy close in, cornering Su Ping with twisted, provocative grins. Ha, you want to leave? Still wet behind the ears and you're already acting like a hotshot, kid? Not wasting a second, the two aggressive guards unleash heavy, thunderous punches, hoping to finish the young man off, screaming with savage intent. The inspection isn't finished. Our word is law here. The impact triggers a massive explosion. A figure is sent flying, smashing through a thick, reinforced concrete wall and leaving a deep crater behind. Luo Gushui and Ye Haoshan scream in desperation. Su. Teacher Su. The dust begins to settle. Su Ping steps calmly out of the rubble, brushing a bit of dust off his coat, not a single scratch on him. The onlookers gasp, chaotic murmurs erupting. What's going on? Why did they just start fighting? Su Ping speaks coolly to Dongming Song's team. Don't worry, I'm fine. The fat guy puffs out his chest, shamelessly citing the rules. Article 72 of the Federal Regulation Act. Anyone obstructing official duty can be suppressed with force. In serious cases, we can execute you on the spot. The green-haired guy cackles, adding, a chance to hit level 9 is right in front of us. You think I'm just going to let you walk away with it? The crowd starts to gather, sneering and whispering. Huh, another cocky idiot trying to challenge the inspectors. The last guy who acted tough got crippled. Huh, let's see how miserable this one ends up. Suddenly, someone points him out. Huh, look, isn't that the arrogant brat? Yeah, thinking he can show off his little tricks in front of the Tang family. Maybe we should team up, take him down, and turn him into the Tang family for a reward. The noise is suddenly cut short by a booming voice from above. Little Seven, you're being far too petty. The crowd jumps, frantically looking around. Who's that? The voice is coming from the ceiling. The mysterious voice continues to criticize. Blindly hiding your edge only invites these trivial annoyances. Looking up, everyone is terrified to find the Sword Saint lying lazily on the hexagonal dome structure of the ceiling, casually chugging from a wine jug. He laughs, pats his thigh, and advises, Kid, if you really want to step into a bigger world, stop holding back and bare your fangs. The whole hall below freezes for a few seconds. It's the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint gazes down at the world with distracted eyes, dropping a profound aphorism. The path will open itself for the strong. Hearing this, Su Ping bows his head slightly, his lips curling up as if he's understood something. He whispers, a bigger world, huh? Thanks for the advice. At that same moment, the green-haired guy and the fat guy rush forward in a rage, bellowing crudely, "What the hell kind of cat-and-mouse game are you playing here?" But as they charge, they scream in panic. What? A giant hand glowing, with brilliant golden light condenses right in front of them. The green-haired guy's eyes widen in terror, stuttering, this. The golden energy hand crashes down with a thunderous slap, swatting the two security inspectors away like flies, knocking aside the amateur's condensed energy with pure, terrifying power. The two large bodies smash into the floor, creating a deep, cracked crater in the middle of the inspection hall, forcing the entire crowd to retreat in silence. Lying face down in the crater, the green-haired guy clutches his spinning head, his face twisted in extreme fear as he screams, This is a tidal realm powerhouse." Stepping out from the thick smoke, Su Ping stands tall, his spirit energy flaring. The crowd murmurs in utter shock, reaching the level 9 realm at such a young age. How is that even possible? Even the young master of the Tan family, one of the 4 great clans, only just reached level 8. How the hell did this guy do it? Ignoring the whispers, Su Ping gently reaches out a hand engulfed in golden flames, his voice chilling as he gives a command. Following his call, hands made of golden spirit energy carefully lift the sparkling nebula spirit tree out of the rubble. He waves his hand, shouting, "Retrieve!" The crowd stares in awe, pointing and whispering. Look, that's spirit energy object manipulation. In a blink, the massive tree evaporates without a trace. The stunned crowd gasps again. It's gone. Does he have a space-type treasure too? The fat guy breaks out in a cold sweat, muttering to himself in deep, regretful terror. Space-type treasures are always priceless masterpieces. Where on earth did this guy come from? Damn it, I didn't know I was poking a genius. I thought I was just killing some idiot. Realizing they messed with the wrong person, both the green-haired guy and the fat guy scramble to their feet, bowing and scraping in apology. "We were blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. We've offended you, my lord. That slap really hurt. We deserved it. Please, show mercy and forgive us." Su Ping's eyes suddenly flash with a crimson, murderous glare. He calmly cracked his knuckles, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. "Sorry about that. The slap I just gave you was just to settle the score for my friend. As for my own personal debt, that's still being tallied." The security chief, who had been silent until now, hurriedly stepped in, his face pale and sweating. Would 20 million star coins as compensation be enough for you?" Before Su Ping could even reply, a voice immediately rang out. "How could 20 million be enough? Each of us will have to cough up 30 million if this whole thing leaks out. Even if us security inspectors sold ourselves, we couldn't handle the consequences." The red-haired head chief groaned, his face twisted like a monkey eating a lemon. "I told you lackeys not to make such a scene. And now, look, the wall is completely wrecked." He glared at Su Ping, sighed in resignation, and muttered, "Hand over your account number." Su Ping immediately held up his QR code for the payment, feigning a look of annoyance as he muttered, "Are you guys trying to use money to sweep everything under the rug? I wasn't originally planning on squeezing Dong Mingtang for this, but now that I think about it, upgrading my pet shop is going to cost a fortune 60 million, so I guess I can reluctantly accept it." He nodded dismissively. "Good enough. Pay up." The 3 inspectors groveled, bowing and scraping. Yes. Once the extortion was settled, Su Ping casually returned to his group of friends. "Let me take care of the spirit tree for you." Yi Hoshan sighed as he walked beside him. "Damn it, it's all because I'm too weak that I let those bastards walk all over me. If only I were stronger." In the end, I still had to trouble Boss Su to step in and clean up. Su Ping patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't blame yourself. It's just that I underestimated how attractive this tree was to those pesky flies." Su Ping's eyes glinted with capitalistic calculations. "I've decided to take it home and plant it. Aside from the portion reserved to heal the captain's daughter, I can fully diversify the pet food menu in my shop." He turned to look at Ye Haoshan, promising, "Whenever you get stuck at the peak of the 8th rank, I'll sponsor you a nebula fruit for free to help you break through to the 9th rank." Hearing this, Ye Haoshan and Luo Guxu were both startled, stammering with faces turning bright red, a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. For us, Boss Su? Are you planning to take us home to train us like pets?" A few days later, the scene shifted to an entirely different dimension. Dragon-scale continent, number 98. The landscape revealed. A vast, clear blue lake nestled beneath majestic mountains. Su Ping, looking heroic, rode on the back of the black dragon hound as they approached the shore. He leaped to the ground, stroked the beast's sleek black fur, and instructed it, "Find a place to hide around here. I'm going to dive in and take a look. If something happens, Use your consciousness to call me immediately. The dragon hound let out a growl, signaling it understood the order, then crouched and plunged into the chilly water. Su Ping swam deep into the underwater cave at the bottom of the deep blue lake, muttering to himself, I remember clearly that in my past life, there was an unparalleled treasure hidden right here at the bottom of the lake. As he swam past coral reefs, an underground palace resembling an ancient and magnificent temple slowly appeared beneath the glowing water. That was the thing that possessed the power to truly move mountains and drain seas. He thought to himself as he slipped through the slightly ajar door. Su Ping looked around and exclaimed, hidden really well, huh? If it weren't for the system forcing me to respawn randomly right on top of the Dragon King's legacy site, the devil himself wouldn't have been able to find this dump. Deep inside, his eyes lit up when he saw a skeleton in a tattered cloak sitting cross-legged, clutching a mysterious wooden box. He smiled triumphantly. Found it. He threw open the box, which shimmered with golden light. Su Ping excitedly picked up an exquisite scroll. This was it. This scroll could absorb star power to create a miniature world, functioning just like the system's storage space. Even though it lacked the system's overpowered touch-to-loot feature, he exerted his strength to absorb the scroll into his body, a radiant smile appearing on his face. But in return, it can store living creatures. Moreover, the size of the space will automatically expand according to my star power level. With his current pathetic 5th-rank star power, it was still more than enough to create a space 4 times the size of a basketball court. Case closed, this was the perfect golden land to plant the Nebula Spirit Tree. Just as he surfaced from the water and took a deep breath, Su Ping saw the black dragon hound growling and staring at a decoy bird flying overhead. He raised an eyebrow, alert, and asked, what's going on up there? A purple bird soared across the deep blue sky, followed by a glowing triangular mark. Su Ping climbed out of the water, his eyes sharp as he watched the mark, muttering, that's a vision-sharing skill with a pet's master. Could it be that other explorers have already arrived here? He suddenly remembered something. I remember now, in this continent, there is another top-tier treasure. The immortal demon fruit. It could help spirit pets of the immortal demon fruit. Undead and demon types become immune to a fatal blow. It was the perfect gift for the little skeleton, given its all-out attacking ability. He immediately ordered the beast beside him, Black Dragon Hound, track down the owner of that bird. I want to confirm whether or not the immortal demon fruit has already been taken by them. The Black Dragon Hound let out a roar in response. Following the scent, the Black Dragon Hound led the way to a gloomy forest known as the 7 Dry Deathwoods, where 2 men were hurriedly pushing through the dry, brittle branches. One man with red hair grumbled, an 8th-rank battle pet master? Damn it, why does this bird keep hovering around us? The other man warned anxiously, we might have been targeted. Just then, a sharp, jade-green streak of light sliced across the rock they were standing on, startling them into shouting. Whoa! They hurriedly jumped down to dodge the attack, looking in horror at the figure that had just descended from the air, shouting, who's there? An old man with silvery white hair and a long beard, stroking the purple bird, asked coldly, you two are in such a rush, could it be that you've stumbled upon some treasure? The 2 men recognized the enemy. One panicked. It's someone from the Tang family. The other gritted his teeth. What are you planning to do? From the shadows, a group of people from the Tang family stepped out. A girl with white hair led them, speaking with authority. If you already know we're from the Tang family, then why don't you hurry up and put down what's in your hands? The girl lightly stroked a lock of her hair, her tone dripping with condescension. Don't be greedy, and we won't hurt you. That's right, the immortal demon fruit in your hands has already been marked by us. If it weren't for the delays in competing for the Dragon Bone tablet, would it even have been your turn? The 2 men knew they were at a disadvantage. The red-haired one gritted his teeth and said, regardless, we were the ones who got it first. Saying that, the 2 used all their strength to kick off the cliff, deciding to flee. Of the 36 strategies, running is the best one, but they hadn't run very far, when a giant hand made of brilliant golden energy suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking their path. The red-haired man turned back in terror, stammering, stellar energy. Condensed, the silver-haired old man sneered coldly. Humph, still trying to run? He spat. As a title-level master, I've truly been underestimated by the likes of you. A massive, golden energy hand crashed down, crackling with destructive lightning. Crushed by the terrifying pressure, the redhead coughed up a mouthful of blood. He let out a desperate roar, unwilling to tarnish the Tang family's reputation. Tang Monlei! The silver-haired old man raised his hand, swirling turquoise energy gathering around his fingers. His voice was ice-cold. If you two just keep your mouths shut forever, there won't be any problems, right? A sharp blade of energy shot out, slicing clean through the redhead's arm, the one holding the box. He let out a piercing, agonized scream. Gah! The old man caught the falling box, his face twisted with disdain. True, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The box hovered, then gently landed in Su Ping's manifested hand. He flashed a mysterious smile. Whoosh! The box and the hand vanished right before the old man's eyes. The old man and the Tang family entourage were stunned, staring blankly at his empty hand. The old man roared. Where is the box? The box was wrapped in a golden ribbon of energy, being pulled back at terrifying speed. A subordinate panicked, shouting a warning the energy manifestation was a title-level expert's work. Young miss, watch out. The old man, furious, summoned a massive shadow beast. Asura shadow beast. Low rank level 9 combat power. He bellowed. How dare you steal from the Tang family? Asura shadow beast, take his head. The shadow beast lunged like a red streak of lightning, tearing through space. From a hidden corner, a confident, smug smirk appeared. Come forth, dark dragon hound. Dragon scale armor, wind shield, and earth guardian on the Inferno Dragon Beast. The Inferno Dragon Beast itself unleashed its rock armor, vine armor, hardening, bone plating, and flame cloak. As the shadow beast charged, a massive figure suddenly descended from the sky, blocking it with a back as sturdy as a mountain. Su Ping shouted, finally unleashing his dual defense technique, boosting damage output based on defense. Dragonback Mountain, surprise attack. The Inferno Dragon Beast let out a heaven-shaking roar. Roar! The silver-haired old man's jaw dropped in disbelief. The Asura Shadow Beast is controlled. The old man panicked, pulling back some of his power. He ordered a retreat. The opponent had suppressed a level 9 low-rank Asura Shadow Beast in just a few moves. His strength is unfathomable. He tried to calm himself. If I keep attacking blindly, won't I fall right into his luring the tiger from the mountain trap to pull me away from my reinforcements? So what now? Are we just going to watch him escape? The old man furrowed his brows, eyes burning with hateful flames. He gritted out every word. He won't escape. He poured all his strength into manifesting a massive, blindingly bright energy hand, imprinted on the ground. Let's see how I squeeze you out of hiding. Facing the destructive attack, Su Ping remained nonchalant. He clapped his hands lightly and called out, Little Skeleton. Little Skeleton instantly appeared, its eye sockets burning with killing intent, ready for battle. A jet-black streak from Little Skeleton's blade tore through the massive energy hand. Su Ping stood on the ground, sighed, and shrugged. Didn't expect to be found so quickly. This sensory ability is useless, huh? The old man, having regained his composure, recognized the familiar face. He pointed directly at Su Ping, teeth gritted, hissing, It's you again, you brat, to reach the title level at such a young age. If I let you live, you'll surely be a massive disaster in the future. Absolutely cannot let you leave alive. Without hesitation, the old man waved his hand, ordering his 2 strongest beasts. Eat him! How dare you kill my pet? I didn't get to finish you off at the arena last time. This time there's no escape. Storm Spirit King, Hell Jala Beast, out now. Facing the threat of 2 level 9 beasts, Little Skeleton didn't flinch. It lunged at the old man immediately, 7 spirits slash. A sharp, jet-black wave of blade energy ripped through space, shooting forward. It was a peak-level blade technique, moving so fast the old man could only stare in terror. He hurriedly shoved the young lady aside. Careful, young miss. The slash missed, cleaving a massive tree behind them in half and leaving a deep trench in the ground. The girl fell to the ground, panting, her face deathly pale from fear. Ridiculous. Such terrifying destructive power, all caused by a tiny skeleton? Seeing the girl almost lose her life, the old man went berserk, condensing his spirit energy into hundreds of sharp blades hovering in the air. How dare you harm my young miss? This thief must pay with his life. Spirit energy, blade transformation, 10,000 swords, return to origin, the old man roared. Hundreds of blades swarmed toward Little Skeleton like a torrential storm. Just as the blades closed in, Su Ping smirked, cracked his knuckles, and a fighting fire ignited in his eyes. I didn't get to test the power of the soaring dragon palm last time. This time, I'll enjoy it thoroughly. He channeled his strength, and a massive golden phantom appeared behind him, throwing a powerful punch at the hail of energy blades. What kind of strange martial art is this? It carries such a divine air. Suppressing, Demon Divine Fist. First form, Punishment. The punch shattered dozens of energy blades in an instant. The old man scrambled to create a protective shield. 9-star shield. The defensive shield shattered under the weight of the punch. The old man coughed up blood and stumbled back a few steps. Elder Feng, the girl cried out, supporting him, inwardly shocked. This brat's strength is truly extraordinary. Knowing he couldn't hold on, the old man hurriedly ordered, Dragon King, quickly take the young miss and run. Run away. Watching the dragon prepare to take off, Su Ping commanded his Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon Beast. Dark Dragon Hound, dig her out. The Dark Dragon Hound roared savagely. The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, wearing a crazed smile. Little thief, the outcome isn't decided yet. I'm someone who can deal with any distraction. A jet-black mist radiated from the old man's body, enveloping the surrounding space, a secret technique of the Tang family. The black mist condensed into a bizarre silhouette, floating in midair. Soul-stealing absolute nether. The girl retreated in fear, muttering, Absolute nether is a forbidden art, forcefully seizing someone else's body at the cost of sacrificing one's own. It's a suicide move, only used when there's no way out. Has he really pushed Elder Feng to this point? The phantom created by the old man lunged toward Su Ping, roaring, I will take your life. From the opposite side, Su Ping's pets also charged to meet the challenge. Seeing this, the old man laughed maniacally. He 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 he. You think this kind of physical attack can stop me? Little thief, regret making an enemy of the Tang family. The old man declared cruelly, Even if this body is smashed to pieces, I will transform into a bone-eating monster and gnaw you to death. Your body will belong to me. But before he could even touch Su Ping, the old man's phantom collided with an invisible energy barrier, emitting a dry, snapping sound. Su Ping stood calmly, wearing a smirk. The old man was stunned, his phantom staggering backward. How? How could you possibly resist being possessed? Su Ping raised his hand, a glowing jade soul-suppressing bell hovering above his palm. A spiritual defense artifact? You lowly thief, I'm going to kill you. Just then, a giant dragon emerged from beneath the ground, its massive jaws slowly releasing the young lady from the Tang family. The girl screamed, What is happening? Is Master Feng's Dragon King trying to swallow me? Fallen Wing King, get me out of here. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light tore through the sky, blasting away all obstacles in its path. Su Ping stood with his arms crossed, his gaze cold as he looked at the girl. So, you finally decided to show yourself, miss? From the shadows, a giant humanoid monster with fallen wings appeared, carrying the Tang family girl on its shoulder. An information board flickered into view. Fallen Wing King, mid-level rank 9 combat strength. The white-haired girl glared at Su Ping, shouting arrogantly, Chukana, don't call me miss, you don't deserve to. Before she could finish, her expression shifted. Cold sweat broke out as she realized a terrifying truth. Why? Why can I no longer sense Master Feng's aura at all? Could it be? As her thoughts fractured, the brutal reality appeared before her eyes. Only Master Feng's severed legs remained, standing forlornly amidst the ruins. She was absolutely horrified. Even Master Feng, a mid-level rank 9 powerhouse, had been pushed to a dead end. She scrambled backward in haste, unleashing a defensive stance along with a brilliant pink energy field, trembling as she demanded, Who exactly are you? Why are you hunting down our Tang family? Responding to her panicked attitude, Su Ping merely stood with his arms crossed, his face devoid of emotion, and replied flatly, What about you guys? He gestured with his chin toward the two blood-soaked corpses of the mercenaries lying face down on the ground. Why did you kill them? Hearing this, the Tang family girl was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with confusion, as if she hadn't expected to be confronted with a question based on humanity. Quickly, she regained her arrogance, loudly justifying her cruelty. That's the law of the jungle, the big fish eats the small. It's just that simple. Do you mean to say that, in your eyes, our Tang family is just as lowly as those rank 8 beastmasters who are easily crushed? Su Ping's lips curled up, forming a mocking smile. He shrugged, admitting it casually. That's right. Right now, you're all just the next piece of meat on the chopping block, waiting to be butchered. As he finished, the little skeleton stood imposingly at the front, with its razor-sharp scythe, backed by the phantom of a giant human skull, radiating a sky-covering murderous aura. Sensing the impending danger, the fallen Wing King let out a deafening roar to protect its master. Gah! It frantically spread its massive fallen wings to wrap tightly around the girl. Hiding within the cover of those wings, she broke into a cold sweat, gritting her teeth in fear, silently thinking, even the fallen Wing King with its rank 9 bloodline is terrified? Why? Out of options, she had to lower her voice to compromise. Fine. What do you want? As long as you let me go, my family can grant any request you have. Su Ping rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowed cunningly. He tapped his fingers, signaling, If you want to beg for mercy, let me see some sincerity first. Go on. She gritted her teeth and snapped. What are you thinking? Before she could finish, a series of glowing energy claws ruthlessly shredded the defensive layer of the giant wings. Su Ping gave a cold, dismissive laugh. Stop playing dumb. I want you to unilaterally terminate your contract with the Fallen Wing King. Her eyes widened, and she muttered angrily, Cancel the contract? A Beastmaster will fall into a state of severe weakness for days after releasing a beast's contract. This brat is too cunning. With that thought, she immediately jumped down and approached Su Ping. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and glared at him. Fine. She pulled up the edge of her skirt, secretly activating the glowing pink-purple contract seal on her back, saying with forced resignation, I will break the contract. But it was just a spectacular deception. Seizing the moment of distraction, she roared, commanding her beasts to launch a full-force counterattack. Fallen Wing King, Moon-Howling Wolf, kill him. Such a pity. That kind of cheap trick doesn't work on the god of death. With a single heaven-cleaving strike, the little skeleton's blade shattered the protective energy shell and crushed the green wolf right in front of Su Ping. The ambush plan failed miserably. The Tang family miss gritted her teeth so hard it was audible. Her beautiful face twisted in extreme fury. Hateful. Su Ping shook his head in annoyance, slowly pulling a glowing spatial scroll from his pocket, sighing with a pretense of righteousness. I gave you a chance, but since you won't untie the knot yourself, I'll have to help you undo it with physical therapy. Following his command, the little skeleton turned into a deadly black shadow, swinging its death scythe to neatly and mercilessly slice through the massive body of the Fallen Wing King. Just as the Tang family master was still reeling from the blow, Su Ping darted forward, unfurling the scroll and shouting, as a pillar of brilliant golden light descended, sucking in the girl as she cried out in panic. What? Despite her struggle and cursing, the invisible suction from the spatial artifact ruthlessly dragged her off into the sky. A few seconds later, she was dumped onto an unfamiliar, lush green field. She looked around, her eyes wide with shock. Is this a spatial artifact? Suddenly, Su Ping's giant, glowing face appeared, covering the entire sky. He looked down with curiosity. Huh. So this is what it looks like inside the scroll. The girl sat on the ground, looking up at her enemy with helpless resignation. Why didn't you just kill me? The godlike Su Ping smiled calmly, a golden dragon seal glowing on his forehead. Of course, you can die if you want to, but that'll have to wait until I've squeezed every bit of value out of you. That exploitative threat didn't even reach her ears, because her eyes were completely fixated on the dazzling dragon seal on Su Ping's forehead. Her mouth hung open in absolute shock. That's the inheritor's candidate seal on your forehead. Everything connected into a grim scenario. She collapsed onto the grass, clutching her head and laughing hysterically in utter shame and bitterness. So the one who cleared the 9th floor that day was actually you. Ha, ha, ha. From the sky, Su Ping's giant face looked down, frowning. Is there something funny? He even wondered to himself, is my face really that ugly? The Tang family girl looked up, glaring at Su Ping with contempt. She laughed coldly. It seems your death is approaching, and you don't even know it. Being on the verge of death at the hands of the only legendary rank powerhouse in all of Asia, I should feel honored, Su Ping said impatiently. Quit playing games, tell me what you know. She turned her nose up. I'm dying anyway. Why should I tell you anything? A sinister smile suddenly spread across the giant face in the sky. Someone whose every weakness I hold in my hand dares to threaten me? If you don't talk, I won't just give you a painful death. I'll make sure your art portfolio is sent all around the world. Why don't you guess who will be more panicked then? Her face flushed red as she sputtered in anger. How? How could you be so vile? Su Ping didn't care, his tone filled with menace. You pushed me to this. You going to talk now? Cornered, she gritted her teeth and spilled the truth. The one who wants you hunted down is Yuan Tianshen, a legendary rank beastmaster. He's already designated the Dragonbone Tower's inheritance to his granddaughter, so he's eliminating anyone capable of snatching it away. Su Ping looked surprised. Aren't your 4 great clans interested in that tower too? Aren't you afraid of being dealt with by him? She sneered. Don't kid yourself. You think anyone who wants to can just clear the 9th floor of the Dragonbone Tower? Besides, we all promised Master Yuan that even if we were lucky enough to clear it, we would voluntarily forfeit our right to the inheritance. Otherwise, we'd face total annihilation. Su Ping stood outside, holding the glowing scroll, muttering to himself, I see. So this whole secret realm is actually in the palm of Master Yuan's hand. What was the vice principal saying again? The federal government sealed off the inner area for security reasons, and only developed the outer region for a limited time. It was all just an excuse for Yuan Tianxian to monopolize this secret realm. He turned back and ordered the Purgatory Dragon Beast standing by the corpses of the Tang family members. Purgatory Dragon Beast. Burn them to ashes. Humph. The all-powerful four great clans are just like any other pioneers, just dogs of their master, picking up scraps. The flames erupted violently. Su Ping stood staring into the fire, deep in thought. Even though he had defeated king-rank beasts before, that was only thanks to countless resurrections and trial and error. This time, he was facing a legendary rank opponent, one he'd never encountered before. It couldn't be taken lightly. His eyes flashed with determination. Even though no one was betting on him to unlock the Dragonbone Tower, it was only a matter of time before that old man Yuan Tianxian came investigating. The most urgent task now was to find a way to upgrade the pet shop to level 3, at least enough to protect his mom and sister. He couldn't let them become a weakness for others to use against him. As soon as he returned to his store, Su Ping was overwhelmed by the scene before him. His small shop was now surrounded by a sea of people, packed so tight there wasn't an inch of space left. A loud cheer erupted from the crowd. "Boss Su is back!" Immediately, the crowd scrambled, reaching out toward him as if they had struck gold. "Boss, I've missed you to death. Please train my pets." Another person shouted from nearby. "I want to train 5. The person next to them wouldn't back down. "I want 7. Su Ping broke out into a cold sweat, feeling a bit dizzy from this mania. He hurriedly raised his hands to calm the crowd with a forced smile. All right. Everyone line up. There's enough for everyone." Everything seemed to be okay for now. He glanced quickly at the system interface. A notification popped up. Shop revenue converted to energy. Remaining energy, 11.35 points. Su Ping sat down to calculate. The store's current daily revenue was about 10,000 energy points, so accumulating enough to upgrade would probably take 10 days. As he thought, he tapped on his smartphone. Might as well find a broker to buy land in the meantime. A virtual interface appeared before his eyes. The Pioneer Network. This was an organization that specialized in providing custom services for pioneers. Basically, as long as you had the money, any pioneer's need from supercars to beauties and fine wine could be met with a single click. Su Ping didn't hesitate and called customer service. A 3D hologram of a beautiful clerk appeared. "Hello, valued customer. How can I help you today?" He went straight to the point. "I want to expand my store and need to buy land in the surrounding area." The clerk gave a professional smile. "Of course. I have confirmed your store's address. May I ask how much land you are looking to purchase?" Su Ping replied concisely. 3,000 square meters. After a few seconds of calculation, the girl gave him a quote. "Based on the prices in your area, you'll need to pay a deposit of about 200 million credits. The remaining 100 million can be paid upon the handover of the land." Su Ping was stunned, almost jumping out of his seat. 300 million? Since when did the price double? The clerk patiently explained. "Sir, because the Global Elite Tournament is starting soon, the costs for all pet training shops have skyrocketed, and related real estate is harder to acquire than usual." Su Ping clicked his tongue, thinking, "Damn, this is unlucky." Just then, a thought flashed through his mind. "That's right, I still have that blood flame scale dragon." He looked up and asked, "How much can a top-tier rank 9 beast sell for?" This time, it was the clerk's turn to be shocked. "A top-tier rank 9? Please wait a moment, sir." She quickly looked up the information. The market price for a top-tier rank 9 beast pet is about 400 million credits. The price for a wild beast is much lower. However, a live beast of this caliber is extremely rare, and your blood flame scale dragon is one of a kind in the city. There is an organization already willing to pay 250 million credits. Are you sure you want to sell it now? If you list it online for a while, the price might even go up." Su Ping said decisively, "I'm sure. Sell it now. Just use the proceeds from the pet sale for the deposit." The girl immediately replied, "Yes, sir. We will arrange the handover process for you right away." Hanging up, Su Ping breathed a sigh of relief. 250 million plus the 60 million he already had was just enough. "I need to take these next few days to boost my strength." He turned and asked the system, "Is there any training ground harder than the Dragon King's inheritance?" The system interface displayed 2 brand new options. God-tier training ground, High God Realm requires 10,000 energy points, and Demigod Training Ground. Demigod Earth requires 1,000 energy points. Su Ping was startled that the High God Realm Training Ground cost 10,000, but he quickly dismissed it. "My newbie protection period is over. Every resurrection costs 10% of my entry fee. I can't afford that kind of burning right now." Su's gaze rested on the second option. Fortunately, this demigod fallen land still retained a trace of divinity. To advance his Golden Crow divine demon body to the second level, he needed the heart of a God-Salt Extreme Flame Beast as a material. Since the beast was a dual-attribute Godfire pet, he might just be able to find one in this cultivation ground. Thinking of this, Su's eyes flashed with determination. If he could successfully cultivate his Golden Crow divine demon body to the second level, his physical defense would reach the 9th rank level, and his survival capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Without further hesitation, he plunged in. The scenery shifted, and Su was transported to a desolate yet strangely beautiful land, the demigod fallen land. He walked across the tall, dragon grass field, filled with questions. This place is totally different from the previous cultivation zones. It feels more like a wild, primitive world compared to civilized society. Could all of this have been built by gods? Just then, a system notification popped up. Host has arrived at the Divine Realm Plane. Would you like to purchase the Divine Language Translation function? Cost: 500 energy points. Su was pleasantly surprised. A translation service? Even on the first try? As expected, this place is worlds apart from the chaotic undead realm and the Thundercloud Sea. This is great. If I can communicate, I can avoid a lot of meaningless deaths during my exploration. He immediately chose to purchase the Divine Language Translation function. Installing, please wait. At that same moment, a clear, melodic voice, singing in a strange language, drifted over from a nearby stream. Su listened, bewildered. Divine Language Translation installed. Now the host can communicate normally with the Divine Clan. Instantly, the melodic singing was translated into, "La la. Hey, you." Su fell backward, his face changing color. Damn it, this is hardly the time for this kind of communication. Sensing his presence, the creature singing suddenly stopped. Where is that energy fluctuation coming from? A bug? She turned around, her cold eyes firing a sharp, crescent-shaped beam of energy straight at Su. How annoying. Just die. Reacting in a split second, Su roared. His little skeleton and purgatory dragon beast, his two loyal battle pets, immediately appeared, unleashing their most powerful attacks, high-level sword technique and purgatory dragon flame. Yet, the crescent energy wave easily sliced through both their attacks. The purgatory dragon beast was torn apart and vanished. Purgatory dragon beast defeated. Su narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. So strong. But my little skeleton isn't a pushover either. Undead love fruit effect activated. Immune to one fatal blow. The devastating energy beam pierced right through the little skeleton's chest, but thanks to the artifact, it miraculously survived. Without a second thought, the little skeleton tossed the bone blade in its hand to deflect the next blow. Su hurriedly revived the purgatory dragon beast, but he kept calculating internally. He didn't have much energy left for resurrections. He had to avoid a prolonged battle. He immediately raised his hands, trying to explain, "I have no ill intentions. Just listen to me for a second." Unexpectedly, the female deity landed gently, her tone strangely calm. "You don't need to explain. I know you were teleported here from another world." Su was stunned. "Huh?" He pointed at his own face, looking completely confused. "How do you know I was teleported from another world?" She looked him up and down with contempt. "With your small stature and features so similar to ours, what else could you be but a low-born human? This is the territory of the Divine Clan, shrouded in supreme power. If you didn't rely on external power to teleport here, how else could you have gotten in?" Su was still beyond surprised. "I am a human, sure, but aren't you even a little surprised? Are you from some backward colony planet, you country bumpkin? You don't even know who the Divine Clan is? Interbreeding between the Divine Clan and humans is no longer a rare thing." Su was taken aback, then burst into a laugh. "Haha, so that's how it is. I never expected humanity to have spread so far across the universe, even establishing ties with the Divine Clan." He rubbed his chin in thought. "But why have I never heard of this on Blue Star?" While Su was lost in thought, the female deity was secretly observing him. This country bumpkin only has apprentice-level strength, yet he can command void state pets and revive that dragon so casually. The strangest thing is that in his bloodline, there is a trace of energy I can't identify, yet it makes one feel afraid. Could it be he isn't human, or is there some high-level existence backing him? After a moment of contemplation, she decided to stop beating around the bush. She drew a blade of light, her aura changing completely. "Enough with the pleasantries. What business do you have in the central divine land?" Gorgeous wings of light unfolded behind her back, and she took to the air, her eyes sharp as blades as she stared down at Su. An overwhelming pressure radiated from her. "Who is your backer? Speak, or suffer the consequences." Su looked bewildered again. Wait, you said Central Divine Land. Isn't this place called the Demigod Fallen Land? As soon as he said that, a flash of cold, murderous intent flickered in the female deity's eyes. A brilliant beam of light shot straight at Su, piercing his chest in an instant. He only had time to gasp in surprise. Host has died. After reviving, Su was still reeling from the shock. Ugh, that look she gave me. Did mentioning the demigod fallen land touch a nerve? He shook his head and decided to drop it. Whatever. The purpose of this trip is to boost my strength. I won't tangle with her for now. I need to save time and check out other areas. He clicked the random revive button, deducting 500 energy points. The scenery shifted, and Su appeared in the middle of a vast desert. Energy remaining, 5,035 points. The moment his feet touched the ground, he felt something was wrong. The feeling underfoot was abnormal. Suddenly, a series of giant, razor-sharp fangs erupted from beneath the sand. The entire desert region suddenly transformed into the massive maw of a monster. Closing in on Su, the monster roared, a powerful suction force dragging Su toward it. Trying to eat me? Demon-suppressing divine fist. Su gathered all his strength, throwing a golden punch straight into the creature's throat. The monster shrieked in pain, its massive body erupting from the sand. Su landed, frowning at the injured beast. It only broke a few teeth? He quickly used his appraisal skill. Species, Scout Zerg. Attribute, Starry Sky Zerg. Combat level, upper rank, 9th grade. Talent, poor. Skills. He couldn't help but sigh. Just a measly scout has upper rank 9th grade combat power. The Divine Clan's territory truly lives up to its reputation. He didn't dare underestimate it and immediately summoned all his battle pets. Little Skeleton, well, it really lives up to its reputation as the territory of the god race. Not daring to underestimate them, he immediately summons all his battle pets. Little Skeleton, Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, Dark Dragon Hound. Let's move. With murderous intent erupting, the three pets charge into battle. The Dark Dragon Hound casts a protective barrier for the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. The Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast wraps its Purgatory Dragon Flame around Little Skeleton's blade, taking the lead as the vanguard. Dragon Mountain Crash. The massive dragon uses its body to slam hard into the monster's head. Little Skeleton, now's your chance. Purgatory Dragon Flame Slash. Little Skeleton leaps up, swinging a flaming blade that carves deep into the monster's wound, causing it to let out a miserable shriek. Su Ping yells, "It's not enough!" Little Skeleton, Dark Dragon Hound, press the attack, go for its eyes. Suddenly, a Scout Zerg lunges forward, its eyes flashing with a strange light. Petrification Gaze. Little Skeleton is turned to stone instantly. A tearing sound rips through the space. The stone-encased Dark Dragon Hound is instantly swallowed by the monster's massive jaws. The system emotionlessly announces, "Dark Dragon Hound has died." At the same time, Little Skeleton is bitten, but a magical purple mist suddenly envelops it. Another system notification. Undead Spirit Fruit Effect triggered. Blocked one fatal blow. The corner of Su Ping's mouth curls into a smug, calculating smile. Inside the cultivation grounds, once Little Skeleton respawns, the undead spirit fruit resets to an unused state. Getting a free pass every time it respawns, this is insane. No sooner said than done, he waves his hand to summon the Dark Dragon Hound back right next to the monster. The Dark Dragon Hound respawns on the spot. Little Skeleton, don't give it a chance to catch its breath. Little Skeleton immediately swings its blade, stabbing straight into the monster's eye. Seizing the golden opportunity, Su Ping roars, commanding the dragon soaring above. While it's down, take it out. Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, keep burning it. Not just standing by, Su Ping takes action himself. He stomps off, leaping into the air, his flaming fist smashing straight down onto the top of the Purgatory Weed Monster's head. Under the rain of destructive attacks, the giant star-level Zerg's body shatters, exploding into countless pieces that rain down onto the sand. The battle ends. The Dark Dragon Hound cautiously steps over the monster's pool of black blood, sniffing around until it catches a scent. The black dog happily trots over with a brilliant golden crystal in its mouth to bring to its master. Su Ping takes it, raises an eyebrow, and calls up the system. A system window appears. This is a God Star crystal, generated after a star-level Zerg consumes, a member of the god race. It contains dense divinity. After a star pet consumes it, it can undergo God-Beast transformation. Su Ping's eyes light up. God-Beast transformation? Can you explain that in more detail? The notification window continues. After a star pet undergoes God-Beast transformation, its lifespan, physique, and comprehension will be directly maximized. Furthermore, it gains an ability to suppress demon-type, undead-type pets, and gains a chance to master divine transformation skills. Seeing the line that the power of a divine transformation skill is 5 to 10 times that of a normal skill, Su Ping gasps. It's that much stronger than regular skills? He pats the Dark Dragon Hound's head, smiles, and tosses the crystal to it. Not bad. Another path to increase our strength. You found this crystal, so consider it your reward. The Dark Dragon Hound crunches the crystal, its face flushed with joy. Standing nearby, Little Skeleton furtively brings a bony finger to its mouth, looking envious. Su Ping is speechless and scolds it. Little Skeleton, you're of the noble Skeleton King lineage. Try to keep up your image. He then jerks his chin toward the giant dragon that is pretending to look away. Learn from the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. It doesn't even care about a little bit of crystal, despite the fact that the dragon is actually sweating bullets from jealousy. Suddenly, the Dark Dragon Hound tilts its head and lets out a long howl. Its entire body radiates a brilliant halo. The status panel updates. Dark Dragon Hound Semigod Beast Form. Divinity Value, 1100. Seeing this, Su Ping strokes his chin thoughtfully while looking at the data. The dashboard data hasn't changed much. There's just an extra column for divinity value. It seems like I need to keep accumulating to fully reach the God Beast form. Alright, let's go find more bugs to kill. Before he could take a step, a desperate scream echoed from afar. Is anyone there? Help me. Su Ping and his two pets rushed to the edge of the cliff to look down. Human voices from below. At the bottom of the ravine, a burly man and a pointed-eared youth are desperately fighting off the jaws of the star-level Zergs. The youth is wailing, "Help me!" Aha! Su Ping is surprised. Those two are from the God race? The youth's face is covered in mud, tears streaming down as he begs for his life. Identification window scans. Godwind 5th Squad, intern member, apprentice level. The youth raises his hand, casting a weak light shield to block the monster's foul-smelling maw, screaming, "Don't eat me!" Suddenly, a giant flaming fist descends from the sky, slamming straight into the Zerg's face and causing it to explode. The youth looks up in a daze. Amidst the swirling dust, Su Ping heroically rides on the back of the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast as they descend. The burly man's eyes widen as he gasps in shock. It's a human warrior. Without hesitation, Su Ping pulls up on the reins, and the dragon opens its mouth to roar, threatening the bugs all around. The two quickly scramble to grab onto the dragon's legs. Su Ping yells, "Hold on tight!" The Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast flaps its wings and soars into the high sky, leaving the Zergs below the ravine roaring in helpless frustration. Hovering above the clouds, the youth breathes a sigh of relief and wipes away his sweat. Many thanks to the warrior for coming to our aid. Su Ping replies flatly, "Don't get the wrong idea. Saving you guys was just because I wanted to learn about the background of this place. What do you do for a living? Why are you stuck in a place this dangerous?" The burly man, still dangling from the dragon's leg, grits his teeth and explains, "The star-level Zergs keep invading our territory through those space-time rifts. We're the cleanup crew for this hive. Our team just got wiped out by a bunch of high-level bugs. The two of us were just stuck here fighting for our lives." Looking down at a massive, jagged hole in the ground, Su Ping asked, "So, you two are the ones cleaning up these bug rifts?" The muscular guy nodded and retorted, "Yeah, what about you? What's a human doing all the way out here?" Su Ping nonchalantly put his hands on his hips. "Nothing special, just passing through. So it turns out our planet isn't the only one with space rifts. But the God race has it worse. They keep running into these hyper-aggressive bugs." "Curious," he asked. "Don't you guys have wings? If you can't beat these bugs, why not just fly away? That doesn't seem right. At your level, you should be able to fly by now." Hearing that, the muscular guy's face turned bright red as he shouted back to defend his pride. "You're insulting the divine wings by suggesting we run. Giving our lives to wipe out these bugs is the greatest honor for a warrior of the God race." The teenager beside him let out a weary sigh. 2. The entire God realm only has a few dozen pure-blooded gods who actually possess divine wings. Plus, we demigods cultivate entirely different techniques than you. It's not like we can just fly whenever we want. That sentence struck Su Ping like a bolt of lightning. He remembered that cold, six-winged goddess who sliced him to pieces earlier. The divine wings he happened to see earlier belonged to such a rare, pure-blooded god. He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes suddenly becoming dangerously calculating. No wonder there was such a massive power gap between her and these two demigods. If I could turn her into a pet, her potential would probably far exceed Little Skeleton's. Man, I really want to raise a badass pet like that. Stop having crazy dreams? A god as a pet? Su Ping turned to the most important question. Do you guys know anything about the demigod fallen grounds? The teenager blinked and shook his head. What's that? We've grown up in these border god lands our whole lives. We've never heard of any demigod fallen grounds. The muscular guy chimed in, lost in thought. Though, in our god realm, there is a legend about the supreme god realm. You want to hear it, warrior? The teenager curled his lip in mockery. Here we go again. Only fools believe the supreme god realm exists. All that talk about a place where pure-blooded gods are born, where one day of cultivation equals a year elsewhere. It's just a fantasy for the weak. Su Ping's heart hammered at the mention of the name. A map worth 10,000 energy points for the supreme god realm immediately appeared in the system's interface in his mind. The legendary supreme god realm? Why did their tone make it sound like it was lost forever? The teenager looked up at the gloomy sky, his eyes filled with distant longing. But for years, the pure-blooded gods in the central godlands have been desperate to find the supreme god realm just to wipe out the insect race once and for all. If only I could cultivate there, even for just a moment. The muscular guy frowned and spat at reality. Yeah, it's been years. Have they found it? Is there even a shred of evidence? Instead of pinning our hopes on this vague, empty dream, we should focus on honing our own combat skills. Before he could finish, a barrage of deadly purple light suddenly shot out from the void, slamming into the side of the Inferno Dragon Beast. Both man and beast went into a freefall, crashing into the dusty ground as the three of them tumbled about. Oh man! The teenager turned around in a panic, his face drained of all color. It's them! The muscular guy gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. They're still chasing us! The sky suddenly darkened, and a deafening roar echoed, accompanied by the appearance of a massive bug monster with sharp, glowing horns, followed by an entire swarm of vicious bugs sweeping in. A bright red notification panel appeared. Bug Centurion. Despair washed over the two demigods. The teenager collapsed, clutching his head and sobbing. There's no end to these bugs. We're going to die here. Facing the wall of monsters, the corners of Su Ping's mouth curled into a familiar smile. Energy points. Here I come. The muscular guy erupted with fighting spirit, lighting up the flaming spear in his hand with a tragic look on his face. You two, get out of here. My moment of glory has arrived. Su Ping smiled calculatingly to himself. This god race warrior is actually pretty righteous, but their energy points have already been marked by me. A space portal opened, and the Inferno Dragon Beast and Dark Dragon Hound lunged out with majestic force, blocking the bug swarm. Su Ping turned back, lazily throwing out a goad to provoke the two demigods. You guys haven't seen the Supreme God realm yet, right? You wouldn't be content dying like this, would you? The muscular guy's eyes widened, his heroic facade vanishing instantly, replaced by sheer terror. What is this? This human apprentice-level warrior. Su Ping's entire body suddenly erupted in flames, his domineering aura so suffocating it stifled the very space around them. The muscular guy gulped, his attitude flipping faster than a pancake. He's actually emitting an aura that surpasses mine. I never expected a human to be such a hero. I'll leave it to you. Then, saying that, the muscular guy and the teenager took off running without looking back, leaving only a fading voice in the dust. Stay safe, warrior. That left Su Ping and his pets to face the giant centurion monster alone. Su Ping couldn't care less about the two fugitives. He looked up at the swarms of bugs blocking the sky, a thrilled grin spreading across his face. Seeing bugs appear in swarms like this, it actually brings back memories. His heart began to race, his blood boiling in his veins. The feeling of imminent death pushed every ounce of potential in his body to the brink of explosion. He screamed in his heart, "This feeling, where death forces my potential to the limit. This is exactly what I wanted." Su Ping lowered his center of gravity, concentrating all his most powerful firepower into his two fists. Without a hint of fear, he launched himself into the air like a flaming arrow, meeting the giant, razor-sharp scythes of the bug swarm head-on. A cataclysmic battle erupted. Su Ping, the little skeleton, the Inferno Dragon Beast, and the Dark Dragon Hound charged in, fighting to their heart's content. In the blink of an eye, the battle was decided. Su Ping lay in the system's space, gasping for breath, exhausted. Huff, huff. The cold system interface appeared with a cruel number, 535 energy points remaining. After hitting the ground and activating his revival, Su Ping wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, muttering grimly, "Only enough energy for one last revival? I didn't think that Centurion Bug would be so tough. I've fought it 9 times already and still couldn't take it down." In the distance, the giant beast roars, flailing its razor-sharp, thorn-covered limbs. Despite being covered in deep, purple bleeding gashes, it still stands tall and unyielding. Su Ping shakes his head, sighing. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it is to challenge and kill someone above your rank. However, when he looks at his glowing storage space filled with sparkling divine crystals, his expression softens. He consoles himself, at least he managed to swipe quite a few divine crystals on the way out. This run wasn't a total loss. The exploration time is almost up, and there's no point in continuing to risk his life against that thing. The harvest rate is just too low, to put it bluntly. He can't win. He taps the system interface and decisively presses the random revive button. He might as well go explore somewhere else. As the teleportation light fades, a sweet, coquettish female voice whispers in his ear. Who's the best little kitten in the whole world? The arrogant and majestic six-winged goddess, who had just impaled him with her spear moments ago, is now wearing thin sleepwear, pressing her face into the snow-white fur of a giant white tiger on a massive bed, giggling like a young girl. My little kitten, you were born to be eaten by me, right? He he he. Amidst the air thick with perfume and intimacy, Su Ping's figure suddenly materializes right in the middle of her royal bedroom. The space freezes instantly. The goddess snaps her head up, the tiger's eyes widen, both of them freeze, staring intensely at that annoying human who just dropped out of the sky. Su Ping breaks into a cold sweat, his mouth twitching as he awkwardly waves his hand. Hi? What a coincidence, huh? The tranquil atmosphere shatters. The goddess's face flushes with a mix of extreme shame and fury, veins pulsing in her eyes. She raises her hand, and a blinding spear of light instantly manifests. You despicable human! Her wings of light unfurl majestically, filling the entire room as she steps off the bed, pointing the spear directly at Su Ping's face. You keep following me. Over and over again. What exactly are you after? With the spear tip pressing against his throat, Su Ping gulps. This random revive spot is way too unlucky. He doesn't even have time to summon the little skeleton. He raises both hands in surrender, using his most sincere tone to explain, it's really just a misunderstanding. I'm not even close to being your match. What could I possibly want? She narrows her eyes, murderous intent radiating off her as she says coldly, not my match? Then why? You who had both your soul and body torn apart by my heavenly spear, have you appeared before me once again, completely unscathed? If you dare to speak even one deceptive word, I will cast you into the 10,000 crimes divine prison, where you will taste the agony of wishing for death, but being denied it. Beads of sweat roll down Su Ping's forehead. Relying on revivals to fight head-on right now is impossible. He has to outsmart her. Suddenly, he recalls the conversation with the two demi-humans from earlier. He steadies himself, looks the goddess straight in the eyes, and speaks slowly. I know the way to the Supreme Divine Realm. At the mention of the Supreme Divine Realm, the goddess's pupils constrict, and her whole body trembles. Memories of a holy place filled with countless angels flit through her mind. She gasps, You speak of the Supreme Divine Realm? The place all divine tribes dream of returning to? If it weren't for the loss of the Supreme Divine Realm's power, we would have wiped out those Zerg long ago. She lunges forward, pressing her beautiful yet cold face close to Su Ping's. But even after the whole nation searched for years, there was no trace. A human like you, how could you possibly know the way? Without proof, how do you expect to go? Regaining the composure of someone with a system, Su Ping smirks devilishly. He uses two fingers to slowly push the razor-sharp spear tip away from his throat and replies nonchalantly, You don't need to worry about how I get there. You only need to know that I can freely come and go from the central divine land and that you cannot kill me. Those two facts are enough to prove I have the ability. Seeing her standing frozen, Su Ping lowers his hand slightly, secretly smug. She's wavering, sensing the moment is ripe. Su Ping decides to stoke the fire one last time. He pretends to turn and walk away, his tone indifferent. I'm leaving soon. You guys can keep searching for the Supreme Divine Realm slowly. Tell me, what do you want? Power, wealth, or territory? The goddess's voice finally rings out, carrying a hint of urgency. Su Ping smirks. She's hooked. He turns back with a serious look. Obviously power. Without strength, even if you have all the wealth and territory in the world, you're just fish on a chopping block for others to carve up. She doesn't say another word, simply tossing an ancient book at him. Golden light surrounds the book, giving it an aura of mystery and majesty. She says, No problem. Su Ping takes it curiously. She explains, This is a human cultivation technique adapted from Supreme Divine Arts and Divine Origin Arts. Once you learn it, it can permanently increase your research speed for all skills and spells. Su Ping's eyes light up. In other words, this thing helps speed up leveling up? That's amazing. What an unexpected gain. He eagerly opens the book, but the moment he flips the first page, a blue light erupts from the book, forming a barrier that pushes Su Ping's hand away. He exclaims in surprise. A protective shield? The goddess smiles enigmatically, wiggling her finger. Wait until I enter the Supreme Divine Realm, and I will naturally help you open it. Su Ping frowns, but then smiles back in a friendly manner. Fair enough, but before we reach the Supreme Divine Realm, to prevent you from getting lost in the space-time currents, I need to draw a coordinate positioning talisman on your forehead. That's okay, right? She floats in the air, looking down at him haughtily. Naturally. Su Ping looks up, awkwardly scratching his cheek. I'm not tall enough. Could you please lower yourself a bit? She smiles seductively, gently descending and squatting before him, revealing her long, stunning legs and a deadly, seductive figure. She rests her chin on her hand, her eyes provocative. Draw it then. Su Ping raises his hand, and a bewitching red energy coats his palm. A wicked smile curls on his lips. He cheers inwardly. Success. System. Can I use a pet contract to control her? You can. Before this system, all things are mere pets, and a goddess is no exception. A glowing red contract seal slowly appears on the goddess's delicate forehead. Her entire body is suddenly enveloped in red light. She snaps, her eyes open, her gaze sharp. This is a human pet enslavement contract. Humph, I really did underestimate you. At that moment, she also raises two fingers, and a pure, white divine energy flows backward into the seal on her forehead. Watch me reverse this spell. Using his own trick against him, the contract is completed. As Su Ping finishes speaking, red chains erupt from the seal. I lunged to bind the goddess, but she let out a scream immediately, triggering a contract reversal. The red chains instantly turned gold, snapping back to bind Su Ping instead. I watched in horror as the chains tightened around me. You can actually reverse a contract like this? The goddess sneered, her eyes filled with mockery. Once you become my pet, you'll regret everything and spill all your secrets, you brat. Just as the chains were about to touch Su Ping, his body suddenly turned to stone. The goddess froze, time had stopped. The golden chains shattered into pieces, and the surrounding space sank into endless darkness. Only she and a cloaked figure stood tall in the void. Behind that figure, countless giant eyes slowly opened, staring at her with cold, emotionless gazes. She trembled. What even is that? She was completely paralyzed. Instantly, a wave of pressure slammed down, and the goddess collapsed on the spot. What? The terrifying pressure from those eyes. I can't move. Just one look, and it suppressed a goddess like me? Is this the power hidden in that human's bloodline? No, that can't be right. This must be an existence from a higher dimension. Suddenly, space returned to normal, and time began to flow again. Seeing the goddess lying unconscious on the red carpet, Su Ping stood there, drenched in sweat, completely clueless about what had just happened. What just happened? I was clearly about to have the contract reversed on me, so how did she end up suppressed in the blink of an eye? A flash of realization crossed his mind. He hesitantly called out, "System?" The system chimed in. I didn't lift a finger. It was just that the goddess's power encroached on the defensive barrier I set up, and she suffered the backlash. Su Ping's jaw dropped in shock. That backlash is brutal. He scratched his head and asked, "The beast taming contract doesn't seem to work on her. Is there any other way to subdue her?" An ancient parchment scroll appeared before Su Ping. For targets with high intelligence, you can sign an employment contract and hire them as store staff. He was surprised. He only intended to control her, never expecting he could actually hire her as an employee. Interesting. The goddess had woken up by now, and seeing Su Ping holding out a scroll, she backed away cautiously. Su Ping coughed to clear his throat. He said with a serious face, "Ahem. That was just a test earlier. Congratulations, you've qualified." He opened the scroll, which was filled with dense clauses. "This is the official employment contract. Read through it." She looked at him suspiciously. "Employee contract?" The scroll clearly stated, "Temporary employee contract for the ancient chaotic pet store. Clause 1. Protect the store owner's safety and follow the store owner's orders. Clause 2. Uphold the store's reputation. Clause 3. Never miss any opportunity to upgrade pets. Perks for outstanding employees include a 7-day trip to any dimension. Contract duration: 1 year. Su Ping pointed to the perks section and laughed. "See? Outstanding employees get to enjoy a 7-day vacation to any dimension. I'm not lying to you." She sensed a trace of heavenly Tao laws radiating from the scroll and thought to herself, "This thing really does emit the aura of heavenly Tao laws. Once signed, both sides will be bound by the laws and absolutely cannot resist." The goddess Joanna pressed her hands against the ground, her face filled with resentment, frustration, and indignation. I I actually have to take orders from a lowly being like you for a whole year? Su Ping shrugged, holding the contract scroll, turning as if he were about to leave, and threatened nonchalantly, "If you don't sign, I'm leaving. You won't find another shop like this." She gritted her teeth, her inner turmoil intense. This human is cunning and manipulative. Not a single word of his can be trusted, but the power backing him really does seem capable of keeping that promise. Thinking of the future of the entire god race, she decided to take a gamble. For the future of the god race, I'm willing to try this once. If you dare to break your word, I swear I'll make you pay 1,000 times over. With those words, her delicate finger swept across the scroll, leaving behind a glowing signature. Joanna. As soon as the contract was signed, a system information panel instantly appeared before Su Ping. Name, Joanna. Attribute, pure-blooded god. Rank, order god. Combat power, Star Lord Realm. Employee rating, 100 points. Reaching 200 points earns the title of Outstanding Employee. Falling below 60 points leads to the forfeiture of everything and conversion into a pet. Reading these data points, Su Ping muttered in amazement. I can see other people's ratings? Is this the privilege of the store owner? Order God? Star Lord Realm? What kind of level is that? The system coldly displayed an explanation. On the blue planet, the three realms of Ocean State, Void State, and Fate State are usually grouped as the legendary rank. Beyond these three, there are two major realms, the Star-Lord realm. In short, they are powerful beings capable of conquering an entire star system in the universe. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Su Ping gasped in terror. Damn, she's that strong? No wonder the pet contract didn't do anything to her. It turns out the level gap was just too huge. But to think, the system easily suppressed a Star-Lord realm expert just through backlash. The terrifying depth of this power. Just what is the background of this system? Just as Su Ping was feeling dazed, the system panel popped up another glowing line with a teasing emoji. Humph. Finally realized you need to rely on me. You brat. The connection to the demigod's fallen land is ending. Initiating return. Su Ping's mouth twitched, speechless. Since when did this system learn to make faces? As the teleportation light faded, both of them returned to the pet store. Joanna looked around the strange room, bewildered. Is this your territory? But instead of a majestic six-winged goddess, what met Su Ping's eyes was a tiny, blonde, lowly-sized girl. He pointed, stunned. Technically, yes, but you're only 4 feet tall. The little girl put her hands on her hips, lifted her chin, and replied with an old-fashioned tone. My true form is inconvenient to use in your world. Do you have a problem with that? Su Ping scratched his cheek awkwardly. No, I was just wondering why you're a little girl. In our world, child labor is against the law. Lowly Joanna shot him a sharp glare. You don't need to worry about that. I've lived for over 10,000 years, helpless against the logic of this child god. Su Ping waved his hand and sighed. Fine, whatever. Get ready. We're about to open for business. Hearing the word customers, Joanna frowned. Customers? Her big, round eyes glanced toward the door, as if sensing something unusual. At the same time, the silhouettes of a few mysterious figures in black appeared, lurking outside the closed store. Inside, Su Ping suddenly felt a sense of unease, and a cold sweat broke out. Meanwhile, several mysterious figures in black lurked outside the shop's locked doors. Inside, Su Ping felt a sudden, ominous chill, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He muttered, Could it be people from the Yuan Heavenly God faction? Are they this fast? He gritted his teeth and frowned, staring intensely at the communicator on his wrist. Damn it. I thought I could hold out until the shop upgrade was finished, but it seems I underestimated the speed at which a legend rank operates. He dialed a number, thinking anxiously. Things have come to this. The only choice is to bring Mom and Su Lingyue here first, even though having them around will be a bit troublesome when I go into the cultivation realms. There's no other way. The video call connected, but the person who appeared was a strange man wearing sunglasses, grinning maliciously. Su Ping was stunned and shouted, Who are you? The man slowly read off information as if to threaten him. Su Ping, a commoner who awakened as a battle pet warrior, a senior instructor at the Fengshan Academy, and owner of the Pixie Pet Store, correct? Realizing the background behind the man was his own shop, Su Ping's face darkened. He clenched his fists and asked coldly, What do you want? The screen shifted to show his mother, Li Qingru, and his sister, Su Lingyue, sitting with their heads bowed, completely unconscious on the floor. Rage exploded within him. Su Ping shouted through the screen, You're not just some ordinary kidnappers, are you? The man maintained a smug smile and replied nonchalantly, Smart. Master Yuan wants to see you. As long as you show yourself, we have no reason to make things difficult for them. Trying to suppress his anger, Su Ping told himself to stay calm. Their target is me. He took a deep breath and demanded, his voice hardening, I'm at my shop. If you want to meet me, come here, but you have to bring them with you. I want to see them first. The man nodded at Dong Mingsong's request. Fine. He hung up abruptly, muttering with a look of disdain. So what if he meets us? Do you really think you can escape from a legend rank like Master Yuan? He looked at Dong Mingsong, looking clever, and respectfully reported to his master, Master Yuan, Su Ping's location has been sent to you. Elsewhere, a majestic old man with long silver hair and a beard spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. Very good. I came here to see who exactly dared to meddle with the inheritance of Longtai Mountain. Immediately after, a powerful army of hooded figures glided across the clouds above the city. Commoners below pointed in shock. Look, they're flying in the sky. Those must be titled rank powerhouses. People in every alleyway whispered in a panic. My God, why are so many powerful people in this lower-class district? What on earth is going on? The army of powerhouses landed in the bustling street. The old man from the Mu family, a 9th-rank powerhouse, frowned in disdain. Are you kidding me? The guy who cleared the Dragonbone Tower lives in this dump? The old man from the Qin family, a mid-level 9th-rank powerhouse, said in a deep voice. Are you questioning Master Yuan's intelligence? The old man from the Liu family, a lower-level 9th-rank powerhouse, stroked his beard in speculation. Maybe he's some kind of child of destiny inside. The old man from the Tang family, a mid-level 9th-rank powerhouse, sneered cruelly. Doesn't matter. Anyone who eyes Master Yuan's things only has one path, death. A dazzling light radiated from the two central figures, Yuan Tianshen, a legend-rank powerhouse of the vast sea realm, and the Sword Venerable, a peak-titled rank powerhouse of the 9th rank. Yuan Tianshen stood silently with his arms crossed, while the Sword Venerable coldly commanded, Finish this quickly, don't waste time. The customers queuing in front of the shop were terrified when they recognized these infamous faces. A young man stammered, That's the Sword Venerable. How terrifying. The person next to him whispered, trembling. The old man standing next to the Sword Venerable has an even denser and more powerful aura. Could he be a legend rank? Just one glance from him makes me feel like I'm going to die. Yuan Tianshen's subordinate stepped forward aggressively, shouting at the panicked crowd. Get lost, you nobodies! The muscular man from the Mu family approached the closed shutter door, shouting, Master Yuan has arrived. Get out here, now. He poured all his strength into his arms, his muscles bulging, intending to rip the door open. Let's see me tear this shop down. But strangely, no matter how hard he tried, that thin aluminum door didn't even budge a millimeter. Everyone froze. The muscular man panted, mumbling in confusion. It didn't react at all? An old man in the ranks frowned in doubt. Could there be some kind of high-level defensive array on this door? Just then, the shutter door hissed and rolled up on its own. Su Ping stepped out, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd, showing no fear toward the powerful enemies. He asked loudly, Keep the innocent out of this. Have you brought my people? In the crowd, the Sword Venerable suddenly recognized a familiar face. He thought to himself, Why is it him? This kid is gifted, absolutely not inferior to any heir of a prestigious family. I intended to cultivate him, but I never expected he'd have to die today at the hands of a legend rank. The old man from the Tang family stepped out of the ranks, scolding him arrogantly. You're about to die, yet you're still putting on airs? You have no right to make demands. He waved his hand, and a brilliant golden energy hand with terrifying power shot toward Su Ping, shouting, Get out here. But the moment it touched the boundary of the shop, the giant golden hand suddenly shattered into fragments of energy. Su Ping stood still, completely unharmed, his eyes narrowing as he spat out one cold word. Bullshit. Hit by a massive backlash, the old man from the Tang family staggered back, clutching his chest as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face contorted in pain. The old man from the Tang family clutched his chest, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, muttering in horror, He could easily neutralize my 9th rank energy blast? Seeing Dong Mingsong and the others knocked back, the remaining 3 old men from the 4 great families immediately unleashed their energy, murderous intent flaring as they prepared to charge. One shouted, This little thief is surrounded by us, and not only refuses to surrender, he dares to resist. Let's go together and cripple him. Amid the tension, a soft sound echoed. A mysterious figure slowly stepped onto the ground, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. The 4 old men from the 4 great families halted, cold sweat pouring down like rain, their faces showing extreme terror. A blinding blue light descended like a giant sword from the heavens, slamming into the ground and cutting through the space between Su Ping and the four great families. An old man exclaimed in surprise. "Master Yuan, please leave him to us. We can still fight." As the dust settled, Yuan Tianshen slowly opened his eyes. His cold gaze swept over his subordinates, his voice calm but carrying absolute pressure. "Leave him to you to lose your lives? The strength this kid just displayed is not in the same league as yours." He shifted his sharp gaze to Su Ping, stroking his beard in appreciation. "You are very calm. I admire that." Ignoring Yuan Tianshen's praise, Su Ping only stared at the black car that had just arrived, where his mother and sister were being held by the subordinates. Rage flared up, he clenched his fists, and a brilliant golden light condensed. "Take your filthy hands off them." Under the brilliant golden light, the subordinates were immediately blasted away, sprawling onto the ground. Su Ping dashed forward, spreading his arms to catch his mother and sister as they collapsed. He looked at their pale faces with concern, then turned to interrogate Yuan Tianshen. "What's wrong with them? What did you do to them?" Yuan Tianshen maintained a calm, indifferent expression and replied, "It's just a sleep spell. They'll wake up in half a day. How does it feel to have something stolen from you?" Su Ping gently leaned the two of them against the wall, a flash of disdain in his eyes as he countered, playing with the concept. "Is the Longtai Mountain inheritance carved with your name? Or if you call it, does it actually answer you?" Struck by the jab, the muscular man from the Mu family pointed directly at Su Ping's face in anger. "Hey, you dare talk to Master Yuan with that attitude? Do you think just having some strength qualifies you for the inheritance? Ha ha ha. How amusing. Truly, a newborn calf isn't afraid of the tiger." Yuan Tianshen stood behind, his aura surging violently. The pressure of a legend-rank powerhouse exploded, making the surrounding air feel as if it had been completely drained. The henchmen retreated in terror, trembling. "Lord Yuan, our will cannot penetrate the shop to probe their strength. This is bizarre. This little shop is hiding some real experts." Yuan Tianshen spoke in a majestic voice that echoed throughout the street. Old Man Vu was a legend-rank battle pet master, one of only two in this vast region of the Asian continent. He stepped closer to Su Ping, his gaze filled with a mix of intimidation and an intent to recruit. How could this small shop possibly have two legend-rank experts at the same time? Amidst the tension, the little girl Joanna curiously tapped on the system's protective glass. Yuan Tianshen spread his arms wide, acting as if he were being generous by offering an attractive proposal. "As long as you submit to this old man just like the four great families have, I won't just let you off. I'll even groom you." The old men from the four great families whispered among themselves, "Lord Yuan wants to bring that kid under his wing again?" After all, on Blue Star, those who reach the title rank at this age are as rare as phoenix feathers. Doesn't that just make people green with envy? Another old man nodded in agreement. "Courtesy first, then force, that's always Yuan Tianshen's signature style." Yuan Tianshen radiated light, his overwhelming aura making those nearby gasp for air, silently marveling. He appeared gentle on the surface, but the spiritual energy he emitted was truly suffocating. Even the four great families wouldn't dare to refuse him. He continued to tempt Su Ping, saying that resources from secret realms falling into the hands of the incompetent was a waste, and only by concentrating these resources on the most outstanding individuals could true prodigies be nurtured. Su Ping curled his lips in a faint smile, his eyes flashing with mockery. "The most outstanding? Haha, to put it bluntly, you just mean someone you hand-pick, right?" He took a step forward, facing the old man head-on. "I've always hated one type of person the most, the kind who claims a specific map's monsters in a game all for themselves. If anyone dares to compete, he hunts them down." Hearing the sarcasm, Yuan Tianshen sneered, stroking his beard with arrogant ridicule. "I have the capability to do so. Why shouldn't I hunt them down? It's truly the biggest joke in the world that little brats like you want to sit at the same table as me." He paused, his killing intent surging, enunciating every word. "I'll ask you one last time. Submit or die." Su Ping stood tall, his gaze unwavering, responding firmly. "No matter how many times you ask, the result will remain the same." Yuan Tianshen let out a fake sigh. "What a pity. Be gone." A massive blue energy sword descended from the sky, carrying destructive power, striking straight down towards Su Ping. Instantly, Joanna reached out her hand. Clang! The giant energy sword collided with her hand and immediately shattered into countless cracks, emitting a blinding light. Joanna used only one hand to gently block the destructive legend rank attack. Seeing this, the experts from the four great families dropped their jaws, staring in disbelief. This strike from Lord Yuan should at least be at the limit of the 9th rank to barely block, yet that young girl blocked it with just one hand. Could she also be a legend rank? Another legend has appeared in the Longjiang Base city. Yuan Tianchen couldn't hide his shock either, but he quickly regained his composure. He snorted coldly. Humph. An age-concealing technique? Your ability to hide your spiritual energy is decent. You almost fooled me. You must be his master. While he was still misguided, Joanna turned to glare at Su Ping, her tone full of reproach. I haven't given you permission to act yet. Rule number 1 for employees: protect the shop owner. She tilted her chin up, looking at Yuan Tianchen with contempt, explaining her strange rules to Su Ping. If this goddess understands correctly, following employee rules earns points, which leads to becoming an outstanding employee. Conversely, if you violate them, points are deducted, and you may even face punishment. Su Ping broke into a cold sweat, muttering to himself, Man, this little brat is pretty sharp. Yuan Tianchen stood frozen, feeling humiliated at being ignored by the two people in front of him. The little blonde girl continued grumbling in her thoughts. Your attempt to lure me was pathetic, and that's a point deduction. You scumbag shop owner, the old man roared, feeling completely brushed off. Yuan Tianchen was furious, boiling with killing intent. How dare you ignore me? You will pay for this. Before he could finish his sentence, a burst of brilliant, intense golden light erupted from inside the shop, sending Yuan Tianchen flying away, the blinding light illuminating the entire sky. He slammed into the wall outside, leaving his henchmen stunned. Dao Zun stood frozen as well, countless question marks hovering over his head. The henchman finally caught up, struck by extreme terror. What the hell was that? Meanwhile, Joanna turned to Su Ping, pouting unhappily. So noisy. Should I spare his life? Su Ping calmly replied, This isn't the wilderness. Don't kill people in the middle of the street. That blade user has some history with me. Don't touch him. Just capture the rest alive. Joanna raised an eyebrow, her golden eyes flashing with playful cruelty. Then losing an arm and a leg shouldn't be a problem, right? A pitch-black, ghostly aura suddenly emanated from behind the two, making the people from the 4 great families tremble with fear. An old man stuttered, A devil shop. This is clearly a devil shop. Another whispered, I didn't expect our blue star to have such a powerful existence. Just the strength of an employee is on par with a legend rank, so the shop owner's strength must be unfathomable. Joanna whispered to herself, Tsk. I have to control my strength. It's actually hard not to accidentally crush these ants. Feeling deeply humiliated, Yuan Tianchen got back up, his eyes bloodshot. He began to chant, O soul born of darkness, transform into a heavy axe and crush my enemies. Dark energy surged and gathered around him. Yuan Tianchen roared, Come forth, my strongest servant. A space gate ripped open, and a giant monster called the Shadow Underworld King Beast, with vast sea realm combat power, stepped out, carrying a destructive aura. But it didn't stop there. Yuan Tianchen flew high into the air and shouted, It's not over yet! Shadow Underworld, King Beast, Fusion. Instantly, the monster transformed into purple energy blocks, wrapping around Yuan Tianchen's body, starting a violent fusion process. Watching this scene, which looked like something out of a superhero movie, Su Ping rested his chin on his hand, looking quite interested. You can even fuse with battle pets? He muttered a very trendy exclamation. Holy crap. A roar echoed as the fusion process was completed. Liu Yifei has transformed into a 4-armed war god, his body covered in stone armor and purple energy, his combat power surging to the void motion realm. He boasted confidently, A legendary level pet master, Liu Yifei, is here to teach you a lesson. Su Ping just replied dismissively, Cool story. A terrifying aura erupted, forcing the elders of the 4 great families to stumble back. One of them gasped in horror. Is this the fusion technique that only legends can master? This is insane. Others panicked. Get out of here. This isn't a fight we can interfere with. Seeing this, the Blade Venerable hurriedly knelt and pleaded, Lord Liu, please, calm your anger. If 2 legends clash, this entire base city will be reduced to ashes. In his fused state, Liu Yifei sneered. Clash? Humph. Ridiculous. I'm not stupid enough to burn down my own kitchen just to catch a couple of thieving rats. He swung his massive battle axe high, aiming straight at Joanna, who stood motionless without a hint of fear, knowing one strike would be enough to end her. The axe blade, carrying earth-shattering power, crashed down, but it stopped dead right in front of Joanna, blocked effortlessly by her small hand. Joanna caught the blade with one hand and crushed it, her expression showing a hint of disappointment. She looked up and asked, Is this your full strength? the eyes of Liu Yifei, in his fused state, constricted in sheer terror. What? Before he could react, Joanna's other hand reached out, and a divine spear made of brilliant golden light began to form. She lunged forward, driving the divine spear straight into Liu Yifei's chest, making him howl in pain. Joanna's voice was ice-cold. Divine spear. Enjoy your offering. Divine flames erupted from the spear, incinerating Liu Yifei's body and soul, forcing him to shriek in absolute agony. A second later, Liu Yifei was forced out of his fusion state, collapsing to the floor, covered in blood. Su Ping folded his arms and ordered, "That's enough. Don't kill him." Joanna withdrew the spear and reported casually, "Don't worry, but his soul has been scorched by the divine fire. It'll take at least 3 to 5 years for him to recover his current cultivation." The elders of the 4 great families stood by the door, witnessing everything in a daze defeated in a single move. This, Su Ping turned around, flashing a friendly smile at the 4 old men who were shaking like leaves. "You guys still here?" He beckoned them over with his finger. A while later, in another room, Su Lingyue slowly opened her eyes. She saw her brother sitting beside her, asking with concern, "You're awake? Do you feel any discomfort?" Su Lingyue held her head and sat up, feeling a bit dizzy. She looked around. "Where's Mom?" Su Ping replied. "Mom's probably tired. Let her sleep a little longer." Just then, Su Lingyue turned her head and was startled to see the scruffy-bearded elder from the Mu family standing timidly nearby, grinning in a completely flattering manner. "Hey, greetings, Miss Su." Surrounded by 4 burly, fierce-looking old men, Su Lingyue jumped in shock, letting out a sharp cry. "Ah, who are you people?" Hearing the scream, the 4 elders instantly changed their attitudes, 180 degrees, fawning over her and scrambling to introduce themselves, competing to speak. The old guy from the Qin family hurriedly called me Little Qin, and that musclehead from the Mu family wouldn't admit defeat. "Miss Su, you can just call me Little Mu." The elders from the Tang and Liu families also chimed in. "Tang Ruyan, Little Liu." Su Lingyue stared blankly, stammering, "Little." Completely unable to understand what was happening, she snapped her head toward her brother, pointing at the group and demanding answers. "Wait, brother, what are they doing here? Why are they in our house? Do you have any idea what's going on?" Su Ping scratched his cheek, almost blurting out the truth. "Did you capture them?" he thought. "No, that wasn't it." He quickly composed himself, acting serious. "They're tutors I hired to help you with your studies." Su Lingyue puffed her cheeks in anger. "Hey, you just said capture, didn't you? What kind of tutoring is this? I'm in the top 10 of my grade. Do you think I'm stupid?" Su Ping shrugged. "Top 10 of the grade is just at Fengshan High, isn't it?" Su Ping crossed his arms, looking like a very responsible older brother. "Besides, the Elite League is starting soon, and during this time, they can teach you some things you won't learn at the academy." Su Lingyue folded her arms, her eyes still filled with suspicion. "Then, may I ask what you teach?" Old man Little Liu immediately stepped forward, bowing modestly, but a terrifying purple toxic aura radiated from behind him. "Little Liu, title level Poison King. I can teach you some rank 9 poison arts and detoxification." Next was Little Qin, whose entire body radiated a healing green glow. "Little Qin, title level Lifebringer. I can teach you some rank 9 healing and body strengthening techniques." Little Tang didn't delay either, his aura as cold as a dagger, with countless red hidden weapons appearing behind him. "Little Tang, title level Snakeheart. I can teach you some rank 9 hidden weapon and mechanism skills." Finally, Little Mew puffed out his chest, holding a super cute, crystal-like baby dragon in his hands. "Little Moo, title level Beast King. I can teach you some rank 9 pet taming techniques. And, this old man has also prepared a silver-horned star moon baby dragon for you." Su Lingyue was stunned, her cheeks flushing pink as she saw the adorable baby dragon. All her suspicions vanished. She muttered in amazement, "They're all title level, and they're giving away a silver-horned star moon dragon, ranked 8th in the Dragon Clan rankings? Is this a dream? Can I really own it? It's so cute." She turned to her brother, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Brother, is what they said true? Can they be trusted?" Su Ping smirked confidently. "Of course." Flashback to 3 hours ago. The scene returned to the moment Liu Yifei was defeated, kneeling on the floor, covered in wounds. The 4 elders of the 4 great families were pale as ghosts, trembling as they bowed their heads. "We offer our deepest apologies. We were blind and failed to recognize a true titan." All 5 of them, including the legend Dong Mingsong, knelt on the ground. "We beg you, please show mercy." Su Ping turned to Joanna and whispered, "Do you know any tricks like curses or binding spells?" Joanna immediately looked contemptuous. "Are you joking? As a noble and elegant member of the divine clan, why would I know such base tricks? Instantly, a notification appeared before Joanna, adding 2 staff loyalty points to her account. Joanna glanced at Su Ping, immediately understanding he was worried they might have ulterior motives and wanted to keep a trump card. Su Ping only replied with one word: smart. Joanna let out a sigh, acting reluctant, but her entire body began to radiate a divine glow. Humph. For the sake of the bonus points, I will graciously bestow a divine miracle upon these ants. A blinding beam of light covered the group. The 4 old men looked up in total adoration, hands clasped as if in prayer. It's a god. I've seen it. The majestic image of a god. At the same time, elsewhere, the Blade Venerable watched everything from afar, his whole body trembling in terror. A title-ranked powerhouse, treated like a child. I've never seen such a terrifying technique on Blue Planet. Could they be from another star system? If that's the case, the hidden expert in this pet shop might be more than just a legendary rank. Back at the shop, Su Ping asked Joanna, "What did you do to them?" Joanna crossed her arms and explained, "This is the God's blessing seal. It only works on those who have lost their core beliefs and whose minds are wavering. The Blessed One will develop a belief of your choosing in their heart." Her eyes flashed with coldness. Once the Blessed One acts, in defiance or blasphemy against that belief, they will be consumed by divine fire for 10 days and 10 nights until they turn to ash. Su Ping just sighed quietly. "You really are more ruthless." Su Ping turned back to see them still dazed by the divine miracle, raised his hand, and a surge of energy connected to the marks on their foreheads. "Good. From now on, believe this. The Su family is sacred and inviolable." The 4 elders and Yuan Tianchen stood there with golden cross marks on their foreheads. Dong Mingsong replied mechanically, "Understood." End of flashback. Su Ping turned to the Blade Saint, who was standing awkwardly in the corner. "Oh right, Senior Blade Saint. Since you're here, interested in teaching me a few blade techniques?" Elders, just finished with their introduction, immediately bowed down respectfully. The Blade Saint waved his hands frantically, sweat beading on his forehead. "Shopkeeper Su, you're too kind. While I did have that intention, with your strength, do you really need to learn from me?" Su Ping looked him straight in the eye with a firm gaze. "Of course, please, you must teach me." The Blade Saint had to agree with Dong Mingsong. "If you insist, I won't refuse. But I have 2 concerns. First, my blade techniques have immense destructive power. You need to find a suitable location." He looked Su Ping up and down, then raised his second question. "Second, do you actually use a blade? From what I've observed, your combat style seems more suited to fist fighting." Su Ping smiled lightly. "Don't you worry about that. Just leave your contact info. I'll prepare a specialized facility in a few days and reach out then." He stood up, patted his sister on the shoulder. "In any case, just focus on your studies and do your best." He handed the Blade Saint a business card. "I need to get back to the shop." Just then, the device in Dong Mingsong's hand buzzed, and a 3D hologram appeared. "Greetings, Mr. Su. The real estate you purchased and the blood-red fire Keelin you wanted to sell have completed their transaction procedures. Is now a convenient time for you?" Su Ping nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a professional team, truly high efficiency. He replied into Dong Mingsong's device. "No problem. Come to my shop to finalize it." 10 days later, Su Ping returned to the Pixie Pet Shop alone. He pushed the rolling door open with effort. He sat down in front of a virtual control panel and commanded, "Open the upgrade panel." The screen lit up. Income had been converted into energy. 125,348 energy points remained. The upgrade menu showed 2 main items, Chaos Spirit Pool and Shop Upgrade. Su Ping looked at the 100,000 point cost to upgrade to level 3. He muttered to himself, "A level 3 shop unlocks the ability to nurture rank 7 to 9 pets." He recalled those lucrative orders, his eyes brightening. He could now take on $1,000,000 commissions like Ye Hao's. "My earning potential is basically going to increase exponentially." Su Ping clenched his fist, brimming with excitement. Plus, there's the testing ground. And the pet selling feature. It's finally starting to look like a complete pet shop. He decisively gave the order, upgrading the shop's surroundings. Joanna, wearing a maid outfit, was meditating in a chair with her eyes closed, her entire body radiating an otherworldly golden glow. At the same time, a brilliant blue 3D notification appeared in front of Su Ping, indicating 100,000 energy points had been deducted. 25,348 points remained as the real estate designated by the host was converted into the storefront, a total area of 3,078 square meters. The street between the shops was also included in the protection zone. A system prompt appeared. Would you like to proceed with zoning? It added a note that corresponding equipment would be automatically generated. Su Ping stroked his chin and chuckled. Furniture and everything can be generated automatically? Doesn't that save me a ton of decorating work? Awesome. No hesitation. Su Ping's fingers danced across the virtual space map. His face bore the serious expression of a family man. First, I must ensure my mother and sister are taken care of. He set aside 300 square meters for a living area. Instantly, a miracle occurred. Tables, chairs, sofas, and soft beds manifested from thin air, shimmering with magical blue light, forming a luxury apartment in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, Joanna opened her eyes, her beautiful face flashing with intense shock. That mysterious power, creating things from nothing? And unlike standard creations, these don't require energy to maintain. These are real, permanent objects. Even our supreme gods probably couldn't do this. Just how powerful is the force he serves? Ignoring the stunned employee, Su Ping continued tracing the map. He allocated a tenth of the remaining space for a reception and office area. Once again, a flash of light appeared, and a modern conference room with swivel chairs and glossy desks materialized perfectly. Su Ping continued, and allocated a portion for the pet food area. As soon as he finished speaking, rows of shelves filled with neatly stacked food boxes grew up from the floor. The system notified him that the final area had been converted into a consignment zone and a testing zone, raising the consignment trough limit from 25 to 50, and asked if he wanted to purchase more. Su Ping didn't flinch, and decisively bought 25 second-tier consignment troughs. The system instantly deducted 25,000 points, leaving a measly 348. Changing the subject, he asked the system, "What authorities do employees have?" A notification panel appeared, listing use of consignment troughs, access to the nurturing space, the ability to nurture clones, and 1 hour of social time with the shop owner each week. Scanning the benefits, Su Ping smiled and nodded in confirmation. Confirm authorization. These rights are enough to maintain the shop's operations. While Su Ping was busy building the interior, outside, his sister Su Lingyue's big blue eyes were wide open, her pupils shrinking in shock. She and her mother were frozen on the sidewalk. Mother Su turned to her daughter, confused. "Are we on the wrong street?" She felt something was off. Su Lingyue stammered, sweat dripping down. "I don't think so." Before them stood a building as grand and magnificent as a palace, with 2 massive, intricately carved dragon statues on either side of the entrance. Above hung a giant sign, Pixie Pet Shop. A large moving truck was parked right out front. Mother Su still couldn't believe it. It can't be a coincidence with the name, right? The door opened automatically, and Su Ping walked out leisurely with a bright smile. "Welcome. You two made it? Did you pack everything?" The muscular MC and Old Man Tan, dressed like moving crew members, stood hunched beside the truck. "Boss Su," they reported respectfully. "As you instructed, all the luggage is packed and loaded." Old Man Tan added with a humble bow. "If there's nothing else, we'll head out now." Su Ping waved them off casually. "Yeah, get going. Bring everything inside for me." Su Lingyue pointed directly at the workers, struggling with the cardboard boxes, jumping up to question him. "Big brother, you actually had those masters from early this morning bring a moving company to clear out our old place? What is going on? I still have school to attend." "And wait, Brother Ping, how did our shop suddenly change into something this crazy?" Su Ping acted like the mature one, gesturing for the two of them to head inside. "It's a long story. I've already asked for leave from your school. Just follow me inside, we'll talk while we walk." As soon as they stepped into the shop, the bustling, crowded scene hit them instantly. In the middle of the mob, some guys were trying to cut in line to hit on the blonde cashier. "Hey beauty, what's your number? I want to board 3 pet beasts." Joanna glanced at them out of the corner of her eye, her voice icy. "Stop cutting in line. You pests." Su Ping broke into a cold sweat and reminded her, Hey, don't call the customers pests." Joanna, arms full of all sorts of bizarre, rowdy pets, puffed out her cheeks and grumbled, "But they clearly are pests. Why are there so many customers? And where are you going?" She was currently in her adult form, per Su Ping's request. Su Ping waved his hand and scurried off, leaving the beauty to carry the team solo. "I've got things to do. You handle the shop for now." Su Lingyue and her mother stood behind, looking at the scene, completely bewildered. Stepping out into the backyard, Su Lingyue's jaw dropped, and she let out a happy scream at the sight of the crystal-clear swimming pool. "Wow, is this a private pool?" Su Ping walked ahead, speaking back smugly. "Don't get too excited yet." Entering the lavish, princess-style bedroom, Su Lingyue flopped onto the ultra-soft bed, hugging a giant teddy bear, and exclaimed, "Is this my new bedroom? It's amazing. This bed is way softer than our old one. Mom also sat on the mattress, nodding in satisfaction. The bed at our old place was way too hard. Su Ping crossed his arms, leaning against the door with a smug grin. So, are you too happy? Once the excitement faded, Mom started to worry. She brushed her hair and asked tentatively, Ping Ping, this house must have cost a fortune, right? Su Ping paced around the spacious room, replying calmly, Don't worry, Mom. The money came from some clients in the upper district. He began to spin a tall tale without batting an eye. I helped them nurture their pets recently, and they were so satisfied with the results that they just threw some money into an investment. A few million is nothing to them. From now on, you and sister can live here without worry. If the house feels too big, I'll hire some maids to handle the cleaning and cooking. Mom hurriedly waved her hands to refuse. No need for that. I was looking forward to doing chores to pass the time after I retired. Otherwise, I'll just get sick from boredom. Su Lingyue nudged her brother, smiling mischievously as she asked, Big brother, who exactly was that gentle and lovely beauty in the shop earlier? Su Ping froze for 5 seconds, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Memories flashed in his mind. Joanna as a demonic overlord, piercing an enemy's chest with one hand, her eyes burning with lethal, crimson rage. He forced a stiff, slightly pale smile. Gentle and lovely? You anyway. She's just a new employee I hired. Mom smiled meaningfully, giving her son a light elbow to the arm. I understand. Call her to have lunch with us this afternoon. Su Ping's eyes went wide with panic, hurriedly waving his hands to stop his mother's dangerous matchmaking plans. Her? Mom, don't joke around. But contrary to his expectations, Joanna appeared right after with a gentle smile and greeted them politely. Hello, ma'am. Hello, little sister. Lunch took place in a warm, cozy atmosphere, and Mom happily asked, Sweetie, what is your name? Joanna replied politely, My name is Joanna. Su Lingyue, however, was drawn to her golden hair and asked curiously, Sister's golden hair looks so soft. Can I touch it? Su Ping panicked, trying to stop her. Don't. She will. But before he could finish, Joanna nodded with a smile. Be my guest. Su Lingyue shrieked with joy. It's really fluffy and soft. Immediately after, Mom began the classic mother-in-law interview, feeding her food while asking rapid-fire questions. Anna, where are you from? How old are you this year? Do you have a boyfriend? Su Ping almost choked on his food, sweating buckets. Joanna maintained a calm expression. I'm from out of town. I'm 18, and I have no plans to look for a boyfriend. Hearing that, Mom sighed with regret. What a shame. Taking advantage of the moment Mom and his sister weren't looking, Su Ping leaned in and whispered with a skeptical look. Pretty good. How can you act so normal in front of them? Joanna glanced back, deadpan. Do I get employee points for this? If not, I can act a little weirder. Su Ping freaked out, quickly grabbing a napkin to wipe his sweat, stammering. Cough, cough. You get points, you get points. Acting like this is great. He cursed under his breath. What a heartless point-farming machine. Mom looked around and asked, Are there only the two of you in the shop right now? Is it too busy? Joanna replied confidently. With the current number of customers, the two of us can handle it easily, but it would be a bit tough if we were one person short. Su Lingyue's eyes went wide with admiration. Sister Joanna is amazing. I saw at least 100 people in the shop earlier. Su Ping chewed his food while calculating in his head. With Joanna's ability, if I find one more person to assist her, I won't need to be at the shop during the day anymore. A mischievous smile appeared as he remembered something. The young miss of the Tang family seems to still be locked inside. It wouldn't be convenient to plant the spiritual tree without letting her out. Isn't this just the perfect solution? At that moment, the system chimed. Host's need for additional manpower detected. A temporary employee contract has been issued. A contract appeared with terms stating, temporary employees do not have access to shop functions. After reaching elite employee rank, 200 points can be used to convert to a full-time employee. If an employee's accumulated points drop below 60, they will be forcibly converted, that is, stripped of everything and turned into a pet. Su Ping sat on the bed, holding the glowing magic contract, satisfied. Very good. A brilliant golden light erupted from the scroll, a spatial rift opened, and a white-haired girl was sucked out. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Ah! The white-haired girl was the young miss of the Tang family. Quickly regaining her balance, she landed in a defensive stance and shouted, What are you trying to do? Su Ping retracted the scroll and calmly pointed to the floor. Take off your shoes first, or you'll have to mop the floor yourself later. The girl looked around in bewilderment, thinking to herself, This place looks like an ordinary bedroom. Could this really be his house? She quickly assessed the situation. He was all alone and hadn't summoned any pets, and she couldn't sense the aura of any experts nearby. He's completely off guard. If I seize the right moment to smash the window, I can escape. No sooner said than done, she immediately lunged forward, her mind filled with resolve. I'll do it. Once I get back, I'll rally the entire elite force of the Tang family. She dashed toward the window, gritting her teeth and cursing under her breath. I'll make you pay for the price of imprisoning this lady and crossing the Tang family. But instead of breaking through, she slammed headfirst into the transparent window, her face flattening against the glass, with little stars spinning around her head. Ouch! Clutching her painful bump, she staggered back, looking panicked. What kind of window is this? Why is it so hard? She panted, leaning against the wall to steady herself, trying to reassure herself. Damn it, it must be because I've been locked up for days without food or water, so I've lost my strength. The cowardly scumbag suddenly stood up. Su Ping rose to his feet, his eyes flashing a terrifying red in the dim light. The girl jumped back, collapsing to the floor, and screamed in fear. You jerk! What are you trying to do? Su Ping stepped closer, a dangerous smile appearing on his face. Of course, he was thinking of how to squeeze every bit of value out of her. The girl was terrified out of her mind, stammering, Don't you dare have any twisted ideas. A large hand filled with dark energy reached toward her. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, covered her face with her hands, and shouted in despair, I will never let you have your way. But that hand only gently placed a steaming hot bun into her hand. The girl opened her eyes, dazed, looking at the bun in her hand, then looked up at Su Ping. He held out the entire bag of buns in front of her, tilting his head and asking innocently, The young lady of the Tang family glared at him angrily, but her hungry stomach wouldn't let her hold on to her pride. She said disdainfully, Are you trying to humiliate me with this? We people of the Tang family are made of steel. We've undergone professional training. Even if we starve to death, we wouldn't. She tore the bun in half, revealing the fragrant, piping hot meat filling. The aroma immediately hit her nose, causing her stomach to let out a loud rumble. So good. Her mouth was complaining, but her hands wouldn't stop eating. She mumbled while chewing greedily. You can just give up on that idea. I have no use left for you anyway. Su Ping smiled, held up a temporary staff contract in front of her, and answered mysteriously, No, you do. The next day, the pet shop was packed again. A crowd of young people pushed and shoved, their eyes sparkling, cheering. Beauty! The number of beauties has increased. This shop is truly top tier. Anna and the Tang lady, now in maid outfits, stood there guiding the customers. Welcome. Customers here for training and boarding, please form 2 lines. Miss Tang muttered indignantly. Why do I have to stand here and be stared at by these stinking men? Anna, standing beside her, replied coldly. What you call value is serving this riffraff, serving this rabble. Miss Tang looked at the wide-open door before her, with customers coming and going in a steady stream. She clenched her fists, making up her mind. The door is right in front of me. Nothing can stop me this time. But Su Ping stood blocking her way, holding up the contract and smiling. Don't forget, you already signed this. For the next year, you aren't allowed to step a single inch outside this door. Miss Tang gritted her teeth. This is just something you forced me to sign when I was vulnerable last night. Don't think this piece of trash paper can keep me bound. She screamed and bolted toward the main exit, but just as she reached the door, a layer of invisible blue energy film appeared, blocking her. She slammed into the barrier, bounced back, and landed sprawled on the floor. Miss Tang scrambled up, leaning on Anna, and said furiously, Damn it, what kind of haunted shop is this? The windows won't break, and now I can't even get out the front door? Su Ping said calmly. Anna, you're basically the veteran teaching the newcomer. I'll add a point to your record. Go teach her how to work. Anna replied succinctly. No problem. Just then, 2 reporters with microphones and cameras walked in and asked, Excuse me, who is Mr. Su? Su Ping stepped forward. That's me. The reporter confirmed. May I ask if you are the one who requested the filming and distribution service for the Wilderness Explorer Network short video ad? That's right, Su Ping replied. Then may I ask where we will be filming? Do you have any other specific requirements for the shoot? Su Ping flashed a mysterious smile, dark energy swirling around his hand. He thought to himself, right now, most of the customers in the shop are still regulars, and they only need training for pets under level 6. I need to attract some new customers looking for training above level 7. Roar! A massive purgatory dragon beast appeared, letting out a roar that shook the earth. Su Ping pointed at it and told the 2 reporters, who were shaking like leaves, film it. The crowd around them was in a panic. Oh my god, the presence of this dragon beast is terrifying. Ugh, the smell of blood is so thick. Oh man, what is he trying to do? So cool. Could they be filming a movie? The reporter asked stammeringly, Mr. Su, may I ask what the ad slogan is? Su Ping replied confidently, no slogan needed. Just filming the dragon and the shop name is enough. The Purgatory Dragon Beast, ranked third among all dragon species, is the best sign imaginable. High-level pet warriors would recognize it at a single glance. Suddenly, Su Lingyue pushed through the crowd and shouted, Brother! Su Ping was surprised. Don't you have school today? Su Lingyue pointed outside the door, her face looking sour. I do, but they keep following me, even standing guard while I go to the bathroom. They're title rank experts. Hurry and tell them to leave. Their presence is so overwhelming, my teachers and friends are about to be scared to death. Su Ping laughed. Ha ha ha. Su Lingyue was annoyed. You're still laughing? What on earth is going on? Old Qin and the other elders approached. Old Qin explained, rest assured, they have no ill intent. It was I who requested they protect you. Standing in a corner, Miss Tang gasped in astonishment. That's Senior Snakeheart. She was as happy as if she'd struck gold, thinking, this is amazing. I never expected to run into Senior Snakeheart here. Su Ping, did you think that just because you took my communicator, I couldn't contact my family? How naive. The old Feng you defeated only ranks 8th in our Tang family, but Senior Snakeheart is a master ranked 3rd. His hidden weapons are legendary. He can kill someone from 100 miles away without a trace. She hurriedly used spiritual energy to transmit her voice. Senior Snakeheart, is that you? It's Yanair. Old Snakeheart was startled, wondering, spiritual energy transmission? This voice, the girl's voice, continued to echo in his head. Miss, why are you here? The family has been searching for you in the secret realm for a long time. Senior Snakeheart said, it's a long story. I was captured and imprisoned here by this villain. Please save me. Old Snakeheart hesitated. You were also captured by him? Durang Ruyan froze in her tracks. Su Ping turned around, a smirk playing on his lips. Seeing that expression, her face turned pale with terror. She scrambled backward, hiding in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, nearly caught by him. What did Senior Snakeheart mean by that earlier? She peeked outside. Su Ping was talking to the elders. From now on, just keep watch outside the academy during the day. Try not to disturb the little one. My place has a dedicated training yard now. You can take turns coming over to guide Su Lingyue every night. The elders bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Durang Ruyan watched the scene, cold sweat breaking out. It wasn't just their clan's Senior Snakeheart, but also Senior Poison King from the Liu family. They were both top-tier experts in the city, yet they were all bowing to Su Ping? What the hell is going on here? A moment later, a notification window appeared before Su Ping. Anna's employee points had increased by 1, reaching 104 points. Su Ping smiled, satisfied with the contract in his hand. Anna's points had gone up, proving that under the system's supervision, she wasn't slacking off behind his back. She had truly kept her promise to train the newcomers. Using 1 employee point to exchange for a well-trained temporary worker was a steal. He waved his hand, and a spirit essence tree seed flew out, took root in the ground, and rapidly grew into a massive ancient tree with lush foliage. The system explained, this tree is like a living creature. Does it find its own soil to root in? This was an instinctive survival trait evolved through spirit awakening. Unfortunately, this spirit essence tree has a very low aptitude. Even after 10,000 years, it has barely reached 2% in spirit awakening, not even developing a consciousness. But for a Bezid plant to even touch the threshold of spirit awakening is extremely rare. Su Ping was stunned. What the hell? 2% after 10,000 years and it's already showing this much? If it fully awakened, couldn't it be used as a pet? Su Ping mused. I heard spirit essence trees take anywhere from a few decades to over 100 years to bear fruit, so it's far from being commercially viable. But if it can evolve into a battle pet, as the system says, combined with consignment training to boost recovery, couldn't I harvest it every single year? The system window popped up, suggesting the host did not yet meet the prerequisites to learn the spirit awakening ability. Please become a professional trainer first. Su Ping snapped back to reality. So that's how it is. After becoming a battle pet master, is my next step to become a trainer? Although I own a pet shop and have learned quite a bit online, I'm still a novice when it comes to actual professional training. You could say that up until now, I've just been forcing things through the system's power. I definitely need to practice more in terms of training. But I don't have time to think about that right now. Su Ping shook his head and opened the training area dashboard. The issue with Yuan Tiangong was temporarily settled, but there's no guarantee something similar won't happen again. The urgent priority now is to continue raising my combat strength and reputation. He looked out the window, his gaze steady. Even though I don't want fame, I could just hide at home every day and rely on the system's power to grow in the shadows. My mom and sister need to live normal lives. I can't let them spend their whole lives in the shop or under the supervision of bodyguards. I have to be so strong that no one in this city dares to mess with them. Just then, in another corner of the shop, Anna suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sharp. That energy source is active again. This familiar scent, Su Ping, appeared out of thin air, dropping heavily onto his bed. He let out a sigh, muttering, "Whew, that was one hell of a fight." After reviving 100 times, he finally ground that damn captain to dust. The little dragon beside him also collapsed, eyes spinning. He took off his shirt, revealing a toned physique. He stretched refreshingly. Since passing the beginner phase where revivals were free, this was the hardest he'd ever grinded. The shop's new income really is top tier. A line of text appeared beside God-slaying fist, first form mastered. He thought to himself, I'll keep grinding after a shower. Just then, Anna walked into the room carrying a tray of food, which caught Su Ping off guard as he was undressing. The aroma of chicken soup filled the room. Anna ladled the soup into a bowl and said, "The lady of the house told me to bring this to you." Su Ping took the bowl, sniffing it as he thought. She's even serving me soup now? Why is this brat acting so enthusiastic all of a sudden? Whatever, I'm invincible in the shop anyway. Poisoning or curses would be useless. After finishing the soup, Su Ping sat on the bed, wiped his mouth, and asked, "Did you use space rule powers to reach the sacred lands on the right edge earlier?" Su Ping was secretly amazed. Her perception is no joke. "She even knows where I go?" He looked her straight in the eye and said, "You already know, so why ask? If you have something to say, just spit it out." Anna crossed her arms over her chest. "Let's make a deal. Take me with you next time. I can use some of my authority in the central sacred lands to help you raise your cultivation." Su Ping was silent, narrowing his eyes as he assessed her. He thought, there's no such thing as a free lunch. She must have another motive. Anna seemed to read his thoughts, adding, "Relax. I don't need employee points this time. I just need you to let me handle some personal business." Su Ping realized, she's testing my boundaries in this shop, seeing what she can and can't do. A crafty one. She is. But whatever her intentions are, under the system's suppression and the contract, she can't pull anything. On the contrary, this deal could bring me quite a few benefits. He asked, "What about Durang Ruyan? If you come with me, what happens if she stays in the shop alone and causes trouble?" Anna replied confidently, "Relax, I've already handled it." The scene shifted to Durang. Ruyan sprawled on a chair, completely exhausted, muttering in her sleep, "Senior Snakeheart, save me. Ruyan doesn't want to work overtime." Anna explained that she had worked obediently all day and was extremely tired. Plus, she had cast a deep sleep spell on her. Unless there was a natural disaster, she would sleep straight until morning. Su Ping put on his shirt and praised, "Nice and clean work." Suddenly, Su Ping grabbed Anna's wrist. He pulled her along and said, "Good. Follow me." Anna was surprised. "Huh? Right now?" Su Ping answered shortly, "Strike while the iron is hot." A spatial gate opened beneath their feet. The very next second, the two appeared suspended in midair, beside a massive world tree. A line of text appeared, "Fallen Demigod, Land, World Tree." Anna was so shocked she even sprouted wings. "It's the World Tree. We really came back. I only intended to test if there were any clues. I didn't expect that with just one." Just a wave of her hand, and she activated such a powerful space-time rule. No matter what, this person truly holds the ability to transcend vast dimensions. I actually have a chance to see the Supreme Divine Realm once again. Seeing her smiling to herself, Su Ping teased, "Quit that silly grin. You're still a long way from being a top-tier employee. Where are we going to level up? I don't know my way around here. Do you know the path?" Anna thought with annoyance. This guy has no idea what the power he possesses means to my race. Forget it. I've already notified the god of this region. He will be here to pick us up shortly. Su Ping asked curiously. "The god? What kind of realm is that? How are the power levels categorized in your divine realm?" Anna replied, "That's a basic question indeed. Pure-blooded gods naturally reach the true god realm once they mature, on par with that bug I defeated the other day." Su Ping did some quick mental math. "Oh, so this pure-blooded god is just equivalent to a rank 10 astral pet's bloodline, right?" Anna explained further, as a golden pyramid of power levels appeared behind her. "Furthermore, our major realms aren't as complicated as yours. From bottom to top, there's True God, Immortal God, God General, Profound God, Order God, and Supreme God. There are only 6 levels in total." She sighed. "But ever since the Supreme Divine Realm vanished, It's been a long time since any god reached the supreme god realm. Now, there are probably only 5 levels left. Su Ping nodded. So the maximum limit had been sealed, and with constant invasions from powerful enemies, no wonder Anna was willing to take the risk to sign a contract with an employee like Dong Ming Song. At that moment, a massive god with pure white wings descended and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, I have come to collect you. The god glanced at Su Ping and asked, Who is this? Anna replied, He is my distinguished guest. Bring him along. The god offered his hand. Understood. Please take my hand. The god flew them across islands floating in the clouds until they reached a majestic castle. Anna ordered, You may withdraw now. The god bowed. As you command. As they entered, the other gods bowed in greeting. Welcome back, Your Highness. Anna ordered the preparation of the divine spring. As you wish. Su Ping asked blankly. Divine spring? He thought to himself. She's quite high maintenance. She has to bathe and change clothes before we even start training. Beneath a glass path, countless chained giants were being held captive. Their blood dripped down, glowing with a distinct, golden hue. The fresh blood dripped down, gathering into a brilliant golden pool, radiating pure energy. Su Ping was stunned. Holy crap, you're really going all out, aren't you? Anna explained. This pool of divine spring can cleanse impurities from the bloodline, enhance perception and talent. The effect on improving cultivation is 100 times better than the consignment trough in your shop. Su Ping stepped toward the glowing pool, grinning craftily, while Anna stood with her arms crossed, saying proudly, In our realm, only, the top-tier prodigies have the qualification to bathe once a year. Consider this your lucky day. Once you finish bathing, there is a dedicated arena nearby for your astral pets to train their combat skills. Satisfied yet? The guy nodded with satisfaction. It's excellent. It would be even better if I could bathe here often. Hearing this, Anna seized the opportunity to lean in and propose a deal. Then let's make a deal. Every time you bring me back, I'll let you bathe in the divine spring once. In exchange, could you please stop hunting the starvoid insects from now on? Su Ping opened his arms in confusion and asked, Why? Aren't you all constantly fighting against the starvoid insects? Since we share the same goal, why go through the trouble of stopping me? Anna reached up to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her eyes filled with meaning as she explained, Because I can smell the scent of divine crystals radiating from you. Hearing about the smell, Su Ping was startled and started sniffing his own clothes, muttering, Divine crystals don't even have a weird smell. Ignoring her boss's silly behavior, Anna turned around and said thoughtfully, When you arrived, you must have noticed that giant world tree, right? Su Ping replied concisely. Yeah. Looking toward the distant source, Anna reminisced about the legend. That is our mother. After the gods pass away, their bodies transform into divine power and return to the tree's embrace. Mother fuses us together, tempering us without distinction between you and me. She turned back to look Su Ping in the eyes, her voice sounding a bit bitter, before continuing about how they were born as the current independent individuals. With your intelligence, you surely understand what I'm trying to say, right? Su Ping narrowed his eyes, his quick brain instantly connecting the dots. After the god race is devoured, the divine power remains in the bodies of the starvoid insects, in the form of divine crystals, preventing it from returning to the roots of the tree. Anna nodded, clutching her dress. You could put it that way. The higher our cultivation, the more divine power returns after we die. So with each cycle of reincarnation, the total divine power of the entire divine realm should theoretically increase. Memories of the horrific battles against the bugs surfaced. She gritted her teeth. But under the harassment of those insects, the loss of divine power due to our casualties has equaled the amount of power gained. As the magnificent landscape of the divine realm drifted by, her voice lowered with a touch of sadness, combined with the loss of the supreme divine realm. No god has broken through to the supreme god realm, our once glorious divine realm. Anna's eyes reflected profound sorrow. Summer, this is what has led to such a decline. As the atmosphere grew heavy, Su Ping suddenly reached out and gently took Anna's small hands into his. She was startled and amazed to see Su Ping pile a huge, brilliant golden mountain of divine crystals into her hands. He said casually, Here, these are the fruits of today's labor. Anna held the pile of divine crystals, stunned for a moment, her large round eyes blinking with surprise and emotion. Seeing that expression, Su Ping flashed a warm, dashing smile. Immediately after, he reached out, and with a burst of red energy, crushed an illusory bug skull. He declared firmly, I understand what you mean. You're trying to say that me swallowing those divine crystals makes me no different from those starvoid insects. right? Fine, I won't touch those bugs again. As he spoke, he pointed to the pets behind him, who were sweating nervously. Since the goal was to improve combat power, her offer of the Divine Spring Bath would make up for it anyway. Hurry up and take them to the arena to fight. Don't hold back. Train them until they're half dead. Show them the methods of the god race. Right after that, Su Ping jumped into the pool of boiling divine spring water, wincing and cheering at the same time. Ah, is this what it feels like to cleanse the marrow and refine the bones? It hurts so good. Anna held the pile of divine crystals and smiled with relief. Thank you for understanding. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Su Ping poked his head up and called out, Wait, have you ever heard of the divine questioning blazing crystal? I couldn't find that material on the blue planet. Anna thought for a moment and replied, I know, that's a core from a true god realm beast. It's a bit rare, but if you want it, I can send my subordinates to hunt one down for you. Su Ping sank into the warm water, closing his eyes to relax. As fast as possible. My cultivation technique is about to break through to the second level. I'm just missing this one material. Ah, this spring seems to activate every cell in my body. Training here is definitely twice as effective. Joanna hugged the pile of divine crystals. She bowed, then turned and walked toward the glowing door, leaving Su Ping to soak comfortably. On her way to lead the pets to the arena, she glanced at the divine crystals and chuckled to herself. The arena is this way, follow me. Heh, I never expected him to get so many divine crystals in just half a day. A normal true god would need 3 days and 3 nights to earn this much, yet he handed it all over to me without a second thought. Looks like he's a high-potential worker. For the sake of my clan's restoration, it's essential to stay on his good side. Meanwhile, Su Ping was soaking in the pool, waving his hand to open the glowing blue system interface and access his storage. A massive mountain of shimmering divine crystals appeared in his personal space. It turned out he had only given her a tiny handful earlier. He broke into a sweat, muttering, Looks like I'll have to find a secret spot to hoard the rest of these crystals later. After finishing his cultivation session, a flash of light appeared, and Su Ping and Joanna safely returned to his bedroom in the real world. Su Ping was fired up, his body radiating energy. He clenched his fists and analyzed with satisfaction. Excellent. The Golden Crow Divine Demon body has successfully broken through to the second level. My physical strength is now nearly at the level of a high-tier rank 9 beast. Plus, my Suppression Demon Divine Fist from the last battle has reached the first level of perfection. If I go all out, I can crush a rank 9 powerhouse, and that's not even counting my Spirit Control Flight ability. Even though my internal energy is only at the low-tier rank 6, I can perfectly disguise myself as a titled ranker to the outside world. He pondered, his sharp eyes skimming over the image of his cunning enemy. Also, Yuan Tianxian was severely wounded during the fight with Joanna. I doubt he can hold his rank in the Sea of Clouds anymore. In this Asia region, the only one who can threaten me is one other legend, but my base strength already surpasses his, so I have nothing to worry about. Su Ping clapped his hands loudly to urge Joanna, Go wake up Tong Ruyan and get ready. I spent a huge amount of money on short video ads yesterday. The shop is definitely going to explode with business today. We're going to be busy. Joanna replied calmly. Understood. However, reality always knows how to slap people in the face. That morning, in front of the Pixiu pet shop with its fancy, super cool advertising screen, Su Ping sat hunched in a corner, grumpily watching a crow fly by. Behind him, his younger sister Su Lingyue was sweating buckets, exclaiming, It's so empty. Su Lingyue looked at the electronic device in her brother's hand, curious. Are you closed for the holidays today? Su Ping tapped the screen, thinking to himself, Obviously I'm working. Why is this kid back? She leaned close to his face and complained, It doesn't look like you're doing business. And besides, we got out of school early. Then she sighed. There's still a lesson with Teacher Poison King at home tonight. Suddenly, the screen in Su Ping's hand flashed, displaying a hot news alert that made Su Lingyue's eyes widen in surprise. The headline, a trending search, read, Feifan Pet Shop guarantees top 10 rankings for the city tournament. According to the news, the top 3 customers with the highest cumulative spending at any Feifan branch in the city will receive a guaranteed spot. Plus, they'll pay compensation if you don't make it. She gasped. Feifan Pet Shop guarantees top 10. After reading the news, Su Lingyue was furious, her head steaming and literal flames of rage burning behind her. That's so despicable. Using a tactic like this to draw in customers, even if they have to pay compensation, they'll still make a killing. They have dozens of branches across the city. They're definitely going to attract a ton of people. In stark contrast to his sister's anger, Su Ping covered his mouth with his hand, trying to suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha. Su Lingyue stared at her brother like he was an alien. What are you laughing at? Su Ping turned to tease his blushing, fuming sister. I just think you acting like a little boss lady is pretty cute. Hit right where it hurt, she stammered in defense. Brother, what are you talking about? I just think this is completely unfair. Su Ping returned to a serious look and crossed his arms. Lingyue kept insisting. This is what they call seeing an injustice on the road and refusing to let it slide. Su Ping shook his head. Unfair? Really? Well, I don't see what's unfair about it. But their situation isn't as simple as it looks. They even hired last year's champion as their spokesperson. That's the real hook to attract customers. Plus, most people are lazy and blindly trust authority. I bet they're going to sweep up all the customers in the city. Lingyue clenched her fists against her chest, her gaze firm and stubborn. No way, I can't let them get away with this. How about we offer a guarantee for the top 10 too? A cunning smirk pulled at the corner of Su Ping's mouth. He stroked his chin, full of confident style. If we're going to do it, let's go big. Let's guarantee the champion. Sure enough, the city's newsfeed exploded instantly. The headline Pixiu shop guarantees the city champion immediately took the #1 spot, crushing the Feifan pet shop guarantees top 10 story down to #2. At the front of the Feifan shop, the long line of people began to stir and whisper. This Pixiu shop is offering guarantees too, and it's for the champion. Besides, Feifan is too crowded, and they only have 3 spots. Might as well try our luck at Pixiu. Yeah, Feifan is packed. Who knows how long it'll take to reach me? People started flocking away, while a massive hand slammed against a wooden table in fury, along with a string of curses. Damn it. Where did this piece of trash shop come from? In a luxurious meeting room of the Feifan chain, the management was frantically brainstorming for the big boss sitting at the head of the table. Guaranteeing the first place? They're clearly provoking us. Boss Liu, let me go teach them a lesson. Boss Liu, should we release more guaranteed spots to keep our customers? The big boss, Feifan's owner Liu Yuan, closed his eyes and calmly raised his hand to signal a stop. Everyone sit down. No need to stoop to the level of small fry. Doesn't this Pixiu pet shop want to be famous? Use our public relations channels to dig up the info on who they're guaranteeing, then hype it up aggressively. A malevolent look appeared on Liu Yuan's face, his eyes sharp as knives. Blow that shop up. Once people know how strong their so-called guaranteed candidate is, the more they'll offend others. The more ridiculous the rumors, the better, so they could blacken their reputation and make them targets for everyone. Hearing this, the employees clapped and flattered their scheming boss. Boss Liu, your strategy to kill with a borrowed knife is brilliant. It won't cost us a single soldier once that guy fails. That will be the end of that shop. The higher they climb, the harder they fall. By doing this, Boss Liu, you're making sure they have no place left in Longjiang. Heh ha. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the boast about guaranteeing the championship had reached the major families. At the Chu family's elegant estate, a voice spoke up with interest. How interesting. This little pixie pet store that popped out of nowhere dares to guarantee the championship? Inside a dark room, the Chu family elders were gathering and whispering. I heard a rumor online, one said, that the owner of that shop cultivates pets to rank up in an instant, and has countless title-ranked experts under him, able to crush a legend rank with just a finger. This pixie pet store is truly a bunch of country bumpkins. Daring to be so arrogant and compete for business with the Liu family, they clearly don't respect the 4 great families at all. Another elder stroked his beard and calculated. Our Chu family and the Liu family have been fighting for years. We should use this opportunity to weaken the Liu family's influence. We must pull them down from their position as one of the 4 great families. At the same time, within another formidable power, the Liu family's residence, the matter was also being scrutinized intensely. Whoever dared to make such wild claims? This pixie pet store, who opened it? And what is their background? In the empty grand hall of the Liu family, a subordinate knelt on the floor to report to 2 elders. Report. The shop owner is named Su, a senior instructor at Fengshan Academy, with no special background. The 2 elders turned to look at each other. A Su, who doesn't belong to the 4 great families, Tang, Mu, Qin, or Liu, and isn't a small family like the Ye or Chu clans either. One elder stood with his hands behind his back, whispering to the person beside him. Patriarch, I heard that Lord Yuan actually went there. Afterward, he was carried back, and he hasn't stepped a single inch outside the Yuan estate since. The patriarch broke into a cold sweat and asked in horror, Are you talking about that legend rank Lord Yuan? Is this really true? The elderly elder stroked his white beard and replied with a mysterious look. Matters involving the honor of a legend rank are handled in secret. Any irrelevant witnesses have all been taken care of. If the Poison King hadn't said he personally carried him, I would still be in the dark. The face of the Liu family patriarch fell, and he made a decision with extreme gravity. This matter must never be leaked. Until we clarify the true origins of the Pixie Pet Store, do not mess with him. We will remain still and watch. A few days later, in front of the Pixie Pet Store, the giant advertising screen was still flashing dazzling text. Elite League Championship. Guaranteed placement in the top rankings. However, the scene below wasn't as bustling as expected. The crowd just walked by, whispering and pointing. What is this guaranteed championship? Inside the shop, Su Ping rested his chin on his hands with a dangerous look. Standing before the counter was Shu Kuang, a third-year student at the War God Academy. He asked confusedly, "Master, you aren't joking, are you?" Su Ping glanced at him and replied, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Su Kuang broke into a sweat, still unable to believe his ears. "Then what about the candidates? Really? Are you actually planning to follow through with the ad claiming to guarantee the #1 spot in the rankings?" Su Ping leaned his chin on his hand, his eyes shining with intelligence, and calmly explained his real plan. "No, that's just a tactic to attract attention. If I guaranteed it for a stranger, there would be too many uncertain variables." This matter was closely tied to the future of the Pixie Pet Store. Shu Kuang and Lingyue listened attentively. Su Ping continued, "So, I have to choose someone I trust." Shu Kuang scratched his head, worriedly wondering, "But won't false advertising backfire?" Su Ping leaned back in his chair and chuckled smugly. "How could it? Suppose I choose to guarantee it for you. As long as you pour money into training more than the others, sitting firmly at #1 is easy, right? Heh. For me, this is as easy as flipping my hand." The student, Shu Kuang, heard this and covered his mouth, laughing slyly in agreement. Suddenly, Su Lingyue slammed the table and stood up, her blue eyes bright with the fire of determination. "Brother, I want to win the #1 spot." Full of spirit, Lingyue declared clearly to Shu Kuang's shock, "No matter how hard the training is, I can handle it. Please, train me." Shu Kuang muttered to the side, "Little miss." Seeing his sister so agitated, Su Ping crossed his arms and tried to persuade her, "Don't mess around. Guaranteeing a championship is no game. With the guidance of the 4 elders, plus the Silver Wing Star Moondragon, if you just enter the arena following the correct sequence, getting into the top 10 is definitely not a problem." But Lingyue had no intention of backing down. Her eyes were stubborn. "A top 10 finish is nowhere near enough for me. I want to become strong quickly. I want to catch up to your footsteps." The emotions suppressed for so long poured out as Lingyue placed her hand on her chest to reveal, "In the places I couldn't see, you must have endured unimaginable training to have the strength you do today. So, I am certain that the current me, even with the dragon, absolutely cannot become as strong as you." Su Ping frowned, worried for his sister's safety. "You've only been in the Battle Pet Academy for a year. Reaching the top 10 of the Elite League is already a brilliant achievement. What are you being so impatient for? Guaranteeing a championship means that everyone in this city will consider you an enemy." He reached out, desperately trying to analyze the harsh situation. The cobras of the 4 great families are one thing, not to mention the competing pet stores. We're definitely going to resort to some pretty underhanded tactics. Once that happens, everyone on the street, even your former friends, will look at you differently. Su Ping's expression darkened, his voice dropping into a deep, serious tone of warning. Before he could even finish, Lingyue cut him off, dead set on signing the life and death contract. "Ever since I became a battle pet warrior, I've thought all this through. That day when Mom and I fainted, we definitely ran into some kind of danger, didn't we? A battle pet warrior's senses are sharp. You've been secretly protecting us from the shadows all this time, haven't you?" Su Lingyue stepped forward, her eyes wide and firm as she spoke clearly. "I'm not some kid who just waits to be spoon-fed. I won't give up this opportunity to anyone else. I want to be able to protect the people around me, too." Seeing the burning determination in his younger sister's eyes, Su Ping offered a helpless but forgiving smile. He nodded gently and replied, "If you're that determined, then take some time to really think it over." Suddenly, an angry roar from outside the hall cut through the warm atmosphere. "Pay up!" Su Bing, Lingyue, and Shu Kuang immediately spun around to face the door, their expressions filled with wariness. At that very moment, a bright blue system interface suddenly popped up in front of Su Bing with an urgent notification, detecting that someone was maliciously slandering the shop. A temporary quest was issued to restore the shop's reputation, kill the mastermind behind this. The quest reward is a legendary grade pet skill book, and the penalty for failure is a deduction of 5 of the host's rating points. The mission deadline is 24 hours, and refusal is absolutely not permitted. After reading the notification, Su Bing's gaze darkened, turning icy cold. He thought to himself, kill him? This is the first time he has seen the system react so fiercely. What on earth happened outside? As he stepped into the main hall, what hit his eyes was a customer frantically pounding his hands against the counter, screaming and making a scene. This shop ruined my astral pet. Not only has its strength plummeted, but it's also on the verge of death. I have the Dongming Tong contract right here. Don't even think about denying it. The surrounding crowd of customers began to murmur and whisper, half believing and half doubting. It was ruined during training? How could that be? Boss Su's speed and reputation have always been trustworthy. Could it be that they were in a rush and gave it the wrong medicine? I've been suspicious of this shop's speed for a long time. Could they be using hormones to force growth? Hormones? An astral pet, ruined by training. If that's true, this is too outrageous. But I've always trained here and never seen any issues. You saying that might be just survivorship bias. Where is the boss? Come out here and give us an explanation. Seeing the herd mentality swaying in his favor, the customer surnamed Sun became even more smug. He curled his lip in a cunning smirk and shouted to stir them up further. That's right. You ruin someone's astral pet and don't give any explanation? Are you planning to just run away? A few people in the crowd joined in the shouting. Don't do that. I've dumped so much money here just to reach the song champion level. That's right, pay up, Sun sneered inwardly. Just as the crowd was at its loudest, a steady, firm footstep echoed as someone stepped out, stomping hard on the floor. Following behind Su Bing, Joanna immediately stepped forward, releasing a brilliant golden pressure that swept across the hall, causing the rowdy crowd to stumble and fall. She glared and shouted with an imposing voice, "Everyone, quiet!" The troublemakers were terrified and screamed, falling helplessly to the ground. The slandering customer was so scared he fell flat on his bottom. Are you trying to use force to suppress people? I'll call the police. If this gets out, your shop will have to shut down. Su Bing calmly stepped forward, his voice deep as he gave an order. Anna, pull back your hand. He then looked down at the man on the ground, his voice indifferent. I'm the owner of this shop. What was that nonsense you were barking about? Seeming to regain a bit of courage, the man scrambled to his feet, let out a playful scoff, and shifted to the side. See for yourself. He summoned his Aurora Spirit Fox, which was lying limp on the ground. The beautiful pet, which once shimmered with electricity, was now covered in sickly, dark, purple, swollen spots, and toxic fumes were radiating from it. The man pointed at it. This is the good work you people did. Su Bing calmly pulled out his tablet to check the records. Your name is Sun Chu, right? The man puffed out his chest. That's right. Su Bing cross-referenced the information. You brought your pet here for training the day before yesterday and picked it up yesterday. Su Bing held up the screen, showing the customer's signed confirmation in front of him, continuing to press with logic. We still have the signature verifying the pet's condition when you received it. You signed it, didn't you? That's not wrong, is it? Sun Chu tilted his head and scratched his neck. So what if I signed it? Don't even dream of using this paperwork to cover up and scam me. Sun Chu argued. My Aurora Spirit Fox only started getting sick after I got home. Su Bing didn't bother arguing further. He crouched down next to the dying Spirit Fox. Stay calm. Let me examine it first. Sun Chu crossed his arms and sneered. Suit yourself. Su Bing immediately began to chant. Appraisal technique. The notification panel showed terrible stats. 6th rank, but the combat power had plummeted to the 4th rank, lower level, and its aptitude was rated as poor. Carefully observing the festering, reddish sores on the creature's skin, Su Bing sharply analyzed the situation. Just as he claimed, the combat power had dropped extremely severely. However, looking closely, these marks didn't look like a natural disease. On the contrary, these symptoms looked much more like it had been poisoned. Having grasped the crux of the problem, Su Bing stood up straight and turned to ask his divine employee, Anna, do you know how to use healing arts? Joanna narrowed her eyes slightly and replied nonchalantly, I know a little bit. Seeing the situation was about to be exposed, Sun Chu panicked and rushed over to block the pet, waving his arms to incite the crowd. Don't bother with the fake, hypocritical act. I already took it to the Upper District Astral Pet Hospital for an examination. The doctor there concluded that this was because you people trained it carelessly and used random drugs, leading to a mutation. He continued to shout at the top of his lungs, don't even talk about whether you can cure it or not right now. It's a question of whether it can even survive. Before he could finish his grating voice, Joanna coldly swung her hand, slapping him across the face and sending him flying away. Her voice was icy, too noisy. Get lost. Sun Chu clutched one side of his swollen cheek, Glaring with disbelief at the violence that had just occurred, he roared, "You dare hit me?" Ignoring his tantrum, Joanna gracefully crouched down and placed her hands on the Aurora Spirit Fox's body. A golden, divine light, extremely warm, enveloped the dying pet. Under the purifying power of the divine art, the toxic dark purple spots on the Spirit Fox's body started to smoke and then disappeared without a trace. It let out a soft, relieved whimper and slowly opened its eyes. In the blink of an eye, the Aurora Spirit Fox jumped up, its snow-white fur shimmering and lively again. It happily stuck out its tongue and rubbed its head against its benefactor, Joanna's, hand. The crowd witnessed the miracle and burst into astonishment. "Look over there, that's so magical. The Aurora Spirit Fox that was dying just a moment ago is already jumping around. It was cured in the blink of an eye." Joanna gently patted the animal's head. "Good girl, very good." Su Bing glanced at the updated system appraisal panel. He was secretly amazed. The Aurora Spirit Fox's combat power had soared to the 7th rank, middle level, and its aptitude had also improved. He smirked in admiration, truly impressive. Not only did she detoxify it, but she even pushed its aptitude up an entire level. Healthy once again, the Spirit Fox trotted over toward its owner, Sun Chu. Contrary to expectations, it jumped up and licked his face all over with a long, wet tongue, causing Sun Chu to shrink back in panic, his face turning pale as he raised his hands to fend off the saliva. Amidst the swindler's confusion, Su Bing's eyes suddenly glowed with a cold, golden light, sharp as a wild beast, staring straight at him with blood-curdling killing intent. The invisible pressure from Su Bing's gaze made Sun Chu break out in a cold sweat. Realizing his plan to slander the shop had completely collapsed, he petted his pet, stuttered to save a little face, and wanted to slip away quickly. "Humph, since it's cured, I won't pursue this any further. Consider my earlier outburst a slip of the tongue. I hope you're generous enough to let it slide." After making that excuse to save face, he whipped around and hurried his Aurora Spirit Fox. "Let's get out of here." But just as he turned to make a run for it, a hand as firm as a vice clamped onto his shoulder, holding him back. Su Ping squeezed his shoulder, his face darkening. A surge of killing intent radiated out, making the man shudder. Su Ping said coldly, "Don't be in such a rush. Our shop offers after-sales service. Why don't you come upstairs for a moment?" Before he could even react, Su Ping hauled him directly into a pitch-black room on the 2nd floor, causing him to shriek before crashing to the floor. With his back to the door that just slammed shut, Su Ping glared at the man struggling to crawl up, his voice sharp as a blade. "Your first reaction when you saw your pet was cured wasn't relief, it was tension. That shows your motive for causing trouble wasn't simple. And it wasn't just about the pet. Tell me, who sent you?" The man surnamed Sun tried to keep his composure, feigning ignorance, while his Aurora Spirit Fox growled in warning. "What are you talking about? Who sent me? I don't understand what you mean. Let me go, or I'm calling the cops." Su Ping sneered. The pressure of a titled rank powerhouse descended, making the air in the room feel thick enough to freeze, lifting both the man and the beast into the air. "Seems like you won't talk unless you get a taste of suffering." The Aurora Spirit Fox immediately bristled and snarled, lunging toward its former master. The man surnamed Sun was terrified, screaming, "Wait, it's the titled rank." Su Ping's golden eyes flashed in the darkness. He stepped closer, his voice eerie, like a reaper's. "If I recall correctly, a titled rank has the right to kill those who offend them without facing any charges. Can you really be innocent? I've never tried it before. Do you want to be the first?" Under the immense pressure, Sun trembled violently, sweating buckets, until he finally broke and screamed, I'll talk. It was the Liu family." Hearing the familiar name, Su Ping's gaze turned even frostier. He growled, "The Liu family? The Liu family is behind the profound pet shop? Speak clearly." Sun panted, hurriedly spilling everything. My pet was accidentally injured in a match against someone else yesterday. To get it cured before the tournament, I needed a massive amount of money. Then, some people from the Liu family approached me. They said if I blamed this on you guys, they'd treat my pet for free." Su Ping continued the interrogation. "What was the person who ordered you named? What did they look like?" Sun shook his head in fear. "I don't know. The other party wore a mask. I didn't see their face." Su Ping turned to Joanna. "Do you have any mind-reading spells?" Joanna shook her head, her expression one of slight disdain. "We of the god race never resort to such cowardly methods." Su Ping immediately offered 2 points. Joanna asked, puzzled. "He already confessed everything, didn't he? Are you worried he's lying to you?" Su Ping explained, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing through everything. "Exactly. He confessed too smoothly. Furthermore, the cause and effect were way too detailed, as if it had been rehearsed. If the profound pet shop really used such low-level tactics, once the tables turn, they're the ones who'll suffer the biggest loss. He turned to Joanna and gave the order. All right. Joanna stepped forward, and immediately, the beast behind the man formed an orb of energy. Sun scrambled back in a panic. You! What are you going to do? Aurora Spirit Fox, save me! The Aurora Spirit Fox bared its fangs, roared, and fired a beam of light. But Joanna simply raised one hand, effortlessly blocking the blast. She looked at him coldly and said, Soul Search. A brilliant golden light from her hand enveloped the man's head. Fragments of his memories played out like a movie. It turned out he was drowning in debt to the Chu family. To clear it, he agreed to inject his own pet with rank 9 Hellfire Snake venom to frame the Liu family. In exchange, he was promised a rank 8 bloodline pet. In his own memory, Sun was shown closing his eyes in pain, apologizing to his loyal companion. I'm sorry. Aurora Spirit Fox. After seeing the whole truth, Su Ping grabbed him by the collar, his voice icy. You truly deserve to die. Sun sobbed and begged. Cough, cough. I was forced into a corner. Please, spare me. Seeing its master in danger, the Aurora Spirit Fox roared, but Su Ping blocked its strike with just one hand. The man surnamed Sun, seeing this, frantically used his pet as a human shield, forcing a fake smile. Just for its sake. Spare me once. I promise I'll treat it well from now on. It can't survive without me. Su Ping stayed silent, slowly releasing his grip on the man's collar before turning to call Joanna. Joanna replied, Yes? Su Ping gave the order, the Aurora Spirit Fox standing between them. I'll give you 2 more points. Break their contract for me. Joanna raised her golden scepter. Very well. A brilliant light flashed from the scepter, cutting down and shattering the invisible bond between master and pet. As soon as the contract was severed, the Spirit Fox backed away from Su Ping's grip. It obediently retracted its razor-sharp teeth and slowly retreated. Seeing this, Sun struggled in despair. Aurora Spirit Fox, come back. I am your master. Get back here, Su Ping said coldly. You haven't been qualified to be its master for a long time. You scum. The man surnamed Sun knelt in despair, begging, Don't, Boss Su, don't kill me. Su Ping flew out the window, leaving behind a remark of utter contempt. Killing you would just dirty my hands. A streak of golden light shot across the sky, heading straight for the Chu family estate. At the Chu family's main gate, 3 security guards in black suits stood watch, suddenly looking up in terror. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads, and one of them stuttered, pointing upward. Quick, look, up there! That giant shadow is blocking the sun. The mighty purgatory dragon beast descended alongside the dark dragon hound, carrying Su Ping and the dangling Sun Chu in his hand. The guards retreated in utter horror. A titled rank. May I ask what the honorable expert's name is, and what brings you to the Chu residence? Standing proudly with his hands folded on the dragon's back, Su Ping spoke coldly, his majestic voice echoing through the air. Call your clan leader out here. The guards, trembling before the dragon beast's massive claws, hurriedly waved their hands to stop him, trying to buy time. Honorable master, please wait. We've already reported this to the leader. Please wait a moment. But Su Ping only frowned slightly, dropping a cold remark from high above. I don't have that much patience. No sooner had he finished speaking, the purgatory dragon beast threw its head back and roared, flapping its massive wings to create a gale-force wind as it flew forward. However, it was immediately blocked by the Chu estate's defensive gate shield. Below, an elite army dressed in formal martial arts uniforms immediately appeared to block the path. One of them shouted loudly, Trespassers! Back off! This is the Chu family's 4 great secret formations, the Black Tortoise Hanging Tiger Formation. It's formed by 32 Chu royal guards, all at the 8th rank or higher, and it can withstand attacks from a mid-level 9th rank expert. Ignoring the long-winded threats, Su Ping retorted in a bored, impatient tone. I want to see your clan leader. Are you deaf? The captain of the Chu Royal Guard, a formidable warrior, crossed his arms and lifted his chin arrogantly. The clan leader is not someone you can see just because you want to. I am a captain of the Chu Royal Guard, a lower-level 9th rank fighter. Even if you have a title rank title, don't even think about stepping inside without an appointment. Golden flames of murderous intent ignited in Su Ping's eyes. He clenched his fist, gathering his strength, and coldly declared, Since you won't listen to reason, I guess I'll just have to knock on the door myself. His entire body erupted in a brilliant, blinding aura. Su Ping launched himself into the air, gathering all his energy for a devastating strike, the second form of the demonic suppressing divine fist. With a roar that tore through the sky, a giant fist made of golden light crashed down onto the Chu family's emerald green defensive barrier. The terrifying pressure made the elite Chu guards break out in a cold sweat. Their faces twisted in horror as they gasped. What kind of martial art is that? This presence is way beyond a normal title ranker. The captain gritted his teeth, pouring his energy into maintaining the formation, and bellowed at his subordinates, "Give it everything you've got. Anyone who retreats gets executed." But just then, the light shield began to crack and shatter under the strain. The captain's eyes went wide with disbelief, yet he stubbornly kept screaming. It was impossible. He's just a title ranker. There's no way he could break the black tortoise hanging tiger formation. Before his words even faded, the shockwave from the punch pierced the defenses, causing all the Chu royal guards to cough up blood and collapse on the spot from the internal impact. The captain fell to his knees, clutching his chest, sweating profusely, trembling as he looked up at the sky. How could this be? The force didn't show any sign of fading. Is this guy trying to level our entire Chu family estate? In this life-or-death moment, two streaks of powerful light shot up from deep within the estate. The gasping soldiers cheered joyfully. The protectors are here! Two old men with white beards descended, their overwhelming aura shaking the ground as they shouted, "We would rather be shattered jade than intact tiles." They immediately combined their strength to unleash the final move, the Black Tortoise explosive strike, creating a massive explosion of light that deflected all the incoming attacks. As the dust settled, the captain breathed a sigh of relief and knelt to pay his respects. "Thank you for intervening, protectors." Suddenly, a voice rang out, reprimanding those below. The Chu Royal Guard is made up of the elite of the Chu clan. The minimum requirement is a 7th rank battle pet warrior. Since when have you become so useless? A brilliant halo descended from the void. Chu Tianlin, the Chu clan leader and an upper-level 9th rank expert, appeared majestically with his arms crossed, throwing out a rebuke. "You couldn't even stop one young title ranker, and you had to bother my left and right, protectors." The captain kowtowed in fear, begging for mercy. "It's my fault for failing. Clan leader, please allow me to drive this intruder back and atone for my failure." But from within the thick gray smoke, the silhouette of a giant dragon and Su Ping emerged, completely unscathed. He looked straight at the old man in charge and spoke coldly. "So, you're the Chu clan leader." Confirmed, he was the right guy. Su Ping's expression didn't change a bit. He bluntly laid out his terms. "That makes things easier. Your people schemed to sabotage my shop, hand them over." The two protectors were furious, pointing directly at Su Ping and shouting, "You arrogant lunatic. Not only did you force your way into our estate, but you dare insult us and even give orders to the clan leader? You really think you can just march in here alone and demand people?" The left protector couldn't contain his rage, immediately summoning his mid-level 9th rank chaotic nightmare beast. It lunged forward, dripping with killing intent. "Die!" At the same time, countless elite black-clad figures leaped from the surrounding rooftops, using their agility to surround Su Ping. The cries echoed everywhere. The entire Chu royal guard. "Move out. Hack him into 100 pieces." The crowd swarmed him like a death squad, backed by dozens of ferocious battle pets. Seeing this, Su Ping just stood there, hands in his pockets, looking at the charging mob with complete contempt. "What's the point of sending a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp like you?" Seeing his subordinates failing, Chu Yuntian grew angry, emitting a dazzling green spirit energy. He stood atop a massive magical formation, shouting, "You frog at the bottom of a well. I'll let you see what real power is. Form up." The soldiers below immediately coordinated their hand seals, funneling their spiritual energy into the formation. The chanting was deafening. Energy gathered, lighting up a corner of the sky, and a giant green light dragon coiled around the tower, rising majestically. The Chu clan protection formation tore through the clouds, and a green dragon holding a giant energy sword appeared. Facing the overwhelming pressure of the green dragon execution formation, Su Ping didn't show any fear. Instead, he flashed a sarcastic half-smile. He asked blandly, "Another dragon? Chu Yuntian, are you sure you want to keep protecting the culprits?" Chu Yuntian stroked his beard confidently, lecturing him loudly. "Humph, you're on the verge of death and you're still acting tough?" The gap between the mid-levels of the 9th rank is massive. It's equivalent to the gap from the 1st rank all the way to the 9th. A lower-level 9th rank fighting an upper-level 9th rank is like a 3rd grader fighting a 9th grader. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, it might not be too late. The old man kept his eyes half closed, looking smug as he let out a sharp threat. "Your strength, I assume, is at most upper-level 9th rank, but the power of this Green Dragon Execution Formation. The giant green dragon of light swung its massive sword, releasing a destructive aura aimed straight at Su Ping. Chu Yuntian roared with pride. Is a peak rank 9 half-step legendary, someone who can even go head-to-head with a Blade Sovereign. Su Ping's gaze turned icy. He called out the names of his 2 battle pets in a completely emotionless tone. Purgatory Dragon Beast, Dark Dragon Hound. He jerked his chin toward the Azure Dragon Immortal formation that was radiating overwhelming pressure, his voice dripping with defiance. Show them what you've got, and put their skills to the test. On his command, the Purgatory Dragon Beast and the Dark Dragon Hound roared in unison, lunging straight into the Azure Dragon's destructive sword aura and triggering a violent energy explosion. Amidst the swirling storm of energy, Su Ping stood there calmly with one hand in his pocket, watching the scene with complete indifference. Meanwhile, the guy at his feet, Sun Qiu, was terrified to the point of screaming his lungs out. Ah! Help! Save me! The Chu family's 2 left and right protectors couldn't believe their eyes, exclaiming in horror, "What? A peak rank 9 attack from the Azure Dragon manifestation? Blocked head-on? What kind of monstrous defensive power is this?" Su Ping shook his head slightly, tossed out a tiny skeleton, and spoke with a hint of boredom. "Fine, whatever. I didn't come here to reason with you people anyway." The little skeleton darted forward like a blur, swinging the bone blade in its hand and carving a deadly, crimson arc through the air. Chu Yunshan initially looked on with disdain, pouting. What is that bag of bones trying to do with a rotten tooth? But instantly, a massive, blood-stained skull phantom manifested behind the little skeleton and let out a singular roar. Dragon Slayer. Chu Yunshan's face instantly turned ashen, and cold sweat poured down his brow. Dragon Slayer. Oh no. That's a rare technique specifically designed to counter the dragon type. The old man didn't dare hesitate, hastily weaving hand signs and screaming, "Don't underestimate this skeleton. Use the Vermilion Bird Fire Armor." A set of fiery orange armor instantly enveloped the Azure Dragon, desperately trying to boost its defenses. Su Ping just sneered, dripping with sarcasm. "Changing your elemental alignment now? A bit too late for that." A streak of red light tore through the air like lightning. The little skeleton's bone blade slashed through the defensive armor and the spectral Azure Dragon as easily as slicing through tofu. Chu Yunshan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his aged face twisted in sheer terror, unable to believe it. How? One strike was enough to finish it? The 2 protectors rushed over to catch Chu Yunshan, and the right protector asked anxiously, "Big brother, are you all right?" As Chu Yunshan clutched his chest and coughed, he thought bitterly, "Damn it. I only wanted to goad this little brat into stabbing the Liu family in the back. How did it turn into inviting disaster upon ourselves? Clearly, I used my spiritual energy to wipe the key memories of everyone involved from Sun Qiu's side, and there were no videos or documents left behind. How on earth did he track us down?" Just then, Su Ping was already standing towering over him, his voice cold as ice. "I'll ask one more time. Are you still planning to cover for them?" Under the terrifying pressure, Chu Yunshan nodded shakily, his voice cracking. I'll hand them over. Hurry, go get those people." The old patriarch stumbled to his feet, screaming internally. "What? Borrowing a knife to kill someone? This isn't borrowing a knife. This is inviting a god of slaughter into our home." The Chu family army had suffered more than 50% casualties. The ancestral estate was ruined, and 4 titled-level experts were injured. The losses already far outweighed the potential gains. At this point, there was no choice but to drop the matter and try to find some peace. A moment later, the underlings dragged a group of thugs out, and a soldier reported, "My Lord Patriarch, the people you requested have been brought here." As soon as the group saw the state of the area, they fell to their knees in terror, begging, "Please, don't kill me. Please, give me another chance." Chu Yunshan turned to Su Ping and bowed in humiliation. "These animals acted on their own initiative and offended you. Please, I beg you to punish them." Su Ping didn't even glance at him. He just tilted his head to signal for Sun Qiu, who was still trembling, to step forward and identify if anyone was missing. Sun Qiu stammered as he stepped up, but after looking at the group closely, he looked confused. I don't recognize them." The group also waved their hands hurriedly. "Me neither. I've never seen this guy before." "Right. Who even is he?" Su Ping narrowed his eyes. A thought flashed through his mind. None of them know each other? Clearly, these are the 3 people who appeared in Sun Qiu's memories. Could it be? Their memories had been tampered with. Meanwhile, the left protector, Chu Tianquang, was standing behind him, feeling smug. "I had multiple groups handle this, delegating tasks layer by layer, and had them erase the images of their superiors from everyone's minds. Looks like those key memories still haven't been recovered. He continued to reason confidently. This kid found the Chu family. He must have used some secret treasure to search Sun Chu's consciousness and only caught a few fragmented, remaining memories. But that kind of powerful treasure either consumes an enormous amount of energy or has strict limits on how many times it can be used. There's no way he can trace them back to me. Just as he finished his train of thought, Su Ping suddenly struck. Golden beams of energy shot out, piercing the throats of the men kneeling on the ground, causing them to let out a tragic cry before collapsing. A murderous aura erupted from Su Ping's entire body, and a burning orb of energy condensed in his palm. Patriarch Chu, these people were just the tip of the iceberg. Don't think you can play me for a fool. I'll say it one last time. Hand over everyone who planned and carried out this entire thing. Anyone who insulted the reputation of my shop will have to pay for it with blood. Seeing this, the left protector, Chu Tianquang, jumped in fright, his whole body tensing up, with only one question left in his mind. What? How can he be so certain? Chu Yunchan bowed his head in confusion, sweat pouring down his forehead, his voice hesitant. Actually, there is still one more group on their way. Please, contain your anger. Then he turned to his underlings, trying to maintain some dignity. Men, the soldier replied hurriedly. Yes, sir. Immediately after, a group of people in business attire were brought in. All of them knelt on the ground in fear, crying and begging for mercy. Please, have mercy. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Mighty One, spare my life. Chu Yunchan pointed at the trembling group and said respectfully to Su Ping, who was hovering in the air, These are all the people who were involved. Please, do as you see fit. Su Ping glanced at them coldly, thinking to himself, to be fair, aside from the mastermind, the rest of them don't necessarily deserve to die. But I came here this time, besides completing the system's mission, for an even more important purpose, to establish my authority. His gaze turned sharp. He told himself, I'm doing this so that things like this don't happen again in the future, so I can't afford to be soft-hearted. As soon as the thought finished, an invisible sword aura swept across, causing the entire group to fall silent and collapse into a pool of blood. The left protector, Chu Tianquang, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling smug. You've killed so many people already. That should be enough to satisfy your rage, right? Finally, that Godslayer son has been taken care of. But just then, a virtual notification window popped up before Su Ping's eyes. All the conspirators behind the event had been wiped out, but the main culprit was still at large. With 20 hours remaining, Su Ping frowned slightly and muttered one name. Little Skeleton. Out of thin air, Little Skeleton swooped down like a phantom. It swung the bone blade in its hand, carving a massive, crimson arc that mercilessly sliced the Chu family's main building in half. The Chu family's left guardian, Chu Tianguang, was absolutely livid. He jumped up, pointed a trembling finger, and roared, Hey, everyone involved in this mess, I've already handed them over to you. Why are you still trashing our ancestral home? This is beyond unreasonable. Su Ping turned around indifferently, his voice icy. Did I ever say I came here to be reasonable? Besides, you didn't even hand over the mastermind in the first place, so I've had to use a process of elimination to find them. The Purgatory Dragon Beast bowed its head, growling right in the face of the terrified left guardian. Su Ping pointed at him casually. Let's start with you. The left guardian was scared out of his wits and frantically waved his hands. No, that won't work. Chu Yuntian gritted his teeth, screaming internally. Damn it! If we lose the left guardian, it's like losing an arm for the Chu family. And now, just to save that arm, the whole body is about to be paralyzed. With no other choice, he bellowed, Chu Ji, step forward. The right guardian, Chu Ji, who had been hiding in the crowd, jumped in shock, his face pale with utter panic and disbelief. Su Ping's gaze shifted to him instantly. You're the mastermind, aren't you? Anything to say for yourself? Chu Ji suddenly looked up at the sky and let out a frantic, maniacal laugh, clutching his face with both hands. Ha ha ha. Is there really such a thing in this world where sullying the reputation of a tiny shop would lead an entire family to total annihilation? He suddenly spun around, pointed at Sun Qiu, who was cowering in a corner, and roared, I've spent my whole life planning every step for the Chu family without a single mistake. If it weren't for you, my perfect plan would never have been exposed. With that, he lunged at Sun Qiu with a twisted expression. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. A loud smack echoed as he dealt a fatal blow to Sun Qiu, sending the man into a pathetic, agonizing scream. But before Chu Ji could land a second strike, Little Skeleton appeared behind him in a blur. The cold blade was pressed against his neck, freezing him in absolute terror. Su Ping watched the scene without a flicker of emotion. The eyes of the Purgatory Dragon Beast beside him glowed intensely, and he gave a short, sharp command. Purgatory Dragon Beast, burn it all to ash. Black hellfire instantly engulfed Chu Ji. His blood-curdling screams rang out, then quickly died away. The rest of the Chu family, including the commander and the left guardian, watched the scene with faces as white as sheets. The commander trembled, thinking to himself, how terrifying. I'm actually lucky that I didn't get involved in this. Chu Yuntian looked at the pile of ashes on the ground, cold sweat dripping down his neck. He solemnly declared that from now on, the entire street where the Pixie Pet Store was located would be a restricted zone for the Chu family, and anyone who dared to provoke this person would face severe consequences. At that same moment, the system interface flashed again. The main culprit had been successfully eliminated. On the ground, only 2 scorched patches of ash remained, the only evidence left of the 2 lives erased from existence. Chu Yuntian finally dared to step forward, bowing deeply to Su Ping. Great master, every person involved in damaging your shop's reputation has been handed over. I beg you, please let your anger subside. Su Ping folded his arms across his chest, responding coldly. It's not over yet. I've only dealt with the criminals, but the negative impact you caused still lingers. You, the Chu family, must issue a citywide announcement, admitting your wrongdoings and clearing my shop's name. And on top of that, you will compensate me for the losses of an entire morning. Chu Yuntian nodded frantically, like a bird pecking for grain. Of course, that's only natural. I'll handle the apology announcement myself. But deep down, he was screaming in bitterness. Rumors online claimed the owner of the Pixie Pet Store could take down a legend rank with 1 punch and a titled rank with 1 kick. And to think he called those rumors. It was clearly a brutal reality. If he ever found out who had been spreading the word, he'd strip them bare. It wouldn't be the Chu family way otherwise. Chu Yuntian clasped his hands timidly, testing the waters. Regarding the compensation, do we have any treasures or properties that might catch your eye? Star coins, real estate, or artifacts? Su Ping smiled, raising 1 finger. I don't want much. Just 1 set of heavenly materials used for training master-level battle pets. He squinted slightly, his gaze sharp as a razor. I want the kind you use to cultivate the young master. Chu Yuntian jumped, letting out a horrified shriek. What? He hurriedly explained, his hands flailing wildly. The young master is the #1 successor. To train his aptitude to the point of surpassing the previous clan leader, we had to exhaust almost every top-tier resource the family owns. His expression turned furious, his teeth grinding audibly. You want us to hand over those resources? Doesn't that mean the Chu family will never be able to rise again? You're trying to turn us into fattened pigs. Su Ping replied nonchalantly. You could say that, but there's one thing you've overlooked. He offered a confident, arrogant smile. Even if it's a pig, I'm confident enough to put it in the position of clan leader. The Chu family subordinates below were absolutely outraged. The commander charged forward, shouting, How dare you compare our leader to a pig? A warrior can be killed, but not insulted. If you want to fight, we'll fight. But Chu Yuntian immediately turned back and roared with immense authority. Shut your mouth. The entire crowd stared at each other in confusion, bewildered by what was happening. Continued. The entire crowd stared at each other in confusion, bewildered by what was happening. Clan leader Chu Yuntian turned his back on Su Ping, his voice lowering as he explained to his subordinates, who were still brimming with pent-up aggression. Have you all forgotten? That skeleton creature he carries, though it looks bizarre, was originally just a common, low-bloodline pet. A vision of the little skeleton's destructive power flashed through his mind. Yet, that very pet, under his guidance, displayed the strength of a true catastrophe-level beast. The old leader looked at his people with a grave expression, concluding firmly, when he says he can cultivate a pig to the 9th rank, in my opinion, I fear he isn't speaking in metaphors at all. Hearing this, the entire Chu royal guard went silent, cold sweat streaming down their backs. Su Ping nodded slightly, showing his approval. Not bad, quite a sharp leader. He turned and offered an enticing proposal. That's right. If you collaborate with me, I can help cultivate super powerful pets for you and supply food for rare grade pets at a price far lower than the market. He smirked, his voice dripping with temptation. You've been eyeing the position of the 4 great families for a long time now, haven't you? To challenge the 4 great families in this war, you need an army equipped with elite weaponry, and I happen to be the arms dealer who can. Equip every one of your men with a nuclear warhead. Chu Yuntian was so shocked he took a step back, stammering, Could it be that your target is also the 4 great families? Su Ping patted his shoulder lightly, his gaze looking into the distance. Look a little further ahead. The next day, Su Ping was riding on the back of his Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, soaring through the city skies, his voice booming. This entire base city will eventually become my shop. At the Pixie Pet Shop, a crowd gathered, buzzing with chatter. So it turns out the Chu family was playing dirty. I told you, how could Boss Su's shop possibly have any problems? You're just a sycophant. I heard Boss Su flew into a rage, marched straight to the Chu family's estate, and sliced their ancestral home into 4 pieces. It's basically the Dion family home now. Ha ha ha! Inside the shop, the flow of people was like a festival, with non-stop noise. Who would have thought the online rumors about this store were actually true? Returning to his room, a virtual notification appeared before Su Ping. Shop reputation restored. Invite to draw for a legendary grade pet skill book. Without hesitation, he tapped the draw button. A brilliant golden sphere of light began to spin before him. Su Ping wondered to himself, what will this be? The sphere transformed into an ancient scroll, and the notification explained, legendary grade pet skill. Beast Soul Fusion. Grants the pet the ability to merge with its master for a short duration. Upon fusion, the master receives the full combat power of that pet. Each time they fuse, the master can temporarily gain one of that pet's skills. The effect of this skill will be doubled compared to the original. Su Ping was so stunned he cursed internally, muttering, fusion, a technique only legendary rank battle pet warriors possess, and it can be taught directly to a pet? This reward was mind-blowing. He rubbed his chin, sweat beads forming on his forehead, starting to waver. With such a terrifying skill book, which pet should I give it to? He imagined the scene of fusing with the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. If he gave it to the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, he could transform into a dragon warrior breathing dragon fire, and even have dragon wings to fly. That's so cool. But then, he shook his head. But I'm already used to using spiritual power to fly. Turning into a dragon would be a bit tacky. He thought of the Dark Dragon Hound. What if he gave it to the Dark Dragon Hound? Using a boosted version of 100-Mile Soul Chase wouldn't be bad. But just then, the Dark Dragon Hound ran over, barked, and dropped a bone. Su Ping broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, damn it, a dog warrior just sounds wrong. A dark purple spatial vortex opened. Su Ping smiled. As expected, the one worthy of this skill book had to be you. From the vortex, the little skeleton stepped out. Su Ping commanded, come out. The moment it appeared, the little skeleton already had its blade drawn, ready for battle. Su Ping put his hands on his hips and sighed. Big guy, I didn't call you out to slash anyone this time. He held the skill, scroll out to the little skeleton, who was tilting its head in confusion. The little skeleton took the scroll, its bony cheeks suddenly blushing. Su Ping broke into a cold sweat, having to explain, I didn't give it to the wrong person. It's for you. Eat it, it's delicious. The scroll dissolved into golden dust and merged into the little skeleton's body. An info panel appeared, showing that the skill Beast Soul Fusion had been added, and its combat power stat had increased from 11 to 11.5. Su Ping cheered happily. Combat power increased by half a point. That's great. He patted the little skeleton's head, recalling that ever since the little skeleton had fully absorbed that blood orb, its appearance had changed like this, and its combat power had soared to 10 points. Since then, the little skeleton couldn't increase its combat power through regular battles anymore. The 10-point combat power of the little skeleton was on par with the dragon beasts at the peak of the Dragonbone Tower. Back then, he had to rely on constant resurrection to win, and even then, its combat power only increased by 0.1. He grinned, continuing to pat his pet's head. After entering the demigod ruins, through many battles with the insectoid race, and with Joanna's help, it had finally broken through to 11. Who would have thought that just one skill could allow the little skeleton, which was so hard to level up, to increase its combat power by 0.5 points directly? It truly lives up to being a legendary grade skill. It's just too broken. Immediately after, Su Ping turned back to the table, looking at the virtual screen. The chaos in the shop had finally calmed down. Now, it was time to solve the problem of defending the championship. He dialed a number. Brother Ye, I want to take 2 level 5 rookies to the wilderness for training. Could you help me find a suitable location? Just then, inside the shop hall, Xu Kuang, with his hair gelled into spikes, nudged Su Lingyue. His eyes filled with admiration as he looked at the man speaking with Su Ping. The powerhouse talking to Boss Su. Could it be? In Xu Kuang's mind appeared the image of a legendary swordmaster with godlike technique, who had slaughtered countless level 9 ferocious beasts with just one blade. The man who stood at the absolute peak of the title ranked the one known as number 1 below the legendary rank. The Blade Saint. At that moment, the Blade Saint stroked his beard and smiled at Su Ping. Boss Su, haven't seen you in a few days, but your aura has become quite radiant. I almost didn't recognize you. Su Ping returned the smile. Since you've contacted me, you must be ready to teach your sword technique, right? Su Ping stepped up to the virtual space console and pressed a few buttons. No problem. I wonder, what kind of backdrop would you prefer? The Blade Saint stroked his chin. My sword technique is grand and imposing. It's best if there are mountains and water. The surrounding scenery shifted instantly. A majestic, sheer cliff appeared, with crashing waves hitting the rocks below, sending up white foam. The Blade Saint strolled along the cliff edge, taking a deep, astonished breath. Why is this panorama so realistic? I can even smell the saltiness of the sea breeze. Su Ping shrugged with a faint smile. Just a small trick, not worth mentioning. Feel free to use this testing ground. Even if it gets destroyed, it will instantly restore itself. A sharp blade aura radiated out. The Blade Saint drew his giant sword from its sheath, looking imposing and heroic. Very well. There have been many who wanted to learn my sword technique before, but if their foundation was insufficient or their talent too low, it was all for nothing. But with Boss Su's guarantee, I'm sure this person will be able to grasp it. Then, please, draw your blade. Su Ping's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly exclaimed, All right, Senior Blade Saint, I'm coming up. But instead of rushing in himself, Su Ping opened a spatial rift, allowing a small figure in a black cloak, brandishing a bone blade, to step out and face the Swordmaster. An interface similar to a classic RPG popped up in the Swordmaster's mind with a notification. A wild skeleton monster had just appeared. The Swordmaster broke into a cold sweat, his face twisting in astonishment. Hey, don't tell me you want me to teach sword techniques to this little skeleton? Su Ping cheerfully clasped his hands. That's right. I have to be away for a while and won't be able to train it myself. While I'm gone, I'll have to trouble you to mentor it. Seeing the Swordmaster's stunned expression, Su Ping tossed a glowing mirage fruit into the air and smiled faintly. Of course, I won't have you working for free. Please, accept this. The Swordmaster's eyes lit up as the medicinal fruit hovered before him. It was a star essence fruit, capable of instantly boosting a 9th rank pet master's energy level by 1 stage. The Swordmaster carefully cradled the precious fruit, muttering as he calculated. Although it couldn't help a peak 9th rank master like him break through to the legendary rank, it would still save him a year or 2 of cultivation, which was an incredibly significant boost. More importantly, this item was far too precious for a pet master. Money couldn't buy it. Without the right connections, even spending hundreds of millions wouldn't guarantee a purchase. Yet, he maintained the pride of a master. He pointed his sword forward, his gaze stern. But Boss Su, this isn't about the payment. My Chaos Star Reincarnation Blade. If one doesn't have the foundation of a low-level 9th rank, let alone learning it, they probably wouldn't even understand it by looking. Su Ping didn't bother explaining much, simply calling out, Little Skeleton. The little skeleton instantly soared into the air, its bone blade slashing down with sky-shattering killing intent, creating a massive vortex of blade energy. It sliced through both a cliff and the ocean, a high-level sword technique. Su Ping hurriedly raised a spiritual energy shield, sweat pouring down his forehead. He casually pointed to the sky and asked, Swordmaster, is this little skeleton's foundation enough for you? The Swordmaster's mind was racing. A high-level sword technique was a rank 7 pet skill, which could only add 60% of the user's attack power to a basic strike. It was barely considered the threshold of swordsmanship. He swallowed hard, looking in terror at the shattered ruins all around. With just this introductory level sword technique, the little skeleton had unleashed an aura capable of splitting the ocean. My unique Chaos Star Reincarnation Blade can add 120% of my own power to a basic attack. If this skeleton fully masters it, its strength will reach an unimaginable level. The desire to pass on his craft ignited, and the Swordmaster's body erupted with a brilliant radiance. He shouted excitedly, This foundation is more than enough. It can absolutely learn my sword technique. In fact, please, you must let me devote my heart and soul to teaching this top-tier little skeleton. If I can't teach it today, he threw his expensive weapon case aside with a wave of his hand, roaring with passion. I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. The virtual space flashed repeatedly with the fierce clashes between the Swordmaster's glowing sword and the little skeleton's bone blade. Standing outside, Su Ping snapped pictures continuously while turning to instruct Tang Ruyan. It's a waste to miss such rare promotional material. Little Tang, take this camera and capture their heroic training poses for a shop poster. Tang Ruyan's eyes went wide, and she pointed at herself in frustration. Once he finished giving Little Tang orders, Su Ping turned to the 2 teenagers waiting nearby. Su Lingyue, Shu Kuang, Everything at home is settled. Let's go reclaim the wilderness. Let's go. Shu Kuang was overjoyed and eager. Master? Su Lingyue asked, surprised. The scene shifted to a desolate, dust-filled wasteland. A rugged, armored off-road vehicle covered in spikes and guns roared past at high speed. Sitting in the back, Shu Kuang touched everything in the car, his eyes gleaming. Damn, this is a real war wagon. I heard from my sister that ordinary reclaimers can't even buy these. You need at least a silver badge to be qualified. As expected of my master, riding this into the wilderness is such a status symbol. Su Lingyue sat beside him, silent. Su Ping drove with one hand and smiled. I had a friend recommend a wilderness area suitable for you two. I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. He even got your vehicle and reclaimer certification sorted out at the same time. Later, I'll take you to the reclaimer base warehouse to pick out some battle armor. Shu Kuang shrieked with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Meanwhile, Su Lingyue looked at her brother, anxious and worried. Where did you go yesterday? She asked, biting her lip. I heard online that you got into a conflict with someone. Are you hurt? Su Ping kept his eyes on the road, his voice calm. I'm fine. It's just that a major power in the city, the Chu family, tried to manipulate me into attacking another power, the Liu family, so they could profit as the third party. I just went to collect some fair compensation. Shu Kuang's face turned pale, and he stuttered in horror. Then, you dealt with all the high-ranking members involved and their subordinates? The Chu family is a very influential major clan in our city. How could you handle that so easily, like brushing off a speck of dust? Su Lingyue lowered her head, her eyes hesitant and filled with self-reproach. Is it because of my directed mission spot? Su Ping smiled warmly, his gaze distant and philosophical. You silly girl. In literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. As we grow stronger, we will inevitably clash with established powers. Contending with them is standard. It has nothing to do with you, so don't carry that psychological burden. It was just out of my own selfishness that I didn't want to drag you into this. Shu Kuang blinked, scratching his head as he looked at Su Ping. So, Master, did you intend to take the top spot for yourself? Su Ping rubbed his chin, looking like a pragmatic businessman. I run a shop. Winning the championship myself doesn't have as much appeal as training someone else to win it. Besides, the biggest benefit of winning the championship is just getting guidance on choosing a legendary rank battle pet at my shop. He shrugged, saying with supreme arrogance, For you lot, that's the opportunity of a lifetime, but for me, it's not even worth a second thought. Shu Kuang nodded, agreeing with Dong Mingsong's assessment. That's true. With the master's strength, entering the king's tournament directly would be overkill. The scene shifts to a B-grade wilderness area, reclamation progress at 4.3%. A low-level 7th-rank dark dragon hound is being swarmed and torn apart by a pack of rotten ghouls. Su Ping stands on a high rocky outcrop with his two disciples, calmly pointing down at the scene. We'll do exactly that in a moment, Shu Kuang replies seriously. No problem. Su Lingyue's cat immediately flies up, roaring as it spews a jet of scorching, pitch-black hellfire. Dark flame burst. The beast leader, shaped like a skull, lets out a frantic, guttural roar. From its burning red eyes, a barrage of razor-sharp spikes tears through the air toward them. Just as the spikes are about to pierce its body, the cat suddenly dissolves into a hazy purple mist. A giant, confused question mark seems to flash in the monster's mind. But before it can celebrate, a hideous tentacle monster with stringy green hair and blood-red eyes suddenly rises from the swamp, its slimy tentacles instantly wrapped tight around the skull beast's hind legs. Standing on the cliff, Su Lingyue seizes the moment and immediately commands her pet. The Fangangli Tom Flame Beast unleashes a fire dragon twister. The beast opens its jaws, spewing a massive, swirling vortex of flame that burns down from above, making the tentacle monster shriek in agony. With its flesh searing, the skull beast screams in frustration and launches its sharp spikes at them, accompanied by a pathetic, desperate howl. Seizing the opening, the skull beast uses its immense strength to leap forcefully, vaulting up toward the high cliff where Su Lingyue is standing and observing safely. The skull beast refuses to give up, madly scrambling upward. Shu Kuang panics, holding his hand out defensively. Little master, watch out, it's lunging right at you. Su Lingyue remains calm and drops into a crouch, channeling her power into both hands to manifest a brilliant green spatial shield. We've already mortally wounded it, just a little more push. You block the next move, I'll attack. Shu Kuang's beast lunges forward. Seeing this, Su Lingyue shouts out, Come forth, silver-boned moon dragon. A fierce ice dragon, its body crackling with blue electricity, bursts out from the summoning portal. Su Lingyue issues a sharp command. 4th rank power enhancement. Moon Spirit Claws. In the blink of an eye, the silver-boned moon dragon dives down, its razor-sharp claws tearing through the air, colliding fiercely with the skull beast's claws and creating a powerful shockwave. As the dust settles, Xu Kuang, clad in his form-fitting battle armor, sighs in relief and punches his fists together excitedly. Nice, we finally took it down. Su Lingyue is kneeling on one knee, but before her smile can fade, her pupils suddenly constrict. Her face turns deathly pale with absolute horror as she looks up at the sky above. A giant black shadow plunges straight from the heavens. It's a poison-head python, a top-tier 6th-rank vicious beast with a grotesque, hammer-shaped head. It snaps its fangs directly onto their spirit shield, shattering it into fragments of light. In that life-or-death moment, Xu Kuang throws his body in front to shield her, taking a deep, bloody claw gash across his back. Su Lingyue cries out in panic. Soul Devourer! A skeletal beast covered in sharp spikes appears, instantly curling up to release a thick, pitch-black fog that blinds everything around the arena. Inside the murky haze, Xu Kuang kneels on one leg, catching Su Lingyue as she stumbles. He winces and says, "Thanks for that just now. That monster seems to be poisonous, little master. Are you okay?" Su Lingyue doesn't waste words. Her hands glow with a vibrant, emerald-green healing aura, her expression resolute. "You saved my life too. Let's call it even. Teacher Bone Reaper and the Poison King taught me high-level healing and detoxification arts. This little wound is nothing. I just need to channel my astral power." A wave of green energy spreads out, enveloping Xu Kuang's wound. Su Lingyue confidently asserts that she can easily heal him. Xu Kuang gapes in awe. "You're amazing, little master." Su Lingyue gives him a playful glare. "Stop calling me little master from now on. It makes me sound like an old lady." Before they can celebrate, a savage roar echoes from outside the mist. Xu Kuang looks out, tense. This isn't good. That monster is calling its pack. Su Lingyue analyzes the situation clearly. The fog is still hiding our trail. They haven't found us yet. We still have the advantage of a surprise attack. Within the hazy smoke, Su Ping stands with his arms crossed, a faint layer of protection glowing around him, his eyes filled with pride as he watches his sister. He thinks calmly, "You actually had the reptile beast coordinate with my fan Gangly Tom Flame Beast for an ambush?" He thinks to himself, "I expected the kid to go to the wilderness, suffer a bit, and come crying back to go home. It seems I underestimated her." Both young warriors immediately take their stances, ready to fight. Watching their synergy, Su Ping evaluates them, looking closely. In terms of temperament, talent, or teamwork, Su Lingyue is in no way inferior to those so-called young heirs of noble families. He originally intended to help her by endorsing Xu Kuang to ease her pressure and to draw attention during the tournament. It seems he was worried for nothing. Su Lingyue gives a signal. "You attack, I'll defend." Xu Kuang shouts bravely. "Got it." Su Lingyue immediately deploys a 4th-rank defensive enhancement. Everything seems to have exceeded his expectations. Su Ping rests his chin in his hand, planning for the future. With the Soul Devourer, if Lingyue can really seize the opportunity to win this elite tournament, I won't have to worry about her safety every single day anymore. I'll handle the healing. Xu Kuang, whatever you do, don't let the mist barrier drop. Once I cultivate both of these guys up to the titled rank, I can leave them to guard the house and head out into the world with peace of mind. I heard the cultivation industry in the Holy Light Base next door is incredibly prosperous. I wonder what it's like. The dust settles, leaving the corpse of the one-eyed giant beast lying on the ground. Xu Kuang pulls out a vial of medicine and tosses it to Su Lingyue. "Here, take this." Su Lingyue catches it, panting. "Is this a high-efficiency astral power recovery potion? I remember these being really expensive." Xu Kuang scratches his head and laughs heartily. "Ha ha, don't stand on ceremony. If it weren't for your healing, I would have died dozens of times by now." From high above, Su Ping drifts down like a deity, clapping his hands. "That's enough for today. You two can take a break." But Xu Kuang flexes his muscles, brimming with energy, and blurts out, "Master, I feel like I've got energy to burn." Su Lingyue is also fired up, clenching her fists. "Big brother, I'm not tired either. I want to fight even more beasts." The two look at each other, their spirits soaring. Xu Kuang thumps his chest. "I've never had a fight this satisfying. Please let us keep going." Su Lingyue's eyes sparkle with calculation. "I need to earn money to get the silver-boned moon dragon into the cultivation shop's ranking list." Seeing his student and sister so pumped up, Su Ping sighs helplessly and smiles. "All right then, let's keep going at your pace." The scene shifts to The loot collection station at the reclamation base. Staff members in uniforms are using scanners to check the massive head of the stone dragon. The electronic board flickered, confirming the transaction. An announcement boomed through the speakers. Pioneer number 9, do not advance further. Your rewards have been settled. Hearing his name called, a burly hunter carrying a massive machete stepped forward excitedly, punching the air in triumph. My turn. How many merit points did I rack up? At the counter, the clerk checked his tablet and coldly announced, 1 registrant, total, 1,280 points. The burly hunter's eyes widened as he pointed at the pile of monster carcasses behind him, his neck veins popping. What? I hunted all these beasts. Why is it so low? The clerk recited the standard explanation patiently. Merit points for hunts were strictly priced. Grade 1, beasts were worth 10 points. Grade 2 were 50. Grade 3 were 100. Grade 4 were 1,000. Grade 5 were 10,000. Grade 6 were 100,000. And Grade 7 were 500,000. The first clerk gave a cryptic smile, adding with polite sarcasm. According to the appraisal, the highest grade beast you brought in is only Grade 4. A second clerk standing nearby couldn't hide his mockery, snickering. But hey, surviving an expedition to the wilds alone is already more than most people can manage. Pfft, keep trying, pal. Ha ha ha. Before that hunter could even blow a fuse, the loudspeaker announced the next turn. Next up, the Yalang squad. 64 members registered. The Yalang squad leader, with white hair and dreadlocks and cool black sunglasses, walked up with his arms crossed. Behind him was a massive, imposing mountain of beast carcasses. The computer quickly crunched the numbers. Payment processed. Total merit points. 1,725,400. The lone hunter's jaw dropped in horror, breaking into a cold sweat as he muttered to himself. Over 1 million merit points? Is this really the haul of a pioneer team? The clerk respectfully asked the Yalang leader. How would you like to distribute the merits? The captain calmly commanded. 10,000 for each person in Team 1, 2,000 for Team 2, and 5,000 for each trainee. Hearing this, the lone hunter gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in frustration and bitter jealousy. So annoying. I went pioneering alone, risked my life, and only got over 1,000 points. Those trainees crawling around in the squad haven't even graduated yet, and they still get 5,000? Only a fool would go pioneering alone. His motivation surged. He decided he had to join a squad. The clerk kept scrolling on the tablet and clearly called out the next group. Pioneer number 09109293. 3 members registered. As soon as he saw the scan results from Su Ping's team's loot vault, the clerk's eyes widened, sweating so much he nearly dropped his cap. He stammered, his voice trembling in disbelief. A total of 2,256,720 points. That massive number echoed just as the trio Su Ping and his 2 students stepped out looking incredibly cool, with a mountain of high-level dragon carcasses stacked to the ceiling behind them. Su Lingyue stretched to relax. Xu Kuang crossed his arms triumphantly, and Su Ping kept his signature cold expression, hands in his pockets. The entire waiting hall fell dead silent. The Yalang squad leader's jaw dropped, his sunglasses sliding down his nose as he stammered, over 2 million points. For just 3 people? That means each of them could get 7 or 800,000. As they reached the counter, the clerk swallowed hard and asked respectfully, how would you like to split the merits? Su Ping jerked his thumb toward his 2 students behind him, acting nonchalant. Give it all to them. I didn't participate in the fighting. He turned to them and asked with a smile, how do you 2 want to split it? How about half each? Xu Kuang scratched his head, grinning generously. Heh, master, I don't mind if Su Lingyue gets more. She saved my life a few times, didn't she? Su Lingyue crossed her arms and turned away, blushing slightly as she humbly replied, I was just doing my duty. Let's just split it equally. Just as the teacher and students were deferring to each other over their massive fortune, loud protests erupted from the Yalang squad's area. No, Captain, why do we only get this much? Su Ping and Su Lingyue turned to look at the noisy, dissatisfied crowd. The Yalang trainees were raising their hands in angry protest. This hunt clearly earned over 1 million points. One young man grumbled, biting his lip in frustration. Exactly. But we only get 5,000 each. Another guy slammed his hand in the air, shouting, this isn't fair. In the crowd, a girl with pink hair nudged Su Yangying, who was standing nearby. Senior Sister Su, why aren't you saying anything? Can you really settle for just a few thousand points after all our hard work? With this little merit, forget buying secret treasures, it's barely enough to cover a single training session, let alone anything else. The girl named Su just lowered her head in silence, feeling dejected. Suddenly, the Yalang captain frowned, unleashing a shockwave of pressure from his entire body that hit the recruits like a wall, forcing them to hold their heads and cry out for order. The captain tilted his chin up, coldly lecturing his groaning subordinates. This new generation really doesn't understand the rules. Your first time pioneering, just following the team to gain experience is enough. You want a cut of the merits while getting in the way of the formation? You're lucky I didn't deduct points from you already. A male student wearing a red headband angrily retorted, "Getting in the way? We students were new and didn't fully understand things. We caused a bit of trouble for the squad, but nothing life-threatening." The student next to him clutched his chest and continued logically. "Besides, at that 8th rank Blazing Dragon statue spot, if it weren't for Senior Sister Sue's Thunderlight Mouse suppressing the other beasts, would you guys have been able to wipe out the swarm safely?" They were brimming with determination, loudly demanding fairness, their voices echoing all the way to where Su Ping's group was watching. "That's right. We also hunted down several 5th and 6th rank beasts. We should be getting tens of thousands of points at the very least. We want the merits that belong to us." Seeing the injustice, Su Lingyue frowned and prepared to intervene. "Brother, they." Su Ping raised a finger to his lips, signaling for quiet, and calmly reminded her, "Shh, don't be so quick to judge." A sharp glint appeared in Su Ping's eyes. He tilted his head, intently watching the situation to see how this drama would unfold. "Just keep listening." On the other side, the Yalang captain and his 2 lieutenants walked forward. Their shadows loomed over the students. He threatened in a low voice, "Newbies, don't think you're special just because you hacked down a few beasts." The students backed away in confusion, still trying to argue. "What do you mean, just hacked beasts? We earned those merits. Isn't that only natural?" The captain pushed up his sunglasses, his entire body radiating bloodlust as he spoke sharply, "About hacking beasts. Look at the veteran pioneers standing before you. Who among them doesn't have the strength to handle those beasts?" The harvest this time was rich, and the merits to be exchanged were substantial. He pulled his glasses down slightly, revealing eyes sharp as daggers, and growled, "But don't you forget how you survived to make it back." He spread his arms wide, ticking off every critical role right in the faces of the naive recruits. "Scouting, commanding, medical, logistics. Which of these did you manage to do?" The students were immediately speechless, unable to utter a single word. He patted his chest, continuing his brutal, practical lesson on fairness. "Once you chose to join a squad, we naturally take on the risks for you. And even if you get injured, you'll receive a decent amount of compensation. But that also means you are no longer acting alone. Every single bit of profit you hacked must be shared with everyone who put in the work behind the scenes." The truth hit the young ones like a bucket of ice water. They all hung their heads in embarrassed silence. The captain delivered the cold, final blow. "If you're not satisfied with the current benefits, you're perfectly welcome to go pioneering on your own. Reality will show you that everything has its fair price." Hearing the whole exchange, Su Lingyue was stunned. These brutal, practical teachings of the pioneering world had finally enlightened her to an incredibly important truth about survival. Su Ping stood there, leaning to one side, the corner of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Su Ping silently appraised his headstrong younger sister. She hated evil with a passion and was always decisive. It wasn't a bad trait, but without absolute strength, it was easy to get into trouble. Being in the wilds was the perfect place to sharpen her edge. Feeling she had learned enough, Su Ping stepped forward, head held high. "Stop staring. The path you have to walk is 100 times harder than theirs. Hurry up and trade your points for star coins so we can head to the shop for training. With only a month left until the tournament, I'll take you 2 out to the wilds every week to grind for money. Whether you can reach the top of the spending leaderboard depends on your own skills now." A spark of determination ignited in Su Lingyue's large, round eyes. She bit her lip and gave a firm nod. "Okay." Back at the store, Su Lingyue excitedly handed her silver-winged dragon over to Anna for intensive training to prepare for the brutal climb up the rankings. Meanwhile, the wealthy young heir Xu Kuang didn't fall behind, pushing a supermarket cart overflowing with rare spiritual herbs and expensive pills, wandering the shop with the air of someone spending money like water. The following days were a grind of grueling battles in the wilds. The hard work quickly bore fruit. On the shop's spending leaderboard, the names of Xu Kuang and Su Lingyue soared into the top 10, sitting comfortably at 9th and 10th. The momentum didn't stop there. As they became more efficient at slaying monsters, the money poured into the shop. Su Lingyue surged to 5th place, with Xu Kuang close behind in 6th. Her strength increased dramatically. With just one swing of her sword energy, Su Lingyue could now cleave a giant, armored 2-headed beast in half. She had completely transformed into a hardened, veteran warrior. Finally, the 1-month deadline arrived. Standing before the crowd of eager customers, Su Ping stood in front of the glowing blue leaderboard and loudly declared, "The tournament opens tomorrow. The shop's spending leaderboard is now officially closed. The recommended champion has been confirmed." The crowd erupted in chatter, eyes wide with curiosity, pointing and whispering. Who was it? In a dark, luxurious room elsewhere, a mysterious man in a suit sat with his fingers interlaced, a sinister smile on his face as he looked at the notification. The brat finally submitted the name of the candidate. Huh. Hehehe. I want this name spread throughout the entire Longjiang Base city within a day. He gritted his teeth, plotting maliciously. The Chu family was too soft to deal with you, but I don't believe the four great families can't handle you. At the dojo of a major clan, muscular warriors stood with their arms crossed in the shadows, looking at the notification that had just been sent. One of them spoke with disdain. Is this the person who wants to compete for first place against us? Another cracked his knuckles, his voice full of spite and provocation. Humph, a wet behind the ears kid. I really want to go over there right now and trade a few blows with him. On the giant leaderboard, the name Su Lingyue sat firmly at the top spot with a staggering spending figure of over 53 million star coins, beating both Xu Kuang and Ye Hao. A subordinate knelt, asking for orders from his master. Clan head, if I encounter this person in the tournament group stage. Ignoring the rumors and conspiracies, the biggest event of the year had arrived. A giant airship projected a three-dimensional image of the commentator, hovering over the massive stadium. His excited voice echoed throughout the city. The 52nd Global Elite Tournament is capturing the attention of millions. It officially begins here at the New Moon sector of Longjiang Base City. The screen showed the majestic, giant stadium. A clear, electronic voice announced the decisive moment. The preliminary round officially begins. The stands exploded instantly. Cheers thundered through the air. The crowd was restless and excited. Dark silhouettes of frenzied fans screamed, "Started already. I can't wait any longer. Yes, I want to see blood run like a river." On the big screen, the commentator, with braided hair and cool sunglasses, beamed. "Fantastic. I can feel your full enthusiasm for this tournament. Without further delay, let the contestants enter the arena." Below, the giant metal gates retracted, yielding space to the brutal battlefield. Amidst the swirling fog, Su Lingyue stood with her hands in her jacket pockets, her demeanor cold and calm. A bio appeared. Pet Master from Phoenix Mountain Academy. Su Lingyue. Due to the massive number of contestants, the preliminary round will be divided into 30 zones taking place simultaneously. The camera panned over other fierce faces. The arrogant Luo Fengtian from Sword Blue Academy, and the cunning elite disciples of the Mu and Tang families. The commentator emphasized the incredible scale. The number of contestants in this zone alone is 1,000. The holographic projection of the commentator floated in the air and commanded, "Close the main gates and activate the energy barrier." He pointed forward and announced loudly, "The task for this round is, from high above, a giant metal incubator fell with a thunderous crash. The lid blew open, unleashing a thick, dark mist that poured out like a flood. That black cloud revealed itself to be a swarm of hideous green and red giant bees darting around. The commentator roared with excitement. The 7-sting elimination. A male contestant pointed in panic, his face pale and sweating profusely, shouting, That is the infamous poisonous fan Gangly Tom B, known for being the most unpredictable and lethal at the 5-star level." The commentator smugly confirmed the blood-soaked rules. "That's right. The rule for this 7-sting round is simple. Just survive. Surviving amidst the 7 mirage butterflies, where even a single sting is enough to cause paralysis and unconsciousness. 6 hours. The entire arena was an absolute mess. Thousands of contestants were running for their lives. Complaints filled the air. 6 hours? How are we supposed to last 6 hours against these condensed rank 5 mirage butterflies? Dongming Song. We signed death waivers, but this isn't a game. Is this a competition? This is just picking 1,000 lucky contestants to go to their deaths. I'm done. Mom, I want to go home. Amidst the panic, the announcer calmly announced, "Contestants, please summon your battle pets now." Up in the VIP stands, the vice principal of Phoenix Mountain Academy, Dongming Song, stroked his zinc-colored beard and remarked, "This year's tournament is much harder than previous ones. But with a level like this, for your Jianlan Academy student, La Fengqian, it's probably just child's play." Sitting beside him, the vice principal of Jianlan, Chu Wenxian, laughed heartily and replied, "Ho ho ho ho, Ye Hao, the one you've painstakingly cultivated, must be no less impressive, right?" After saying that, he turned to look at the young man sitting there, looking bored and sweating profusely. "Why are you guys here too?" Chu Yunshan added, his tone dripping with underlying meaning. It's all the same, isn't it? But wait, is Instructor 2's younger sister, Su Lingyue, the real star of today's match? Chu Yunchan immediately sidled up to Su Ping, rubbing his hands together with a flattering smile. Huh. Instructor 2. Ever since the last exhibition match, your heroic image has been etched into the hearts of all our teachers and students at Kiem Lam. Our admiration for you flows as endlessly as a mighty river. Tell me, are you interested in joining our school as a gold-tier instructor? How much does Fuang Sun pay? We'll pay 5 times that. Dong Mintung burst into a rage upon hearing this, his eyes shooting lightning bolts at Chu Yunchan as he snapped. Stealing my recruit right in front of me? Do you think I'm already dead? Chu Yunchan didn't back down, retorting, Instructor 2 is so incredibly talented. Isn't it a waste to be a low-level instructor at your place? Dong Mintung pointed right at his face and shouted, Shut your trap. I'm already preparing a promotion for Instructor 2. Caught between the two bickering old men, Su Ping broke into a cold sweat and muttered, I almost forgot I was an instructor. Su Ping propped his chin on his hand, scratching his head, and looked apologetically at Dong Mintung, reporting, I remember now. I've been a bit busy lately. I keep skipping classes, and I've been using school connections to secure cultivation resources. I bet my instructor evaluation score is in the gutter by now, right? Dong Mintung crossed his arms, tilted his chin, and gave a triumphant smirk. Ho ho ho, with me around, who would dare deduct your points? Dong Mintung stroked his beard proudly and started dangling the bait. Instructor 2, I heard you single-handedly suppress the entire Chu family with your own battle strength. Even if you don't attend classes, you're still a massive pillar of support for us at Fuang Sun. Besides, countless students who have gone to your shop for training have reported huge upgrades to their astral pets. Thanks to your shop, our teachers' KPIs are being met much more easily. Dong Mintung narrowed his eyes, dangling a massive carrot. So, I plan to promote you to head of the training department here at Fuang Sun. Although it's a new department, you can freely use half of the school's resources, and you don't need to teach regular classes. Just handle the astral pet training for the entire school. What do you think? Head to. Su Ping's eyes sparkled as if he could already see the money. He smiled and gave a hand signal, agreeing to the deal. I don't want to hear about anything other than the tournament for now. Let's talk about the details when we get back. Chu Yunchan, standing nearby, was burning with envy, grinding his teeth and cursing under his breath. That damn old fox. To recruit Su Ping, he's willing to give away power over half the school? Does he have any professional ethics left? Dong Mintung just grinned wickedly, enjoying how much he was getting under his rival's skin. Chu Yunchan swallowed his anger with a bitter gulp, wishing he had made the move first. On the field, the commentator continued his instructions with a playful attitude. Contestants, you've all had all morning to prepare. Those who give up or lose the ability to fight will be escorted out of the arena by our lovely staff. Below them, 2 plant-type astral pets with flowers on their heads were carrying stretchers, leading away several contestants who were crying into their hands. By the way, a reminder, damaging the silly flower will also get you disqualified. The commentator's voice turned sharp. And so, the match officially begins. A poison bee bared its fangs and brandished its claws, gathering purple energy at its stinger, ready to finish off its prey. Poisonous dart. A barrage of deadly purple rays ripped through the air, shrieking as they slammed into the crowd. Contestants hit by the attack immediately coughed up blood and were sent flying in all directions. Heart-wrenching screams erupted. The commentator smiled cheerfully, as if watching a fun show. Who would have thought someone would be eliminated so quickly? This tournament looks to be quite dangerous and exciting. Below, 2 silly flowers diligently carried a young man, paralyzed all over, past the cold, scrolling elimination notices. Amidst the chaos, a giant poison bee dove down, aiming straight for the back of Su Lingyue, who was standing still. The system chimed. Another unlucky contestant targeted by the swarm. Contrary to the expected scream, Su Lingyue twisted her body elegantly, using extreme speed to dodge the lethal strike perfectly. The commentator raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, she actually relied on agile movement to dodge it. To Lingyue continued to weave through dozens of purple energy bolts, crisscrossing like a spiderweb. Her eyes were cold, analyzing the logic. There are too many bees. They surely aren't being controlled by a single battle pet master. But if they're a wild swarm, why aren't the silly flowers in the arena being attacked? Is it a coincidence? The camera cut to a different feed. The commentator announced that in another part of the arena, a muscular, buzz-cut youth was confidently throwing punches wrapped in blazing flames directly at the swarm. Too easy. just crush them with raw power. With powerful blows, he blasted a series of poison bees into pieces in midair, creating sparkling, star-shaped flashes. He shouted proudly, "Die, you fan-gangly bees." Did he just pass the test? The commentator praised his analysis. This contestant chose not to reveal his battle pet, relying only on his own cultivation techniques to kill several rank 5 fan-gangly bees. This is both concealing his true strength and a way to invisibly show off his power. The youth landed heroically, feeling proud of himself. However, right beneath his feet, a manhole cover suddenly creaked open, and countless glowing, bloodthirsty red eyes blinked in the darkness. A massive swarm of bees, as dense as a red tsunami, surged out from the hole, humming with a deafening sound, rushing straight at the back of the youth's neck, making him break into a cold sweat. He turned around in utter terror and shrieked, "What?" A 3D avatar of the commentator popped up with a playful look. He clicked his tongue sarcastically. Oh my, oh my. It seems this contestant chose the wrong way to solve the puzzle. Below, the two silly flowers were diligently loading the muscular youth, who was now foaming at the mouth and unconscious, onto a stretcher to haul him out. The commentator's voice echoed, "The reproduction rate of fanganglitum bees is extremely fast. Our organizing committee has prepared a massive, massive amount of them. So no matter how tough you think you are, you absolutely cannot face them head-on." Over here, Su Lingyue glided like a breeze through the swarm of poison bees, her mind racing as she analyzed the situation. Most contestants are rank 4, only a few reach rank 5, and rank 6 contestants can be counted on one hand. Even if a rank 7 powerhouse came here in person, they might not last 6 hours under this constant, dense attack, let alone the fact that the swarm's numbers can't be reduced by force. The corners of her lips curled into a bright, confident smile, her eyes flashing with intellectual light. From that, it's clear that what this match tests isn't battle strength at all, but something else. Just as Su Lingyue was deep in thought, lurking in the shadows behind her, 3 bizarre, shadowy figures were stealthily closing in, reeking of murderous intent. They were elite disciples from the Tang family. The one with slicked-back hair clutched a razor-sharp dagger, wearing a vile, sinister grin. So this is the little brat who thinks she can snatch the championship title from our young master? She clearly doesn't know her place. Let's make her regret ever showing up. The scumbags sneered, savoring the moment before they struck. Su Lingyue brushed aside the looming danger. She nimbly hit the brakes, sliding across the grass, and deliberately steered the swarm of bees toward the medical rescue team. Wanting to test a theory, what would happen if she lured the bees toward the silly flowers? Just as she suspected, the bloodthirsty swarm reached the area where 2 silly flowers were carrying the wounded and immediately scattered, completely ignoring their presence. Su Lingyue confirmed her hypothesis with a smirk. Sure enough, the bees didn't view the silly flowers as enemies and ignored them entirely. Her round eyes flashed with determination. Her brain worked at full capacity. With such precise friend or foe recognition, she could think of 2 possibilities. A simulation of a silent, cosmic space flickered in her mind. If it were the first scenario, involving an astral pet with wide-range control abilities manipulating the entire field, her psychic resonance would surely have detected a high-level presence. But there was absolutely nothing to be found. That left only one final possibility. If it were the second scenario, the moment that thought crossed her mind, the Tang family disciple held a blowpipe to his mouth, puffed his cheeks, and unleashed a lethal projectile straight at Su Lingyue's retreating back. The razor-sharp toxic needles tore through the air, whistling toward her. Su Lingyue didn't even look back, her eyes sharp as blades as she connected the dots. So the insect-repelling treasure must be attached to the silly flowers. This explains the rule about not harming them. Up in the VIP stands, the 3 officials jumped to their feet, breaking into a cold sweat as they recognized the dirty attack. Dongming Song shouted in a panic, "Oh no, that's the Tang family's signature hidden weapon. The lamb tintung, the silver bee needle, and the heart-entangling coil. Legend has it their poison is peerless. Anyone below level 6 hit by any of these won't survive." Facing the high-speed hail of poison, Su Lingyue didn't flinch. She calmly spun around, using her momentum to dodge with incredible grace and precision. In that life-or-death moment, her eyes were as still as an autumn lake, locking on to the trajectory of every dart whizzing past her face. Not just dodging, she braced her legs and delivered a thunderous kick, channeling all her astral energy into a counterstrike. Surprisingly, this was a familiar technique, the secret Tang family art, the snake heart strike. Thanks to her dexterity and terrifying power, Su Lingyue's kick bent the trajectory of all the projectiles, reflecting them directly back at the toxic bee swarm, killing two birds with one stone. Reflecting the flowers, transferring the trees, the Tang disciples hiding in the dark didn't even have time to celebrate before they were hit by their own trap. The darts pierced their heads and chests, sending them coughing blood as they fell backward. The guy with blue hair was absolutely terrified. What? How could she use that move? Dongming Song grabbed his neck, screaming in agony. This is bad. Get the antidote. The virtual commentator popped up, throwing shade as always. It seems the three Tang family hopefuls have been stung by their own bees. What a pity to be wiped out in the preliminary round like that. Ignoring the bottom feeders who dug their own graves, Su Lingyue landed cleanly, her hair fluttering heroically in the wind. Somewhere else on the field, there had to be another insect-repelling treasure. If she could find it, she was guaranteed to pass the round. Her gaze turned toward the giant swarm. The illusion butterflies, with their emerald wings and eerie purple glowing abdomens, were still frantically circling the contestants. In another corner of the stadium, a young man was sweating buckets, commanding his giant toad, the flame-armored frog, to use its blazing wall ability. The toad let out a croak, spewing a towering wall of fire that surrounded its master, incinerating the bees that flew into it like moths to a flame. The bees hit the firewall and immediately melted into chunks of black coal, raining down like a shower of embers. A few contestants scrambled for their lives behind him, waving their hands and begging, "Hey, that's a level 6 blazing wall. The outside world is too dangerous. Please let us hide inside for a bit." The young man with the fire toad turned away, refusing with a selfish look on his face. "Do you think I'm stupid? This is an elimination round. If I save you and you push me off later, then what?" The crowd outside wailed in despair. "I swear I won't backstab you. Please save me. I'll pay you after the exam." Ignoring the pleas, the young man thought proudly to himself, "Good thing I persisted in training at Boss Su's place, otherwise I'd be in that pathetic state too." Suddenly, among the bees, one had an abdomen glowing brilliantly. Observing from afar, Su Lingyue's eyes suddenly froze. Dongming Song narrowed his eyes, noticing an anomaly. As she glided across the grass, dodging projectiles while deep in thought, she realized she had scoured the entire field, but found no insect-repelling treasure. Could it be hidden right there in the swarm? Su Lingyue closed her eyes, her entire body radiating a calm blue aura amidst the fiery battlefield. If it's attached to an illusion butterfly, then I can use my astral energy to sense it. A wave of invisible psychic sonar swept across the artificial night sky. Amidst the tens of thousands of glowing bees chasing the contestants, the radar in her brain locked onto a target, an individual with significantly more weight than the others. Scanning a bee that was larger and flew more heavily than the others, Dongming Song's analysis confirmed it. She snapped her eyes open and shouted decisively, "Found you." She channeled all her strength into her heels. Su Lingyue shattered a section of the concrete floor beneath her. Cracks spread out, accompanied by a surge of blue lightning, triggering her level 5 power and boosting her speed. With a speed no one expected, Su Lingyue soared through the air, her small hand grabbing the heavier-looking butterfly perfectly. She cheered with excitement. "Gotcha!" With a sharp twist of her hand, the butterfly's tail cracked open, revealing a small, glowing ring. Su Lingyue gripped it tightly, certain that this was it. In the commentary box, the expert in sunglasses gasped in shock, the smug smile on his lips freezing over. I didn't expect someone to pioneer the correct method to clear the stage in under an hour. And it wasn't just him. All the remaining contestants, including Dongming Song, cast stunned looks toward the small girl. The blue-haired guy from the Mew family and other rivals were completely dumbfounded. "Wait, it's her again?" Instantly, the organizer's voice echoed throughout the arena. "Congratulations to this contestant for winning the first qualifying spot in the 7 Scattered Bees match." Su Lingyue stood tall, holding her trophy high. In that moment, those still busy fighting suddenly snapped to their senses. One contestant scratched his head, yelling in frustration, "So, that's how you pass the stage? Damn it. Among the bees I just killed, I might have destroyed several secret rings." Meanwhile, in the VIP section, the 2 elders of the Fengshan Academy breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. One of them stroked his beard and sighed. "Thank goodness, there's no danger. I thought we were about to lose another rising star from Fengshan." The technique Su Lingyue just used to neutralize and counter the hidden weapons was truly skillful and precise. The horned elder turned to Su Ping, who was sitting beside him with a calm expression, and asked respectfully, "May I ask, Director Su?" "Oh, no, Headmaster Su, who is your younger sister's mentor?" Su Ping smirked and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing special, really." He spoke calmly, watching the 3 bodies being carried away by the flower-tending crew. She just picked up a few tricks from the old man who teaches hidden weapons over at the Tang family. The elder's jaw dropped, his heart shaken. Oh my god. To be able to command the Tang family's people. What kind of connection is this? Back to the vibrant arena, the commentator excitedly announced, "Oh, oh." In just a short while, several contestants have followed Su Lingyue's method and secured their qualifying spots. There are a total of 100 qualification tokens in this match, you know? Another voice from the organizers rang out. Contestants who have qualified may leave the arena to rest. We urge the remaining contestants to try harder and get ready for the tournament matches in 3 days. Su Lingyue held the ring in her hand, smiling with relief. Good thing I figured it out early, she thought. Otherwise, if I'd let everyone keep killing for a while longer, they might have all lost their chance to qualify. But just as she was about to leave, a figure blocked her path. The guy from the Mu family stepped out, his eyes full of provocation. The trash from the Tong family is gone. Now it's my turn to take action. Go home and tell your mother you're safe, you little brat. The Fangangli Claw beast let out a roar. A phantom beast with glowing red eyes appeared, radiating a savage aura. Suddenly, a blood-colored energy descended from the sky, covering Su Lingyue and forming a terrifying mark, the bloodthirst seal. She instantly felt the danger, her body nimbly dodging the invisible energy beams hurtling towards her. Instead of panicking, she calmly analyzed, this is the Mu family's secret technique, the bloodthirst seal. It can force nearby low-willpower beast pets into a berserk state, making them launch suicide attacks on the marked target. The Mu family guy was shocked, but then quickly sneered. Oh, you even know this? Because this skill has an extremely heavy mental burden, it requires a beast pet to share half the pressure to activate. But so what if you know it? The commentator screamed hysterically. It's over. The 7 bees in the arena seem to have been controlled by some contestant. They are constantly swarming towards contestant Su Lingyue. This is terrifying. The audience in the stands immediately erupted in outrage. This is too dangerous. Isn't this just openly targeting someone? Who on earth is so hateful? I have to vote for a bad rating for his popularity. At this moment, the MC spoke up. Although there are no clear rules against attacking other players, ethically, we must condemn such behavior. The guy from the Mu family laughed off. The criticism. Heh, so what? Does being noble get you anywhere? Victory is the only thing that matters. I don't believe you can survive being surrounded by this many, he boasted arrogantly. The champion of this elite tournament will be none other than our Mu family. The 7 bees rushed towards Su Lingyue like a black tsunami. Surrounded with no escape, Su Lingyue finally took action. She reached out and opened a spatial rift. The commentator yelled, Contestant Su Lingyue has finally opened a summoning rift. The Mu family's contestant has successfully forced out her battle pet, but Su Lingyue is surrounded tight as a drum. How will she counterattack? Just as he finished speaking, a massive, fiery tornado erupted from the rift, sweeping away everything in its path. Fire Dragon Tornado. The commentator jumped out of his seat. Again. The strongest level 8 fire-type area of effect pet skill. The Fire Dragon Tornado. The pet performing this high-level skill is Su Lingyue's Fanganglitom Flame Beast, right? The Fanganglitom Flame Beast clearly only has grade 3 lineage, yet it holds a level 8 skill. Truly, a treasure among treasures. The Mu family guy couldn't hide his surprise. What? No wonder she hit it so well. So her ace in the hole was such a monstrous battle pet, but he quickly regained his confidence. However, the illusionary bees on the field are infinite. Let's see how long you can hold out using that level 8 skill, which consumes so much energy. Fanganglitom Claw Beast. But just as he was feeling smug, a sudden cold sensation hit him. Purple snakes appeared out of nowhere, binding him tightly. He panicked. Snakes? Where did these snakes come from? He tried to command his beast pet, but it was useless. A black cat shadow appeared behind him, casting nightmare injection. He screamed in terror. Fanganglitom Claw Beast, handle these snakes. These snakes are completely ignoring my control. Why is this happening? My body won't move either. At that very moment, Su Lingyue appeared right in front of him, coldly explaining, the bloodthirst seal has a weakness. When a beast pet helps its master share the mental burden, its vigilance drops, making it very easy to approach. She raised her finger and slowly removed his ring. He was terrified, stammering, well, wait, you. What are you doing? The very next second, the bees began to swarm him, turning him into a black mass. He let out agonizing screams. Su Lingyue stood there with an innocent smile, using violence to stop violence. My brother taught me that. Below the arena, The Mu family disciple lay motionless in a pool of blood, surrounded by the remnants of the bees. A cold sign appeared. Mu family disciple. Eliminated. In the stands, the other contestants swallowed hard, their faces pale as they watched the scene. One person trembled and said, "What ruthless methods," while the person next to them muttered, "What a terrifying woman." In another corner, a young man dressed in aristocratic clothes with a cold expression was scrolling through his phone, reading the heated comments on the forum. The little naughty pet shop is the only true god. All other shops are pure trash. If you don't agree, come at me. They have countless titled experts under their command. One finger is enough to crush a legend-level expert. He curled his lips slightly, thinking to himself, is this the strength of the pet shop backing the champion? It seems the rumors online. The little naughty pet shop is the only true god. The other shops are just pure trash. If you don't like it, come at me. Under my command, there are countless title-ranked experts. One finger is enough to crush a legendary rank. He smirked, thinking to himself, is this the strength of the pet shop backing the championship? So, it seems those rumors online. It's no empty rumor that those low-level mercenaries are nothing but trouble. Liu Yifei had just left the arena, humming a happy tune as she walked. In the VIP section, two elders jumped to their feet, applauding enthusiastically. One of them exclaimed, "Outstanding, simply outstanding. Director Su, congratulations on your sister's successful advancement." The other chimed in, "Indeed, Director Su." But when they turned, both were stunned to see the seat next to him empty. The horned elder asked, confused, "Huh? Where did he go?" In a deserted corridor beneath the stadium, the lights flickered erratically. Liu Yifei walked alone, the strobe-like lights casting her shadow against the long wall. She tilted her head, glancing at the blinking bulb, then at the dark hallway ahead. She tilted her head slightly, wondering, is the wiring that old? But in a nearby control room, the scene was entirely different. The floor was littered with corpses, blood spattered everywhere. A figure hung, suspended in midair, charred black from a massive electrical shock. An assassin with a blood-stained dagger stood in the shadows, grinning sinisterly. That unlucky brat, Liu Yifei, actually dares to compete for the championship against the four great families. So, boss, how should we handle her? Another voice spoke up, holding a photo of Liu Yifei. How else? Just do. As the client asked, cripple her limbs. A group of bizarre-looking people, some with wolf heads, others wearing masks, gathered around. The leader licked his lips. Looking at the photo, this girl is actually quite a beauty. Let's just knock her out and take her first. It's been a while since I played with something this fresh. The Black Dog Squad, a mid-tier level 8 team, was notorious for their cruelty in the wilderness. But because they often did dirty work for the four great families and had their protection, no one dared to arrest them. Another guy laughed lecherously. Heh heh heh, the boss always knows how to enjoy life. Once you're done, let the brothers have a turn, yeah? The leader signaled. Listen to those footsteps. The girl is almost here. Move. Right then, as Liu Yifei reached the dark corner, a hand suddenly reached out from the shadows, grabbing her shoulder. The hand tightened, but almost immediately, Liu Yifei instinctively twisted, parrying the attacker's hand away. Her whole body erupted with powerful energy as she shouted, "Level 5 power enhancement." She threw a punch straight at the enemy's face, screaming, "Die!" But the punch stopped right in front of the opponent's face. The person spoke with a teasing tone. Not a bad reaction. Liu Yifei's eyes widened, her face flushed with anger. Stop trying to test my reflexes all the time. What if I don't pull back in time next time? What if I cripple you? Su Ping nonchalantly lowered his hand, smiling lightly. If you can cripple me, consider it your skill. Come on, I'll take you home this way. He led her in a different direction. Liu Yifei asked, confused, "Hey, isn't the parking lot closer the other way?" Su Ping didn't look back. His face was hidden in the shadows, leaving only a mysterious smile. "It's too dirty over there." At the same time, in the hallway Liu Yifei was about to enter, the Black Dog Squad was trembling, backing away. In front of them stood a small skeleton, wearing a black cloak, holding a bone blade. The leader stuttered. "What the hell is that? Were those footsteps from earlier? His?" The small skeleton didn't say a word, just coldly declared, "I've called someone to clean up. Don't go through." Then it swung its blade, and countless crimson sword beams, like a spider web, enveloped the entire mercenary group. The skeleton sheathed its blade. Behind it, the entire Black Dog Squad had been sliced into 100 pieces. Reincarnation of Chaos Blade. First form, star-shattering 100 deaths. A while later, outside the Little Naughty Pet Shop, a rugged armored vehicle pulled up. Su Ping and Liu Yifei had just stepped out when a silver-haired man approached. Su Ping was surprised. Senior Dao Master, have you come here to train a spirit pet too? The renowned Dao Master suddenly blushed, scratching his head awkwardly. How should I put it? I just happened to be passing by and wanted to see if the little skeleton was free. Standing before the shop door, the once mighty Dao Master now broke into a cold sweat, forcing a smile and changing the subject. But if it's busy, never mind. Hearing this, Su Ping also broke into a cold sweat, his face blank as he screamed internally. Damn it, what is this situation? In the 1 month I was gone, what kind of shady business has been going on between the little skeleton and the Dao Master? Pushing aside his suspicions, Su Ping immediately grinned, affectionately slinging an arm over the little skeleton's spiky, confused skull, his tone incredibly upbeat. No worries, no worries. As long as you can get stronger, I'll leave my pet in your hands for further guidance. Shortly after, he walked into the pet shop's large lobby, where everyone was greeted by a truly spectacular sight. A mountain of large, military-grade armored crates was piled up in the middle of the hall, making everyone mutter in curiosity. What is this? Su Ping approached, looking up at Joanna, who was currently wearing a maid outfit with an adorable cat paw apron. She crossed her arms and reported coldly. Some people calling themselves ants from the Chu family brought these, along with over 100 service requests for high-level spirit pet training. He nodded, reaching out to stroke the cold lid of a crate. Joanna continued. Oh, they also left a message. These secret treasures are for the young master's training. Please accept them. We hope Boss Su won't hold a grudge against small people. From now on, the Chu family is at your beck and call. Hearing this, Su Ping smiled contentedly. Very good. Is the loot clean? Joanna narrowed her eyes slightly, her golden eyes flashing with divine authority, her tone filled with disdain. I've scanned it with my divine eye. While there are no mechanisms or ancient poisons inside, it's all just a pile of garbage. Those who call themselves ants from the Chu family dare to use trash to insult you. Should I step in and wipe them out? Ignoring the goddess's bloody suggestion, Su Ping reached out and flipped the crate lid. Instantly, a brilliant stream of light, carrying thick spiritual energy, erupted from the chest, lighting up the corner of the room. The glare was so bright, Su Ping had to cover his eyes, muttering, "Holy crap. That almost blinded my dog eyes." Joanna, standing next to him, smiled smugly. Well, was I wrong? Su Ping looked at her, speechless. You call this pile garbage? When you have time, show me your stash, so I can broaden my horizons. Standing cautiously behind, Liu Yifei stared at the mountain of treasure, hesitating. So many top-tier secret treasures? Brother, why did you take these out? Su Ping turned around, grinning calculatingly. Silly, of course it's for your training. Take advantage of the 3-day tournament break, and hurry up and absorb this pile of treasures. Liu Yifei was startled, panicked. But I've only seen these secret treasures once in a book. I had no clue how to actually use these things. Before I could even finish my sentence, an elegant figure in a black maid outfit stepped forward, her skirt swaying with an air of arrogance. She glanced at Dong Yang, silently judging that these secret treasures were way too advanced for someone like him. It was Tong Ruyan. She stood there with her arms crossed, tossing her long hair as she let out a mocking laugh. If you try to force the infusion, just wait for your body to explode and die. Honestly, how can you be so stupid? You don't even know the basics. Seeing her haughty demeanor, Su Ping didn't get angry at all. Instead, he gently stroked his chin and thought, oh, right. Tang Ruyan was the young mistress of the Tang family, one of the 4 great families, so she must know these secret treasures like the back of her hand. A bold idea flashed through his mind, and Su Ping's eyes suddenly gleamed with an eerie blue light. He reached his hand out toward Tang Ruyan, flashing a cunning grin. Tang Ruyan, come here. Let's have a nice little chat. Sensing the killing intent, the maid gasped, her heart jumping into her throat. Hey! And just like that, the vision of a grueling training session immediately took hold. By a crystal-clear pond, a lush green fern leaf was constantly tickling the sweat-drenched, bare back of Su Lingyue. Amidst the splashing water, Su Lingyue, wearing a white swimsuit, was tied up with her hands pulled high above her head. She struggled, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Ah, wait a second. It's too ticklish. Behind her, Tang Ruyan held the fern leaf with a look of extreme severity. Watching her student's flushed expression, Tang Ruyan gave a sly, mocking smile. Su Lingyue, because you keep acting up, I have to tie you up to prevent you from going haywire during your cultivation. Please, just bear with it a little longer. Being tickled until her body trembled uncontrollably, Su Lingyue's face turned bright red, and she gritted her teeth in resignation while Tang Ruyan kept barking orders. Focus your attention on your body. The poor younger sister could only mutter in total confusion, "Wait, what on earth is happening?" It turned out this hazy, intimate training session had its roots an hour ago. Standing before 3 giant jars, Su Ping tilted his chin at Tang Ruyan and asked bluntly, "Tell me, how should these treasures be used?" Tang Ruyan immediately saw her chance. She closed her eyes, crossed her arms, and tilted her head proudly. "What's in it for me if I tell you?" Unexpectedly, Su Ping casually reached out, offering to let her go. Tang Ruyan froze, staring at his hand in surprise. But before she could even celebrate, Su Ping's eyes flared with a dark blue hue, and an overwhelming aura crushed down on her. "That's a conversation for after I've brought the Tang family to heel. Heh. Don't worry, I won't make you wait long. Come on, let's get started." Standing behind and witnessing this oppression, Su Lingyue broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "Wow, big brother, you're looking more and more like a villain every day." Provoked by his wild words, Tang Ruyan closed her eyes and scoffed with utter contempt. "A lowly ranker like you dares to talk about conquering us? Let me tell you, our Tang family spans across several base cities. We are a massive clan. Even in this Longjiang Base city, the branches here are nothing more than a tiny fraction of our vast influence." Having started her lecture, she kept at it without stopping. "Since you've brought up the Tang family, I simply have to tell you about our long and glorious history. In the year X of the Yuanhe era, a down-and-out gambler sought refuge at our ancestral home." Listening to this endless ramble, Su Ping wiped the sweat from his forehead and screamed internally, "Damn it. When the system helped me tame Joanna, it said the contract target wasn't limited to beasts, right? If it works on gods, it should work on regular people too, right?" Immediately, a green system notification popped up before his eyes, with bright text clarifying, "Of course, all things can be treated as pets. When using a temporary contract on a human, their knowledge and strength remain unchanged, but their cognitive abilities are suppressed to the level of a beast of the same rank. The effect lasts until the training session ends." Su Ping looked down at his fingertips, which were now glowing with a crimson contract flame, while the system displayed a chilling warning. "Note: it is recommended to use this on someone with lower combat power than you, otherwise it may fail or result in a backlash, like last time." With a sinister smirk, Su Ping slowly stepped closer to Tang Ruyan. Feeling the encroaching danger, she broke into a cold sweat and backed away in terror. "What do you want to do?" Su Ping curled his lip, wanting to make a deal with her. In a flash, he reached out and grabbed her slender wrists with irresistible force. Su Ping leaned in close, his gaze overbearing. "It's a shame you won't cooperate, so I'll have to use some end methods." Tang Ruyan's face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. She struggled violently, shouting, "You beast, let go. Just try to lay a finger on me." Ignoring her threats, Su Ping's crimson glowing finger pressed firmly against her forehead. A magical light flashed, accompanied by a cold notification. "Temporary contract successfully signed." Tang Ruyan only managed a weak moan before her body went limp. Su Ping stepped back, calmly observing the result. Tang Ruyan clutched her forehead, her face filled with utter bewilderment. She snapped, "What did you do to me?" He shrugged innocently. "Nothing much. How do you feel about me right now?" Tang Ruyan paused for a second, her eyes flickering. She clutched her chest, gritting her teeth as she replied with a very strange attitude. I feel like I just want to." Yet, contrary to the intense thoughts of resistance in her mind, Tang Ruyan realized with horror that her body was betraying her. "This isn't right. This man is clearly my enemy. I should want to tear him into 1,000 pieces to vent my anger. But why?" Right now, she suddenly felt drawn to his aura, his every word. In Tang Ruyan's eyes, the ordinary-looking Su Ping suddenly seemed to grow into a towering, radiant god. The majesty radiating from everything about him made her feel like she couldn't refuse or resist, looking up at him from below. The godlike Su Ping spoke softly. "Little Tang, can't control your own actions, can you?" Tang Ruyan lunged forward, obediently kneeling at Su Ping's feet like a submissive little kitten. Sweat poured down her face as her voice trembled. "I am here, master. Do you have any orders for me?" Witnessing this surreal scene, Su Lingyue stood by, stunned, her jaw nearly hitting the floor. Why did she suddenly change into a completely different person? Su Ping smiled triumphantly, waving his hand to command. "Get up. I still prefer your arrogant, hard-to-tame side from before." As the words left his lips, the effects of the contract seemed to loosen slightly. Tang Ruyan immediately snapped to her senses. She stood up abruptly, hands on her hips, and snapped. "Humph. If you're going to bark, make it quick. This lady doesn't have time to play games with you." Su Lingyue was even more bewildered. She shifted back to her usual self and returned to a serious expression. Su Ping pointed at the pile of treasure chests. He said clearly, "Explain how to use these secret treasures. Over the next 3 days, I will use them to cultivate Su Lingyue." Hearing this, Tang Ruyan couldn't help but sneer. She looked at him as if he were an idiot. 3 days? Are you daydreaming in broad daylight? Pointing at the pile of sparkling jewels, she explained like an expert. There are many secret treasures here, but generally, their functions can be divided into 3 categories: body tempering medicinal herbs, combat enhancement techniques, and energy refining crystals. Just the first stage, the body tempering medicinal bath, requires at least 3 months. Without a standard physique, in the subsequent training, you'd be lucky to just suffer internal injuries. Or worse, you'd directly explode and die. Su Ping frowned, stroked his chin, and muttered to himself, 3 months just for a medicinal bath? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. The corners of Su Ping's mouth curled into an extremely cunning smile. That's right, since a pet contract has been signed, couldn't he just take her into the cultivation space? Time in the cultivation space is 1 day for every hour in the outside world. So, during these 3 days of the tournament break, she could get a full 72 days of training inside, enough to complete the initial body tempering phase. The plan was set. Su Ping immediately turned to his younger sister, placed his hands on her shoulders, and gave a smile that, in Lingyue's eyes, looked incredibly terrifying. "Close your eyes." Su Lingyue panicked and backed away, sweating as she asked, "Brother, what are you planning to do? Be good now. Could your own brother ever hurt you?" Ignoring his sister's weak resistance, Su Ping touched his glowing finger to her forehead. "I'm taking you to a wonderful place. Be a good girl and close your eyes." Su Lingyue's eyes teared up as she whimpered, "You aren't tricking me, are you?" The system interface flashed. Temporary contract successful. Su Ping laughed heartily. "Just put your heart at ease. I guarantee you'll love it." And in reality, that love it was the current scene. Su Lingyue was hanging from her hands over a pool, tears and snot streaming down her face, crying out miserably. "Ah, it itches so much. I'm going to itch to death." Ignoring his sister's screams echoing through the sky above, Su Ping sat cross-legged, meditating in midair. Su Ping thought, although the progress is slower than expected, patching it up like this should be enough to absorb the secret treasures before the finals. While he was cultivating the chaotic star energy map, Su Lingyue's desperate pleas rang out again. "Ah, brother, help me." Down in the pool, Tang Ruyan held a fern branch, focused on her task of tickle torture. She smiled and teased, "Su Lingyue, don't try to hide anymore. This is helping you cleanse your marrow and improve your physique." Su Lingyue struggled in desperation, but she was terrified of being ticklish. Maintaining his meditative posture in the air, Su Ping kept his eyes half closed and spoke with a lecture-like tone. "Don't get distracted. Just behave and soak in the medicinal bath to train your body. Isn't this much more comfortable than hacking and slashing in the wilderness? Plenty of people would kill for a chance to soak in this." Unable to handle this torturous pleasure, Su Lingyue tilted her head back and sobbed, "Boo-hoo, just send me to the wilderness. I'm begging you." While the desperate screams still echoed in the cultivation space, the atmosphere in the real world was extremely grim. At a luxurious, ancient-style mansion belonging to the Mo family, a guard reported in a panic, reporting, "Patriarch, the Black Dog Squad has met with disaster." Inside a dark room, the Patriarch and the Mo family elders sat hidden in the shadows, radiating a cold, murderous aura. The guard knelt on the ground, trembling. They were completely wiped out. But the target, Su Lingyue, remains unharmed. An elder started, his voice filled with extreme astonishment. "What? Wiped out? Who could have taken out the Black Dog Squad? It couldn't have been that Su Lingyue, could it?" The guard broke into a sweat and bowed his head lower. "This hasn't been confirmed yet. The cameras and other records were destroyed by the Black Dog Squad themselves beforehand." Another elder narrowed his eyes coldly and questioned, "Then what about the bodies? Based on the wounds, we should be able to deduce the weapons or techniques used by the opponent." Hearing this, the guard, wearing a wolf mask, sweated profusely and fearfully recounted the horrific scene. "My deepest apologies, but we couldn't find a single body at the scene. It was as if they had been thrown into a blender. Everyone was turned into a pool of bloody slush." As the report ended, both the Patriarch and the elders were stunned, sweating in panic as they blurted out, "What?" The bearded elder frowned, stroked his beard, and analyzed. "To be able to wipe out a team of rank 8 experts and leave only pools of blood, I'm afraid there's a title-ranked expert protecting her from outside the arena. Since we can't strike outside, We'll take care of her in the ring. Absolutely do not let her enter the finals and hinder our young master." The patriarch immediately roared, "Guards!" The door swung open. 2 assassins in black knelt down, bowing their heads respectfully. "Elders, what are your orders?" A blinding light erupted. The clan leader waved his hand, summoning a fierce, fire-breathing black dragon with piercing eyes, along with 2 treasure chests. His voice boomed with authority. "I grant you a mature flame spirit abyss dragon, plus 2 7th-grade secret treasures." He narrowed his eyes, enunciating every word with murderous intent. "Help them secure a crushing victory in the arena in 3 days." The 2 assassins took the order, trembling in shock. It's the flame spirit abyss dragon, ranked 15th in the dragon grade list. "Thank you, clan leader. We accept our orders." A similar scene was unfolding in other major families. At the Qin family estate, a shadow knelt before a treasure chest glowing with deep blue light, swearing a blood oath to complete the mission at any cost. Elsewhere, 2 other shadows knelt before a sinister purple chest, radiating killing intent as they received their instructions. "You must strike her down in the arena, draw her blood, and show them our clan's power." 3 days of quiet preparation and secret plotting flew by. Above the massive stadium, an airship carrying a giant holographic screen displayed the familiar commentator, buzzing through the air. "So, how have our contestants who passed the preliminary round been resting these past 3 days?" The stands exploded with cheers and roars that shook the heavens. The image of the commentator, Jiang, flashed on screen, his voice filled with hype. "The 5-way battle royale begins right now." The commentator spoke at lightning speed, explaining that if the prelims tested speed and observation, this match would be a test of raw combat power and tactical judgment. A simulation of the arena flickered to life, and the rules were clearly announced. The 5-way battle takes place within a confined arena. Each person is allowed to carry a maximum of 2 secret treasures. Surrendering, losing consciousness, or being forced out of the arena results in disqualification. 5 people per group, only 1 advances. By the way, destroying the arena floor is also against the rules. Before using high damage area of effect skills, please think carefully. All eyes were now glued to the waiting area. The tournament brackets were already posted. Contestants, please proceed to the staging area and line up. In the dense crowd, filled with a murderous atmosphere, Su Lingyue walked forward with a calm demeanor. The commentator's voice pushed the excitement to a crescendo. "So, who will be the one to have the last laugh? Will the first group of contestants please enter the arena?" As the contestants appeared, deafening cheers erupted from all sides of the stadium. The 5-way battle royale had officially begun. In the VIP area, the elder of Phoenix Mountain Academy nodded, evaluating the current batch of fighters. "Not bad at all. This is going to be worth watching." Sitting between 2 elders, Su Ping sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his body still radiating the brilliant glow of his cultivation state. The bearded elder leaned over and whispered, "Have you 2 heard? People from the Starry Sky organization have already arrived in our city." The horned elder jumped in surprise, breaking into a cold sweat as he stammered, "The Starry Sky organization? You mean the most powerful group in our Asian region? I heard their founder is a legendary rank battle pet master. Why would they bother coming to a place like ours?" The bearded elder whispered back with a mysterious and anxious look, "I don't know, but wherever Starry Sky sets foot, nothing good ever happens. Last month, I heard another base city saw a major family wiped out because they laid hands on a treasure Starry Sky had their eyes on." As he spoke, sweat poured down the elder's face even more. They even punched a hole through the base city's defensive walls, almost triggering a beast tide. Su Ping, sitting in the middle, kept his eyes closed but listened to every word. He cracked his deep eyes open, a cold gaze flashing through them as he pondered. "They're going that crazy over something so trivial? I just hope there isn't anything in our city that they're targeting." Meanwhile, down in the arena, the organizing committee's voice boomed. "Will the 5th group of contestants please enter the arena? Su Lingyue, please step out." Her expression was cold and determined. Standing in the corner of the stage, she watched the other 4 enemies spreading out to the edges, their killing intent engulfing the platform. The commentator shouted, "The match begins!" On the stage, a man named Zhang Shuo, with a ponytail and effeminate gestures, flicked his long tongue out in a perverse manner and sneered. "Ha, so this is the woman who's arrogant enough to aim for the championship?" In another corner, a muscle-bound man named Ma Tong clenched his fists, grinning ferociously. "Heh, crossing paths with me? You're unlucky, lady." The martial artist Cat Xue, dressed in a daring outfit, wasn't about to be outdone. She cracked her knuckles and spoke with a provocative tone. "I suggest you surrender now, or you're going to suffer later." Facing provocation from all three sides, Su Lingyue just calmly folded her arms across her chest, her blue eyes devoid of any ripples. She replied coldly, "Let's see you try." Just then, the remaining contestant, a boy who looked innocent named Yu Zijiang, timidly approached her, his voice trembling. "Big sister, their gazes are so scary." Su Lingyue glanced at him and replied indifferently, "What are you afraid of? They aren't targeting you, and besides, we're opponents here. Don't call me that so familiarly." Hearing this, Yu Zijiang immediately put on a pitiful expression, his eyes tearing up as if he were about to cry. "But if they team up to beat you, I'll be the next unlucky one. Big sister, can we team up for now?" Seeing his face, Su Lingyue chuckled and reached out to pat the boy's head with a touch of affection. "I didn't expect you to be so good at judging the situation." "Fine, I don't mind." The boy beamed with a wide, toothy grin. Heh. Right after, he turned around, reaching out his hand with an incredibly sincere and trusting look. "Big sister, I'll leave my back to you." Su Lingyue smiled too, offering her gloved hand in return. Then I'll leave my back to you too." But the moment their hands were about to touch, Yu Zijiang's innocent face suddenly turned incredibly wicked and sinister. He laughed to himself internally. With this harmless face of mine, I don't know how many naive young girls I've fooled." As Su Lingyue reached out, he suddenly accelerated, his palm producing a glowing cyan secret treasure as he shouted, "You won't be getting away." It was a 7th grade secret treasure from the Mo family, the spirit-eating shackles, capable of sealing all the astral energy of anyone below the 6th rank, and it couldn't be removed by the user. The activation required direct contact. As he grabbed Su Lingyue's wrist, he laughed triumphantly. "Success! Once you lose your astral energy, you won't even be able to summon a battle pet. You're just an ordinary woman. In this arena, you're only destined to be humiliated." But things didn't go as he imagined. A bolt of blue electricity suddenly surged from the secret treasure itself, engulfing his entire body in utter shock. He slumped to the floor like a puppet with cut strings, his precious artifact rolling far away, while Su Lingyue stood firm, completely unscathed. The 3 remaining contestants and the commentator were stunned by this unbelievable turnaround. The commentator shouted, "What just happened on the arena?" Competitor Yu Zijiang suddenly collapsed. Paralyzed, he sprawled on the floor, eyes wide with terror as he watched Su Lingyue slowly bend down to pick up the artifact. "A paralytic toxin? You, how dare you use poison?" Su Lingyue dusted off the item she just picked up and gave a playful, nonchalant wink. "It's because you were desperately trying to grab me, isn't it? I'll be taking this then." The muscular Ma Tong frowned, his voice filled with suspicion. "How can you be sure he's an enemy? What if you poisoned the wrong person? Wouldn't that be a loss for the alliance?" Su Lingyue sneered, responding with utter contempt. "Poisoned the wrong person? How could that be?" Then she grabbed Yu Zijiang by the leg, dragging him across the floor like a sack, and pointed at Ma Tong. "Because he's just like you, both of you are just hunting dogs for the Mo family." Ma Tong gasped in horror. "What?" She tilted her chin toward the other two, her voice sharp as a blade. "And you two, from left to right, you're from the Qin family and the Tang family, right?" Both were stunned, ripples of shock in their hearts. How could she know that? While dragging the traitor along, she calmly explained, "From the moment you stepped onto the stage, your walking style and the way you circulate your energy gave your identities away." A painful cry escaped Yu Zijiang as his head hit the floor, stopping in the center of the ring, while Su Lingyue's body erupted with a pure, powerful blue energy. Her voice turned icy cold. "My brother said, anyone from the 4 great families, no mercy is needed." Zhang Shuo from the Tong family yelled angrily, "Absurd! You think the combat techniques I've cultivated are cheap street goods, so easy to spot? Stop spouting nonsense. Let's all 3 take her on. She definitely can't be a match for us." Immediately, they all summoned their pets. "Go!" The sonic wind eagle shrieked. A gale wolf, a ghost bee, and a storm wolf roared as they charged forward. The Qin family's cat Shui yelled at the others impatiently. "Hey, you Mo family member, why aren't you summoning your battle pet?" Ma Tong stood with his arms crossed, his face full of calculation and caution. "Don't order me around. In the Mo family, I already lost 1 man mysteriously. Who knows how many trump cards this Su girl is hiding? Obviously, I can't attack recklessly." Hearing this, Cat Shui scolded angrily. "You dog! You dare use us as cannon fodder? Why are you standing there yapping? Why aren't you commanding your pet? They're already losing." Zhang Shuo and Cat Shui both turned around in shock. "What did you say?" On the battlefield, Su Lingyue's Fangangli Tom Flame Beast, with its eerie movement and overwhelming strength, was completely suppressing both the Sonic Wind Eagle and the Gale Wolf. The two pets could only struggle to defend themselves, showing no resistance at all. Clearly, just a few moves in, the Sonic Wind Eagle and Gale Wolf were already beaten into the ground. Cat Shui gritted her teeth and pulled a fiery red pill from her robe. Damn it. I have to use the secret artifact the family gave me. She turned to the Tang guy and snapped. Hey, Tang family, use your real skills to deal with it. Otherwise, if this drags on until we're both hurt, it'll only benefit that guy from the Mo family. Introducing the Qin family's Tier 6 boost elixir, the Great Strength Pill. Whoever consumes it will have their power skyrocket for 10 minutes. It can even go head-to-head with a high-tier, Tier 6 Savage Beast. Zhang Shuo, with his ponytail, snorted coldly, not needing her to tell him. He quickly waved his hand, activating the Tang family's Tier 6 secret artifact, the Puppet Master. A mesmerizing purple shadow snake appeared, carrying enough lethal venom to kill a Tier 6 expert, automatically locking onto the target without needing energy control. Surround it, Zhang Shuo commanded triumphantly. Immediately, the snake puppet and the other pets lunged, cornering the Fan Gangly Tom Flame Beast. Trapped in a pincer move with nowhere to go. Seeing her pet besieged, Su Lingyue didn't flinch. She lightly brushed her collar, her eyes flashing with deep disdain. With so many of you ganging up on just one snowball, aren't you ashamed? The Mo family's lost secret technique, Beast Blood Resonance, began to stir. Her sapphire eyes suddenly flared with golden beastly light, and two sharp demonic horns sprouted from her hair, her entire body exploding with an overwhelming aura. She shouted, "Snowball, let's go!" The savage pets lunged to bite, but they only touched thin air. Cat Shui retreated in a panic, watching the blurred image of her opponent shatter before her eyes. The fiery beauty broke into a cold sweat, trembling as she stammered, It's an illusion." Sensing murderous intent from above, Cat Shui jumped and looked up. Su Lingyue and Snowball had synchronized their stance, hovering in midair like true predatory ghosts. From above, Cat Shui pointed frantically, screaming orders at her pets. Forget about that Fan Gangly Tom Flame Beast. Deal with her directly. Ignoring the screams, Su Lingyue narrowed her blazing beast-like eyes, a sinister half-smile appearing on her lips. Fast as a black bolt of lightning, she dove down with terrifying speed, spreading her beast-powered hand, and coldly mocked. Too slow. With perfect synchronization, Su Lingyue and Snowball unleashed their ultimate technique, Dark Flame Claws. Razor-sharp red and black energy waves tore through the air, sending the opposing pets flying in an instant. Facing such overwhelming power, Cat Shui and Zhang Shuo couldn't hide their horror. Zhang Shuo gritted his teeth bitterly. Damn it. We can't land a single hit on her. Cat Shui muttered, trembling. What kind of monstrous combat technique is that? It can make a human body become this agile and fierce like a beast, going head-to-head with Tier 6 battle pets without losing any ground. From afar, the muscular Ma Tong frowned, waving his hand to throw a sharp dart, shouting, "Don't get too arrogant. You're no match for my raw strength. Take this." In his mind, he kept piecing things together. Could the technique that Su Girl is using be? A cold drop of sweat rolled down Ma Tong's forehead as he realized the truth in horror. If I'm not mistaken, that's the beast taming secret art that only high-ranking descendants of the main Mo family are qualified to learn. Ignoring that fact, Zhang Shuo stubbornly waved his hand, commanding, "Sonic Wind Eagle, go around to her blind spot." The system's explanation appeared. A normal pet master, through vocal commands to their pets, only has a synchronization rate of 40 to 60%. In the VIP booth, the elder with horns stroked his beard in admiration. Your sister is 1 against 5, yet she's still handling it with ease. What a truly remarkable young woman. The elder with the wire-thin mustache nodded in approval, adding that veteran beast tamers who have spent years working with their spirit beasts can understand each other with just a glance. Back then, Dong Mingtung's synchronization rate reached nearly 90%. But the performance on the arena floor today far exceeded any textbook tactics. After all, even with perfect command, Dong Mingtung's maximum synchronization rate could only hit 100%. Only the secret beast-taming arts of the Mo family can allow the consciousness of a spirit beast and its tamer to merge and permeate one another, achieving true psychic resonance, where they think as one. With a staggering, almost unbelievable synchronization rate of 200%, Su Lingyue dodged every single attack, closing the distance to Zhang Shuo. Before he even knew what hit him, she swung her claws coldly. As for those sneaky long-range attacks, she snapped, "You're so damn annoying, I'm taking you out first." Zhang Shuo barely managed to shout, "What the hell?" before being sent flying across the floor. Riding the momentum, Su Lingyue's beast-like eyes suddenly widened as she felt an immense, pitch-black killing intent surging from behind. A massive dragon claw, pulsing with terrifying power, swiped across the arena, sending both Su Lingyue and Snowball flying. Up in the VIP seats, the elder with the wire-thin mustache jumped in shock. This is bad, she's been hit by the dragon. As the dust cleared, the muscular guy, Ma Teng, stood triumphantly in the shadow of a colossal dragon. The commentator screamed, "Contestant Ma Teng has been observing from the shadows, and he's finally making his move. It's the Blazing Star Demon Abyss Dragon, ranked 15th among dragon-tier beasts, with battle prowess at the low 8th rank." Ma Teng smirked. "Not bad speed, I'll give you that." The dragon released its dragon might, and the evil dragon tilted its head back, opening its fang-filled maw to unleash a roar that shattered eardrums, radiating a crimson, tyrannical pressure that blanketed the entire arena. Crushed by the overwhelming weight of the dragon might, Su Lingyue let out a pained cry, clutching her glowing eye as she dropped to one knee on the cracking floor. Beside her, Snowball was so suppressed that its fur stood straight up. Seeing his opponent go down, Ma Teng sneered with satisfaction. To think the dreamy fan gangly Tom Beast isn't afraid of dragon might. That shop of hers really does have some talent. But having her own spirit suppressed by dragon might is enough to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, the two horns on Su Lingyue's head dissolved into black smoke. She gritted her teeth, groaning through the backlash. The system warned, "Due to mental instability, you cannot maintain the beast-blood symbiosis state." Watching the scene, the horned elder clicked his tongue in regret. What a shame. If those Mo family brats hadn't interfered, Su Lingyue could have completely finished off both the Tang and Qin houses. The elder with the wire-thin mustache was also indignant. They actually dared to let an outside disciple use an 8th rank, 15th tier dragon. Such extravagant spending. Only the previous champions, the Mo family, would have the resources for this. Seizing the moment that Su Lingyue lost her special ability, Zhang Shuo and Jie Shui scrambled to their feet, gasping for air, their faces still twisted with malice. Zhang Shuo jeered, "Without that freakish technique, let's see how arrogant you can be now." Jie Shui clutched her injured arm, her eyes full of venom. "You bitch! You dare to hurt me like this? I'm going to make you pay." On the big screen, the commentator breathlessly reported the situation. Contestants, Zhang Shuo and Ge Shui, are teaming up to corner Su Lingyue, who is being heavily suppressed by dragon might. Will this arrogant girl be the second to be eliminated from the arena, surrounded on all sides? Su Lingyue was trapped in the crimson glow. Even as her body trembled under the pressure, her eyes remained unusually sharp. She glanced at the guy named Ma, her lips curling into a knowing smile, as she spoke loudly. "To have such a dominant dragon in your hand, and still have to sneak around in the back. It seems the winner of this match has already been decided, hasn't it?" Her words hit the nail on the head, making Ma Teng smirk complacently. He stroked his rough chin, glancing at his two temporary allies with the disdain of a superior. "Humph, I suppose she's smart. It's just too bad for these two from the Tang and Qin families." Giving a sarcastic smile, Su Lingyue looked at the two panting figures and mocked them. "Tried so hard for ages, wasted all your secret treasures, only to have someone else swoop in and steal the victory at the last second. What a shame." Stung by her sharp words, Ma Teng gritted his teeth and cursed, "Hey, you damn brat, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Isn't it true? After that last fight against the Tang and Qin families, haven't you used up more than half your stamina? If the three of us teamed up to defeat the Mo family right now, then whoever takes the championship is only fair and square." Her eyes flashed with calculation as she stared at Jie Shui. "But if you two keep standing on the Mo family's side, once I fall, even if you team up, you won't be able to beat him. He'll take the crown, and you'll most likely be discarded and robbed." Ge Shui held her arm and clicked her tongue in concession. I hate to admit it, but she's right. If we keep going like this, we're just doing free labor for the Mo family. We might as well team up and weaken the Mo family first." Zhang Shuo immediately raised a hand to stop her. "Wait, the woman from the Su family is still in good enough shape. I'm afraid she still has an ace up her sleeve. Let her fight the Mo family one-on-one. We'll stay here, catch our breath, and wait for the Mo family to finish her off before we move in. Let him have a taste of what it's like to be used as a stepping stone." Hearing his allies blatantly plotting to betray him right to his face, Ma Teng tightened his sharp claws, veins bulging on his face as he roared. "What did you say? Do you want to see who I take out first?" Ge Shui didn't flinch, smirking provocatively. "You dare come over here, and we'll join forces with that Su girl to deal with you. I suggest you behave and finish her off first." Zhang Shuo sat cross-legged on the floor, squinting triumphantly. Huh, good. This way, we ensure the Su girl is definitely defeated, and we keep a fighting chance for ourselves. Stop being so damn smug. Ma Teng gritted his teeth, his killing intent exploding. He channeled power into his claws, preparing to strike. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that my dragon's attacks are too destructive for the arena, a single breath of magma and a meteor fire rain would be enough to wipe all three of you out. He calculated silently. The longer this fight drags on, the more the Tang and Qin families recover, which works against me. Making a split-second decision, he shouted, "End it now!" The evil dragon roared, spread its wings, and soared, charging fiercely with its master toward Su Lingyue. Seeing the opponent rushing in, Su Lingyue calmly stepped back to command. Even if the snake in the grass plan didn't work, at least it's better than getting swarmed. Snowball, Dreamy Fan Gongli Tom Ray. The magic cat leaped into the air, firing a hazy purple beam from its third eye, aiming straight for the head of the charging dragon. But contrary to their expectations, the blazing star demon abyss dragon just let out a soft growl, waving its massive claws coated in crimson light, easily crushing the mental attack into countless fragments. The sound of the shatter echoed sharply. Snowball! Su Lingyue gasped in shock, and Dong Mingtian's pupils constricted as he saw the strike neutralized so effortlessly. Seizing her moment of hesitation, Ma Zong lunged right in front of her, unleashing a razor-sharp claw that tore through the air as he cruelly spat out. "Worry about yourself first." Su Lingyue frantically crossed her arms to block, but the overwhelming physical force sent her reeling backward with a painful groan, her heels skidding across the floor. Fortunately, Snowball rushed over, using its agile back to catch its master before she could lose her balance and collapse. Wiping away sweat, Su Lingyue panted, thinking, "Damn it, that dragon pressure is slowing me down so much." Luckily, Snowball had been trained well and was completely unaffected. Opposite her, Ma Zong stood smugly behind his towering, fire-breathing demonic dragon. "Stop wasting time. Just give up. My flame crystal abyssal dragon is invincible." Su Lingyue gritted her teeth, analyzing the situation. "Why didn't my nightmare projection work earlier? If I can figure that out, I might still have a chance to turn this around." Meanwhile, in the corner of the arena, the two fighters from the Qin and Tang families sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, bathed in a green light, as they frantically recovered their stamina, waiting for the perfect moment to swoop in. Back to the main fight, Ma Zong raised his sharp claws, his red eyes gleaming with malice. "If you surrender now, I'll let you keep a shred of dignity." Ignoring the threats, Su Lingyue's mind raced at top speed. Even though Snowball was only a 7th rank peak combat power, it had once controlled an 8th rank inferior beast. Yet, the Flame Spirit Demon Prison Dragon showed absolutely no reaction. Could Ma Tong be using some combat technique or secret defensive artifact to block mental attacks? Su Lingyue made up her mind to wave her hand, testing the waters. Her figure dashed forward like a gust of wind. Seeing her stubborn resistance, Ma Tong roared in anger. "You really don't know what's good for you." He began to split his focus, commanding the massive dragon, Flame Spirit Demon Prison Dragon, "Go deal with that illusion flame beast." Then, he lunged straight towards Su Lingyue with killing intent. "As for you, you wretched brat, I'll take care of you myself." "Snowball, now!" Su Lingyue shouted as she retreated. Following the order, Snowball spun around at close range, aiming straight at the dragon's head and unleashing another mental attack. As the nightmare mind shot flew forward, Ma Tong sneered in disdain, thinking the repeated tactic was useless. Sure enough, the mental strike hit the dragon's head, but it just flicked its massive golden horns, easily deflecting the attack like an invisible defensive shield. Seeing this, Su Lingyue thought to herself, "So, it really is your secret artifact at work." Ma Tong unleashed a powerful kick, slicing through the air straight at her. "Heh, did you figure it out already?" In front of Ma Tong's chest, a bone ring glowed, manifesting a clear blue light barrier. The Mo family's 7th rank secret artifact, the Dragon Binding Bone. Once infused with spirit power, it makes my dragon beast immune to all negative status effects from rank 7 and below. But even if you know, what can you do about it? Quick as lightning, Ma Tong's eyes turned vicious, his figure blurred, dissolving into a gust of wind that vanished into the air. He appeared instantly right next to Su Lingyue, unleashing a thunderous claw strike with terrifying force, sending her flying into the air with a trail of crimson blood. "So fast," she gasped, eyes widening as she looked down at her torn midsection, where 3 deep, agonizing claw marks were bleeding profusely. Ma Tong laughed cruelly, his figure splitting into a dozen after-images circling her. "You fool! You were already suppressed by the dragon's might, yet you dared to leave the protection of your illusion flame beast. And you didn't even have a defensive beast by your side. The Mo family's 6th rank combat technique, Butterfly Shadow Steps, mimics the unique Heavenly Severing Snow Butterfly technique. Moving at high speed makes my form blurry, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Amidst the sea of swirling shadows, his voice boomed like a death sentence. You're nothing but a lamb waiting for the slaughter. Countless light streaks sliced across the space, shredding the area. Su Lingyue curled up, enduring the barrage of attacks, letting out a pained moan. Ugh, the sound of a heavy hit echoed. Su Lingyue collapsed onto the cracked arena floor, covered in wounds and motionless. On the screen, the commentator shouted excitedly, "Too powerful." Under the relentless pursuit of Ma Tong, Su Lingyue has absolutely no power to fight back. As expected of the elite talent nurtured by the current champion family, the Mo family, standing nearby, gasping for air, Ma Tong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Phew, damn it, the butterfly shadow steps really drain my stamina, but with that much blood loss, you're as good as done. Yet, a sudden, brilliant green light, filled with intense vitality, erupted to Ma Tong's shock. What? Su Lingyue pushed her hands against the floor, somersaulting into the air as her fatal wounds knit themselves back together at a miraculous speed. The entire arena, including Zhang Shuo, Ge Shui, and Ma Tong, stared in total disbelief. No way. She could already take a hit, but she has this too? Is that a high-rank healing skill? The radiant healing light enveloped her body, leaving it without a single blemish. Su Lingyue landed firmly, her eyes burning with fierce combat intent as she stared straight at her enemy, speaking clearly and coldly. Again, Ma Tong gritted his teeth, his afterimages flickering with irritation. You even know high-rank healing magic? What a nuisance. Looks like I'll have to rip your heart out after all. Without another word, he unleashed the butterfly shadow steps and charged. The commentator yelled, Ma Tong is launching another relentless attack. Faced with the sea of afterimages, Su Lingyue calmly closed her eyes, seemingly letting her guard down entirely. Immediately, one of Ma Tong's afterimages circled behind her, raising a sharp claw to deliver the killing blow to her neck. But then, she suddenly opened her eyes, throwing a powerful high kick into the air in front of her and shouting, "Hia!" The afterimage vanished. The real Ma Tong had appeared right behind her. His smile was as sinister as a wolf catching its prey. You idiot, I'm right here. His shadow loomed over her, unleashing a fatal blow. The commentator screamed, "Oh no! Has Su Lingyue been struck in her blind spot?" But instead of a cry of pain, he was met with a calculated smile from Su Lingyue. Gotcha. Ma Tong froze, his face distorted in panic. What? Sparks of electricity crackled, binding Ma Tong tightly to Su Lingyue. The commentator erupted. It's the spirit-devouring lock. Su Lingyue intentionally left an opening to bait Ma Tong into closing the distance, then used the spirit-devouring lock, which cannot be broken, to seal his spirit power. This is the perfect finishing move. Su Lingyue tightened her grip. Without your spirit power, you're just an ordinary adult now. Even if I'm suppressed by your dragon's might, I can still take you down. Ma Tong screamed frantically. Damn it. Flame Spirit Demon Prison Dragon, save me. Following the order, the massive dragon roared, opening its jaws and lunging toward the pair. Su Lingyue ordered calmly, Snowball, his artifact is useless now, keep that dragon occupied immediately. Snowball unleashed a nightmare mind shot, directly at the dragon. Taking you out first, Su Lingyue declared coldly, using all her strength to hurl Ma Tong away. He let out a series of pathetic screams, but suddenly, a winged black shadow flew in from nowhere, gently catching Ma Tong in midair. Su Lingyue was stunned, her eyes widening. What? The commentator shouted once again, filled with excitement. Oh, Ge Shui and Zhang Shuo have recovered and joined the battlefield. Zhang Shuo advised Ma Tong, the big picture is what matters. You can't let her take you down. Her strength cannot be underestimated. You don't want to be punished by the family for failing the mission, do you? I suggest we set aside our grudges and take her out together. Ma Tong gritted his teeth, unwilling but nodding anyway. Fine. Flame Spirit Demon Prison Dragon, unleash your might. The commentator summarized the situation. The victory that Su Lingyue fought for with her own blood has now turned into a reason for the three of them to team up. The tide has turned again. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her head. Use it. She looked up, heart racing with surprise. It was her brother's voice. In the stands, the crowd sighed in disappointment. What a shame for such a talented prospect to be pushed this far by Dongming Tung and his group. The people from the four great clans were truly despicable. But her brother just looked down coldly, sending a decisive message. Stop holding back. Use your trump card. On the arena floor, Su Lingyue stood tall, her eyes filled with newfound resolve. Understood. Enemy illusions surrounded her. A mocking voice sneered, "Ha ha. Feeling frustrated? Go ahead. Regret it. Regret ever standing against our clans." But she just replied calmly, "Come out, little white." A majestic, giant white dragon emerged from thin air, its icy aura chilling the entire arena. Su Lingyue shouted clearly, "Glacial annihilation." All three of Dongming Tung's opponents were stunned, paralyzed with fear. That was 8th on the Dragon Tribe leaderboard. The commentator shrieked, voice cracking, as waves of cold air rolled off the stage. "It's terrifying. The Silverbone Moon Dragon." A rank 8 fighter, Su Lingyue, had completely overwhelmed all three opponents with just one rank, 9 pet skill, Glacial Annihilation. In the stands, her brother gave a slight nod, while the commentator gushed, "A truly perfect Glacial Annihilation. Legend says this move can freeze everything for 1,000 miles. Seeing it today, it lives up to the reputation. But please, try not to destroy the arena." Amidst the falling snow, Su Lingyue turned, giving a cold command. "Little White, retract." A crisp sound of shattering ice echoed as the massive ice blocks cracked open, revealing 3 figures, Ma Tung, Cat Tuyet, and Trong Thuok, completely frozen and knocked unconscious. On the high platform, the commentator boomed, "All 3 remaining contestants have lost consciousness. The winner of arena number 5 is Su Lingyue." The crowd erupted, buzzing with endless chatter. With a trump card that strong, no wonder she's aiming for the championship. That move really turned the tide. It was so powerful. A young man cried into his hands, "That's the first time in my life I've seen a rank 9 pet skill. Wah! I haven't even touched dragon scales before." Standing proudly beside the mighty Silverbone Moon Dragon, Su Lingyue basked in the admiring gazes. "Her dragon is so beautiful, I'm so jealous." The commentator's voice rang out again, filled with passion. At her age, to already possess a dragon pet. Congratulations to contestant Su Lingyue for officially winning the entry to the Nightmare Hunting Tournament in 3 days. In stark contrast to the chaos below, in the VIP section, the leaders were huddled together, flattering a nonchalant-looking young man. "Congratulations, Director Su. Your younger sister's performance was truly brilliant. She's certainly worthy of being the championship candidate chosen by Director Su himself. Surely, she'll become a major pillar of our school in the future." As night fell and silence returned to the empty hallway, Su Lingyue, still in her tattered battle gear, hesitated in front of a closed door, unsure if she should knock. Suddenly, a clear, feminine voice spoke from inside. "What is it?" She cleared her throat, feeling shy. "Today? Isn't there still an hour left until your physical training session?" A soft sigh came from within. The door clicked open. Inside, Tang Ruyan was sitting in her maid outfit, eyes closed, meditating. A brilliant light radiated around her. Su Lingyue poked her head in timidly. "Big sister Tang, I'm sorry to bother you." Tang Ruyan coldly retorted, "You are bothering me. Just standing there, your energy is fluctuating all over the place, like a swarm of mosquitoes in a rainforest." Tang Ruyan slowly finished her meditation, pressed her hands together, and let out an annoyed breath. "I can't even focus on my cultivation. Say what you need to say, then get lost." Seeing her attitude, Su Lingyue quickly reached out with an eye-catching box of pastries. "Please, have some." Tang Ruyan sat cross-legged on a swivel chair, looking haughty. Su Lingyue bowed her head, offering the box bashfully. "Big sister Tang, I want to be able to train a bit more every day, so I came to see you earlier. Sorry for the trouble." Seeing this uncharacteristic obedience, Tang Ruyan covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes sparkling with meaning. "Oh? What's this? Last time I trained you, you were so reluctant. Why are you so obedient now? Don't tell me you're starting to get a crush on my methods, young lady." Su Lingyue's face turned as red as a tomato, and she waved her hands frantically. "No, it's not like that. It's just that after the match today, I realized that I'm still a long way from the Elite Tournament Championship." Tang Ruyan acted as if she had figured it all out, elegantly picking up a small cake. "I see. You were hit hard by your opponent's strength, weren't you?" Su Lingyue's face fell, her voice full of self-pity. "Little White has only been with my brother for a month, and it's already so powerful. Yet I keep falling into a weak spot. If I stay the way I am now, I'm afraid that before long, I won't even have the qualifications to fight alongside it. So, I want to become stronger." Taking a bite of the sweet cake, Tang Ruyan raised an eyebrow, smugly. "Afraid you can't control your own battle pet? Tell me specifically, what do you want to learn?" Su Lingyue's eyes suddenly lit up with determination. During the match, I was suppressed by the dragon aura of the Flame Soul Demon Dragon and became a burden to Little White. So, I want to prioritize fixing my weakness in spiritual power. Hearing this, Tang Ruyan stood up abruptly and poured a bucket of cold water on her. That's a nice thought, but spiritual power is the hardest attribute to improve for a beastmaster. Rarely are there any combat techniques that can strengthen spiritual power. Usually, people have to rely on auxiliary secret treasures to compensate. Otherwise, why do you think most rank 8 beastmasters can only contract 4 or 5 pets at most? Tang Ruyan's eyes glinted with mischief, a faint smile on her lips. However, my Tang family has a secret technique passed down only to women. Bring out your dragon pet, and let's test it a little. Su Lingyue looked around the tiny room, stunned. In here? It's too small. Tang Ruyan put her hands on her hips and sighed helplessly. You're so silly. You just need to let it poke its head out and project its dragon aura at me. Does your school not teach you how to do a partial summon? When opening the summoning portal, don't let your spiritual energy leak out. You have to hold it back, just like holding in a bathroom break. That crude analogy made Su Lingyue blush beet red. She scrambled to channel her spiritual energy, tearing open space to create a swirling, thundering vortex. Yes, I'll try. Come out, Little White. From the deep blue vortex, the giant head of the Silverbone Moon Dragon emerged, roared, and unleashed a terrifying dragon aura. Standing opposite, Tang Ruyan's hair whipped around, but her expression remained unfazed. Oh, so it's a Silverbone Star Moon Dragon, huh? She casually smoothed her hair, sighing with a touch of nostalgia. Locked up in this shop for so long, this combat atmosphere really brings back memories. Even the roar of a dragon sounds pleasant to my ears. Sensing her dismissive attitude, the evil dragon opened its maw and roared even more ferociously. Su Lingyue panicked and warned, Sister Tang, be careful. Little White seems really angry. Unfazed, Tang Ruyan shifted into a combat stance, a brilliant violet-pink aura erupting around her. She declared firmly, the immovable glazed body. This is just an 8th rank dragon beast. No problem at all. The evil dragon's pressure slammed violently against the aura, but slid right off, not even scratching a single hair. Su Lingyue exclaimed in amazement. That's incredible. You blocked Little White's attack just like that. This secret technique doesn't just provide physical defense far beyond your own cultivation level, it even offers matching mental defense. Tang Ruyan tilted her nose to the sky, looking smug. While it can't fully satisfy my requirements yet, at least it can help me. So I won't be caught off guard when facing dragon beasts in the future. It's 100 times better than that trashy martial arts training at your Chu family. Su Lingyue's eyes sparkled like stars. Sister Tang, I want to learn it. Seeing her prey in her grasp, Tang Ruyan closed her eyes and tilted her chin up proudly. Big sis here loves eating good food. You know what to do from now on, right? Su Lingyue hugged her chest and nodded eagerly. Yes, from now on, I'll buy delicious food to treat you every single day. On the surface, she was aloof and arrogant, but deep down, Tang Ruyan was cheering wildly. You little dummy, I wasn't going to teach you for free. The immovable glazed body is a combat technique that only the young masters of my tribe are allowed to practice. As soon as you use it in the league tournament, my family will definitely recognize it. By then, I won't have to worry about no one coming to rescue me. Plus, I'll have gained a little lackey to buy me good food. That cursed Su Ping, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Forcing this young mistress to eat canned food every day, finally, I'm getting an upgrade. While the 2 of them were chatting away outside in the hallway, the door was sealed by a spirit energy barrier. Su Ping had been leaning against the wall with his arms crossed for a while. He gave a cold, faint smile. Interesting. Under the dim, soundproof light of spirit energy, 4 burly men, strong as bears, knelt respectfully behind him. Su Ping maintained a cold, expressionless face. I've already used spirit energy to soundproof the room. Continue your report. The 4 men, led by Dong Mingsong, replied, yes. The Mo family elder, a title-ranked beast king, frowned and grumbled irritably. Our family head is extremely dissatisfied with the arena results. He has already punished the 2 outer family disciples who lost. Dong Mingsong added that they viewed Yuer as the 4th biggest threat. The top 3 threats were the young masters of the other 3 major families. Standing nearby, the Qin family elder, a title-ranked healer, clasped his hands calmly, eyes half closed in thought. Our family head doesn't seem too concerned about the elite tournament, but young master Qin Xiaotian hopes to spar with Yuer. Our young master's trump card battle pet is the Blood Crystal Demon Eater, possessing 9th rank combat strength. My advice is to avoid the fight. Following him was the Tang family elder, a title-ranked snakeheart, who lowered his head with a calculating look, unaware of the truth. The focus of our family head remains on the young master's disappearance. The family still didn't know that Ruyan had been captured by the shop owner, so they had sent search parties to the Longtai Mountain's secret realm. In sharp contrast to the others' seriousness, the Liu family elder, a title-ranked poison king, tilted his head back, stroked his beard, and laughed triumphantly. Our family head has decided to remain neutral and will not proactively provoke us. Wahahaha. Hearing this, Su Ping suddenly broke into a cold sweat, his eye twitching as he glanced over. Huh? Why is your Liu family the most humble one? Seeing his sharp gaze, the Poison King scrambled to his knees, sweating profusely as he explained, reporting to the master, it's because this subordinate reported the incident of Lord Yuan being killed in retaliation. Behind him, the other three elders glared at him, emitting terrifying killing intent, silently cursing. The Poison King had the nerve to act on his own. Let's butcher this traitor. Right, let's kill him. Ignoring the anger of his peers, the Poison King continued to kowtow, trying to salvage the situation. Our family is famous for poison arts. We act deviously and ruthlessly. If we became enemies with the master, we would be very hard to defend against. And it wouldn't be good for Yuer's growth, which is why I took the initiative to push for neutrality. Su Ping rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment, then nodded faintly. That makes sense. Get up. Pushing the family matters aside, Su Ping's face grew stern as he crossed his arms and asked, Do you have any news about the Starry Sky organization? The healer immediately stepped forward and respectfully replied, We found out that the person sent by the Starry Sky is a woman named Nan Bang Nuyet. She is accompanied by several other title-ranked powerhouses, but their specific goal remains unclear. Su Ping nodded, turned, and walked away, dropping a light instruction behind him. If there's new information, report it immediately. During these 3 days of rest, I want you to take better care of a contestant named Hua Kuang. I probably won't be free in the coming days, so take him with you for training. Dismissed. The 4 title-ranked monsters, led by Dong Mingsong, bowed in unison and shouted, Yes, master. Walking down the hallway, a cold, defensive glint flashed in Su Ping's eyes. Nhanbang Nuyet? Starry Sky? The strongest organization in the Asia-Pacific region? Why send people here right when the elite tournament is taking place? What exactly are they after? He raised his hand, signaling Dong Mingsong, pushing the troublesome thoughts out of his head. Thinking too much is useless. I should just focus on improving my own strength. The time to take Joanna to the cultivation realm for our weekly session has reset. He mentally summoned Joanna. Instantly, her beautiful figure, dressed in her maid outfit, appeared right in front of him, responding professionally. I am here. Su Ping gestured with his chin. Let's go. Let's soak in the God Spring. Following behind him, Joanna squinted her eyes with a cryptic smile and whispered seductively, It seems a powerful enemy invading your territory has made you quite anxious, hasn't it? How about you take me to the Supreme God Realm instead? The cultivation speed there is far beyond the God Spring. Just try it once, and you'll never be able to forget it. Su Ping walked in front, breaking into a cold sweat, secretly startled. Did she hear everything from that report earlier? But he quickly regained his composure and poured a bucket of cold water on her idea. Keep dreaming. If I take you to the Supreme God Realm so early, what would I have left to entice you to work? I haven't even finished exploring all the benefits of the demigod fallen land yet. I'm in no rush to open up new areas. He turned around, shrugging with a bright, corporate smile, like a true capitalist. You're right, but the condition to go to the Supreme God Realm is that you must become an outstanding employee. It's written in black and white by the system. I can't go against the spirit of our contract, right? Get going. Regarding how to rapidly boost combat power, do you have any suggestions? Joanna's lips twitched, and she cursed inwardly. This old fox didn't fall for it. Forget it, there's plenty of time. I'll get an opportunity eventually. She wiped the frustration off her face and said seriously, If you want a massive breakthrough in a short time, I actually have a method that's perfect for you. Su Ping raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, let's hear it, he said, smirking, leeching off a heavenly tribulation. Soon, they arrived at the demigod fallen grounds. The sky was pitch black, and a massive vortex of clouds, crackling with destructive pressure, was taking shape. Joanna explained, As a cultivator's level continues to rise, the heavenly Tao, which governs the balance of all things, will bring down a catastrophic disaster. This disaster is called the Heavenly Tribulation. Beneath the thundering, lightning-filled sky, a towering figure with beast horns looked up at the heavens, utterly fearless. The heavenly tribulation varies by circumstance, and is divided into 4 types: Wind, fire, water, and lightning. If one can overcome the trial of the tribulation, the warrior roared, tearing through space. A brilliant aura erupted, enveloping his bulging, muscular frame. A cultivator's level will officially enter the legendary realm. At this point, the 7th squad trainee was at the peak of the 9th rank. If I succeed in the tribulation, I can become a full member of the 7th squad's god-defying body division. In the distance, a massive blue lightning bolt slashed across the sky, illuminating the towering stone peak. This was the demigod fallen grounds, the lightning tribulation site at the god peak. Standing on a cliff far away, Su Ping let the gale whip his hair around. His eyes filled with shock. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Even from this far away, I can feel this terrifying, destructive pressure. Joanna flicked her braided hair nonchalantly and said with regret, "Exactly. It's a shame we arrived a step too late. The person at the peak has already begun their tribulation. Otherwise, you could have slipped in to leech off some of it." Hearing the thunderous roar, Su Ping broke into a cold sweat and scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "I just got here. It's good to acclimate first. It took a while to find someone to build an online appointment website for the shop, transferring most of our customers to online bookings. My mom should be able to handle the shop by herself today." An image of his mother rolling up her sleeves with high spirits flashed through his mind, and he smiled to himself. "Mom's still as sharp as ever. You guys can focus on your own work." Joanna glanced around, puzzled. Are the 2 ants who came with us not joining? It took Su Ping a second to realize the ants she meant were the 2 young ladies fighting back home. Was she talking about Su Lingyue and Tang Ruyan? I haven't even figured out this heavenly tribulation stuff yet. It's too early to bring them along. I left them back at the training palace. No need to worry about them. Near the tribulation site, warriors in white cloaks stood with their hands folded, watching. One of them sighed while looking at the radius of the dense black clouds. A lightning cloud radius of 10 miles. He truly is one of our 7th squad members. Beside him, someone nodded, impressed. Last year, the 6th squad produced quite a few prodigies who generated 10-mile lightning clouds. Without exception, they all became elite warriors with legendary achievements. It looks like your 7th squad is about to rise as well. Eavesdropping on their conversation, Su Ping's eyes turned deep. Natural talent, they mentioned. That must be the potential the system referred to. Is natural talent tied to the range of the lightning clouds? My pet's current potential is only average. I wonder how many miles of lightning clouds I'll be able to pull later. His thoughts were cut short by a blue lightning bolt as thick as a building, savagely striking down from the sky toward the mountain peak. The horrifying bolt slammed into the warrior's golden, beast-shaped light barrier, creating enough pressure to shatter the giant boulders surrounding them. The warrior gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, looking up and roaring frantically to endure. "Damn it! All of you, witness my glory." But human will seemed too small against nature. A massive pillar of lightning connected heaven and earth, completely swallowing him in a blinding white glare. The defensive layer shattered, and the warrior shrieked in agony as one of his horns was snapped off by the sheer force of the lightning. He collapsed to his knees on the charred stone floor, his skin and flesh peeled away, and the broken horn flew far outside the defensive light ring. It turned out the horn was a powerful lightning-resistant artifact, but now it was covered in spiderweb cracks, its blue light fading away. Losing his final protection, the warrior's body slumped to the ground, surrounded by broken shards, completely motionless. In the sky, the lightning clouds dissipated, and the final bolt streaked across the gray horizon, restoring silence to the ruins of an ancient temple atop the stone peak. Fog swirled around massive mountains, connected by chains as thick as a human, creating a magnificent, yet tragic scene. The onlookers below widened their eyes in panic. What? The lightning clouds. They're gone? He failed. Another person shook their head and sighed. He failed. The 7th squad captain punched the air in disappointment. The warrior beside him consoled him. It was a 10-mile lightning cloud after all. It was just too much, and even a high-level lightning-resistant artifact couldn't hold on. A pity for that prodigy. A talented fighter, huh? On the ruined peak, the warrior lay on his back, raising his mangled arm to cover eyes filled with bitter tears. Though I barely kept my life, my spirit core is shattered. I've become a cripple. His other hand tremblingly drew a sharp, short sword, plunging it into his chest. It seemed he would never recover from this. The warrior's large, heroic body instantly dissolved into thousands of sparkling ash particles, swept away by the wind, ending a cultivation journey cut short. Witnessing it all from start to finish, Su Ping's expression darkened, his golden eyes calm yet deep. How truly cruel. If I didn't have the system to protect me, I'd probably have ended up just like that pile of ash, vanishing into nothingness.